Night Ride and Sunrise. Stanley Schmidt. Don't go out at night, they'd told him, which was undoubtedly good advice, but impossible to follow. How, Phil Bertrand wondered wryly as his teeth clashed together and his body jerked wildly from side to side in the darkness, was he supposed to solve a problem that only happened at night without going out at night? But the first time he'd tried, it had only taken a couple of hours to find himself in this situation, snatched by unseen hands, and stuffed roughly into some cramped, smelly, open vehicle never designed for someone of his size and shape, which immediately lurched into bone-rattling motion. He couldn't see who his captors were. It was a very dark night, not stormy, but heavily overcast, with only fitful glimmers of faint light from Selina making it through transient thin spots in the scudding clouds and the forest canopy. He had a powerful flashlight and a dazer, but was trying hard to save both as last resorts. That took a mighty effort, for the rickety wagon's headlong plunge through pitch blackness was the most terrifying experience he could remember. The thing careened through forest at breakneck speed, seemingly finding every rock and root under its wheels, and leaving Phil to puzzle over how its unseen drivers could manage with no running lights and only the faintest hints of moonlight. But he had come here to get information, and this was the first thing to happen that showed any promise of providing some. He was determined to see how it played out, observing before acting on his own. It wasn't clear what a flashlight, or even a handgun, could accomplish at this point, and he didn't want to reveal any more than necessary about what meager resources he had until he had a better idea what they might be good for. That idea, he hoped, might come a little later, if he survived that long. Just when he thought the ride couldn't get any scarier, the sound made by the wagon changed abruptly. At the same moment, another thin spot crossed Selina, letting through just enough light to show that they were emerging from the forest, a whip-like branch stinging his face, as if to say, "And let that be a lesson to you." Then, just before Selina disappeared completely into blackness, he had a momentary glance, proving that things could get worse. Straight ahead loomed a cliff, rising sheer to a height so great he couldn't pick out its top from the black clouds beyond, and his ride was plunging straight toward it without the slightest hint of slowing down. At such moments, he'd read, a man's life tends to pass before his eyes. Phil's mind was evidently more practical. As if realizing that there wasn't going to be time to replay his whole life, it started much more recently, and a mere ocean away, concentrating on the events that had gotten him into this fix, hoping they would suggest a way out of it. 1. The knock on Phil's door caught him by surprise. His latest encounter with his neighbors, like so many before, had not been a happy or satisfying one, and he couldn't think of anyone he was in a mood to welcome. Nonetheless, an ingrained sense of duty led him to get up and walk to the door, though he took his time about it. "Look-see," he said softly, and the door vanished, or more accurately became one-way transparent. Beyond it he had a full view of Newton, the oldest, and until recently the only, town on New Horizons. The adopted sun hung low in the northern sky, presaging autumn, glinting on the sea and in blinding highlights on the gracefully grown houses dotting the gentle slope from here down to the shore. Children played in the streets, as always, and a couple of adults made their purposeful ways between points known only to them. None of that registered consciously. It had become too familiar and too ordinary. What made his eyes grow wide with astonishment, and then narrow with a more complicated stew of emotions, was the lone person standing outside the door, a slightly stocky, strawberry-blonde woman with turquoise eyes and dimples, whose age he once would have guessed at 25. "Hazel?" he breathed, as if he couldn't believe it. Then he remembered she couldn't hear him, and opened the door warily. He winced involuntarily at the cacophony from beyond the low wall of Mrs. Cripp's baby farm, then repeated, "Hazel Castagna? What brings you here? I thought... that you'd never see me again? That would have been simpler, wouldn't it? But you can't get rid of me that easily, you old coot. Are you going to invite me in?" "Of course. Please do come in." He stood aside, welcoming her with a half-hearted attempt at gallantry, and resisting the temptation to point out that she was a couple of years, Earth years no less, farther into old cootdom than he was. She knew it, and neither of them showed it now, for reasons they both knew well. They hadn't had many secrets back in the old days, and they'd shared some exhilarating times. What had gone wrong? And what did her coming back mean? On guard, he showed her to a long couch, got each of them a drink, and seated himself at the far end, not quite facing her. "It's good to see you," he said, while wondering whether it was. "So, how's the Zoe colony doing?" "Breakaway," she said. "That's what we call it, and we think it's best if everybody thinks of it that way. And it's doing, well, but not perfect." She leaned forward, trying a little too hard to radiate enthusiasm. "It's a beautiful place, Phil. You'd really like it. It's just enough different from here to rekindle that old thrill of exploration and discovery. You can tell it's part of New Horizons, but you can also tell it's a very different part, a part that's been separated from the rest for a long time." She paused a moment, as if unsure whether she could continue. Then she looked right into his eyes, and for a moment he saw some of the old glow that had so drawn him the first time he saw her face to face. "You should come and join us," she said. He stiffened. "I thought we settled that quite some time ago." "More or less," she said. "But if you'll remember, we weren't that far apart. Neither of us was happy with the way things were going here. We never counted on them. And we didn't like what they were doing to our dream. Yours and mine, Phil. Remember? That's how this all started out." "Yes," he said with a bittersweet smile. "All too well. It was quite a dream, wasn't it? On that we can agree. That, and not liking what the Fruitful were doing to it. What we couldn't agree on was what to do about it. Your idea was to run away. Mine was to stay and try to fix it." "And how much luck have you had with that?" He cringed. "Not much," he admitted. "Once they discovered the gate and the colony we'd started, they just kept coming. They outnumbered us so quickly, they took our own rules and turned them against us. And now, I realize there won't be any more coming in from outside, but the ones already here are multiplying at a rate that makes a travesty of what we originally planned. It also makes it impossible for the few of us left to change what they're doing. Sometimes I feel like an ant trying to stop a steamroller." Hazel nodded. "I knew it would be like that. I just saw it sooner than you, and I'm sorry for the frustration you must be feeling." She leaned toward him. "Sometimes, Phil, knowing when to quit is the better part of wisdom. It always hurts to see something you love being ruined. It's hard to decide whether to stay and try to make it better or go somewhere else and start over. Staying is noble, but it only makes sense if you have a reasonable chance of success. I think you're beginning to see that you don't." She paused, and then spoke even more softly. "Decisions aren't etched in stone, Phil. You can change your mind. I've come to ask you to join us in Breakaway. We could really use your—" "No!" It came out even more harshly than he intended. "You wouldn't stay and help me. Why should I pull up my roots to come and help you?" "I think you know," she said quietly, "because we can give you a chance to get what we thought we were going to get here. Zoe is a whole new continent." "Just like New Horizons was a whole new world," he said bitterly. "You and I thought we could move here and build our own kind of civilization, free of all the stifling influences that had made the solar system feel so cramped. Maybe we could have if we'd actually limited it to the people we so carefully chose together. But you see what we've got instead. Why should Zoe be any different?" "Because," Hazel explained patiently, "the Fruitful have all the room they could want right here, and the gate doesn't work anymore. So—" She stopped abruptly, her jaw dropping slightly as if she'd just realized something astonishing. "You think I tipped them off, don't you? Told them about New Horizons and the gate." "Well," Phil said uncomfortably, "I know I didn't. So what am I supposed to think?" She stared at him incredulously for several seconds, then burst out laughing. "Oh, come off it, Phil. Do you really think I was the only one who could have spilled the beans? Sure, it would have been nice to have our own private little paradise, just us and 180 of our closest friends. But do you really think we had any realistic hope of telling that many people about something this big without at least one of them spreading it farther? We'll never know where the leak was, Phil. My guess is that there were several, but it doesn't matter now. The damage is done. Midlands is going to develop in a very different direction from what we planned, and we don't have a realistic hope of changing that. But we do still have a chance to try something at least a little like our original vision on Zoe." She frowned sternly. "Mind you, I'm hurt that you would think that of me. But I can forgive and forget, and I'd still like you to join us. I'm going to give it a try, with or without you. I'd prefer with, but it's your choice." She stopped and waited. Phil stared, trying to digest what she'd said. It had been years since he'd really thought about his assumption that she'd sold them out. The grudge was just there, firmly rooted and festering without conscious attention. But now that he thought about it, with the new perspective those years allowed, her denial made sense. It had been silly to imagine they could keep a secret with that many people in on it, and quite likely he had done her an injustice by blaming her. Could it be that the Hazel with whom he'd once hoped to build a new world still existed? "I'm sorry," he said finally. "I know that's not enough, if you're telling the truth, and I think you are, but—" He trailed off, feeling awkward and ashamed. "That's the third time you've said you wanted me to come to Zoe," he said suddenly. "Once you even said that was why you'd come back. And once, before I so rudely interrupted, you said you needed my— something. What did you need from me?" "Your help," she said simply. "Breakaway has a problem, Phil. A problem that, if we can't solve it, may force us to give up. We think you can help us avoid that." He waited, but she said no more, leaving the statement hanging like bait. "What kind of problem?" he said eventually. "Why do you think I can help?" She smiled cryptically. "You grew up on Luna, didn't you? So you're used to long, dark nights." "Not really," he said. "We lived underground in artificial habitats. We knew intellectually that the long, dark nights were out there, but we seldom actually experienced them." He frowned, trying to make sense of what Hazel said. "You expect me to camp out on Selena?" She chuckled at the image. "Oh, no, nothing like that. Our problem is right here on New Horizons, more specifically on Zoe, but it does happen at night." "Well, you grew up on Earth, so you've probably had more actual experience with nighttime than I have. And days and nights on New Horizons are only a little longer than on Earth." He let his frown deepen a little, but also leaned toward her. "Tell me the truth, Hazel. Why do you really want me to come?" She hesitated before answering, and then didn't quite meet his eyes. "I miss you," she said quietly. "I'd like to see if we can at least be friends again." She did look into his eyes as she hurried on. "You have a broad background in science, and this was all your idea in the first place, and yours, and I always admired the way you tackled problems. We've got a doozy for you, and I think your insight might break it. Call it just a hunch, but who else knows you well enough to have a hunch about you that might be meaningful?" She paused and added, "And it's not just me. A lot of the others still look up to you as the founder." Phil leaned back thoughtfully, trying to resist being drawn in too easily to something he might regret. And yet— "Just what is this mysterious problem?" "I'd rather not tell you too much here. I think you'll have a better chance of breaking it if you go back with me and spend a few days looking around at where we are and what we've done. If you see the problem in context, it may help you get a handle on it." "Even though none of you have been able to?" "Yes. I told you I have a lot of confidence in you. And you'll bring a fresh perspective. We've spent the better part of a year getting to where we are, including becoming aware of the problem, in small steps. The sheer gradualness may keep us from seeing things that would be obvious to you if you come in and get a quick introduction to the status quo." A surprising note of pleading had crept into her voice. "Please, Phil, we really need you to try. If you don't like it, or you can't see any more than we have, you've got a free ride back here whenever you say the word. Won't you at least come and look around for a few days?" She went silent, but her eyes never left his. She waited with a palpable mix of patience and intensity for the goodly time that he mulled. He had several levels of misgivings about her plea, about which she would say so little, but he also felt several levels of temptation. It really had been too long since he'd wrestled with a frontier or the kind of problem he could get his teeth into. Lately, here in Newtown, he'd found too little but frustration. "Okay," he said finally. "I could use a change. I'll go and look around, but no promises beyond that. Fair enough?" She grinned in a way that brought back memories. "Fair enough. Thanks a lot, Phil. This means a lot to me." 2. It took Phil 3 days to get ready, and he spent much of that time grumbling to himself. Was he seizing an opportunity, or wasting his time? Should he be trying once more to talk Hazel into staying to help with the problem here? Or was that too far gone to be salvageable? If he went with her, should he be preparing for a brief visit or an indefinite stay? In the end, he made the best compromise he could. He prepared his house to take care of itself indefinitely, and he took copies of most of his library on a handful of chips. But he also carried a remote control for the house, and enough emergency contact information to ensure, he hoped, a ride home if Hazel betrayed him and refused to bring him back when he wanted to come. On the appointed morning, Hazel showed up bright and early in a public bug, a simple, compact, two-seated car that she parked at the end of the 50-meter walkway. He saw her arrive, but waited for her to walk to the door instead of rushing out to meet her. If he was going to give up days or more of his life to help her with something she wouldn't even explain, she could at least help him carry his few bags. When they walked out to the car, he set the pace, slow and easy, as if he wanted to drink in what might be his last memories of this place for which he had once held such high hopes. It was a cool, clear morning, the vegetation bejeweled with drops left over from a pre-dawn sprinkle. Chipskunks scurried about under the edges of shrubbery, lapping up the droplets, and two snicker thrushes were calling to each other from opposite directions. A few human neighbors, not just children but even a couple of adults, watched curiously from their yards, and one or two waved. It seemed, on the face of it, just the sort of thing he and Hazel had been hoping would develop here in the first place. She accepted his slow pace without comment, and when she finally spoke, her voice startled him with the realization that they had so far said nothing except the most automatic greetings. "You know what's funny about this?" she asked. What?" "It's so easy." "What's so easy?" They stopped at the bug and began loading Phil's few belongings into it. "Everything. In the old stories, a new colony on an alien world would be struggling to survive and doing everything it could to hold on to every bit of help it could. If somebody broke away to strike out on their own, the original colony would try anything to stop them. If they broke away anyhow, they wouldn't dare show their face back home again. If they did, they might be shanghaied into staying. But everybody here knows who I am and what I've done. They know I'm back, but nobody's shown the slightest sign of caring. Except maybe you." "I care," Phil said guardedly, checking his house control to make sure everything was secured, and then sliding into the bug's passenger seat. "At least, I'm glad to see you again. Whether I'll be glad I listened to you remains to be seen." Uncomfortable with what he'd said, he shifted tack as Hazel settled in next to him. "I suppose you're right, though I haven't read nearly as many of those stories as you have. It has all been too easy. These people hardly know the meaning of struggle, and this place has grown beyond anybody's wildest imaginings." Neither of them spoke for the rest of the short drive. It would be stretching the point to call their destination an airport. A new world with less than 29 years, 22 Earth years, of history, only 2 settlements, and fewer than 5,000 inhabitants simply didn't need them. Runways could have been built easily enough by nanoseeding, but why bother when perfectly good VTOL planes were just as easy and much more versatile? But even modern VTOLs made some noise, and there were dangers in being too close to them when they took off or landed. So Newtown had, from the start, without formal planning, come to regard one open field as the de facto airport. A handful of minicopters and a few long-range VTOLs of various sizes stood around it as if scattered haphazardly and abandoned, each ready to take off when needed from right where it stood. No one was around to watch, unless you counted one Robin Redbreast who favored them with a curious glance from the edge of the field, as they stopped to transfer his bags to her craft. Then she left him standing by its base as she went off to park the bug in a drop stall. "This is it," Phil thought as he waited for her to walk back. "My last chance to back out. But then what better do I have to do here?" He followed her listlessly up the boarding steps into the small cabin and strapped himself into a gimbaled seat. Could be worse, he told himself. At least we're going through the motions of doing something real. Back home, back on Earth and Luna, a scientist like me did little more than study and reanalyze what real scientists did before. And Hazel? Well, Hazel studied real writers' stories about things that didn't even happen, including, sometimes, things like this. With so little traffic, there was no formality about takeoff. The press of acceleration perked him up a little. Even though the unprepossessing engine, powered by a tiny grain of antimatter handled by fields of which his ancestors had had the merest inklings, made little noise. Straight up they went, pressed hard into their seat-backs, and for the first moments there was no direct view except the cloud islands dotting the sky above. A bank of view screens showed the colony falling away below them, and mere seconds after takeoff, Hazel touched a couple of control points on the nearly blank screen in front of her, and the craft swiveled around them. As it became horizontal, still accelerating fast forward, the ground came into view through big side windows, and Phil felt, for the first time in years, the thrill of seeing it rush past. In spite of himself, he burst out laughing with sheer delight. Hazel glanced sideways at him and laughed too. "It's always fun, isn't it? I'll bet you haven't seen it this way for a long time. Here, let me give you a look before we head out, let you see how it's changed." As she started a tight circle a few hundred meters above the ground, Phil's surge of pleasure momentarily gave way to grim annoyance. "I know all too well how it's changed," he thought. But then, looking out and back as a lowered wing seemed to point like a lecturer at Newtown, he gasped aloud as he realized, "No, I don't. I didn't." From the ground, where he'd spent far too much time lately, all he saw was more people, especially kids, and houses sprouting ever closer together, most of them quite similar because they were grown from the same few templates. It looked pretty much the same wherever in town he stood, and when you were down in it, there was no way to tell how far it extended. Sometimes, even though he knew better intellectually, it seemed as if the whole planet were like that. Up here it was different. As Hazel circled the town, Phil was initially shocked that it now seemed to fill the whole valley bottom that once had dwarfed it, buildings crowding almost down to the Midland Sea and out to the foothills of the interior mountains to the south. Under the original growth plan, the population now should have been less than a tenth of what it was. He'd known intellectually that it had grown much faster and much larger, but this was the first time he realized how much. After one circle at fixed altitude, Hazel nudged the plane's nose up, spiraling them upward and outward away from the town. Newtown again dwindled to a dot. Its own little piece of coastal plain, defined by the delta of one river that flowed down out of the mountains, no longer dwarfed it, but there was lots more coastal plain and plenty more rivers along the coast that stretched as far as he could see to the east and west. All of it was empty, and most of it unexplored, except by the scouting and navigation satellites installed on the way in. No human settlements, and no native counterparts. They'd worried about that at first. With the gate coming out so close to such a hospitable world, it seemed there ought to be a native civilization, or at least natives on the brink of developing one. But in all those years there'd been no sign, and surely there would have been if there were anything here. The worry had faded into the background of human culture, where it had been buried for so many years after decades of fruitless searches for extraterrestrial civilization, or places where it might reside. Mankind really was alone in the cosmos, just as everyone Phil and Hazel had grown up among assumed. That meant all this was theirs for the taking. The trick was to use it without screwing up, and that was what the first wave had set out to do. But the second wave... Well, Phil had seen just moments ago dramatic proof of where they were headed. But watching Newtown fade to a dot and then to invisibility against a backdrop of lush wilderness gave him a sliver of hope that things might yet work out even here in New Gondwana, even though he'd seen the current numbers. By the time they were out over the Midland Sea and Equatoria was coming into view, Newtown had receded to the back of his mind. For the first time in years, he was more conscious of the fact that this was a whole new world where humans had immense opportunities and immense responsibilities. And Zo was a whole new continent, far away in the northern hemisphere. Hazel's plane flew high and fast, so even though Equatoria was the northernmost continent of the New Gondwana cluster, and also the largest, it took them less than an hour to cross it, and they didn't see much detail. Then they were out over the global ocean for a couple of hours. They didn't talk much, and Phil found himself thinking about all the little things that had changed. Occasionally he glanced at the altimeter, and that made him think about the trouble they'd had back in the beginning reprogramming such things to deal with a denser and softer atmosphere than the one where they'd been built. After years in high-tech academia, he'd been amazed at how much the effects of such tiny changes pervaded unexpected details of his life. Cooking, for instance. Whether you did it yourself or let an auto chef do it for you, you had to reckon with the fact that recipes don't work the same when things boil at higher temperatures. It was like living, literally, in a pressure cooker, though not a very good one. Hazel, who had lived in both Tampa and Boulder on Earth and liked to bake, had told him she was used to something similar, but in reverse, in high-altitude cooking directions. For Phil, born and raised in the tightly controlled environment of Luna, the whole concept still seemed strange. They were flying east as well as north, so by the time Zoe came into view, it was late afternoon. A storm system was just breaking up, and they descended through luminous cloud canyons toward a distant shore that at first barely distinguished itself from the surrounding ocean and clouds. But as they got closer and began to descend, the air grew clearer and the shadows sharper. The vague land mass resolved into mountains, sloping down to a ragged edge. Then colors appeared, pinks and yellows and browns, coupled with sculpted shapes thrown into sharp relief by the late afternoon sunlight, suggested aridity in the mountains. The coastal strip, in contrast, glowed in a rich patchwork of vibrant colors, including the greens and purples that here meant lush native vegetation. Not everywhere. Parts of it were as rugged and, in some places, dry as anything in the mountains. Sheer cliffs alternated with stretches of sprawling marshland around the mouths of rivers, and here and there verdant fields crept up the lower slopes. Soon they were quite low and paralleling the rocky, marshy south coast, flying east. Phil found himself watching for Breakaway and feeling an odd mix of excitement and anxiety at not finding it among all this intriguing terrain. Irrational, he knew. Zoe was big, and he knew only its general shape from satellite pictures. There was no reason to assume they were close to it yet. But still. Suddenly he noticed that the plane had veered slightly to the left, then right. Hazel seemed to be turning inland and starting a broad circle clockwise. As they crossed the jagged coastline and continued over beaches and fields toward the coastal range, he blurted out, "What are you doing? I thought Breakaway was on the coast." She flashed him a grin. "It is, but I want you to have a good view on your first approach." She chuckled in a way that brought back memories. "I always was a bit of a ham, I guess." "That's true," he said, grinning back, and then he turned his full attention to the passing show outside. Beaches, marshes, and cliffs gave way to fields and forests interspersed with bare, rocky areas slashed apparently at random by deep, narrow crevasses, reminding Phil of pictures he'd seen of old-fashioned jigsaw puzzles. Flying lower and lower, he strained to see what lay within, but the shadows were too deep. And then he gasped and pointed. "What are those?" Flying above jagged peaks and looking down a gentle slope toward the sea, he had spotted a sizable cluster of odd structures, towers with curiously blurred tops, glinting brightly in the sunshine and casting long shadows. "They look artificial." Hazel laughed, continuing her circle around the out-of-place formations and heading back out toward the sea. "Windmills," she said. "Don't worry, they're ours. One of the Breakaway colonists, you may be surprised at who, brought both templates for growing them and plans for building them, if it should ever come to that. We decided to give it a try. I think all the originals were driven at least partly by a sense of adventure, a desire to see what it was like to get our hands dirty and do things for ourselves that there wasn't room to do back in Sol system. That desire got stronger when the second wave came to New Horizons, as a reaction to what we saw them doing. There wasn't much adventure in letting canned nanosystems do all the work for you, and who knows how long we'll be able to trust them, with so few people and resources to dedicate to maintenance and adjustments. So we decided to see how much we could do without them, within reason, of course, and without committing too much mayhem on our new surroundings. Our windmill man convinced us this was a good way to start, essentially free, non-polluting power sources. And the sighting couldn't have been better. That hanging valley channels good reliable winds right down off the mountains above. Above? Phil blurted. "We must be really—" "There it is." He felt his heart pounding with a strong echo of the excitement they'd all felt when they'd first come down to the surface almost 3 decades ago. Squinting, he made out the forms of a few dozen human-grown houses on a shelf below the windmill farm and above the natural harbor flanked by cliffs alternating with extensive marshes. That's Breakaway, isn't it?" By then, they'd swung around and over the sea, and were flying back along the rugged shore toward the colony. In mere moments, they were so close he could see people walking among the buildings, and small boats bobbing in the harbor. "Sure is," Hazel confirmed, with an obvious note of pride in her voice, and a less obvious undertone of concern. "And now it's time for pivot touchdown, so I hope you're strapped in." Landing reminded Phil of sliding down a rope, with somebody else doing all the work. Hardly any time passed before he was following her down the boarding steps, his legs protesting the end of several cramped hours, but his senses reveling in a flood of new inputs. The sun tracked higher in the sky here, and the field around him glowed with what he knew were early spring flowers, even though he didn't specifically recognize any of them. A couple of ornithoids fluttered swiftly by, and he thought something was distinctly odd about them, but they flew too fast for a good look, and besides, he was too busy noticing other things. Unlike the reception Hazel had described getting when she returned to Newtown, several locals were running across the field to greet them, led by a gaggle of small children, laughing excitedly. Phil was glad to see them. He'd always liked kids, one at a time. In some ways he still felt like one himself, and in reasonable numbers they represented hope for the future. This was the first time in a long while that he'd seen them in reasonable numbers. When they gathered around, tugging at the newcomer's clothes, plying him with questions about who he was and where he'd come from and why he was here, he answered as eagerly as they asked. He thought he recognized a few of them, but kids can change so much, even in a New Horizons year, that it was hard to be sure. He definitely knew several of the adults who brought up the rear, and was surprised at how much he'd missed them. Several minutes became an exhilarating blur of hearty handshakes and hugs and backslapping, marred only occasionally by the hint of a suspicious glance. Then he heard Hazel saying, "All right, everybody, there'll be plenty of time to catch up later. Right now it's late, and we've had a long trip. Let me get Phil settled in and rest up a bit before dinner. Tonight, we party." Phil was a little surprised, and couldn't quite make up his mind whether he was more relieved or disappointed that he had his own place rather than sharing Hazel's. He was even more surprised, and pleased, even touched, that it was a remarkably near duplicate of his own place back in Newtown. Evidently, Hazel still remembered, and maybe she still cared. Or maybe she just wanted to butter him up, so he'd want to give that mysterious help she wanted. He squelched that thought and concentrated on settling in, with plenty of help from Hazel. It was easy enough. Everything looked and felt familiar and was right where it belonged. The only differences he noticed were outside. The plants along the path outside the door were decidedly unfamiliar and presumably native. Tomorrow he would have to start learning what things lived around here, just like when they'd first landed on New Horizons, and what the locals called them. Hazel left him alone, and he lay down for a catnap, which, with a little chemical help, was surprisingly effective against both travel fatigue and a shift of many time zones. But she was back an hour later, as promised, to escort him to a communal dinner. When they went back outside, the light had become even crisper and clearer, but a bit fainter. The sun had not quite set, but the sky flamed around it and was beginning to darken toward a deep blue overhead. No stars yet, but a thin crescent Selina hung in the west. After all these years, that was still one of his favorite sights. Selina never looked as big and bright and colorful as Earth seen from Luna, of course. But he'd spent enough of his last years before migration on Earth to get used to Luna as seen from Colorado, and Selina looked like that, writ very large. He started at a sudden scurrying sound almost underfoot as they started up the path, and looked down to catch a glimpse of a small, fleeing creature that reminded him of a chipskunk. But did it really have 6 legs instead of 4, or was that the jet lag? He almost asked Hazel, but decided to wait till he'd adjusted and had some time to observe for himself. This was a new place, he reminded himself, and he was still at the stage where a lot of looking and listening was called for before he did much talking. Besides, it had been the merest glimpse. They walked side by side past domes and other shapes dotted here and there with glowing windows, headed for the biggest one and talking little. Just as on rural Earth, animals here got more vocal at dusk. The antiphonal chorus sounded very different from the one he'd gotten used to in Newtown, but included some deliciously musical voices. "This is our gathering hall," Hazel told him as they got close to the biggest structure. It looked a little like an old-fashioned Quonset hut, but with its edges smoothed off. "I don't know who all will be here. There's a good deal of interest in your coming, but I doubt that everybody will show up. Still, I think I can promise you at least a few old friends, and maybe some new ones." Phil didn't say so, but that was a relief. He wasn't really looking forward to facing 200 people, even if some of them were old friends, right after a long trip and before adjusting to the time change. The big room inside held a few dozen milling loosely around a few good-sized tables. "I can handle this," he thought. "Maybe I'll even learn something." The buzz of conversation and laughter was just enough to feel inviting, and the smells emanating from bowls and platters of food intrigued. Any native food on New Horizons needed nano-processing before people ate it, of course, and even crops imported from Earth needed help to preserve their essence when grown here. But exactly what you got when you nano-treated any food depended on what you started with, and Phil already knew that the feedstocks here were distinctly different from those around Newtown. Some familiar faces drew him into their midst, laughing and thrusting food and drink into his hands. He enjoyed the new tastes and the company of old friends he'd written off, but it was too much for his travel-weary brain to absorb all at once. "It's for them as much as me," he told himself, "though why they're so glad to see me I can't imagine. But I'll take it all in at my own pace, later, after a good long sleep." But there was one human contact that registered more than the others, and he wasn't sure whether it fell into the old or new category. Just as he was beginning to run out of steam and to think about how to make a graceful exit when the sun hadn't even set, Hazel strode purposefully toward him with a skinny, intense-looking young man in tow. At least he looked like a young man, but who didn't these days? Well, this one looked really young, younger than most people chose to stabilize at or have themselves restored to. 17 or 18 maybe by Earth reckoning, which suggested that he really was that young. And he looked vaguely familiar, though Phil couldn't quite place him. Narrow face, thin light brown hair combed haphazardly straight back, as if he just wanted to get it out of the way. Hazel was beaming. "Phil," she said, touching his arm and practically bubbling, "this is someone you just have to meet. Luke Zakovitz. He's our windmill man." This kid was responsible for the gleaming structures Phil had seen in the Hanging Valley? Impressive and surprising. Yet he was looking at Phil with an oddly shy expression. "Mr. Bertrand?" he said, barely loud enough to hear over the din. He extended a hand and shook Phil's with what seemed an odd mixture of timidity and enthusiasm. "I'm very pleased to meet you. Again." "Again?" Phil echoed. Maybe there was something to that feeling of déjà vu. "Yes. You probably don't realize it, but you had a lot to do with my coming here." He grinned, which apparently took some effort. "My folks aren't very happy with either of us." Phil frowned, trying to put the pieces together. The name sounded vaguely familiar. "It was years ago," the windmill kid prompted. "I was barely past toddling, maybe 7 or 8 years old. You were talking to my parents at a party about your different reasons for leaving Sol System. I didn't understand everything any of you said, mind you. I barely knew what Sol System was back then, and I still know only by hearsay." Things began to click into place, even through the post-travel haze. "You were born here?" "Yes. One of the first of the second wave, born in Newtown. Anyway, it got a bit heated, and you left in a huff. My parents told me I shouldn't pay any attention to you, but it was too late, and that was probably the worst thing they could have said, if that was really what they wanted. Like I said, I didn't understand everything, but a lot of what you said fired my imagination. The way you came through because you wanted elbow room and new experiences, while they just wanted room to have lots of kids and keep them safe inside the perimeter. To each his own, I say, but much as I love my brothers and sisters, growing up with 13 of them made me think about elbow room too, and what was outside the perimeter. I never forgot that night, and a couple of years ago when some of you started talking about coming to Zoe and trying to explore and tackle it on its own terms, well, I had to be part of it. I even thought maybe I could contribute something, and so you have," Hazel broke in, "and I think Phil will be a big help to you." She glanced at her watch. "But now it's almost night. We'd better get back to our quarters." Phil felt a little dizzy. "Wait a minute," he said. "This is just getting interesting. I'm touched to hear I had such an influence on a child of the second wave. though I hope I didn't cause any trouble. But people keep talking about getting me to help, and I still have no idea what I'm supposed to help with. How about some—" "Later," Hazel interrupted, gently but firmly. "Like I said before we left, we think it's best if you get the overall picture before you try to understand the fly in the ointment. Luke and I will take you out tomorrow and start showing you around, but for now, we just want to get everybody safely back to their beds. And once you're there, don't go out at night." "No," Luke agreed with a solemn nod. "You really don't want to go out at night." He paused pensively and then added, "I hope you don't have to." That was all Phil could get out of them. It bothered him, and he wanted to demand that they tell him what was going on. But he half convinced himself that his impatience was just crankiness born of travel fatigue, and he'd be in better shape to understand the answers later. As Hazel and Luke hustled him toward the door, he realized that everyone else was leaving too, even though nobody had made any sort of announcement. He couldn't remember ever seeing a party break up so quickly and quietly, as if there were some reason that it had to be that way, a reason that everybody knew and didn't want to talk about. Everybody except him. Hazel and Luke stayed with him all the way back to his house, but didn't talk much. Both sun and Selena had set, the air had cooled a bit more, and all the sky's colors were fading slowly toward black. A few daring stars poked through the gathering gloom, and a few dark shapes fluttered by, startling Phil but not bothering him in any physical way. "Good night," Hazel and Luke told him when they reached his door, and then they went their separate ways, leaving him to wonder what kind of night he would really have. 3. Travel weariness battling apprehension about the unknown, Phil alternated between deep sleep and lying awake, listening, with the outside pickup turned down but not off, for scary sounds that never came. There were plenty of night noises, things he would have attributed to birds and insects and amphibians in the few rural places he'd spent time on Earth, but nothing alarming. He eventually woke, somewhat but only partially refreshed, and breakfasted alone on food that came from a dispenser just like the one back home in Newtown, but tasted subtly different. He turned up the outside sound and heard an animal chorus distinctly different from either that of last night or that of Newtown at any time. And then he went out to meet his guides, hoping that today he'd learn why he was here. "Why a boat?" he asked as he looked down a long, wavy, rickety-looking ramp from the top of high bluffs. Comfortingly close behind him were the nearest houses of the settlement, but to either side the ground fell away abruptly, with no way down except this uninspiring artificial slope. The other end connected to a similar structure that floated on the undulating sea, with half a dozen modest-sized boats tethered to it. The boats bobbed in no particular pattern, and portions of the dock itself rose and fell disconcertingly with the waves, even though they were in a sort of natural harbor sheltered by rocky headlands on both sides. Phil found himself grabbing onto the nearest post to steady himself. Just trying to follow the motions of any boat made him queasy, especially since his peripheral vision inevitably saw other boats doing their own things. "Some of the best natural feedstocks are aquatic life forms," said Hazel. "So some of us have become, well, fisherfolk, for lack of a better word. Besides, we find it soothing and invigorating to be out on the water, and out there is where you'll get some of your best views of— Are you all right?" "I will be," he said, wishing he felt as confident as he tried to sound. "I'm just not used to this." Luke looked at him wide-eyed. "Haven't you ever been on a boat before?" "No. Obviously we had no place for them on Luna, and when I stayed on Earth for a while, it was around Boulder, well inland and at the foot of big mountains." "There were a few lakes," Hazel said, "but nothing very big, and I guess we never got around to—" "It's okay," Phil said curtly. "If a boat is what we need, a boat I'll learn to use." He managed a smile. "Actually, part of me is looking forward to it. I'm familiar with the concept, but the practical details are a bit disconcerting." He sniffed while scanning the wide expanse of bare mud and limp vegetation between the base of the cliffs and the breaking waves. Maybe it's the smell. Reading about 10-meter tides in the abstract and actually seeing them on a coast this rugged? Well, there's a difference. This all seems so wild compared to Newtown. "That's what we wanted, Phil," Hazel said quietly. Remember?" Then, abruptly, she flashed him one of those infectiously radiant smiles that he remembered from so long ago, and touched him briefly on the hand. "Come on, let's go see it." Following the brisk pace she set, he found the walk down the ramp less intimidating than he'd feared. Going onto the boat itself took more getting used to. Smaller than the dock complex, and only loosely tethered to it, it bobbed and rocked in ways he initially found disconcerting. "Okay, wise guy," he told himself sternly as he struggled to stay upright. "You wanted to see what it would be like to get right out on a planet without too many layers of technology between you and it. This is it. Give it a chance." Of course, it was reassuring that there was some technology between them. Though the shape and feel of the boat were in many ways unfamiliar, its smoothly integrated materials were the accustomed ones of imported nanotech. Nobody had built this boat by hacking trees down, carving them up, and lashing them together. They'd grown it from a template, just like the houses and bugs and all the other machinery the colonists depended on every day. That made it feel familiar and trustworthy, even as Hazel and Luke cast off the tenuous lines that held it to the dock. A throaty hum began somewhere in its innards, and the dock and village began to drift away and shrink in Phil's eyes. "This'll give you a good overview from a different perspective," Hazel told him, beaming with pride. "Back in Newtown, we depended on the nanotech we brought with us for everything: power, food, fabrication. But all the templates we brought with us were developed on Earth and Luna and Mars, and make things designed to work in one of those places. They weren't always such a good fit here." "So what did you do?" Phil asked, enjoying the salty breeze in his face as the boat picked up speed. "Well," said Luke, "you can modify some of our tools. Some of us can, anyway, given half a chance." Phil looked into the young man's face, trying to fathom what he saw there. A convert to our side, or a lurking spy for theirs? "It sounds," he said, with a smile to diffuse any irritant the words might carry, "like there's a story there." Luke blushed, just perceptibly. "Well, yes. As I said, I didn't completely fit in with my people. I spent a lot of time digging around in the libraries they brought with them. Hardly anybody else bothered. All that information just sitting there unused. I found all kinds of things in it, ways to use some of our tools to modify others. It seemed to me that we could make better ones better suited to this world, instead of another that I've never seen and they'll never see again." He made a sweeping gesture toward the receding village, his hand rising at the end toward the backdrop of hills beyond, and the windmills on the hanging plain. "That's what I've done," he said. "I didn't inherit any windmill seeds that were just right for here, but I did find things that I could tweak into a decent fit. So we're trying to use what's here without isolating ourselves from it any more than we had to." A look crossed his face, with elements of pain, nostalgia, frustration, and pride. Back home, everybody just wanted to fence off one little area that the dangerous local wildlife couldn't penetrate and make it, as much as possible, like the homes they'd left behind. I wanted to find ways to use what we have here without depending too much on what they brought with them. Luke gazed earnestly into Phil's eyes. "We have a whole world to explore here. Why can't they see how wonderful that is?" Phil gazed back, marveling at how much connection he felt between this young man and his own younger self, and reminding himself it was still too early to let his guard down. Yes, they had some important things in common, but how deep was the gulf he suspected still existed between them? "Most people are afraid of change," he mumbled. "Even ones who can nerve themselves to take one big leap might still fear little things that they can't control." For a while, none of them said any more. Phil watched the village recede, admiring the toehold the breakaway people had built here. Gradually, he found his attention drawn to things closer at hand: the undulating sea all around the boat, the smooth swath behind its stern, neatly framed by the V-shaped wake. Sometimes he glimpsed a streamlined shape rising from the depths, coming just close enough to the surface and into the light to give a tantalizing glimpse of what it was. Living things, Phil knew, but were they more like fish, dolphins, or giant squids? Or none of the above, perhaps something fundamentally different from any of the earthly forms he'd read about. Something whizzed past his head with such a loud, fluttery noise and such a pungent odor that he ducked instinctively. He had time for the briefest close glimpse, then watched the creature fly rapidly off toward the horizon. His first impression was of a gull, a kind of bird he knew only dimly from Earth, but as he kept watching he found himself thinking of bats, big bats, perhaps because of the way the wings moved. When he saw two more go by a little later, not quite so close but with more time to watch, he had a disturbing impression of a couple of stubby projections, vestigial extra limbs, between their necks and wings, and again a strong impression of size. Some of them, he guessed as he watched one dive and catch a fish, must have 2-meter wingspreads. He wondered what they ate besides fish. You mentioned the way Newtown set up a sense and shock barrier around the perimeter to keep critters out, he remarked offhandedly, and hinted that you've avoided doing that in Breakaway. How's that working out? Luke shrugged, but seemed to avoid eye contact. Nobody's been attacked by anything yet, he said. I'm not sure there are any big land predators here that could attack us, Hazel volunteered. The paleontologists say Zoe has been cut off from the other continents for a long time, sort of like Australia back on Earth. In fact, the name— I know all about the name, Phil interrupted, trying not to sound harsh. I was in on all that, remember? Yes, of course. Hazel cleared her throat. Anyway, evolution has found its own way here. Some things have diverged from the way they are in New Gondwana. Like bat gulls? Phil thought. How about herbivores? Are you having trouble with crops? Crops might be too strong a term, Hazel said. We're somewhere between farmers and hunter-gatherers. We have nanovats that can make food suitable for us from just about anything organic, but the best ones try to build on the feedstock's intrinsic characteristics without changing them too much. So we have foods here like none you've ever tasted before, made from the fish we catch and wild plants and small animals we gather locally. Some of them are quite good. Yes, I noticed that last night. And some are easy enough to grow that we've started planting and tending patches of them near the village, so they're easy to gather. Careful, Phil warned with a grin. That way lies agriculture, sedentary life, and a vicious circle of being able to do things that let you support more people here, who then need more of those things, so you need still more people to do them. We think of that often, said Hazel. We're trying to be careful. And it's not as if we're really either farmers or hunter-gatherers in the old sense. The nanos changed all that. We're something new. And we don't know yet quite what to do with that. Well, it's time to learn. She swept a hand past shore and sea toward a distant horizon. Come on, let's see some of the neighborhood. The engine's purr grew a little louder, and the boat surged faster toward the west, land speeding by to the right and the village falling behind, giving way to wilderness. Just west of the valley that cradled the village, they swung wide around a rocky headland jutting a good kilometer out to sea, bare except for a pair of startling objects rising from the outermost promontory. What are those? Phil asked, pointing. They looked like two big broad-leafed earth trees, densely covered with flame-orange blossoms. We don't know, said Hazel, but they're not what you think, or at least what they look like. We're not even sure whether they're animal, vegetable, or mineral. Up close, the details don't look anything like leaves or flowers. You may be able to get some idea of that with these. She handed Phil a pair of binoculars. But they do make that point real easy to spot, at least when there's daylight and no fog. The binoculars quickly optimized themselves for Phil's eyes and stabilized the image. But Hazel was right. Such texture as he could make out in the trees didn't look like anything he knew, either back in Sol System or elsewhere on New Horizons. As he was lowering the glasses, a flash of motion caught his eye lower on the headland, down near the waterline. He tried to catch it with the binoculars, but all he got was a sleek, pointed tail disappearing into a wave, and a faint hint of motion continuing its path into the water. Can we go in a little closer? Hazel deferred to their young companion, who Phil was beginning to suspect was the subcolony's main technical expert. Luke? Probably, said Luke, already fiddling with the remote he wore around his neck. It's pretty rocky here, even well offshore, but the boat won't let us get too close to anything dangerous. Slowing slightly, they edged closer in to the bouldered shoreline. Phil managed to keep the glasses on the trace of motion he'd spotted long enough to discern a sinuous shape just under the surface. It reminded him a little of a terrestrial otter, but longer, slinkier, and unmistakably with 3 pairs of stubby limbs. Its tail also looked longer and thinner than an otter's, and the way it swam reminded him more of a snake. He guessed its length at 2/3 of a meter, but without much confidence, since there was nothing near it for comparison. Just as he'd decided he had a pretty good look at it, it seemed to look directly at him, straight back through the binoculars, and then dove out of sight. "What was that?" he asked. "We call them otters," said Hazel, "for obvious reasons, though there are certainly differences." "Yes. Was that one normal? It seemed to have 6 legs." "Yes and yes. That seems to be one of the differences between here and New Gondwana. Here, 6 limbs are the norm. Back there it's 4. But we think it's divergence caused by continental drift, not independent origins. Soon after we moved here, one of our biologists asked a colleague who had stayed behind if anybody'd ever noticed evidence of a vestigial 3rd pair back there. Nobody'd ever noticed them before, but once the question was asked, his contact did find a few. Not in everything, and always so small that they could easily be overlooked, but definitely structures that could be explained that way." She paused. "We had situations like that on Earth, too. Snakes evolved from lizards, but only a few species still had even the tiniest internal vestiges of legs." "I'd like to see another one," said Phil, remembering the stubby extras he'd thought he saw on the bat gulls. "Easily arranged," said Luke. "Just keep scanning around the waterline. They're pretty common, both here and in the marshes." Phil did as Luke suggested, and soon found 3 more otters, 1 in the water and 2 bounding over the rocks with surprising agility, despite their stubby little legs, and then still another hanging by its tail from a piece of driftwood, unhurriedly enjoying a brunch buffet from the tide pool below. Between otters, he found himself drawn to the shoreline itself. From the air, he'd seen how tortured this rock looked, as if a great hammer blow had fractured it into hundreds of huge pieces, still almost but not quite joined. Down here, at closer range, he found himself thinking of fractals as well as fractures. The pattern was repeated, with patterns of deep cracks and tantalizing caves, on a multitude of scales. "I can see why you didn't build here," he said. "Was it hard finding as gentle a spot as you did for breakaway?" This time Luke answered, "Not too bad. There are several kinds of terrain that more or less alternate along the coast. Dry but relatively flat land like ours, dry, forbiddingly rugged headlands like this, and tidal marshes like I want to show you next. Seen enough here?" "For now," said Phil, and by the time he finished the 2 words, Luke had the boat speeding out to complete its transit around the point and into the next bay. "We did shop around a bit," he said, raising his voice just a bit to be heard over the slightly louder engine noise, "and we think we got the best spot in the area. It's not too hard to find a piece of land as flat and dry as that, but this is the only one we found with that plus a good harbor, reliable water sources not too far off, and a good place for windmills to bring the water and electricity where we need them." By then they were well back into the next bay, which was very different from the one that hosted Breakaway. Here the mountains seemed far inland, and gently waving marsh grass stretched level toward them farther than Phil could estimate. Luke slowed the boat and skimmed it along the edge of the grass. "Good place for fish," he remarked, and indeed Phil sometimes glimpsed a shiny shape darting from one place to another under the surface. He also saw lots of small winged things darting about among the tall grass, and occasionally glimpsed bat gulls of various sizes, and once or twice another otter. The grass itself makes a pretty good feedstock, so we have plenty of things we can eat, and equipment to make it taste like a good variety. We're doing pretty well." At that moment, Luke seemed to glow with pure pride in what he and his colleagues had accomplished, momentarily forgetting whatever concerns had led them to send Hazel to fetch Phil here. Phil felt a kindred glow. Once he got used to it, he found being out on the water exhilarating, and what he'd seen so far left him impressed with the new colony. Everything seemed gratifyingly under control, and future prospects so bright he found himself thinking for the first time that he might just stay here. "So," he asked casually that night at dinner, as he enjoyed a wonderful new fish dish that Luke proudly told him the Nanos took directly from feedstock to cooked, What is this problem you brought me here to look at?" For an instant, Luke's glow seemed to chill completely, but he quickly drew an optimistic look back over his face. "Tomorrow," he said, "I'll take you up for a closer look at the windmills." And that was all he would say. 4. Hazel didn't go along on that trip. It was just Phil and Luke. Their vehicle was the same sort of bug used back in Newtown, but battered and scuffed from harder use. A road of sorts wound out of the village, making switchbacks up a scrubby hillside. Glances over his shoulder gave Phil even better panoramas over village and ocean. But what really held his attention was how surprisingly long the climb went up. He toyed with the idea that this time alone would be a good chance to feel Luke out about the folks he'd left behind, and why he'd really left. But that could backfire. They would be alone together a lot today. Better to wait, listen, and watch for opportune moments to ask questions. When they finally leveled out on top, really on a shelf with mountains rising still higher beyond, the village looked remarkably small and vulnerable. Windmills loomed all around them, tall and imposing. "Impressive," Phil said as Luke parked the bug. "So you use some of them to pump fresh water down to the village, and others to generate electricity?" "That's right," said Luke. "And if I do say so myself, they work pretty well They work pretty well. Let's get out and I'll show you around." It was only as Luke started opening the clear cabin dome that Phil noticed the tiny shapes darting frantically around outside like molecules in a hot gas, moving too fast to see much more than streaks. By then it was too late. As soon as the bubble opened, his ears were assaulted by a cacophony of whines and buzzes, rising, falling, whirling all around him, sometimes almost deafeningly close. And he felt a pummeling of small, stinging blows, as if someone were half-heartedly throwing handfuls of gravel at him. Reflexively, he ducked and tried to pull the dome back shut over them. "There's something out there," he blurted frantically. "Indeed there is," Luke agreed with a curt laugh, "but we'll just have to put up with them. If you think they're bad now, you should have seen them when we first started growing the windmills." Phil watched skeptically as Luke pried the canopy from his grasp and resumed opening it. Are they dangerous?" "Don't seem to be, at least directly. Just annoying. Real annoying, but just try to ignore them. Come on, let's take a walk." Nose wrinkling in distaste, Phil climbed out of the bug after Luke. The ground cover was different here, a lush mat of green and purple and orange that seemed woven principally of two kinds of plant. One was as blade-like as grass and sprouted clusters of small leaves and flowers vaguely reminiscent of clover, except that the leaves were smaller and more numerous, and the orange flowers larger but not particularly attractive. The other had clusters of small round leaves, a little like four-leaf clovers, but no flowers, at least now. And the ground crunched underfoot in a way that felt and sounded completely inconsistent with the obvious springiness of the plants. Phil looked down. A lot of the flowers had things crawling on them, things faintly suggestive of both miniature hummingbirds and overgrown bees. They never stayed long in one place, and from their comings and goings he saw that they were the same pests that filled the air, to a surprisingly high altitude, he noticed, by tilting his head back. The crunchiness was bodies of dead ones, a veritable carpet of them that had fallen among the plants. They seemed uniformly distributed. The crunch didn't vary much from place to place. Grimacing, Phil tried to step gingerly in places without bodies, but there weren't many big enough for a foot, and he soon gave up the effort. "So are these the problem?" he asked. "No," said Luke. "At least, we don't think so. At first we thought they were a problem, and to some extent they were. Some of them get smashed up on the windmill blades, and some get ground up in the bearings, which is worse. And we were afraid they would bite, or carry diseases, or both. At first we tried to exterminate them. You can see the odd zapper still working here and there around the field, though we don't try very hard to maintain them anymore. It seemed to help for a while. At least their numbers fell off noticeably, but then they started creeping back up again. These days we pretty much treat them as a nuisance to live with. Self-cleaning nanocoats on the blades and bearings keep those problems under control, and people just get used to the critters buzzing around. Besides, we don't spend that much time up here." He paused and sighed. "Meanwhile, the real problem isn't getting any better. In fact, it's—" He broke off abruptly and started walking rapidly, motioning to Phil to follow him. "Let's have a closer look at one of the windmills." Phil followed him to the base of one of the structures and tilted his head back to look up at the whirling blades. Both they and the spindly supporting tower gleamed in the sun, but not like metal. He didn't recognize the material, but assumed it was something the assemblers cobbled together from stuff they found in the soil. It hummed softly, providing a soothing counterpoint as Luke droned on about how it worked, pointing out the mechanisms with which this one converted kinetic energy to electricity, and explaining how, in others, they were modified to control the flow of water from reservoirs up in the mountains down to the village of Breakaway. Phil tried to follow it, but a good many of the details were beyond him. Besides, he found more and more of his consciousness drawn to the smells. He wasn't surprised by the faint bite of ozone. He'd been around enough electrical works to know that was often a byproduct. A soft, sweet odor he assumed was lubricant of some sort, and some of the others, not obviously wood, plastic, metal, or biological, he guessed were the synthetic materials of the windmill itself. The one that increasingly gnawed at his consciousness was one that part of him wanted to identify as death. He tried to resist that morbid thought, but could only resist so long. It was death, he finally admitted, though not quite the death smell he knew from infrequent experiences on Luna and Earth. Maybe, he told himself, it was the collective smell of all those tiny dead bodies of flying pests. To take his mind off it, he asked Luke, "Mind if I feel what the tower's made of?" He took a step toward it, hand outstretched, and almost stumbled with an involuntary gasp. His toe had struck something large and soft, which for some reason conjured up an instant image of a dead human body. Reflexively, he looked down and saw that it was a dead body, but not human. It reminded him of the bat gulls he'd seen from the boat, but even bigger. Broken wings sprawled around it, and odd but unmistakably complex paws, almost like hands without arms, protruded slightly from the chest. "What's that?" he asked Luke, surprised at how much he was shaking from the sudden but apparently unwarranted fright. "We just call them bats," said Luke. "We assume they're related to the ones you saw yesterday, though we don't know just how. But they're more of a problem for me than the little buzzers, because they're so much more massive, and they do frequent this area, though we didn't realize that until the windmills were up and running. When one of these puppies flies into a blade, it isn't good for either one of them, and it happens quite a bit." "So are they," Phil asked, growing weary of asking this question and hearing it evaded, "the problem?" Luke seemed to hesitate before answering, which Phil suspected was telling. "They may have something to do with it, but it's hard to see how." He chewed his lip and then said, "I guess I've put this off long enough. Come here." Again following the younger man across the field, Phil noticed a couple more of the big dead bats on the ground, but Luke didn't mention them. They passed 2 or 3 more windmills before it dawned on Phil that there was something seriously wrong with the one they were approaching. Its bottom seemed crumpled in an asymmetric way, and the whole structure leaned far to one side, looking as if the merest puff of breeze could topple it. Close up it looked even worse, with bottom struts so deeply pitted that in places daylight shone through, and the ground around them was torn up as if some deranged farmer had used a giant plow to demonstrate a random walk problem. Luke looked as deeply disturbed as the soil when he stopped at its edge. "That's the problem," he said, as if spilling some long-suppressed and profoundly disgusting secret. "This has been happening more and more, and we don't know what's causing it. But as you can see, this mill is useless now, and there's no easy way to fix it." Phil stared, hardly sure where to begin asking questions, but he could see the potential seriousness of the situation. "How long has this been going on?" "Almost from the start, last summer. At first we thought it was just a fluke, and maybe it wouldn't happen again. Some kind of animals, we thought, though we never saw anything that looked like it could do this." "And nobody's seen it happening?" "No. We've tried camera traps, but didn't get anything worth mentioning. And it doesn't happen all the time. It has ups and downs. Last summer, it was just a few isolated instances, and this spring, until recently, it hasn't been too bad. Our water and power needs are relatively light at this season, and enough mills are still working to meet them without too much trouble. But last winter, when we needed heat and had to worry about just keeping water liquid, it got scary. And just recently, it's been ramping up again. Close to a third of our mills are out of commission now, and they're going down faster than we can grow new ones. Phil's mental wheels were spinning now. He could see that there was a real problem here, on several levels, and it bothered him, because he'd begun to think that Breakaway actually had a chance of doing what he and Hazel and their carefully selected cohorts had set out so long ago to do in Newtown. "So that," he said carefully, "is why you called me." "Yes. Part of it, anyway." Another long pause. "There's more." "More?" "Yes. Let's go back down to the village." Driving back down the same road was a whole different experience than driving up it. Even though switchbacks sometimes had them running roughly along contour lines, on average they now had the mountains behind them, and the sea, and the tiny, vulnerable-looking village spread out before them. This time Phil didn't wait so long to try to engage Luke in conversation. "So why," he asked, once they'd left the windmills behind, "did you wait so long to tell me?" "Denial," Luke said bitterly, "and shame. The windmills are my baby. I feel responsible for them and for everything that depends on them. It was hard to admit that there was a big problem. Even after Hazel got you here, I didn't want to just dump it on you. I hoped that if you saw the overall picture of what we have here and how it's supposed to work, you'd see something obvious that I was overlooking, something that would make it so I wouldn't have to admit to you how badly things were going." "Why should you care what I think?" Phil asked. "And why would you think I could help with this problem? You're the expert on windmills." Luke winced. "This isn't a windmill technology problem. It's something bigger. We don't know what, but it affects the whole colony. And I looked up to you. I've read enough history to know that none of us would even be on this planet if it weren't for you. Is it so unreasonable to hope that you might still be the best person to look to for a problem this basic?" He looked determinedly straight ahead at the rough road. "Though I must confess I've never understood why you stayed behind when the others came here. You obviously didn't like what my people were doing, and Breakaway seems to offer you a second chance at your original goals." "I wasn't ready to give up on the first one," Phil said wryly. "I'm not saying I was right. I'm beginning to think just stubborn is more like it. Hazel likes to say knowing when to quit is often the best kind of wisdom, but I never claimed to be wise." He was silent past a couple more switchbacks, trying to pin down something that was gnawing at the back of his mind about the ruined windmills. Eventually he gave up and said, "And yet you did come, and that surprises me. Why did each of us do the opposite of what the other would have expected?" Luke gave a short laugh. "Well, you may have a pretty good handle on yourself. Me? Well, I've already hinted at some of it, but I guess what finally drove me to it was that I just got tired of the pressure and jumped at the chance to get away from it." "Pressure?" "To marry and have a family." "But you're only, what, 18 standard?" "Sorry, I don't think in terms of your standard. I'm almost 24, of the only kind of year I've ever known. But yes, you've guessed me right, and I gather you think that's young to be under that kind of pressure, but you don't know my people." "I think Phil began, and then stopped with a sigh. "No, I don't. Not as well as I should. Maybe I should try harder to see things from their point of view." "Not a bad idea," said Luke, "if only to know your enemy. For one thing, they're a lot less monolithic than you might think. I know some of you stereotype them as religious fanatics, but they come from several different backgrounds, and some of them aren't religious at all. True, the movement did start with Brother Magnus harping on how Earth and its colonies and Sol system had got so crowded and regimented that nobody could be fruitful and multiply anymore. Because, said Phil, they'd done way too much of it up to then. "That may be," said Luke. "I wouldn't know. I can barely imagine the kind of world you folks had back there. Anyway, nobody paid much attention to Magnus until word got out about the gate you'd found in space." "I don't suppose you know how that happened?" "Nope. Anyway, after you and Hazel and your friends did the hard work of figuring out how to get there and what might be on the other side, people who agreed with Magnus came crawling out of the woodwork. They didn't agree with him on everything, mind you. Some believed this world was made for us and we had a divine mandate to fill it. Some were fertility cultists of one sort or another. Some just liked the idea of big families. And some were cantankerous individualists and libertarians who just didn't like being told what they could and couldn't do. Some are devoutly religious, but see Magnus as a kook. They just followed him here because he was going somewhere they wanted to go. They all had their own reasons, but they all saw Magnus's plan to come here as a way to get away from all that, just as you folks did. Magnus was eloquent enough to appeal to a wide range of people, and smart enough not to insist that everybody agree with him on every philosophical detail. He'd take anybody who could help with the effort. As you well know, lots of them wanted to come with him and make up for lost time by being real fruitful and multiplying as fast as they could. If the gate hadn't quit working, there'd be even more of us. I'm thankful for small favors, Phil muttered bitterly. No offense, Luke, nothing against you personally. None taken, Luke assured him. You've probably noticed that sometimes I say us, and sometimes them. I still haven't sorted out which way I really feel. Anyway, the gate and this place gave them an opportunity they'd long felt deprived of. So they got here, and right away started using every means they could think of, natural or technological, to populate it as fast as possible. Encouraging big families, neural imprinting to accelerate education so people could start those families at early ages, even cloning and baby farms to supplement doing what comes naturally. That much I knew, said Phil, and if they keep it up, they'll fill this planet and be back where they started in no time, especially since they also freely use medical nanotech to prolong lives, right? Luke shrugged. Yes, they do use it. As for whether that's a big problem, maybe someday, a long time from now. Hardly a concern now. We've got a whole planet here, and we humans are barely a speck on it. I was more concerned with my personal problem. My folks were at the divine mandate end of the spectrum, and that idea just didn't feel right to me. Neither did reproducing for the sake of reproducing as the be-all and end-all of life. It made sense back on Earth, when the human population was as small as it is here now. But things were different then. They had plenty of room and food, lots of enemies and other dangers, and none of our technological shortcuts. Exactly. So when they practically pushed me into an arranged marriage before I was 18, I guess that's about 14 your way, I started thinking more and more about getting out. The harder they tried to get me to live their way, the more I wanted to live mine. But there was no place to go, until the breakaway group came along. He drove silently for a couple of minutes, and Phil sensed that he should just wait. Finally, Luke, struggling audibly to control his voice, said, So I came, but my folks considered me a failure by their lights, and now here I'm beginning to feel like one on my own. Phil pondered how to react before he said anything. You're no failure, he said at last. You just have a problem that you haven't finished solving yet. Let's go see if I can help. They rode the remaining few minutes into the village in silence, Phil trying to pin down the thing that was gnawing at him about the windmill damage. He hadn't got very far when Luke pulled the bug up alongside a house near the periphery of the village and got out. Phil followed, frowning as he noticed that something was wrong with the house, too. It looked abandoned. Why would any house be abandoned in a colony so young? And lopsided. Only as he walked around to the far side did he see the reason for the lopsidedness. The bottom half-meter of the outside wall had crumbled around a third of its circumference, its shards and dust spilling into and mingling with the surrounding soil, which was chewed up, as if by that same misused plow or a rooting pig. Just like the windmill Luke had shown him up in the hanging valley. Phil still hadn't pinned down what was nagging him about that, but he felt sure the same thing bothered him about this ruined house. The agent of destruction, whatever it might be, was the same in both cases. It had to be. This is new, Luke was saying. It looks like the same kind of thing we've been seeing in the windmill field, which had a certain comforting remoteness about it, but lately it's been happening right in the village. As you can imagine, that's more personal and threatening for everybody who lives here. As Breakaway's newest resident, however temporary, Phil could appreciate that. He had the feeling he wouldn't sleep quite so well tonight as he'd been doing so far. Nobody seen it happening? Luke shook his head. It only happens at night. So? Couldn't people set alarms to alert them when something's happening outside, so they can look outside and see what it is? Sure. Tried it. Didn't work. Phil frowned. Didn't work how? The alarms didn't go off, even when there was plenty of damage to be seen in the morning. So a few brave souls tried staying out at night to watch. The things they were watching for never happened where anybody was watching, but some of the watchers were attacked by... Things. Things? Nobody ever got a good look, and since then it's been harder to find brave souls. Phil deliberated for a second or two and decided not to pursue that just now. Automatic cameras? I already told you we've tried those. But we can't put them everywhere. Most of them haven't seen anything. A couple of the earliest ones caught fleeting glimpses of motion, but too indistinct to give any idea of what was moving. But something was moving, said Phil. Luke's laugh was more like a snort. Sure. Obviously something had to be. We still have no idea what. Phil's eyes kept sweeping around the scene, trying to come up with something more substantial to say. All he came up with was, "Let me sleep on this. Sometimes that helps. Meanwhile, you've got a good meaty problem here. Just think how good it's going to feel when you do solve it." "I wish I believed that," said Luke. So did Phil, but he didn't say so. 5. At least now Phil understood, albeit dimly, why people warned him against going out at night. But he began to wonder whether the problem could be solved without it. And the night after Luke showed him the damage, though he slept better than he'd feared he might, did not bring the subconscious inspiration he'd hoped for. In the morning he asked Hazel to join him for breakfast. She was there in 15 minutes. "Very interesting tour with Luke yesterday," he said, over a local version of coffee and low-fat pastries delivered from indigenous plants. He told me. He waited to see how she'd react to that rather cryptic pronouncement. When she didn't, he proceeded as if she knew exactly what he was talking about. "There were a couple of things that bothered me, and I don't want to embarrass him with excessive cross-examination. He's feeling kind of insecure, you know." "Yes, I know." "So I thought I'd kick things around with you for a while, see if you might have a fresh perspective." "Surely not as fresh as yours," she said, "but I'll be glad to try." I gather that what bothers him most, aside from the obvious dangers, is that nobody understands how the damage to houses and windmills is happening. I'm not convinced that anybody has done as much as they might to investigate. "I can see how an outsider might think that," she said. "And you're still an outsider, though we're hoping to change that. I assume Luke told you that whatever is happening didn't set off alarms. Yes? Okay. Wouldn't you find that a bit spooky in our situation?" "Maybe. Spooky isn't a word I'm in the habit of using, though." "We aren't either," she said a bit frostily. "But things pile up. Combine that with the lack of any tracks leading to or from the damaged sites." "That's it!" Phil exclaimed, feeling a sudden chill. "That's what?" "Ever since he showed me those patches of torn-up ground around the messed-up structures, something has been bothering my subconscious about them. But I haven't been able to put a finger on it. You've done it for me. Somebody, or something, some animal or machine, must have done that stuff. But how did it get there and away?" He stared into space, frowning, pleased to have gotten past one stumbling block, but frustrated to see no way to go further beyond it. When the silence had stretched on too long, Hazel said, "And of course, then there are the deaths." Phil looked up sharply. "Deaths?" Hazel cocked an eyebrow. "Luke didn't mention them?" "No, I guess he wouldn't. He really is touchy about all this. He feels responsible for everything that's gone wrong, though of course he isn't. His windmills work fine. What's happening to them isn't his fault." "That's what I told him." "Good. Let's keep ganging up on him. And of course his connection to the damaged houses is even less." "Still, you mentioned deaths. You know, I just realized there's a contradiction there. That day on the boat when I brought up the question of predators, Luke said nobody had been attacked by anything yet. Then yesterday when he was showing me the damaged houses, he said some people who stayed out at night to see what was going on were attacked by, his word, and he hesitated before he said it, things. Why would he say they weren't one time and they were another?" "Well, we're not sure. These incidents were quite recent. We don't really know that they were literally attacks by anything. They looked like they were, and I think part of Luke is resigned to that, but another part is still hoping to prove that they were something else." She was silent for a while before adding, "A lot of us feel that way." Phil was silent even longer before asking, "So how many were there, and who were they?" "Just two," Hazel said. "But there isn't really any just in a situation like this, is there?" "Who?" he repeated, not mentioning that 2 deaths were a full % of their population. "Gerhardt Santos and Giselle Muhindi." Paul winced. Just 2 deaths doesn't have a face. Gerhardt and Giselle each did. He hadn't known Gerhardt well. He had a vague mental picture of a colleague of Hazel's in Boulder, a soft-spoken, amiable geologist with an ironically devilish goatee. Giselle was another matter. A protégé of Phil's, a young linguist who'd been born in Tanzania but raised almost her entire life on Luna. Phil remembered warning her there wouldn't be much for a linguist to do on the New World, and her cheerful smile as she answered, "Well, then I'll become something else. If I can't find something to keep me occupied on a whole new planet, I'm a lot farther over the hill than I thought." Now she was gone, and he'd had no chance to say goodbye. He didn't ask for details, but he suddenly felt a much more personal determination to get to the bottom of whatever was out there. "I'm sorry to break it to you this way," Hazel was saying. "I should have thought more about how—" He touched his hand sympathetically. "Anyway, I suspect you now have a better idea of how all this has been affecting the rest of us. But take it a little further. Our way of life is threatened. People we cared deeply about have lost their lives. Couple that with the mysteries of what's causing it, the lack of tracks, the silence of the alarms, well, after a while, it begins to look almost supernatural." "Supernatural?" Phil tried to sound incredulous, but didn't convince even himself. "Come on, Hazel. Most of these people are former academics. Many of them are scientists, and we're all human," she interrupted. "I think we all have a hardwired susceptibility to superstitious tendencies. This is starting to reawaken them, even in professional skeptics. They haven't gone so far as to actually admit that, yet, but they're scared. They've tried a lot of ways to figure out what's happening and come up dry. Meanwhile, it goes on, and there's nobody else out here to ask for help." She took both his hands in hers and looked straight into his eyes. There was a hint of pleading in her gaze that made him uncomfortable. "That's why I wanted to get you here, let you see what our normal life is like with no preconceived notions before we hit you with this. Intellectually, most of us still believe there has to be a rational explanation. But events have crept on us so gradually, it's become hard for us to think about them that way. Help us find that rational explanation, Phil, and a solution." The quest had turned personal. Phil thought hard about it the rest of the day, and he left the outside sound tuned all the way up at night. In the morning, he asked Luke to show him the automatic cameras they'd tried before. He reset as many of them as he could get his hands on, in new places all around the village, and also near undamaged windmills. He added more sensitive sound sensors and waited for the next morning. Luke drove him up to the windmill field to inspect the results. 2 more windmills and 2 houses wrecked, the occupants of the latter staring fearfully at the remains. But absolutely nothing on cameras or playbacks. As Luke had said, they couldn't put them everywhere, and the vandalism, or whatever it was, only happened where they weren't. Phil tried that for 2 more nights, with similar results. He noticed that new houses were being grown, presumably as spares to replace damage that had come to be expected but couldn't be predicted. On the 3rd morning of coming up dry, he came to the grim conclusion that the only way to see what was going on was to go out and watch, despite the apparently sound advice he'd been given. Nobody offered to go out with him, though plenty offered gratitude, wishes for good luck, and admiration of his courage. He didn't press the point, though he was disappointed and annoyed that not one of his old colleagues would share his risk. Once he felt close to just saying to hell with them and flying back to Newtown, leaving them to fend for themselves. But the problem nagged. He felt edgy when he set out alone to patrol the village 2 nights later. He waited until it was quite dark and dressed as invisibly as he could, with flat black clothing from head to toe, and soft-soled shoes that could grip almost anything and made an appreciable sound on almost nothing. He carried a powerful flashlight and a single weapon, a dazer, but resolved to use either only as an extreme last resort. Lacking any idea of what he might meet out here, he wanted to be able to defend himself, but he didn't want to scare anything off before he got a good look at it. Which meant relying on the fitful light from Selena, which was close to full but usually hidden by thick clouds, churning in several layers, streaming restlessly in different directions at different altitudes. Only rarely did the currents allow a clear view of the satellite, and in those fleeting instants the landscape brightened to a ghostly composition of soft glows and skeletal blackness. Then it faded again, leaving him to try to interpret things of which he'd caught only tantalizing glimpses. Night glasses helped, but not enough to give any illusion of daylight. For 2 hours and more he paced among the dome-like houses of the village, wincing when he came upon one that had been damaged, but never finding one currently under attack. Nothing stood between him and the eerie chorus of unfamiliar animal sounds from the surrounding forest and plain, and he had to work at reining in his imagination's efforts to read dark significance into every chirp and warble. Eventually, it almost became boring. It was after midnight, out on the west edge of the village, when things changed. His first hint was a faint sound that hit him immediately as different enough to stop him in his tracks, the merest suggestion of a combination of a scuffling and a sort of whispered chittering. He listened for several seconds, then moved on warily, planting each step with the greatest of care. After 4 such steps, one of those clear patches brushed across the face of Selina, and for half a second he saw the ground churning at his feet next to a house. With great difficulty he suppressed the urge to cry out a warning to the house's occupants. Then he realized that there weren't any. This house was one of the new ones being grown as spares, and it stood more than the average distance from any of its neighbors. But the ground was indeed, well, seething. There was no big animal or machine here, but rather, apparently, a great many little ones. He stood watching for some time, alternating fruitless glances at the restless ground with wary glimpses at his surroundings to see if something else was sneaking up on him while his attention was riveted there. He became aware of an unfamiliar smell, and then another, but, smells being smells, he couldn't tell where they were coming from. He did cry out, though he managed to stifle it to some extent, when he heard a sudden crescendo of what sounded like leathery wings, then felt pulses of wind as they flapped by within a meter of his face, then heard the sound recede. It had passed behind him, and when he tried to follow it with his limited eyes, he caught the merest glimpse of something receding into the darkness. One of the bat-gulls, he thought, or the things we saw dead among the windmills, or something else? His nerves truly on edge now, he tried to formulate a plan, but came up with nothing more coherent than continuing to watch, both the ground in front of him and the suddenly sinister night around him. A couple of minutes later, another flyer buzzed him, this time right in front of his face, and this time he felt sure it was one of the kind he'd seen dead on the hanging plane. And he couldn't shake the feeling that it had turned its head to look right into his eyes as it passed, though he could remember nothing about its eyes, if it had any. Trembling, he forced his mind to focus. The number one thing he was out here to investigate was happening right at his feet, and he had to get a better look at it, if nothing else. Carefully, he lowered himself to hands and knees, near the moving ground, but careful not to touch it, and strained to see what was causing the motion. The light was too dim to see much more than vague shapes at that scale, and he finally decided to allow himself one quick look with his flashlight. But as he reached to retrieve it from his pocket, the act threw him a little off balance, and quite suddenly he was hit from several sides at once by what felt like hard, squirming bodies, smaller than an adult human, but still frighteningly powerful. Something pinched him and tugged at his clothing in numerous places, but before he could turn to look, something knocked the night glasses off his face. The loud oof that escaped his lips was initially more surprise than anything else, but fear was not long in following. Things happened fast then, and he strained futilely to see what they were. The clouds were particularly thick at that moment, completely hiding Selina, and with the glasses gone his eyes struggled with minimal success to adapt to deep darkness. As whatever had hold of him dragged him roughly across the ground, he groped wildly in front of and around him, hoping to retrieve the glasses. All he found was what felt like small, wiry arms and furry, ever-moving bodies. He started to yell in earnest, but was cut off by something mushy and foul-tasting stuffed suddenly into his mouth. About then he had second thoughts about yelling anyway. Frightened as he was, and as great a relief as it would have been to have half a dozen armed villagers come running to his rescue, some part of him sensed that what was happening here was more than a mere nighttime nuisance, and he'd learn more by simply watching, as long as he safely could. After all, he was armed. Wasn't he? With a sudden surge of alarm, he abandoned his groping for his glasses, and instead grabbed for the pockets containing his flashlight and dazer. He fought down the temptation to use them, trying instead just to make sure they were still in place. They were, but finding out wasn't easy. His captors, had hold of every part of him and made it hard to move his arms in any controlled way. Once he found his precious cargo, he stopped resisting their efforts to restrain his arms, not wanting to call their attention to the bulges in his clothing by letting his hands linger there. Their smell, he was thinking there now, there had to be more than one, was overpowering at this distance, and he hurt all over from pummels and pulls and pinches. The ground changed underfoot, becoming less grassy and more rocky. Then he was flung against something hard and held there while the forms squirmed and chittered around him. He had dark adapted enough now to make out vague shapes, but no detail. Whatever they were wrapping him with something that felt like a hybrid of rope, rubber band, and reptile, and that put a much more effective end to his struggles. Panic felt perilously close as they manhandled him along the side of the hard thing he'd been pushed against, clumsily upended him, apparently they couldn't quite lift him, and shoved him into a cramped space, like a box open at the top. Something slammed noisily shut behind him, and in the same instant he became aware of the feel of splinters, at least two strong new smells, and a jerky rocking motion of the box he was in. And then a sudden lunge as the whole thing started to move away from the village. The jerky rocking didn't stop. The feel of the motion quickly told him this thing was on wheels, but not on pavement. It picked up speed quickly, seemingly hitting every rock and root in the area. Irregular grunts and rhythmic percussive sounds suggested some sort of draft animal up front, but the impression was vague at best. And, just as Phil began to feel that he was getting close enough night vision to have some hope of seeing what his conveyance was and what was powering it, it plunged into forest, and everything went pitch black again. The noise of its reckless plunge changed character, shattering into millions of tiny reflections off branches and rocks and foliage. His teeth jarred achingly together, branches slapped and cracked against the outside walls of the box, yet somehow the thing kept going without crashing into a bone-breaking halt or inflicting serious damage on his exposed head. Nerve-wracking as it was, some small inner part of Phil, was that something Hazel had known he had, the reason she had brought him here, began to relax just enough to look for clues in his predicament. Whatever had captured him was clearly not human, and neither ground-based observers nor surveillance satellites had noticed any new spacecraft coming in. So, his captors were almost certainly natives, who had somehow, impossible as it seemed, escaped prior notice by the colonists. Evidently they were nocturnal. A large part of the terror of his ride stemmed from the fact that it was done in rough, crowded terrain, with no semblance of artificial running lights and no Selena light worth mentioning, especially here in the forest, so whoever was driving it, and whatever was pulling it, must have extremely sensitive vision, or infrared vision, or ultrasonar, or... But Phil didn't, and he could hardly have imagined how much terror utter darkness could add to a fast, rough ride that would have been scary enough in broad daylight. Seized by a desperate desire to learn more as quickly as possible, he wiggled his hands and found that his bindings weren't as secure as he'd feared. He couldn't swing an arm, but he could squirm one hand into a position where he could operate either the dazer or the flashlight, if he chose to. Either beam would have to come through fabric, of course. That wouldn't matter to the dazer, and even the filtered flashlight might be enough to be useful. But it would also give him away, and possibly throw away any slight advantage he might have. So he forced himself to refrain. Then, abruptly, the sound changed again, and one of those fleeting thin patches in the clouds let through enough Selena light to show him that they were emerging from the forest, a whip-like branch stinging his face. Straight ahead loomed a cliff, rising sheer to a height so great he couldn't pick out its top from the black clouds beyond, and his ride was plunging straight toward it without the slightest hint of slowing down. In an astonishing kaleidoscopic flash, his mind fast-forwarded through the events since Hazel had walked back into his life and enticed him into this mess. Then the sound changed yet again, and though Selena and her light had again vanished, he knew from the deafening din that his carriage, such as it was, had plunged into a narrow slot canyon and was continuing its headlong advance. Faster, in fact, even though an occasional turn jerked him from side to side, and smoother, even though the echoes between two sheer cliffs close at hand made the sound much louder. Smoother? He was reminded of a time back in the hills of southwestern Colorado when Hazel had taken him on an off-road adventure, and the luxuriously silky feeling when her four-wheel drive vehicle finally returned to maintained highway. Was this twisting passage through the canyon a road? Why not, Phil thought, finally admitting the obvious to himself. Whoever has me is obviously intelligent and at least a little bit technological. But what do they want with me? Whatever it was quite clear that everything humanity had known about its place in the universe for the last century had just changed radically. These creatures shouldn't have existed anywhere, and especially here. 6. The ride continued in the same vein for several minutes, fast, dark, loud, relatively smooth, but with frequent lurches from side to side, all intensifying the feeling of careening through a narrow, sheer-walled, winding canyon. Toward the end, Phil sensed that from a new gradual change in sound quality, another light patch in the clouds let him vaguely see the canyon's rims, high above and frighteningly close together. This time the brightening lasted a little longer and grew. The wagon emerged from the slot canyon as abruptly as it had entered, and for part of a minute Phil could at last see some of his surroundings. Selina shone down like a spotlight through a hole in the restless clouds, twice as bright as full luna on a good night on Earth. Looking up from where he sat in the wagon, he could see that they had emerged into a bowl-like valley, still tight and steep-walled on all sides. Indeed, there seemed to be overhangs like craggy eyebrows all around, but much more open than the canyon they had just traversed. Still, there were cliffs everywhere, including straight ahead, so he felt a certain relief when he slid suddenly forward across the floor of his box as the vehicle screeched to a halt. He even found himself relieved that there was a solid wall there, and it held as he bumped painfully but not destructively against it. As the last motion ceased, he noticed one more thing about the surrounding cliffs. Back under the rim of the one catching the most moonlight, the rock of the cliff itself had been carved into huge, high-relief sculptures, some of them distantly resembling the otters he'd seen, and others just as distantly resembling the bats. He'd barely had time to recognize that there were more sculptures on some of the less well-lit cliff faces when the clouds again drew a curtain over Selina. It wasn't quite so sudden this time, so first the darker sculptures disappeared, and then the brighter ones faded slowly. At the same time, scurrying sounds came from outside, then the sound of something mechanical, like a latch being unfastened, and the wagon's tailgate fell open. He smelled non-human bodies, felt warm breath, and for the first time saw, however poorly, some of his captors as they wrestled him out of the wagon and half laid, half dropped him on the ground. They looked vaguely like those six-legged otters, but bigger and with huge eyes. Some walked on four legs with their forequarters upright like the centaurs of human mythology. Others balanced even more upright on hind legs and tails. Most of them seemed to be struggling to lift him, but jabbering wildly as if they couldn't agree on how to do it. Others were attending to a much larger beast of vaguely similar body plan, hitched to the front of the wagon. As he helplessly endured the otter's unskilled efforts, he noticed sculptures and other obviously artificial works, including what looked like doorways all around them, seemingly carved out of the rock. Other otters were running out, some of them using all six extremities as legs until they got close, as if to see what their fellows had brought home and how they might help. "This is a city," he thought. "How could we have missed this for all this time?" Even as he asked the question, he saw at least part of the answer. He remembered trying to peer into the deep rock crevices as Hazel had flown into Breakaway that first afternoon, and finding them too narrow and dark. If these otters were nocturnal, and their sculptures were hidden back under the overhangs... It wasn't a full explanation, but it was a start. After too much rough jostling, they evidently decided he was too heavy to carry, and it would be easier to make him walk, their way. They shifted abruptly from trying to lift him, as he was, to propping him up on his feet and trying to steady him there. He was willing enough to help with that. Once he was reasonably stable, several of them pressed hard to immobilize his arms while they loosened his vine-like bindings, one of them jabbering near his face, as if to tell him, "Don't get any ideas." That was an interesting development, but he resisted the urge to try to throw his restraints off entirely. Until they started shoving him, still holding his arms against his side, toward one of the dark doorways in the cliff face. By now, clouds again covered Selina so thickly that he could recognize the door only as a slightly deeper blackness, but as they got very close, he could see that it was smoothly worked and ornamented, and had some sort of hinged closure currently propped open toward the inside. New smells and a disturbing warmth issued from within, and when they tried to push him through into that unseen but surely more confining space, Phil reached a breaking point. Tensing all relevant muscles and then releasing all the tension in one swift, explosive effort, he knocked a couple of his captors aside, took his dazer in hand, and pointed it out between two coils of his wrappings. For a moment he held it there, trembling slightly, debating whether he dared fire it when he couldn't see where it was aimed. With all the restraint he could muster, he held off, hoping that if he really needed to use it, there'd be a better time later. But already it was too late. As soon as he got the muzzle out, one of the otters noticed and batted it out of his hand. He cried out involuntarily as it left his grasp and clattered across the rock, vanishing completely. And at the same instant, they pushed him through the door into complete darkness, bumping his head on the way, and he heard the door slam shut and latch. Trapped in the dark both literally and figuratively, and defenseless, Phil numbly let himself be pushed ahead. To his surprise, they didn't go very far before they stopped, slinky bodies pressing in around him from all sides to keep him upright and motionless. And somebody turned on a light. It wasn't much of a light, but under the circumstances it was very welcome indeed. It came up gradually, rising only to a level well short of earthly full moonlight, but the dim black and white view at least told him something about his surroundings. It was a single large room, and from his feel for the distance they'd traveled, he was pretty sure they hadn't gone through any corridors. Looking as close to over his shoulder as he could manage, he saw the corner of the door through which they'd come in from the outside. It was only 20 meters or so back, he guessed, but there was no way he could get there now. He was still surrounded by a squirming horde of otters, pressing in to make sure he couldn't go anywhere. The light came from several sources, glowing discs that cast eerily writhing shadows of otters all over the walls. He towered over them, but they were still in control. A black shadow passed swiftly over him with a leathery sound of flapping wings, and he looked up, startled. There were glowing discs in the ceiling, too. A high ceiling, at least 15 meters in the middle of its domed expanse. 2 or 3 of the big bats, or something much like them, were looping around the room, sometimes swooping through the center as if to scrutinize him. A few more sat awkwardly on high ledges or hung upside down from projecting rods. Dark patches, high in the walls, looked like the ends of passages from somewhere. More doors, high above the floor. As the sculptures outside had suggested, there was some connection between the otters and the bats. But what was it? One otter's chittering rose loudly above the others, and the hall grew chillingly quiet. The flying bats found ledges or perches of their own and settled quietly onto them. And Phil saw both otters and bats, yes, both had hands, putting on what looked like dark glasses. Made sense, analytical Phil reflected. He'd already realized from his hair-raising ride through the darkness that they didn't need much light, and that might imply that they couldn't tolerate much either. But why were they putting on glasses now? They'd just come from outside, where the rare moments of full Selina light were distinctly brighter than what now filled the hall. So if they didn't need them out there... The answer came even as he formed the question. One glow disk in the middle of the ceiling grew still brighter, casting what looked like a celestial spotlight on the otters in the middle of the floor. As the light grew to a level that Phil judged just a bit brighter than full Selina on a clear night, the otters moved outward, forming a rough circle around the bright area, fading into the relative darkness. The ones between Phil and the center parted, giving him an unobstructed view of the spotlit central area. He stared wide-eyed at what the spotlight showed, barely noticing as the otters holding him up relaxed their grip somewhat. He didn't even think about trying to escape. The only thing he felt now was intense curiosity about what came next. Rising from the floor, dead center in the bright circle, stood a startlingly accurate model of one of the breakaway colonists' windmills, whirling rotor and all. For a minute or so he watched it, and then something changed. Somewhere across the room he heard a vaguely familiar whining and buzzing, like a thin, pale imitation of something he'd heard before. He couldn't quite place it, until he saw the little flying things enter the column of light, darting about in apparently random patterns that reminded him of moths around a light at Hazel's place in Boulder. Then he realized they were the same bug-like critters he'd found so pesky when Luke took him up to see the real windmills. They weren't as loud here, despite the wall reflections, because there weren't as many, but they were clearly the same thing, swirling around the windmill model, though they didn't seem to care about light or dark, individuals dipping freely in and out of the luminous pillar. Occasionally one crashed into the whirling blades and fell staggeringly to the floor, twitching but unable to take back off. After a minute or so of that, one of the bats dropped from its dimly lit perch, spread its wings, and flapped right past Phil, flying into the light. It did a graceful U-turn on the far side and flew straight toward Phil, mouth gaping as it flew through the light. And the flying bugs. It was eating them. Two other bats joined in that performance, and then one of them suddenly sprouted a small but unmistakable arm just in front of its wing, and launched what appeared to be a toy glider, or a miniature of the bat that released it. The model bat/glider flew into the windmill blades, just like several bugs that had preceded it, and went into a fatal spin, falling motionless to the floor. All the bats in the air repeated that too, showing clearly that they were catching the small flyers on the wing and eating them, and launching small replicas of themselves into the whirling blades, which put an abrupt end to their graceful flight. Then they stopped. No more gliders, except the few broken ones in the pool of light around the base of the windmill. The little food flyers gradually dissipated into the darkness, fewer and fewer of them flickering briefly in the brightness. The aerial balletic bats returned to their perches and settled down, as if waiting for something. They all seemed to be looking at Phil, who was still staring at the windmill and the gliders around its base, his throat dry. Utter silence, except for the scattered whines of the few remaining food bugs and an almost imperceptible hum that might have been a motor driving the windmill blades, dragged on for at least a minute. It gradually dawned on Phil that all the otters were watching him too. Then, abruptly, a half-dozen or so of them rushed into the light, extended their four-limb hands, and began tearing the windmill apart. Or, more precisely, dismantling it. Though they worked fast, Phil felt eerily certain that there was no violent rage in their action, but simply the efficiency of workers doing something that had to be done. In moments the whole thing lay in pieces at their feet, and they stood pointing at it with outstretched arms and staring at Phil, as if they expected him to do something. Heart-pounding, he pieced together some of what they were trying to say, though a key piece of it still eluded him. And, he cautioned himself, these were aliens, an extraterrestrial, non-human intelligence that shouldn't even exist. Their minds might work very differently from his. But he felt oddly certain that they knew that, and had already learned enough about humans to put together an elaborate message for them. And Phil, for whatever reason, was the one chosen to receive it. He understood that they wanted the windmills destroyed, and even a little bit about why. But what could he do about it? What should he do about it? Shaking his head, he said, "I'll talk to them," and experimentally started to back slowly away. Somewhat to his surprise, they didn't try to stop him. Emboldened, he swiveled his head very slowly to look back toward the door. The light was poor back there, but there weren't many otters that way. Evidently they had been as intent on the show in the center of the hall as he was, or maybe just on his reaction to it. "I'll talk to them," he repeated, softly but clearly. "I'll see what I can do." If they let him keep inching backward, maybe he could get close enough to the door to make a dash for it and try to open it. Suddenly, as if reading his mind, a multitude of otters swarmed forward, converging on him as if to attack. He'd seen no evidence that they were armed, but he didn't want to take chances. Succumbing to panic, he wheeled and ran full out for the door. He was greatly outnumbered, but his much longer legs gave him an advantage in speed. He got there in time to see a simple bar held it in place. Squirming, sinuous bodies pressed against him and tugged at him, but couldn't stop him from lifting the bar, opening the door, and squeezing out into the open square. Enough selenolite squeezed through the clouds to let him see the narrow mouth of the canyon through which they'd arrived. A few otters, alone or in pairs, strolled about their business in distant parts of the square, but seemed not to notice him. He was running across the stone-floored courtyard and had made it halfway to the canyon mouth when he heard otters burst out of the door behind him, chattering loudly. A couple of their voices rang out as if they were shouting through megaphones. Some of the civilians stopped and turned this way. Then they broke into their short-legged runs, and suddenly they were converging on him from all sides. New ones streamed out of doorways to join the flood. He stopped, frantically trying to calculate the best way to get to the canyon before them, and saw no way of beating all of them there. But he did see the box-like wagon that had carried him here, with the draft beast, obviously a large, heavy, shaggy relative of the otters, still hitched to it, and approximately facing the canyon. Its shape, size, and sturdiness reminded him vaguely of a mythical dragon, and he found himself thinking of it as a dragon horse. After a short moment of serious hesitation, he leaped into the cart, snatching up a rock as he did so. He bounced the rock off the beast's back and let out the most blood-curdling yell he'd ever managed. It worked. The beast took off with a lurch, the wagon jerking violently to catch up and throwing Phil to its floor. It felt like it was going in the right direction, but Selina had disappeared again, so he couldn't see, and he had no idea how much, or what, the critter would do with no otter directing it. It didn't matter. Phil had no idea how to drive one of these things, and it would either happen or not. It was out of his hands. A few seconds later, he let out a whoop of mixed relief. If they'd been going to run into a wall, it would have happened by now. The sound, and a couple of fleeting flashes of Selina light, told him they were in the canyon again. All he wanted was to get as far out through it as he could, to gain a head start. Surely the otters couldn't run as fast as the dragon horse. But if the ride had been terrifying when he didn't understand how the driver could see where they were going, it was doubly so when he knew there was no driver. Time to begin thinking about an exit strategy. Eventually, he assumed, the beast would tire, but it might first run even faster if they got out in the open. If he could judge when they were almost to the end of the canyon, maybe he could jump out when the animal had to slow for a turn. They never got that far. He began hearing otter voices far behind him, and then a different kind of chatter coming rapidly closer, and seemingly above. A couple of bats flew straight over the open top of the wagon, just a couple of meters above, in seeming slow motion. One of them swooped close to the draft animal, made hurried noises, and the wagon stopped abruptly, slamming him once more against the front of the box. Ignoring his aches and bruises, he stood up and looked around. The bats had continued ahead when wagon and beast halted, but he suspected they'd be looping back at any moment. And he could hear otters gaining rapidly from behind. He was surprised they'd made it this far already, till he reflected that they might have used another vehicle. Going ahead or back on foot was not an option. Casting his muted gaze wildly about his immediate surroundings, he found a nearby crack in the wall that he might be able to climb out of sight, particularly since there was a good deal of fallen rock lodged in it. They'd have him cornered, but... Seconds later, he was huddled at the back of the crack, perched atop a pile of small talus, his head almost bumping solid rock at the top. At least he had a high ground of sorts for defense, but what might they have for offense? He could only guess what weapons of their own they might have, but one chilling possibility was that one of them might have picked up his dazer. True, they wouldn't know what to do with it, at first, but it might not take much trial and error to learn. Before he could think about it too long, one of the bats flew past the crevice, and chattering otters gathered at its foot, looking up at him. Then one of them started to climb toward him, with impressive agility. There wasn't time for conscious thought. When Phil tried to reconstruct the experience later, he couldn't say whether he had actually thought about the evidence of the otters and bats' sensitivity to bright light. All he knew was that suddenly the flashlight was in his hand, shining at maximum setting down the crevice, straight into the desperate face of the otter climbing up toward him. It cried out, slammed its eyes shut, and lost control, tumbling down the rocks and landing in a heap. Others gathered anxiously around it, and in a few seconds they seemed to have forgotten all about Phil. One of the bats flew by and peered in, but another quick flash of the light sent that one away. In the ensuing minutes, Phil saw no more bats, but caught glimpses, whenever Selina permitted, of otters fussing over their fallen comrade, then lifting and carrying him, it, back toward the wagon. There was a slow scurrying, then sounds of the wagon and its entourage starting back toward the city in the bowl. Phil waited many minutes before he dared radio back to Hazel, asking her to home in on his beacon and pick him up in the morning, carefully. "You were right about having a problem," he concluded, "but it's a lot bigger than you thought." A little later, when no more sounds had come from the otter town, he ventured back out into the canyon and began to pick his way farther out toward a reasonable pickup point. He looked back often, but neither saw nor heard any sign of more danger coming this way. When he could see that he was almost at the exit of the canyon, he holed up in another side crack and risked getting a little sleep. But it was never very restful. Shortly before the beginnings of dawn, he thought he heard a distant sound that reminded him of some kind of engine, but no kind that he knew the colonists to be using. But he found that so hard to believe that by morning he had convinced himself, at least partly, that it was only a dream. 7. He woke to bright but still ruddy daylight and the sound of another engine, this one definitely real and reassuringly familiar. It took a moment to gather his wits and remember where he was, but then he took only a quick glance around before scampering down out of his shelter crack and up the remaining few meters to the end of the slot canyon. He stepped out into a broad band of open, oddly bare rock, walled by forest on the other side, and ran back and forth, scanning the sky and waving wildly, and feeling the effort in every battered muscle and joint. He spotted the minicopter right away, following the coastline half a kilometer or so away, but then veering straight toward him and descending smoothly. All his frenetic motion was unnecessary, of course, if his beacon and their pickups were working right, but he didn't want to leave anything to chance. The soft, smooth purr of the copter's engine grew louder, but never unpleasant, and faded back as the machine settled in next to him, a foot above the ground with nose slightly raised. Hazel was at the helm, with Luke in the co-pilot seat. Luke flung the nearest door open, and Phil yelled, "Don't land! Don't stop the engine!" He grabbed the door frame and hauled himself up into the cramped rear seat. "Let's get out of here!" He pulled the door shut behind him and stole one last glance down the slot canyon. Hazel started taking them up, but Luke couldn't help staring over his shoulder. "What happened to you? You look like hell." "Thanks, it's good to see you too." But he couldn't deny Luke's observation. His clothes were tattered, and he sported a wide assortment of scrapes and bruises. "I'll tell you on the way." Hazel stole a glance over her shoulder, and he was surprised to see genuine concern there. "I missed you, Phil," she said. I was worried about you." "So was I," he said with a wry grimace. Then the bitterness that had been building up came spilling out. "If you were really worried about me, why didn't you come out with me last night? Or at least monitor me from inside, ready to help if I got in trouble?" Hazel looked startled. "What?" "I didn't give it a thought," he finished for her. "Looks to me like you didn't care at all. You just hoped I'd do it all for you while you sat inside and waited. Or maybe you just didn't have the guts." "Now, just a minute," she interrupted hotly. "That's not fair, and you know it. Phil cut her off with a wave of his hand, trying at the same time to clamp a lid back on his own outburst. "Never mind," he said roughly. "What's done is done, and we don't have time to argue. We've got a real problem here, and we're going to all have to keep our heads on to figure out what to do about it." He paused before dropping the bombshell. "I was kidnapped." Two incredulous frowns across the seatback. Phil divided his attention between them and studying the ground they'd just left, looking in vain for any trace of what he'd seen during the night. "Kidnapped?" Hazel repeated, her anger seemingly forgotten. "How can that be? We're all accounted for, and—" "Not us," he said. "There was somebody here before us. Natives, I suspect, and they're not happy with us." A long silence, except for the whirring engine, accompanied by blank stares. "At least one species," he added after a while. "Probably two." He watched the ground below them. They must have been following something at least approximating the route of last night's wild ride, but he could see no evidence of it. "How could we have missed them?" Hazel asked finally, frowning deeply. "We did careful scans when we arrived, and we've had satellites watching the surface ever since." "But we couldn't look for everything," Phil said. "Only what we thought of. And while the satellites have collected lots of data, we haven't had anybody scrutinizing most of it. I think it's going to turn out that a lot of what they do doesn't look much like the way we'd do it. I've only begun to see hints of the infrastructure, but you'd be surprised at what's down in the cracks in those fracture zones. I think most of what they do is hidden from the surface, and they only do it at night." "I have to have another look," Hazel said suddenly, swinging the copter around to swerve back the way they'd come. Good, said Phil. He'd been concerned about the fact that they'd already been on a landing approach to breakaway. He'd never been more than a few miles away, which was hardly surprising, and a copter covered such distances fast. Take your time. Look around. Breakaway is going to have to make some hard decisions fast, and it might be best if the three of us compared notes before we go home and open the floor. They kept talking as Hazel doubled back and kept circling, looking at the general vicinity of the town where Phil had been taken, and still seeing no obvious sign of such a thing. 2 species, you said Luke. And those are... Otters and bats, Phil said. Big ones in both cases. The bats may be the same kind you showed me dead in the windmill field. The otters are bigger than the ones we saw along the coast, but smaller than us. And they seem to have some kind of symbiotic relationship. The town where they took me seemed to belong mainly to otters, but there were bats there too. And sculptures of both. Town? Hazel and Luke gasped in unison. Hazel added, Maybe you'd better start at the beginning. Phil tried, doing his best to condense the frightening ride and the show in the underground hall into a short, coherent, easy-to-follow narrative. He feared he wasn't too successful, and he kept reminding himself not to mention the engine he thought he'd heard during the night. He needed all the credibility he could get. Something about our windmills bothers them, he said, trying to wrap things up. I wasn't completely clear on what, but I think I got part of it. Our annoying little flyers are a food source for the big bats, and it seems the windmills kill bats both directly and indirectly by killing their food. It's not just the windmills, said Luke, looking pale. Remember I told you how for a while we tried to exterminate the little flyers? Maybe we shouldn't. But why don't they just eat somewhere else? It's not as if we're doing that everywhere. I don't know, said Phil. But I think both bats and otters are a lot smarter than we'd like to believe. Maybe they think about the future. Maybe they think you grew your windmills on sacred ground. He frowned. I don't even know which they I'm talking about when I say that. And I don't understand why the otters care so much about a disruption of the bats' food supply, if that's their grievance. He made a frustrated shrug. Anyway, they pantomimed destruction of our windmills. Analytical Phil noted in passing that he'd said our instead of your, something he might not have done yesterday. I think they want us to do it, and if we won't, they're prepared to do it for us. Luke looked aghast at the thought. Hazel just said grimly, It's not that simple. Indeed it isn't, Phil agreed. I tried to tell them I couldn't do anything but would talk to the rest of you, see what could be done, and they attacked me. I escaped well enough to call you and wait for you to come and get me, but I'm afraid I've created a seriously unstable situation. In my getaway, I heard at least one otter, maybe seriously. He paused. I suspect I'm about as welcome as a defendant who ran out of his own trial and slugged a cop to do it. Except I'm an alien, too, which probably makes it even worse. If they think anything like humans, their grudge may well extend to all humans. Oh my, Hazel said softly. That was a classic theme in the old science fiction I used to study. What to do about colonizing a planet with native intelligence. The classic options were to wipe them out, which the more civilized writers tended to regard as a highly distasteful last resort. Of course, Phil muttered. That's genocide. I'd want no part of it. Or to leave the planet as expeditiously as possible, to minimize contaminating the native culture. Sounds noble, but we don't have that option. The gate doesn't work anymore, and we never could use it in the other direction. That's what we get for using found technology that's past its prime, with no manual and nobody to tell us. Could the otters be the builders? Luke asked suddenly. Or the bats? Or their ancestors? I suppose it's conceivable, said Phil, but I doubt we'll ever know. Maybe someday things will settle down enough that we can look into it. I know I'd like to. But for now, we have a much more immediate problem, and we're going to have to do something about it fast. Yes, Hazel said, with a wry hint of a grin. And, dearly as I love them all, these are the kinds of people who hold faculty meetings. This is going to take a lot of getting used to, said Phil. We've been convinced we were unique for so long that we're out of practice at thinking about how we might deal with a non-human intelligence. Hazel circled for a while without saying anything, except, I still don't see how a town can be hidden down there. We can't leave the planet, Luke said. But we could leave the continent, fold up Breakaway and go back to Newtown. That's a last resort, too, Hazel said firmly. We still want to build a better human way here, and we have two incompatible ideas about how to do it. We need space. Besides, it wouldn't accomplish anything in the long run. Humans will multiply, especially your folks, Luke, and so will the natives. Even if there aren't any in New Gondwana, water crossing is bound to happen sooner or later. Contact is inevitable. But not in our lifetimes, Luke insisted. If we all went back to Newtown, we could buy some time. Not as much as you think, said Phil. Have you run the numbers? Besides, leaving problems for future generations to solve was a large part of how Sol's system got itself in such trouble. Our idea here was to lay good foundations from the start. I still think we should try hard to do that. Which means, said Hazel, still circling pensively, we have to try to get to know the natives now, before the trouble gets out of hand. Contact has already happened. The only question now is what we can do about it. We need to talk, and that means we need a linguist, fast before this becomes a clash of numbers. Phil thought of Giselle and felt an ache. Are there others? Not really, said Hazel. A few amateur dabblers, but we need somebody with as much expertise as we can find. The longest silence yet since their takeoff. Then Luke said, I know one, back in Newtown. She's really good, but she's also really zealous. Used to be a missionary. Would you guys want to bring her here? We may not have a choice. Hazel hesitated a few more seconds, then turned the copter back on a beeline for breakaway. We'd better get back and call a town meeting, pronto. Those guys Phil ticked off could be back as soon as tonight, and who knows what they'll do. 8. They started spreading the word as soon as they got back, and by lunchtime the gathering hall was buzzing. People drifted in at various times, saw the posted notice, if they hadn't already heard the rumor, of an urgent post-lunch meeting, and nobody left. Tables hummed with speculation, and people crowded around Phil and Hazel to ask what they'd found out. Well before the scheduled end of the normal lunch hour, everyone was finished eating and leaning forward in their chairs. Somebody started rapping on the table, and Hazel stood up and waved them to silence. Our visitor has news, she began, an inconspicuous mic picking up her voice and stretching it to fill the hall and the electronic minutes. This affects all of us, and we're going to have hard choices, so listen up and consider this an official gathering with everything on record. Phil? She turned the floor over with a gesture, and he stood up and nodded to the assemblage. He'd washed up and changed clothes, but there was no hiding his battle scars. As you can all see, it was a rough night. A scattering of uneasy laughter. The good news is that I've learned something we didn't know before, and it's definitely relevant to your problems. The bad news is that what I've brought back is mostly questions, and we don't have long to find the answers. He paused. The central fact is this. You've got neighbors. He'd never realized a crowd could gasp as one, but this one did. Then the gasp dissolved into a general agitated hubbub from which shouted questions began to emerge. Phil held up his hands for quiet. Please, friends, let me give you some background before you try to ask questions. Last night, as some of you know, I did what you all warned me not to do, because I'd decided nothing else was going to work. I stayed out at night to see what happened. Well, plenty did. He recapped the story of his adventure, much as he'd done for Hazel and Luke in the copter, finding a few new ways to smooth the telling. Nonetheless, just as with them, he had to fend off interruptions, but tried to hold them to a minimum by promising to cover everything he could and take questions when he'd finished. The decisions we have to make, he concluded a few minutes later, sound simple enough, but making them won't be easy. Do we do what the natives want and stop using the windmills? If we do, can we keep living here? Or should we close up shop, leave this place to the ones who were already here, and head back to Newtown? Hell no! A harsh male voice yelled from the back of the hall. We've put a lot of work into this place, and what's happening in Newtown is completely unacceptable. We're not giving up our hard-earned gains for some primitive creatures, and we're not hurting them anyway. Actually, Phil said carefully, they made a pretty good case that we are. This time he was careful to use we rather than you. And they may not be nearly as primitive as you think. And if that's the case, a woman near the left wall said, in a more thoughtful tone than the first speaker, we'll have to be careful how we treat them. But this is so confusing. We didn't think there was anybody else. How could we have known? Can't we set things up so they just won't run into the windmills? A younger man asked. Maybe we will have to leave, said another woman near the opposite wall. If these are intelligent beings like us, the younger man spoke again. What if we shut the windmills down just for a while, as a gesture of goodwill, while we try to learn more about who these beings are and what they—
They're aliens, the hell no guy interrupted. And they're a threat to us. What do you think we're going to do? Sit down to tea with them and have a bit of a chat? I say—
Hazel rapped sharply. One at a time, she shouted, sharply enough to command silence. You, Corcovan, can say your say after Smonik has finished his. And don't any of you forget that this is an official gathering, and I called it, so I'll moderate it. She turned back to the young man he'd interrupted, who Phil now noticed had an improbable combination of red hair, freckles, and a deep tan. You were saying, Mr. Smonik? Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was only saying that maybe we should try to talk to them, and I don't think dismissing the idea with gratuitous sarcasm will accomplish anything. I think we should be considering how we might talk to them. Phil, you were among them. You heard them talking among themselves, and they got at least some information across to you. Any idea where we might go from here?
They didn't get much across, said Phil, but we didn't spend much time at it either. I don't expect it to be easy. I don't think either the otters or the bats, and we'd better come up with better names for them soon, can make our speech sounds, and we can't make theirs. But linguists have ways around that these days, which have never been tried on non-humans for obvious reasons, Corcovan broke in. Hazel cut him off. Mr. Corcovan, you will wait your turn. She turned back to Phil. You were saying? I was saying, Phil said levelly, that linguists now have analyzers and synthesizers that can process and make any kind of sound you want, and neural net systems that can watch and listen to interacting beings and learn rather quickly to correlate meanings and utterances. Rather quickly, Hazel agreed, though nowhere near as quickly as in most of the old stories. If we go that route, it will take time. We'll need patience. Corcovan, a big burly fellow with shaggy salt-and-pepper sideburns, was making a great show of asking to be recognized in strict accordance with the rules of order. Hazel noted that, but before doing so, asked, Mr. Smonik, do you have anything to add? Not at the moment, said Smonik, looking satisfied. Hazel nodded toward Corcovan. Mr. Corcovan. Corcovan stood up and bowed all around. Then he said, Do we have time? Will these so-called otters and bats have the patience you say we must have? He paused. When nobody answered, he added, I hardly need to point out that we've lost our only linguist. Even if we hadn't, I'd say, why bother? These beings you've inconveniently found are a clear and present danger to us, and our own survival and welfare have to be our top priority. What we need to do is a preemptive strike. Wipe them out before they cause us real trouble. There's a very ugly word for what you're suggesting, Phil said in an almost threatening tone, aimed unmistakably at Corcovan personally. Even if most of us were willing to consider it, which I sincerely hope we're not, what makes you think we could pull it off without knowing a lot more than we do? He addressed the entire assemblage. Look, people, you brought me here from the other side of the world because you wanted my opinion as an objective outsider, so I'm going to give it to you. Neither preemptive genocide, nor just giving in and leaving, or even abandoning the windmills, is a good idea. Let's take a look at each of them. If we tried Corcovan's get them before they get us, we have very little idea what we'd be up against. We don't know how big this town they took me to is, or how it works, or whether it's in communication with others. We have no idea what would be the best way for us to strike, or how they might retaliate. On the other hand, if we just capitulate and do what we think they want right away, with no discussion, without even being sure we understand the request, that could show weakness and invite them to make a preemptive strike, if they think that way and have the strength. We can't afford to do that, and it may not be necessary. Moreover, the technology we depend on to live in this alien place is fragile. You've already recognized that. It's why you've encouraged Luke to develop his windmills. But we can't count on either the windmills or our other tech to keep going forever. Someday we may have to do without any or all of it. That's one way the second waivers have an advantage, Luke added. More people to do more jobs. Right, Phil nodded. A trade-off we knowingly made and accepted. But if we're determined to stay here in our smaller numbers and make it without them, we may someday have to depend on native help, if it's available. He let that sink in for a few seconds, then gestured for quiet again. So I think you can see what our immediate course has to be. We can't make the preemptive strike Mr. Corcovan would like, not only because most of us would find it morally unacceptable, but because we don't know what we'd be up against. We can't just shut down the windmills, because it would be seen as a show of weakness. We have to keep them running, at least for now, and we have to stop being afraid of the dark and get out there and guard them. Last, but far from least, we have to learn more about them, as fast as we can. And that means, as Mr. Smonik said, we need a linguist. He stopped and waited. The hall grew very hushed, and the hush stretched on. Finally, somebody, perhaps the woman who had first lamented that the situation should be so confusing, said, just loud enough to be heard, "But we've lost Giselle. She's the only one we had." Phil and Hazel let the silence stretch a little longer. Then Luke said, "I think most of us know another. Not here, not in Breakaway. Not now, but she could be." He paused to let them figure it out for themselves. Finally, the woman near the left wall spoke again, quietly, tentatively, as if she couldn't quite believe that the only thing she could think of to say was what she should say. "Calantha McQuaid?" Luke nodded. "Yes, she knows her stuff. Maybe we can persuade her to come to Zoe for a visit." An agitated murmur swept the room, above which Corcovan bellowed, "Why would we want her here? She'll be nothing but trouble." "Because we need her," Hazel said, quietly but clearly. "Because she has knowledge and skills that may mean survival for us." "But we moved across the ocean to get away from her kind," Corcovan persisted. "Times change," Smonik called out. "She may not be our first choice, but she's our only choice. And we need her soon. We can't waste a lot of time arguing about it." They argued anyway, of course, but Hazel, Phil, and Luke managed to keep the bulk of the debate under an hour. In the end, the conclusion was inevitable. Only details were still in doubt. "This isn't over yet," Phil cautioned when things seemed to be winding down. "We still have to make her want to come, and we have to make her want to stay. It may not be easy in more than one way, but we all have to remember that we need her." "And even if she agrees to come," Luke added, "she won't be able to get here right away. I'll call her as soon as we're through here, if we have a consensus, but we're going to have to get through at least one night without her, and with angry neighbors, and it may be more than one night." "Which means," said Hazel, "some of us are going to have to spend tonight outside, on guard duty. Those who do are going to have to resist the temptation to fire on any visitors unless there's absolutely no alternative. Anybody want to challenge me on that?" Her gaze swept over the assemblage, beginning and ending with Corcovan, as if daring him to defy her. "Okay, then. Let's get this show on the road. Luke, I believe you have a call to make. The rest of you, stay put. We have to draft some soldiers and some ground rules." Luke made something that might have been viewed as a salute. "I'll get right on it," he said, and slipped out of the room. And everybody else, with a new kind of grimness, got down to business. 9. Calantha McQuaid was just finishing a latish and solitary breakfast when her radio phone called for her attention. She frowned. Who could it be? Hardly anyone in Newtown ever radioed her, and anyone else was even less likely. She let the signal go on for a while as she mulled, enjoying the breeze and the chorus of playing children through her open window. None of them were hers, of course. That phase of her life was far behind her. She took equal delight in the fact that the colony was doing so well, and the fact that she personally no longer had to deal with the day-to-day tribulations of raising the next generations. Life was good, she told herself. A radio call at this hour was so unusual that it stood an excellent chance of disrupting the goodness. What if she just ignored it?
The thought was tempting, but she recognized temptation when she felt it, and that triggered her well-conditioned reflex to resist. So, grudgingly and reluctantly, she said, "Accept." "Good morning, Miss McQuaid," said a vaguely familiar voice. "This is Luke Zakovitz?" The voice stopped, as if waiting for her to place the name. "You were one of my teachers," it prompted after a while. "I think I disappointed you when I went with the Zoe settlers." A faint memory was tickling the back of her mind, something about a gangly boy in one or two of her classes. Bright, but a bit headstrong and scatterbrained. A tinkerer with a real knack for gadgets, but too inclined to let his mind hare off in all directions. Exasperating, but he had shown promise, if only he'd learned to focus. And, she reflected as the memory pulled itself together, she had been disappointed when he went off with that crowd. Such a waste. So why was he calling her now? "Where are you calling from?" she blurted out. "And why me?" "Zoe," he said, "because we'd like you to come and visit us." She backed off with an audible chill in her voice. "Why would I want to do that? Why would you want me to?" "Because we have a project I think you'll want to work on. Can you keep a secret?" "If I've got a good reason to." "Let me see if I can give you one. We've got a problem here, of a kind that I know you love and haven't had a chance to work on in a long, long time. But I won't tell you what it is unless you promise to keep quiet about it." She hesitated, but this time temptation won out over prudence. "Okay, what is it?" "How would you like to learn a new language, one that no other human being knows?" Calantha's jaw dropped and clenched at the same time, unsure whether to be excited or angry, or whether she was just misunderstanding. "How could that be? If you're trying to have a joke at my expense—" "No joke, I assure you," he said. "We think we've discovered intelligent natives, and things have gotten off to a bad start with them. We need to learn to communicate with them fast, and we don't think anybody here has as good a chance of succeeding as you would." He paused, and when she said nothing, he added, "We need you." Excitement was winning out now, but she remained wary. "That's a major trip," she said. "Expensive, and I have only your word that these alleged aliens exist and are what you think they are. How do I know it would be worth my time and money?" "Not yours," he said, "ours. We're asking you for a favor. We understand that. Naturally, we'll provide your transportation, lodging, food, and generally try to make it worth your while, to the best of our abilities. We can send someone to pick you up and to take you back home when you've finished, or whenever you decide to go, for whatever reason." It sounded increasingly tempting and reasonable, but she would not let herself sound too eager. "I'll think about it," she said. "No promises, but I'll think and get back to you." She paused for a few seconds and then said slowly, "You understand, of course, that I won't be able to keep that promise of secrecy." Luke was silent for a few seconds. "Why is that?" "I'm rather close to our leadership, you know, and their official position is that since you people have chosen to dissociate yourselves from us, that choice should be mutual. If I want to accept your invitation, I'll need Magnus's permission, and he'll want to know why I'm asking for it." "Then," said Luke, "tell him as much as you must, but no more. None of us know very much yet. Get here first. See for yourself what's going on, and then tell Magnus and whoever else you have to what you've seen. I don't think anybody would benefit from stirring up fears and rumors before we know more than we do so far." "A good point," she conceded. "I'll talk to him as soon as I can, this morning, and then we'll see what we all think we should do next." "No, of course I'm not going over to their side," Calantha said an hour later, a little impatiently. "I'm not even eager to help them. They're deserters, after all, and their choice of lifestyle is an abomination. But if they've really found what they think they have, we need to know all we can about it. Sooner or later it will affect us, too." Magnus somehow managed to frown and grin at the same time. Despite his assumed name, now the only one anyone would dare call him, he was not a big man. But what he lacked in physical stature, he more than made up in charisma, with a bit of help from costumers and designers. His chamber in which they met was replete with decorative touches, from walls that subtly suggested flames smoldering within, to ornate carvings on the otherwise simple furnishings that made it feel entirely fitting as the abode of the spiritual leader of a great movement. His rippling moire-patterned robes made it clear that he was that leader. "And," he said, "the fact that you would have the chance to exercise a skill too long neglected has nothing to do with your interest in going." Calantha blushed in spite of herself, but knew better than to pretend.
"Of course I'd like that," she said, "but that's secondary. The important thing is that if there really are natives, we need to learn about them. If there aren't, we need to know why they're trying to entice me out there. If nothing else, we need to know our enemy. This might help."
"They're hardly a formidable foe," Magnus mused, "considering our relative numbers and rates of growth. I'm more concerned about bringing them back to the fold for their own eternal good. In any case, we must not judge our strayed brethren too harshly. We owe them a debt of gratitude for leading us to the promised land, where we can once more follow the ancient precepts so long suppressed. And we owe it to ourselves to find out what these new beings are, if they really exist, and how to reconcile them with our plans. So I say, Sister Calantha, go, but never lose sight of why you are going."
Calantha bowed her head toward him. "Thank you, Brother Magnus. I shall try to be worthy."
She paused briefly before shifting to more practical concerns.
"The next questions are when and how. They've offered to send someone to come get me, but I have two reservations about that. First, I felt a strong sense of urgency on their part, and I can get there faster if I take a VTOL and fly myself than if I have to wait for somebody to pick me up. Second, if things go sour in some unforeseen way and I want to leave, I'd like to be able to do so without depending on them for a lift."
Magnus nodded slightly. "Both valid points," he said thoughtfully, "but we have so few VTOLs, I'm reluctant to let you take one away for an indefinite period. I think we should send someone with you who could act as a backup and bring the VTOL back if we suddenly need it here."
"I appreciate the offer," said Calantha, hoping her voice wouldn't betray how little she actually did, "but I can fly a shuttle, and I can take care of myself. Think about how often we've actually needed a VTOL, and how constantly we need able bodies and souls. Which can you more easily spare for a while? With all respect, Your Serenity, I really think it would be better for all of us if I went alone. If I need help, you can send somebody later. If you need the VTOL, I'll bring it back on your command."
Magnus stared at her for a long time, as if weighing whether he more valued or mistrusted her independent spirit. Finally he said, "Go then, and keep me posted. I shall be eager to hear what you learn." 10. Calantha called Luke back in the middle of dinner. Heart-pounding, he dropped his spork and rushed out of the dining hall to take her call.
"I can come," she said, "but not right away. It will take several hours to get ready. If I left immediately, I'd be traveling mostly at night, by myself, without any sleep, to a place I've never been, and getting there before your dawn. I'm not willing to do that to myself, and I don't think I'd be much use to you when I got there that way."
Luke felt a pang of disappointment, even though he'd expected no better. "So, when can you come?" he asked, fearing the reply.
"I'll leave early tomorrow morning," she said, "and get there tomorrow afternoon, your time. But I'll be travel-weary and not ready to do much until I've had some sleep."
"So," said Luke, "we'll have to get through at least one night on our own, and probably two. Do you have any suggestions on how we can do that?"
"At this point," she said, "I'm afraid you're the experts."
Now there's a chilling thought. But he just said, "We'll do the best we can. Have a safe trip." Luke walked slowly back to the gathering hall to deliver the news. Intellectually, they had known this night was coming and had made plans for it this afternoon, but subconsciously, probably everyone had hoped that somehow they would manage to avoid it. Now it was clear that they would actually have to put those plans into effect, and already the sun was low in the western sky. The strangeness of being outside as darkness congealed was palpable. As if to underline the humans' determination not to be intimidated, a brisk breeze whistled and howled down the upslope canyons, spinning the windmill rotors at a goodly clip. There was less cloud cover and more selena light than on Phil's first night out, and he could see the whirring blades glinting, as if trying to attract attention. But at first there was no sign that they were drawing any. By now, Phil was somewhat used to the normal night sounds, and that was undoubtedly part of the reason they didn't bother him as much as that first night. The other part, of course, was that this time he had human company, though that was offset somewhat by who the company was. One of the first volunteers, unsurprisingly, was Rod Corcovan, quickly followed by a friend named Gus McAllister. Hazel, back in this afternoon's meeting, had hardly been able to decline their offer of help, but she was visibly worried. Right after the meeting, she took Phil and Luke aside and pointed out that she had assigned them to a part of the village right next to that patrolled by Rod and Gus. "I know you've got a lot to watch for," she confided, "but don't let them out of your sight. If they stray beyond their assigned boundaries, you stay right with them, but don't be too obvious about it. I don't trust them." And so it stood now. Phil and Luke paced back and forth among the dwellings in their assigned cluster, while Rod Corcovan and Gus McAllister did the same a few huts away. All four kept sweeping their gaze around all their surroundings, trying to have different directions covered at all times, and Phil was cautiously pleased to note that Corcovan and McAllister seemed to be doing their jobs just as conscientiously as he and Luke. But of course that was easy, as long as nothing was happening. Another important difference between now and last night, besides the obvious one that there were many more humans out this time, was that their purpose, and consequently their behavior, was quite different. Then, Phil had been trying to be inconspicuous, hoping to observe what was happening out there when nobody was looking, and he had, to put it mildly, found out. Tonight, their aim was simpler, to make sure nothing happened, and minimize damage to the settlement if it did. To that end, most of the colonists had dressed brightly, even flamboyantly, and they moved around with no attempt at stealth, talking often and sometimes loudly. Initially, much of that talk was self-conscious bravado, the kind of trash talk that people have long engaged in before a fight or a game, with a strong admixture of whistling in the dark to disguise their fears. But as the evening wore on with no action except their pacing and talking, the talk began to die down. Some grew bored, some ever tenser, and some both at once. And then, again after midnight, the faint scuffing and chittering started. Phil had sat down on a rock for a break and started drifting toward sleep, but suddenly he sat bolt upright, nerves tense as he recognized the first signs of what had happened to him the other night. He looked around, but didn't see anything except one or two of the humans within sight looking faintly curious. Luke was looking right at him, as if he'd noticed Phil's sudden alertness and was silently asking what it was about. Phil whispered, "They're here." Gradually, human movement and talk died down, and in the hush, the new sounds grew more obvious, though Phil suspected that so far he was the only one who recognized their significance. But he did see some of his fellows slowly moving their weapons to the ready. He, alone among them, watched the ground around the bases of buildings for the destructive churning he'd seen last night. But he saw none of it. Then, with no warning or gradual build-up, the faint stirrings exploded into a cacophony of hair-raising noise and a maelstrom of motion. Suddenly the air was alive with leathery wings as the big bats swooped and dove among the humans, often so close that their whirring wing beats filled human ears and their pungent breath human nostrils. Sometimes, fleetingly, a pair of alien eyes flew right up in front of a human pair, then suddenly swooped upward, narrowly missing. All the dive-bombing creatures emitted a stream of sound, some of it like the chatter Phil had heard in their cavernous hall, but much louder, and some of it blood-curdling, formless shrieks and howls. Human screams mingled with the general din as colonists covered their heads and batted at the airborne raiders. Then some of them noticed a different kind of chittering, also quite loud, and glanced down at the otters darting here and there, seemingly at random, among their feet. So began a bizarre dance. Phil was not immune to the urge to flail about, trying to fend off what seemed to be attackers by both land and air. But after the first few seconds, he noticed something that reminded him of a line in an old Sherlock Holmes story he'd once read. He had not yet seen any colonist actually struck, or even touched, by an otter or a bat,
but he did see more and more colonists uneasily fingering the weapons they carried, sometimes making as if to move them into firing position, then backing off. Several of them looked itchy, but Corcoran looked the itchiest. "Keep your weapons down," Phil shouted, looking straight at Corcoran. "I think they're bluffing." "And I think you're crazy." "That may be," said Phil, "but I think they're just trying to scare us off. Let's not be scared, but let's not give them the excuse of firing a first shot, either." He lifted an arm to shield his face against a bat that came a bit too close. Corcoran glared at him, but lowered his gun just a little. It remained a non-contact sport, as far as Phil could tell, but it went on for a long time with no let-up. He could sense nervous tension building up all around him, and once or twice he found himself wondering how long he could stand it before something snapped. But he wasn't the one who snapped. Suddenly he heard Corcoran bellow, "Enough is enough!" and saw him swing his gun up in a fast, confident arc, bringing it to bear on a bat that was zooming straight in toward his face. "Don't shoot!" Phil bellowed even louder, as he and Luke simultaneously tackled Corcoran from opposite sides and wrestled his gun from him, almost miraculously, before he managed to get off a shot. In a moment, humans came running from all sides, and a dozen or more of them plunged into a heated argument, some siding with Corcoran and his demand that it was time to put an end to this nonsense, others yelling that his hot-headedness would get them all killed. Gradually, through the brouhaha, Phil became aware of a familiar voice shouting at the top of its lungs. A moment later, the brawl had subsided dramatically, its participants' attention drawn to the lone figure of Hazel, standing defiantly atop the nearest shelter and declaiming, "This clearer! No one shoots anything except on my command! Got that? The next person who lifts a gun without it is going to have it shot right out of their hands by me." The angry roar of the mob gradually morphed into a murmur of apologies and misgivings, and Phil noticed, as others must have too, that somewhere in the midst of it, the bats and the otters had dispersed unseen into the night. What remained was an eerie silence, and Phil couldn't help noticing that, in sharp contrast to last night, he could see no sign of new damage. But what did that mean? 11. Phil, Hazel, and Luke were all on hand when Calantha arrived the next afternoon. They were in radio contact with her through the last stages of her approach, and Phil, remembering his own rather overwhelming first night, insisted that they cordon off most of the landing field. They directed Calantha to its center, with only the three of them there to meet her directly, but most of Breakaway's population was gathered around the perimeter of the field, held back by the rope. Their anticipation and apprehension as her VTOL appeared as a dot in the sky grew, and descended to the field was palpable, and Phil shared it. As the craft's slight engine noise grew louder, the crowd's murmur faded away, and by the time it touched down, they were so quiet it was easy to hear when the engine's last thrumming stopped. Then its door opened, and a lone figure stepped out, to applause that started tentatively, then swelled quickly, and faded just as fast. Calantha looked around as if briefly confused, then started toward her welcoming committee. Phil had never known her well, but he found himself freshly surprised, almost shocked, at how old she looked. Not by the standards that had existed when he was growing up, of course, but certainly by those prevalent here and now. These days, thanks to nano-rejuvenation, most people who reached their mid-20s took routine measures to halt the process and stabilize their physical appearance while they still liked it. Yet Calantha looked like what 50 or 60 used to look like, with iron-gray hair drawn tightly back, prim lips, and a face full of the furrows that used to be called character. Had she not bothered with the treatment? Or had it, for some reason, not worked on her? He didn't realize he was staring until she stared back. "My latest rejuve didn't work as well as I'd hoped," she said flatly. "But then I've been around quite a while. It could only do so much." Phil's jaw and eyes dropped at the same. I didn't mean to stare," he said, feeling ashamed and awkward. "And I didn't mean—" He trailed off, admitting to himself that of course he did. "You've had a long trip. You must be terribly tired. Forget it." She cut him off with a curt laugh. "Neither of us has to pretend. I have no illusions." Then, to Phil's surprise, her voice softened. "But you're right about two things. I have and I am. I'm looking forward to getting down to business and learning all about what you found here, but I understand completely, Phil said. I've only been here a few days myself, and I remember all too well how wiped out I was when I arrived. They threw me a welcoming party, and I was too exhausted to enjoy it or be good company. If you'd like me to make your excuses so you can just wind down and get a fresh start in the morning. For some reason, her sincerely grateful smile surprised him. I'd appreciate that, she said. I am quite tired. If you could just show me to my quarters. Phil did just that. After he'd wished her a good night and started away from her small house, a part of his mind kept returning to his niggling concern about her appearance. Was she really just tired from the trip, or had her last rejuve simply not worked very well? And if that was the case, why? And why should it bother him? Offering to make her excuses was a little white lie, and perhaps a kindness to Calantha. Phil had found his own welcoming festivities a bit overwhelming, but in truth nothing comparable had been planned for Calantha, and she might have found it hurtful to know that. Only a few locals had been prepared to spend the evening with her, as an obligatory courtesy, and they were probably relieved that they didn't have to. Which, Phil reflected, was not quite fair. She'd been a friend to nobody here, but they needed her now. They were going to have to work together, and it would have been worth some effort to lay at least a superficially friendly foundation. Instead, Calantha, he guessed, got a much-needed good night's sleep, and Phil spent much of the night wondering whether there would be another haunting. There wasn't, and reviewing in his mind how he planned to start things off with Calantha in the morning. He realized belatedly that they'd made no plans about how and when to meet, and could only guess how the trip would affect Calantha's circadian rhythm. Because her trip was west to east, he suspected last night's apparent fatigue was just that, the effect of flying solo across an ocean, and she'd be rising late by local time. So he was surprised when she came pounding on his door less than an hour after the crack of dawn. Still half asleep himself, he managed, "Good morning. Have you had breakfast?" "I was hoping," she said, all business now, "you could join me and start filling me in. Now that I've had some rest, I want to start getting my teeth into this thing." "Okay. There are some little meeting rooms along the side of the gathering hall. We can get some food from the dispensers and take it into one of those." The gathering hall wasn't crowded. A few people came and went, but most breakfasted in their own homes, if they breakfasted at all. Those who came here largely left others to themselves in the morning, unless they'd planned to meet somebody. So Phil and Calantha had their choice of meeting rooms, and didn't bother to close the door. As soon as they had food, Phil launched into yet another retelling of what had happened so far. "So it's our move now," he concluded. "They, and I don't know whether that means otters, bats, or both, clearly tried to strike up a conversation, and I think I flubbed my part of it. Now we have to let them know we'd like to try again." "Sounds like fun," Calantha said, with an expression that seemed equal parts smile and frown. "I've always dreamed about the chance to do something like this, and now that it's here, I don't know where to begin. I haven't even seen these beings, or heard a word that they've said, and I gather that isn't going to be easy. It sounds like they really keep to themselves, unless you get them riled up." "That's a pretty good description. And you're right, they're not likely to come to us unless they decide to haunt us again, and it would be dangerous for us to barge into their lair. But I think they've already given us a hint about what we might do next." Now Calantha definitely frowned. "They have?" "Yes. Remember what they used to get a message across to me?" Calantha pondered for a few seconds. "The model in the cave." "Exactly. I think we should make one of our own. Maybe something showing them and us getting together peacefully. Their town is tucked back in a very rugged bowl of a valley, and as far as I know, the only way into it, if you're not a bat, is through a long, narrow canyon. We could put our model at the entrance to that." Calantha was definitely frowning now, her lips pressed tightly together. "How likely are they to find it? Do you have any idea how often they come out?" "None whatever," Phil admitted. "The bats seem to come out pretty often, judging from how often they've been here. But they wouldn't have to use that passage. They can fly out over the cliffs. We'd never seen the otters in the village until a couple of nights ago, but we do know they go in and out through the canyon at least occasionally." So there could be a lot of waiting involved, if we do what you suggest. I'd hoped for something a bit more proactive and efficient. She pondered. In two species, how do we know which one to try to talk to? We have to talk to both. They seem to have some kind of symbiosis, and we don't know how it works, but we know they communicate with each other, and there are sculptures of both in the town. There were statues of cats in ancient Egypt, too, but that doesn't mean they were on a par with pharaohs. We need to find out where our efforts might actually accomplish something and not waste them elsewhere. Calantha stared intently into space. Any chance there's just one language they use with each other? Phil shook his head. Doesn't seem likely. I've heard both. The sounds they make are so different, I suspect they have dissimilar vocal machinery and can't even make each other's sounds, but can understand each other's. But I'm afraid we're going to have to learn to understand both, and won't be able to make either. That's the least of our worries, said Calantha. I have tools for that. But to use them, I have to see and hear some native speakers, to get some specimens for the tools to chew on. So far I have no better idea than yours for how to do that. I don't like it. I'm not into model building. But we may be stuck with it, at least at the beginning. This time her pause lasted a full 30 seconds. If we make this model of yours, somebody is going to have to take it out there and camp nearby so they can keep an eye on it and watch if anybody comes out to react to it. I guess I can— It has to be at least 2 somebodies, Phil interrupted. She glowered. You think I can't do my job without your help? Not at all, said Phil. He resisted the temptation to tell her his real reason for wanting somebody from Breakaway to go with her, to make sure somebody with their interests saw everything she did firsthand, and could intervene in real time if necessary. He didn't need to bring that up. There were plenty of other reasons. As you said, we have no idea when they'll come out and find our offering, but whenever it is, we'll need to know how they react, so somebody needs to be awake and watching around the clock. Besides, if they see me planting it, they'll recognize me as the guy they've already had dealings with. If they just see you, you're a complete unknown, a wild card, something new that they have no idea how to regard. They may not even recognize you as having anything to do with us. I don't think they'd be that blind, she muttered. But I'll grant your basic point. We'll need 2 pairs of eyes, but no more than that. Just you and me, in separate tents. Any more than that they might find intimidating. Okay, he said. So let's get down to— But just then, a small voice interrupted. Can I come too? Please? Phil broke off and looked toward the open door, as did Calantha. A small girl with 3 pigtails and skin the color of milk chocolate, maybe 10 standard or 13 local years old, was standing there. She looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. How long have you been standing there? He demanded. Who are you? A while, she said. Don't you recognize me, Uncle Phil? It took him a moment, but then it clicked. Srella, he exclaimed. You've grown and changed your hair. She grinned and did a pirouette to show it off. You like it? Say yes and I'll forgive you for not recognizing me. Yes, I like it, he said. And you can take my not recognizing you as a compliment. It means you're growing up. Too fast, he thought. Then he turned to Calantha. Do you remember Srella? I'm afraid not, said Calantha, scrutinizing the child appraisingly. But of course there are so many. Indeed, Phil agreed silently. But this one's special. Srella, this is Miss McQuaid, who's come to visit from Newtown. Calantha, this is Srella Lindholm Muhindi, Giselle's daughter. Giselle? Muhindi? Oh, the linguist. The one who came out here. How's she doing now? Phil looked at her sharply, and then at Srella. Ask me about that later, he said, feeling awkward. It's all right, Uncle Phil, Srella said calmly. I can talk about it now. She looked at Calantha. Mom died a month ago. We think natives killed her, but we don't know how. I want to find out. Calantha's jaw dropped, and she had the good grace to look abashed. Oh, you poor child. Well, we'll certainly try to find out. But that's a grown-up job, said Phil. We're very busy planning how to tackle it. The best way for you to help is to go back where you belong and let us concentrate. No, let her stay, said Calantha. Maybe she'll have some good ideas. Or at least listening to us may help her healing process. You don't have to talk about me like I'm not here, Srella said. I know what Mom always wanted to do. I know what she would have wanted to do if she knew there were natives. I want to help do it for her. I want to learn to talk to them. But to do that, said Phil, we're going to have to go where they are. That could be dangerous. Obviously she can't go with us, at least at first, said Calantha, but maybe later. In the meantime, she can at least listen. And interrupt with childish suggestions, Phil thought, exasperated, and half remember what she heard us say but didn't fully understand, and blab it all around the village, and start rumors that we'll waste time trying to stuff back into their bottle. He liked Srella, but having her here now just seemed wrong. However, arguing with Calantha in front of her was likely to do even more damage, so he resigned himself to accepting it, for now. But his concentration was already broken. Okay, he said, let's get to work. We need to figure out exactly how we're going to get this ball rolling. He expected Calantha to answer, but instead, the next voice he heard was Srella's. I heard what you said about a model. I don't know any languages, but I'm good at making models. And as it turned out, she was. 12. Ironically, though the goal was to get the locals' attention, it had to be done delicately. Phil and Calantha wanted to tell them, let's talk, but did not want to risk scaring them off before that message was conveyed. They dared not do the equivalent of walking up to the local chieftain, if they had such a thing, and thrusting their message model in his or her face. Instead, they wanted to leave it where the residents would find it, and soon. But they wanted the discoverer to find only the model, and not be immediately confronted with, and intimidated by, its makers. So they had to get it into the native town, or at least to the outer end of the approach canyon, without being seen placing it there. Ironically, the best time to do that was in broad daylight, not the night that humans commonly associated with stealth. From all appearances, night was the busy time for both bats and otters. During the day, it seemed, they holed up completely, so that was when humans could move about freely. Now, if only they knew where to go. Phil had toyed briefly with the idea of taking the model right into the natives' hidden town, but that was so well hidden from the air that when Hazel had picked him up after his adventurous night, neither of them had managed to spot it, despite prolonged circling over the vicinity. So the only real lead was what he had first mentioned to Calantha, to take the model back to the spot where Hazel had picked him up, in the band of bare rock between the forest and the entrance to the slot canyon leading to the town proper. And the copter was still the best way to get there. It made some noise, but no tracks, and it got the job done fast. Hazel took them in without even landing, hovering just over the ground as they stepped out. A pile of gear tumbled after them, much smaller than it would be when fully deployed, but still sizable. And then she was gone, rising straight up at maximum climb before darting off horizontally back toward breakaway. The midday stillness was palpable, almost stifling, as the copter sounds faded in the distance. The contrast made Phil worry about how much the townies had heard in their hidden refuge, but there was nothing to be done about that now. Some good might even come of it. A commotion might tip them off that something was happening out here, bringing them out to investigate. Not till tonight, Phil guessed, but they didn't dare take that for granted. So the first thing he did was check his dazzler, even as he told Calantha, "Let's get this stuff set up right away, just in case." "I'll do mine," she said. "It would take longer to tell you what to do with it than just to do it myself. Why don't you do the tents?" It was a reasonable suggestion, but Phil still found it annoying. But setting up the tents was easy. They practically did it themselves at the touch of a button, and since he was putting them a few meters back inside the woods, Calantha probably wouldn't even notice him watching her. He had to admit that what she was doing, at the very edge of the forest, mostly in but with inevitable small protrusions out, looked quite a bit more complicated. Not big or bulky, it had been a long time since much information-handling equipment had those traits, but mysterious. Much of it was an array of sensors and transducers of various sorts, cameras, microphones, speakers, and Phil could hardly guess what else, individually small and made to look like their surroundings. But there were a lot of them, and from the way Calantha moved and fretted over their placement and orientation, Phil guessed that each had a very specific job.
He could only guess how she knew what that job should be, since she couldn't have had much chance for actual field experience in her arcane field. By mid-afternoon, she announced that it was ready, and it was time to set up the message model. Phil marveled at how much of the actual craftsmanship was Srella's. He and Calantha hadn't had much trouble coming up with the concept, but the girl was so much better at actually making and assembling the pieces that they'd wound up leaving the tricky, delicate stuff to her, while she let them handle some of the gross framework and simple mechanical work. It was her small hands that gave her the advantage, Phil tried to tell himself, but he knew it was more than that. Giselle had left a worthy heir. Like the locals model, this one included an easily recognizable miniature of a windmill, complete with whirling rotor. But this one was a lot smaller, and didn't attempt such subtleties as showing the locals interacting with it, because the model also had to show the native town site. Phil hoped they had the concept of not to scale. For this part, unlike setting up the tents and monitors inside the fringe of the forest, he and Calantha had to venture out onto the open road. Even with the near certainty that its usual users were strictly nocturnal, he felt exposed and vulnerable as they spread out the substrate, a crude suggestion of a topographical map of the area. But the human-built windmill and the few stylized houses around it were way too big compared to the distance between that settlement and here, and the human figures among them even more so. At the opposite corner were models similarly suggesting the native town, tucked back under carved overhangs in an almost hidden bowl, with the slot canyon leading out to the spot where they were placing the model. And at that point, a round table with little models of humans and otters around it, and a couple of bats hanging from a nearby framework. "I'm still not comfortable with putting it here," Phil said as they worked. "I hope they'll recognize the suggestion that we get together to talk, but mightn't they feel threatened by the idea that we should do it on their turf? Some neutral place might be better. Maybe something halfway between their place and ours." Calantha shrugged and kept working. "Quite possibly," she granted. "Or they might see it as conceding them the home court advantage. Or maybe they consider everything around here their turf, and it doesn't matter where we meet. We won't know until we can talk to them, and this place offers our best chance to start trying. A lot of their traffic must funnel through this point, so we'll have a chance to observe what they say and do and start looking for correlations. The only place that might be better for that is inside their town, and both they and we would consider that too dangerous." So they finished the job without incident and settled back to wait. It was a slow, tedious afternoon. There was little else to do, and neither Phil nor Calantha felt comfortable enough with the other for much small talk. He passed much of the time with various forms of canned entertainment he'd loaded on a chip. They met for dinner, but said little. But as soon as dusk started to merge into night, things began to happen. Faint hints of motion at the mouth of the slot canyon, as if darker parts of the shadows were trying to break off from the rest. Phil and Calantha were sitting, less than comfortably, on camp stools partly hidden by vegetation from the clearing outside, watching. Phil was on the verge of dozing off when he felt a repeated jab on his shoulder. "Phil," Calantha whispered urgently, "somebody's coming out." Phil struggled to shake off his grogginess and see what she was pointing at, but all he got was a vague sense of motion in the shadows, which by now were barely distinguishable from the general darkness. Phil fumbled to get his night glasses on and operating. Calantha already wore hers. They helped. The vague shapes became otters, and he saw them more clearly than ever before. Clearly enough to start recognizing individual differences in body shape and facial features. There were 3 of them, and they didn't seem to suspect they were being watched. At first, they didn't seem to notice the human's model. They were moving quickly as if headed somewhere else, and chittering continuously, sometimes 2 or even all 3 at once. Incongruously, they reminded him of boisterous young humans on their way to school or a job, and they all zipped past the model as if they didn't notice it. Then abruptly, the hindmost stopped, whirled around to stare at it, and let out a loud, distinctively different burst of chatter. The others stopped too and turned back. They gathered around the model, talking, it seemed, excitedly and maybe fearfully. Occasionally, one of them reached out to touch some feature of the model. Their excitement was as nothing compared to Calantha's. Even though much of her face was hidden by the glasses and the displays projected inside them, Phil could tell she was bursting with excitement, frustration, and a kaleidoscope of other emotions. As well she might be. This was an opportunity she must have dreamed of for most of her life, and one that nobody before her had ever had, and she could have very little idea of what was going on. She watched intently, her fingers sometimes jabbing at virtual controls in the air, as the three otters milled around the model, inspecting it from different angles, poking at it, and then, as suddenly as the first one had stopped, all three of them turned, still chittering, darted back into the canyon, and disappeared. Phil waited a full minute, then said, "What just happened here?" "We got noticed," said Calantha, removing her glasses and frowning deeply. "Beyond that I wish I knew. I suspect that what just happened was important, but I'm not sure how." She was chewing her lip. "I'd hoped to have a chance to watch them doing lots of everyday stuff, so my computer would have plenty to chew on to look for correlations. But there was practically none of that. The wheels are turning, but I don't expect much more than, 'Hey guys, look at this,' and 'Let's go get help,' and a whole lot of untranslatable, and no idea how to parse even the couple of sentences we might hope to recognize." "Help," Phil repeated thoughtfully. The night air was beginning to feel chilly. "That makes sense. Since they had no reason to expect the model, we had no reason to expect that the first ones to find it would be the right ones to deal with it. I had the feeling these were just working stiffs headed out to the fields, or whatever their counterpart is. It was obvious when they kidnapped me that they have some sort of leadership hierarchy. Maybe these just went back to tell their bosses." "That's my idea, too. So, we go back to waiting. But how long? No idea. If their committees are like ours, it could be weeks before their next move. But if they're smart, and as upset with us as we think they are, it could be a whole lot sooner, like tonight. I don't think I can stay awake all—" "Not necessary." Calantha waved an impatient hand. "I'll set an alarm." Despite the uncomfortable accommodations, Phil was deep in slumber when he gradually became aware of Calantha shaking his shoulder again, harder this time. "They're out," she whispered. "Somebody new." Phil dragged himself laboriously up to the edge of a wake, put his glasses back on, and peered out through the bushes. He only saw two otters this time, both clearly fixated on the human's model. One was obviously larger than the earlier trio. The other he wasn't sure about. Colors were muted by the night glasses, but the larger, older, struck Phil as having a subtle hint of silvery sheen in its fur, and the younger, gold. Both moved and spoke more deliberately than the first three, and sometimes silences of some duration punctuated their dialogue. Neither gave any other sign of knowing they were under observation. Phil felt himself tensing up, wondering if at any moment Calantha might suggest that they step out and reveal themselves, even though he suspected she had no more idea than he did about what to do next. Fortunately, perhaps, the otters made that moot. In less than an hour, they turned and retreated quietly back into the narrow canyon. They made no more appearances that night. Phil felt exhausted in the morning. He must have spent the rest of the night with an internal alarm set for any further sign of native activity. To the best of his knowledge, there wasn't any, and on reflection, that seemed odd. Shouldn't there have been lots of comings and goings, the daily, nightly business of this culture's life? Were they wrong about that? Or had the normal routine been put on hold because of apprehension about the alien artifact the townies had found on their doorstep? So many questions, so few answers. At least in the night of day, he felt free to talk to Calantha about it. "So, when do we try to talk to them?" "When we learn to talk," said Calantha. "We can't rush this, Phil. If we're going to have a meaningful conversation, we need some vocabulary, and, even harder, but at least as important, some understanding of how their language is put together. The best way to do that is to observe how they interact among themselves and let my instruments look for connections." "But we haven't seen them do much except talk," Phil pointed out. "How can we correlate what they say with what they do if they aren't doing anything? There are more direct ways, which are riskier. If we plunge in half-baked, we can make dangerous mistakes. Who's the linguist here, anyway? I thought it was me.
You had me fly halfway around the planet to learn how to talk to these creatures. Please let me do it the way I think best."
It wasn't a question, and Phil decided the better part of valor was not to treat it as one. That meant another sleepless and unproductive night, and an amazingly long and boring day. Phil was glad he had brought material for reading, watching, and listening, but it quickly wore thin. He made a few tries at engaging Calantha in conversation, but despite their common goal here, the cultural ice between them was still too thick. When he tried to imagine passing several days out here like this, the thought was depressing. He needed to do something. That night, sooner than he had expected, he got to. Well into darkness, and darkness was more complete now, Selena being into its waning gibbous phase. He had about given up on any further action from the otters, and was on the verge of sleep, when Calantha's alarm pinged them both. Groggily, he looked out through the branches and saw motion at the mouth of the canyon. He thought he recognized the two otters from last night. Sylvie and Goldie, he had taken to calling them, in view of their pelt coloration and forest habitat. But now there were 4 others as well. The newcomers were carrying something that looked vaguely familiar. It took him close to a minute to recognize it, and then his jaw dropped. It was a round table, just like the one in the human's model, but full scale. The carriers unfolded legs on one side of it and set it up on the ground, as if preparing for a poker game. Or a summit conference. They disappeared momentarily back into the canyon, and quickly emerged pulling a cart, from which they started unloading things. First came 2 oddly shaped contraptions, which, after a moment's searching in cobwebby recesses of his memory, reminded Phil of banquet couches from textbook imaginings of ancient Rome. Sylvie and Goldie stretched out on those, and it was obvious that they were made for that purpose. They let a 6-limbed otter rest comfortably in a completely relaxed position, or raise head and forelimbs for more vigorous activity. Finally came 4 objects so obviously serviceable as human chairs, though not belonging to any style or period from human history, that Phil felt sure they were intended as exactly that. Correction, he thought. They're like nothing from past human history, but this is history in the making. His heart pounding, he glanced at Calantha. "Now what?" he whispered. "Now we do it your way. This is no time for passive observation." 13. The otters were so clearly accepting the human's invitation that there was no choice but to accept their acceptance, or to see their bet and raise it. Calantha hurriedly fussed with some adjustments on her hidden equipment. Then, moving very slowly, she and Phil stepped out into the open and walked toward the table. Sylvie and Goldie watched from their couches, but didn't move. It could be a trap, Phil reflected nervously, a way to entice an unknown number of humans out where they could be attacked, as revenge for the inadvertent damage caused by their windmills, and Phil's equally inadvertent injury of the otter he'd blinded with his flashlight. He had to fight the urge to keep one hand on his flashlight and one on his dazer. But were the otters really that simple-minded and vindictive? Phil doubted it. That night in the cave, he'd had the feeling that they were less interested in vengeance than in finding a solution to a problem. It was obvious that they'd put considerable thought and effort into planning this meeting. The closer he got to the table, the more closely it resembled the toy one in the model. Even the chairs, despite their initial appearance of wrongness, proved visibly inspired by those in the model, limited as they were by the difficulties of working in miniature. Yes, not only time, but also craftsmanship had gone into this setup. Whoever made the props must have worked through the daytime, when Phil had thought them all dormant. That implied they had ways of working unhindered by bright light, perhaps in underground shops. By the time he and Calantha were almost to the table, he was actually feeling less apprehensive, though still wary. The otter he thought of as Sylvie inclined its head slightly toward them, waving one forepaw toward them and one toward the chairs. As they sat, avoiding sudden motions that might alarm their hosts, Phil studied that paw and decided that was not at all the right word for it. It was a hand as surely as his own, with slender, multi-jointed fingers, one of them a second opposable thumb. There was plenty of dexterity there, but he wondered about strength. The arm that bore that fine hand was short and not very thick, which implied that they used strength-amplifying tools, which he already knew from riding in their wheeled wagon. On the other hand, they hadn't had any trouble manhandling him into and out of it by cooperating. And though he'd never seen them in the flesh, he remembered reading about how strong animals like wolverines and chimps were back on Earth, despite their modest size. None of which was pertinent at the moment. They were here to talk, and since they had no language in common, the first thing to do was establish some common ground. As soon as the humans were seated, Sylvie emitted such a burst of high-speed, high-pitched chattering that Phil might have thought the situation hopeless. Goldie immediately did the same. Those sounds were so utterly unlike any he'd ever heard a human make that he couldn't imagine even approximating them. That suggested that the otters would find human sounds equally impossible to replicate. He glanced wildly at Calantha to see if she found the prospect as hopeless as he did. Evidently she didn't. Her expression was calm and intent. She gave him a barely perceptible, vaguely reassuring nod, then waved her hand over the tabletop, not quite touching it. "Table," she said distinctly. "Table." The chittering Sylvie emitted bore not the slightest resemblance to table, but he could tell that she repeated it. Even if humans had no hope of speaking their language, or vice versa, there was at least a shred of possibility that they could learn to understand each other's speech, and reply in their own. And maybe more than that, with the high-tech helper Phil knew Calantha was using, but the otters couldn't even imagine. He contented himself mostly with watching and listening. Calantha pointed to herself and said, "Calantha?" and then to Phil, "Phil." Then she again pointed to each of them in turn, but in each case said, "Person." It took a little while, but not as long as Phil would have expected, to establish those words as specific and general names. The otters soon made it clear that they had those concepts too, and Phil learned to recognize, more or less, particular tweet patterns as names for Sylvie and Goldie. He took a certain pleasure in that, but if he ever had to address or refer to them, they would have to remain Sylvie and Goldie. Things continued in that vein for the rest of the long, exhausting, but exciting night. Phil had the feeling that they were making a succession of sporadic, tiny breakthroughs, but Calantha increasingly showed a kind of excitement he would never have associated with her. When the eastern sky began to lighten, the otters suddenly jumped gracefully off the couches and onto the ground. With a parting burst of chatter, they ran back into the canyon mouth and vanished. But they had left the chairs and table in place. "So," said Phil when they were gone and dawn light was starting to filter through the trees, "did we accomplish anything? I may sort of recognize a very few things they said, but I couldn't begin to repeat any of them." "Of course not," she said, with what he thought of as her customary brusqueness, and then, with an ebullience he couldn't have imagined her showing, "We accomplished a lot. It was wonderful. Here, come back to our lair and let me show you a few things." He followed her back into the forest fringe and the two chairs she had set up at the heart of her equipment. "I'll have to keep this quiet," she said as her fingers played over controls. "We wouldn't want them to come running at what they think is our call. But let me show you what my little helpers have been up to. Basically, they've been doing the same thing we've been trying to do, but they have a different perspective. Or rather, a lot of different perspectives, and a lot more input channels and processors. Lots of little cameras and microphones out there, watching and recording everything that either they or we said or did, and looking for correlations. The system is trained to pretty much disregard what we humans say and do. We know ourselves and our language too well to waste processing power on that. What we don't know is which sounds or gestures mean what when the otters make them, and the computer can examine a lot more possible correlations than might catch our eyes. Look at this, for instance. She showed an early bit of the long scene they had just played out, in which their hosts were urging them to sit down, accompanying gestures with chittering noises. "It's pretty obvious," she said, and maybe it was to her, "that this is a word for table, and this is a verb for sit, although we don't yet know about inflections. And sit, for humans, seems to be different from its counterpart for otters, though we don't know just why.
It could have to do with different anatomies necessitating different motions, or it could be something like the difference between Essen and Fressen in Germany. She went on at considerable length, and Phil hoped she was really getting as much out of it as she seemed to think she was. As for himself, he was just tired, and he watched for a chance to get in a word of his own, which, when the time came, was, "I think it's time to change our procedure a little. When we started out, we were camping here around the clock because we didn't want to attract attention with our comings and goings. Now that they know we're here, that's not necessary anymore. Why don't we start going back to breakaway and recuperate during the daytime? I don't want to lose my focus. I've got something to chew on now. I don't want to break it up with those comings and goings. But they won't take long because they're not going to happen. No, the flights wouldn't take long, but there'd be waiting at both ends and distracting conversations with other people. I can't afford it now." Her tone softened slightly. "Bear with me a while, Phil. We're going to have a surprise for them tonight." Phil didn't press the point, but he wasn't happy about it. Calantha got thoroughly lost in fiddling with her monitors and synthesizers, cut off by earbuds and heads-up displays visible only to her, and showed no inclination to involve him in the proceedings. He passed part of the morning reading and playing games, but he was exhausted and uncomfortable. Soon he fell asleep, and presumably at some point so did Calantha, because at some point a soft, persistent warble, sempre crescendo, insinuated itself into his dreams and dragged him back into the waking world. "Wake up, Phil," Calantha was saying. "It's time." It didn't feel like time. It was dark and smelled strange, and it took Phil several seconds to remember where he was and why. But he suppressed his grumbles and joined Calantha in crossing the open road to the table they had left this morning. This time she was wearing a small box that she hadn't brought last night, which he guessed had something to do with her surprise. As they approached the table, they got another surprise. One of the otters had evidently prepared for them. The human's model, originally laid out directly on a level piece of ground, had been moved, meticulously intact, to the center of the tabletop. And when they sat down to talk, a charitable use of the word, Phil thought, Sylvie went immediately into vigorous gesticulations, pointing rapidly at parts of the model and jabbering so fast he doubted that even Calantha's gadgets could make any sense of it. But he was as startled as Sylvie and Goldie when Calantha's fingers played over the small new box she wore, and a new otter voice interrupted, loudly enough to be unmistakable. Even with no idea of what constituted an otter phrase, Phil could tell that Sylvie broke off in the middle of one. She, for some reason Phil now thought of her that way, even though he had no way to know, stared silently at Calantha, looking her up and down as if trying to figure out where the sound had come from. Finally Sylvie, still scanning rapidly over Calantha and everything around her, emitted a short but particularly frenzied burst of chatter. And Calantha's box said, in recognizable if ungrammatical English, "Say who? Say who?" Calantha grinned broadly. "I speak," she proclaimed, pointing at herself, and her box emitted another burst of otteresque chatter. Sylvie and Goldie were all over her, slithering rapidly off their seats, or whatever they should be called, and coming right over to peer and sniff at Calantha from head to toe, with lots of special attention to the box on her belt. "It hears me speak," Calantha said, "and tells you what I said. It hears you speak, and tells me and Phil what you said." Sylvie and Goldie flinched back as the translation into their language flowed from the box, but they recovered quickly. With just a suggestion of wariness, they leaned closer to it, as if to ascertain that was where the sound was coming from. Then Goldie held a paw, not quite touching the box, looked up at Calantha's face, and said something that the box rendered as, "Make sound you we not. Make sound we you not. Make sound to box. You we understand. We you understand." Calantha grinned broadly. "Yes, that's it exactly. Syntax needs a little work, but that will come." She looked straight at each otter in turn. "We want to understand you." She stopped and frowned. "Sorry, we don't have that concept yet. And if there's any that we're going to need—" She paused thoughtfully, then said, "Let's try this."
It was slow going at first, but through much of the night Calantha worked on exposing her translator to enough concepts to have a fighting chance of carrying on a real conversation. Phil was surprised at how quickly the otters got over their initial consternation and accepted the translator for what it was. Soon they seemed as interested as Calantha in trying to establish a connection, but for some hours it remained shaky. Human and otter languages, Phil gathered, were even more differently structured than human languages like English, Chinese, and Xhosa. The translator almost always tried, but often the English that emerged was barely recognizable, much less coherent or comprehensible. Phil assumed the reverse was equally true. Occasionally, not too often, one side or the other took offense at what came out, and feathers had to be unruffled. Sometimes Sylvie or Goldie let out a startlingly sudden outburst that the translator didn't even try to render, or produced pure gibberish. But as the night wore on, those incidents grew fewer, and a satisfying sense of points of contact began to emerge. Then, as dawn was just beginning to tinge the eastern sky, Sylvie suddenly pointed to the windmill in the model and said, according to the translator, "Time for business. We want these. Stop." Phil froze. He'd seen no indication that they were working toward this crucial point, and now, without warning, it was here. For the first time he saw Calantha glance his way, as if seeking his advice. After a moment's hesitation, he looked at Sylvie and said, "Why?" Calantha's translator, too, seemed to hesitate a little, but only a little. It made otter sounds, and Sylvie responded in kind. The box said, "Danger. They kill us. They destroy our food. Must stop." "That was never our intent," Phil said solemnly, debating briefly and deciding not to point out that the otters had probably killed humans, too. "We are deeply sorry, but we need the windmills." Sylvie became agitated. "No, no, can't have, cannot accept, danger." "We must try to find a way to remove the danger," Phil said, much more calmly than he felt. "But we must do it without making danger for us. As I said, we need the windmills." This time Sylvie said, "Why?" "For energy," he began, and broke off right away. What were the chances she would have that concept? He was sure it hadn't come up in their conversation so far. He tried again, picking his way slowly. "The wind makes the mills turn. The mills make other things turn. They make machines run. Machines that cut, grind, heat." He gave up. It felt hopeless. As if to make it worse, he heard a flapping as of large wings, glimpsed motion from the corner of his eye, and saw two of the big bats settling into a nearby tree, obviously looking this way. Phil felt a chill. The arrival of the bats at this moment felt just plain ominous, though he couldn't put a finger on why. But then, to his astonishment, he saw Sylvie quivering, leaning, if a being with 6 limbs and a tail can be said to lean, forward. Was that excitement she was radiating? "Yes, yes," she said. "We need that too. But don't use windmills to do it. Too dangerous. Must find other ways. Better ways. Ways we can live with and you can live with." Phil's mind whirled. Was she really saying that her kind also needed energy to run machines, and that she saw hope of finding a way to coexist? Feeling on shaky ground, he began, "But how—" "Can't talk now," Sylvie interrupted. "Too big." She gestured toward the east. "Sky getting light now. We must go in. But be back here tomorrow night. And stop windmills till then." And with that she was off, she and Goldie leaping to the ground and running headlong down the canyon toward the town. "Well," said Calantha, after a long silence, "I think now it is time to go back and open a can of worms." 14. "We've made a good start," Phil told Hazel on the short flight back to Breakaway. "But we've reached a critical point. We're going to have to shut the windmills down, at least for a while." Hazel, at the controls, frowned. "We've been through all that. You know there's a lot of well-founded opposition. What's changed?"
Before, I was largely guessing at what they wanted, and why, based on the show they put on in their cave. Turns out I was right mostly, but this time, thanks to Calantha, they've explicitly told us what they want and why. More important, they've told us they want to find a compromise, but they want the windmills shut down while we talk about it. We already discussed that, and don't you see the difference? Phil interrupted, becoming agitated. Before, we were guessing that they might take a shutdown as a show of willingness to compromise, but we didn't know where we'd go from there. Now, they've suggested one. They want to find a compromise, when for all we know, they could have just given us an ultimatum, and maybe made it stick. We have to talk to them, and we have to show we're serious about it. Hazel, already on final for breakaway, frowned, but said nothing. Only when they were down and the engine shut off did she say, "Okay, I'll make the decree. You want to back me up?" "I can't right now," Phil said. "I'm exhausted. I need a good long sleep." Hazel looked him over. "I guess you do. Well, pleasant dreams, but be prepared for an uproar when you wake up." Phil tried to convince himself he was, but not very hard. The pull of his own bed was so irresistible that he barely made it there before he fell into a deep slumber. Calantha was tired, but too excited to sleep right away. As soon as she reached her quarters, she called Magnus, despite the time. With Zoe 6 local hours ahead of Newtown, it was debatable whether he or she would be less lucid. She'd just finished an exhausting night, but he was in the middle of his, and presumably sound asleep. So it wasn't surprising that he took 2 full minutes to answer, left his video off, and sounded grumpy. "Sorry to bother you," Calantha said, "but you said I should keep you posted. I thought you'd want to hear as soon as I had something that seemed important."
"Well, yes," he half growled, "but I must admit I doubted you'd find anything that important. After waiting this long, would a few more hours matter? Is there some emergency?"
"Not an emergency exactly," said Calantha, "but profoundly important. They're real."
A lengthy silence. Then, "Who's real? Or should I say, what?"
"Who?" Calantha said quietly. "The natives. I've seen them. I've talked with them. I didn't want to disturb you until I had more to say than that there were animals here. Of course there are animals here. There are animals all over the planet. But these are different. Really different."
She paused, waiting for feedback but getting none.
"Magnus. Brother Magnus, this changes everything. What are we going to do?"
"Do we have to do anything?"
"I think we will. If not now, then later. Of course, the decision is up to you. For decades, everybody's taken it for granted that we humans were alone in the universe. That underlies everything else we believe. Now we're going to be forced back to the times when people wasted endless worry arguing over whether there might be other intelligences and what we would do, what we might be forced to do, and what they might do to us if we ever met them." She listened to her heart hammering for a few seconds before adding, "No, it's worse than that. Now we know that they do exist, and we have met them. And we have to share with them, not just the universe, with lots of comfortable distance between us and them, but this little planet."
"It's not that little," said Magnus, but she heard worry in his voice, too. "There's an ocean between us."
"Maybe," said Calantha, "but we have no idea how many of them there are, or how widespread. They have just recently been noticed, even though they must have been here for a long time. And even if the ocean is a barrier now, how long will that be? Extensive contact is inevitable, and it's not too early to begin thinking about it."
"Perhaps," said Magnus. "You're really convinced that these beings are more like people than animals?"
"I'm sure of it."
If you're right, I'd have to agree that we'll have to rethink a lot of things, and that's never comfortable. But even if contact is inevitable, sharing may not be."
"Are you suggesting the alternative I think you are?"
"We'll have to consider all options," he said, "but a simple, well-marked path has many advantages over a tangled, confusing maze."
Neither of them said anything for a while. Then Calantha spoke very quietly. "Perhaps, but some will find that path disturbing. I think I would." Have you considered the possibility that they might have things to teach us, and we to teach them?
Yes. I've also considered the possibility that no good could come of the attempt, and the possibility that your judgment is clouded by the temptation of having the chance to flex your long idle linguistic muscles. We both know about temptation. He paused. I don't think either of us is in the best condition to wrestle with anything this big right now. Let's sleep on it, and then you can get back to learning about these entities. Do keep me posted. But in the future, please save your reports for a more civilized hour, unless that's truly impossible.
Calantha assured him she would, and she tried to sleep, but without much success. She wondered whether he did any better. Phil had set an alarm, timed to allow a not-too-rushed dinner before heading back to Ottertown, but that wasn't what woke him. He was dragged up from the comfortable depths by an insistent pounding on his door and a harsh counterpoint of raised voices. He frowned, barely able to make out anything being said, but one of the voices was Hazel's, and he caught, "Temporary. We'll reevaluate when—"
"Why, wait!"
a harsh male voice interrupted. Corcovan, obviously. "This is—" Then unintelligible noise as the two tried to shout each other down. It was obvious that Phil wasn't going to get any more sleep. It was time to get up anyway. Forcing himself to stay calm, he put on a minimum of clothing, ambled to the door, and opened it. "What's the problem out here?"
"You are!" Corcovan bellowed. "You somehow bullied Miss Spineless here into—"
"I have spine enough not to let you walk over me, Phil, or anybody else," Hazel growled back. Phil noticed her hand poised near a sidearm. "He made a good case that we need to shut the windmills down for a while to give the other way a chance. So we did it, and they're going to stay shut down until we see a better reason than you've given us. Now, if you'll excuse us, Phil has a job to do."
"I don't see it that way. The job we all have is to protect this colony. Everything else is—"
"I believe," Phil broke in quietly, "we've been over all this before. Unless you have something new to add—"
"Oh, I have something new," said Corcovan, "though in a way it's something old. Have you forgotten that they've killed 2 of our people? If nothing else, we need revenge."
Phil and Hazel snorted in unison. "Really, Corcovan?" said Phil. "Don't you think you should have grown beyond vengeance as a reason for doing things? Most of us here have."
"Have they? I think I'll ask around a little. Remind them what happened. Put a face on it." He paused. "I saw how you dragged poor little Srella into this, after what she's been through."
"I dragged her in? Look here, Corcovan, it was her idea. I didn't even like it at first, but she wanted to get involved, and her mother would have wanted it that way. She knows what she's doing, and she's already made a valuable contribution."
"I think I'll just see what she has to say about that."
"You'll do nothing of the kind," Hazel said firmly. "You and I can talk about this some more, but until we've agreed otherwise, you'll stay away from Srella. Or else. Now, we've wasted enough time here. Phil and Calantha have important work to get back to, and they need to be there before—"
"Don't you get it?" Corcovan exploded. "They shouldn't be doing that work. These beings are a clear and present danger to us, and we shouldn't be—"
Hazel cut him off yet again. "That's not for you to decide. At least not alone, and not this soon. Now—" They went on like that for a few minutes, with voices rising faster than anybody's satisfaction, but Hazel stood firm on a temporary shutdown of windmills and ordered Corcovan to stay away from Srella. Corcovan stomped off, fuming, and Phil and Calantha were late for their appointment. 15. The sun was already down when Hazel flew them to their meeting point, which made for an eerily new experience for both them and the Otter ambassadors. Sylvie and Goldie were already there, as the little craft eased down toward the ground, its landing lights dimmed as much as Hazel dared, which was quite a bit, thanks to the other instruments at her disposal. Phil hoped the relatively subdued light wouldn't bother them, but apparently it did, though not unbearably. They glanced away frequently, as if to rest their eyes, but in between aversions they seemed fascinated, if a little afraid. Their first reaction, as the craft settled to the ground, was to press themselves back against the cliff, as if trying to stay as far as possible from the strange contraption.
But once it was down, Phil and Calantha had disembarked, and Hazel was zooming skyward and away, Sylvie and Goldie pressed vigorously in around Phil and Calantha, jabbering incessantly and simultaneously. Calantha's translator struggled to keep up. "How that fly? We want one." Phil glanced at Calantha for any guidance she might have on how to answer. She did the same to him. Neither said anything. Finally, as the already faint sound of the highly efficient copter faded into the distance, Phil ventured, "I don't know how to explain. I don't understand it that well myself, but it uses energy." "Ah, yes," said Sylvie. "Energy. Maybe you understand better later. Help us understand, too. More important things now. Did you stop windmills?" "Yes," said Phil, "we did, but only till we find a better way." Sylvie seemed to relax.
"Hope we can," she said. "Glad you tell truth. Is good sign."
Phil and Calantha frowned. She asked, "What do you mean?"
"We knew you stopped windmills," said Goldie, "but wanted to know if you tell truth. Many other ways you could answer. You could bluff, try deceive us. If you told us one thing and we knew something else true, that be bad sign. Couldn't trust you. This way? Maybe." "Maybe," Sylvie agreed.
Phil stared. "So, this was a test?"
"Yes," Sylvie and Goldie said together. Sylvie added, "May not be last, but this one you pass."
"So, now what?" Phil asked. "I assume you talked with others about the windmill problem. Do you have new ideas about what you and us, can do?"
"Not yet," said Goldie. "Already said. More important things now."
She looked at Phil.
"You remember first night you came here?"
"I couldn't forget. The way you brought me."
"You tried escape before we finished,"
Sylvie interrupted.
"Pulled out weapon."
It took Phil a moment to realize she meant his flashlight.
"Hurt one of our friends."
Phil winced. "It was an accident. I didn't know—"
"No matter. Accident or purpose, you hurt her. Now you must visit her."
Phil felt a sudden huge lump in his throat. What could he say to her? What trouble could he get himself and the rest of the settlers into with whatever he said? And what might the otters do to him once they got him inside, which was presumably where his unintended victim was? The prospect was daunting, but he did feel a certain obligation to do something, and from a practical point of view, perhaps the most important thing was that it was a way to get inside. Was this a test, too? Phil wasn't surprised that the otters made him and Calantha leave their flashlights outside. They didn't ask the same of the translation equipment, which showed both understanding and courage, since they must have been uncomfortable with its unknown capabilities. Just inside the canyon mouth was a cart, quite possibly the same one in which Phil had had his first hair-raising ride. Sylvie gestured them to climb in. Phil did so without much hesitation, having some idea what to expect this time. Calantha stared wide-eyed at the rickety conveyance, and the dragon horse hitched to it, and hung back uncertainly. "Come on in," Phil said. "I've ridden one of these before. We'll be okay." He extended a helping hand. She took it with obvious reluctance and clambered aboard. Sylvie and Goldie followed, and the vehicle lurched forward with a snort from its horse. Alone in the box, Phil had rattled around in it, tossed against the walls as the vehicle accelerated and changed course. With 4 sizable beings in it, they were packed too tightly to move much at all. But he was very conscious of the pressure of other bodies, the slight but alien smell of their hosts, and their slightly warmer feel. This time he still had his night glasses on, so he could see the rugged walls of the canyon rising close on both sides as they careened through it. That, plus knowing a little about what was happening, made it a little less scary this time, at least for him. A glance at Calantha's face showed that for her it was as terrifying as his first wild ride. She was clutching his arm tightly, not with anything like affection, but rather a mixture of fear and disgust with herself for having that fear. She probably didn't even know she was doing it. When they emerged into the bowl-like valley that he now thought of as the town square and gateway, he got a reminder of the fear he had experienced before. He expected their cart to slow down as the far wall loomed rapidly higher and higher before them, But it didn't. Instead, it swerved sharply left without losing an iota of speed and sped right into the wall. Into, literally, which was a great relief. He'd noticed shadowy openings in the wall before, and this time the draft beast and its charges plunged headlong into one of those and kept going, the echoes of its passage louder than ever now that the noise had a ceiling as well as side walls to bounce off. At first it was featureless to human eyes, so to distract Calantha from her fear, he stage-whispered, "Did you see the sculptures?" She didn't seem to hear him. Evidently, even a stage whisper wasn't enough, so he tried again in an unabashed shout. "Yes," she grated. "Where are we now?" "Don't know," he said between lurches. "I've never been here before. Entering the city, I'd guess. But there's nothing—" She'd been about to say there was nothing to see, he guessed, which was reasonable, since the first part of the tunnel was featureless and black. But that only lasted a minute or so. Then it changed abruptly as the tunnel opened up into a canyon, still with the sides sloping toward each other to leave only a sliver of sky showing through, but with much more room at ground level. And it was far from empty. Here, for the first time, the city actually started to look like a city. Otters, with their variety of postures and gaits, walked to and fro, singly and in small groups, some carrying things, others unencumbered. The cart carrying him and Calantha barreled right through, as if not seeing or caring about the pedestrians. None of them seemed to care either. When necessary, they just dodged nimbly and unceremoniously out of its path. And there were more openings along the wall, doors and what might have been windows, giving hasty glimpses into dimly lit chambers in which otters went about their unknown business or leisure activities. And, most startlingly, chambers that were not dimly lit. Some of the windows were fitted with panes of some darkly transparent material, through which Phil glimpsed what looked like machines and masked otters, and balls of what looked like flame. They weren't terribly bright, seen from here, but the harsh contrast around them suggested that they would be much brighter, seen directly. So if otters could work around blazing light sources like those, why had his flashlight been such a problem? To him it suggested two possibilities. First, it wasn't, and for some reason, as an excuse for aggression, they were faking its severity. Or second, it really was, but they had ways of dealing with such things when they wanted or needed to. Which seemed much more likely. He'd seen the allegedly injured otter go crashing down that rock pile, and he'd seen them put on dark goggles when they staged that first show for him. But these lights, he was pretty sure, were much brighter than those, and that had startling implications. He forced himself not to pursue them now. Instead, he concentrated on the kaleidoscope of new impressions through which they were passing. A couple of times, while passing side chambers, he heard rhythmic sounds like the one that had reminded him of engines that first night out here. But before he could process that, the scene changed yet again as their steed pulled them out of that canyon and the ground dropped away on their left. Now the road followed a shelf along the face of a cliff, still with an imposing overhang above, but ocean and a fair expanse of starry sky to the left. They weren't far above the water, and thanks to his night glasses, Phil could see that it was relatively quiet here. In fact, it looked marshy, and here and there floated some sort of boats, with otters swimming among them, and occasionally boarding or leaving one. He didn't have time to figure out what was going on, because by the time he had realized that much, the cart made two more sharp turns, first into another tunnel or very narrow canyon, and then into a short side passage, where it stopped abruptly. "We're here," Sylvie announced. "Follow me." She slipped nimbly out the back of the cart, followed smoothly by Goldie. Phil and Calantha followed, neither nimbly nor smoothly after the cramped, bumpy ride. Sylvie led them all through a small door, and suddenly they were in what might have been a small bedroom, had humans built it. But obviously humans hadn't. There were none of the right angles so pervasive in human architecture, and Phil had the impression not so much of architecture at all, as of nature gently tweaked to a civilized user's needs. It might once have been a natural cave, but the surfaces, curved everywhere, were a bit too smooth to be natural. Small pieces of furniture, some standing on the floor and others attached to walls, held clearly artificial objects, some as obviously utilitarian as cups and bowls, others whose functions were not apparent. They might have been tools for unknown tasks, or they might have been abstract art. Some of them, surprisingly, looked clearly metallic. A large area of the back wall was open, down almost to the floor, giving an unobstructed view of the nearby marshes and the open water beyond, though a mechanism above it seemed to be a sort of blind that could be drawn when outside grew too bright. Closer in, though Phil couldn't see it, the coast must be much more rugged. He heard waves crashing below the window, and sometimes spray from them fountained just outside. Above the window, the ceiling curved back to become a high ceiling with a few ledges and sturdy rods projecting from the walls just below. In front of the window, on a couch somewhat like the ones on which Sylvie and Goldie had reclined at the mouth of the canyon, lay a new otter, this one with a very dark pelt and some sort of bandages on 2 legs and her neck. Just inside the door, Sylvie turned toward Calantha and gestured toward her translator. "Box off, please," she said. "Just for a moment." Calantha frowned, but complied. Then Sylvie moved deliberately toward the patient's couch, walking on all 6, with head held low to the ground. Only when she was within a body length did she lift her head to meet the resident's eyes. They conversed briefly in their own tongue, and Phil had no idea what they were saying. Then Sylvie looked back at Calantha with a slight but surprisingly human nod. "Okay, box back on. This is, you might call her Daredevil, because she showed much courage in attempting something the rest of us might not have dared. I think you know what." She stepped aside. The injured otter looked straight at Phil and spoke. "Well, what do you have to say?" The question took Phil aback. He'd had so little idea of why he was being brought here, and so much distraction on the way, that he hadn't thought much about how this conversation might begin. With hindsight, he guessed he'd figured Daredevil would get the ball rolling, but her first move was to toss it to him. After a few mental gyrations, he stammered, I'm sorry. I never intended to hurt you. I didn't know my flashlight would affect you that way. For us, it's just a tool. I hardly knew what was happening, so I was afraid—" "Sorry doesn't matter," Daredevil interrupted. "You shouldn't have been afraid. Made everything worse." She paused. "They were trying to give you a way out." Phil frowned without comprehension. "Excuse me?" "Why do you think my friends brought you to see our model and show?" Again she paused. "Try to see like us. When your strange kind and your structures came here, we all knew it could mean trouble. Not all agreed how to deal with it. Some wanted to destroy you all, so trouble couldn't happen. Some wanted to try to talk to you, find out where you from, what you wanted, make you understand the danger you were to us, try to find way we could all live here. And some thought that was too hard, couldn't work, just wanted to drive you away, to eliminate you as a problem for us without killing you. I was one of those. I don't like killing, but I don't like trouble either. My view was outnumbered. The group that wanted to talk to you convinced rest of us to go along with trying it. Once." "I appreciate that," said Phil. "But I didn't understand then." "Of course you didn't. I didn't believe it would work. But for a while, when you watched our show, I almost dared hope it would, that you did understand. Then you dashed my hope by running off like that. Some of us assumed you'd misunderstood. They ran after you to try to stop you and make it right. Me, I ran after you because I decided I'd been right in the first place, and maybe the ones who wanted to destroy you were even more right. Would I have killed you if I'd caught you? I don't know." Phil shuddered. Had he made Daredevil into an otter Corcovan? "Others might have stopped me if I'd tried," Daredevil went on, "but we never got to find out. I never expected a blinding light in my eyes when climbing those treacherous rocks. I lost control, fell, and suffered several fractures and other injuries." "I'm terribly sorry," Phil said again. "As you say, it was all a misunderstanding on many levels." "Maybe," said Daredevil. "Part of me still thinks ones who want to destroy you are right. But Sylvie and Goldie told me how you came back with your own model and tried to talk with us. Made me think I might be wrong and you should have a second chance. Can you convince me?"
She has a real knack for catching me off guard, Phil thought. I don't know, he said. I'd like to try. Good, said Daredevil. Maybe we can agree on something. But to do that, we have to understand each other. You already know your wind devices are a danger to us. Having you and them here is a problem. Simplest way out would be for you just to go back where you came from. Seems you refuse. Why? We can't. We come from very far away. We can't go back. Why? Daredevil repeated. Too far? More danger there? Too far. We came from the other side of the world. Thought so. Never saw anything like you here before. And before that, we came from another world altogether. Calantha gave him a sharp glance, but Daredevil seemed to take it in stride. The way we got here no longer works, and we can't fix it. Not sure I believe, but suppose it true. If you can't go back to other world, why not just other part of this one where you were before? That's impossible, too, said Phil, hoping it wouldn't be too obvious that he was stretching the truth a bit. It's complicated. I can't explain it, but it's true. I must ask you to trust me. Difficult, said Daredevil. But again, suppose it true. Then we might have to find a way to live together, if that's possible. If it isn't, well, let's hope it is. A much longer pause. We took a big risk letting Sylvie and Goldie bring you in here. Some say you've already seen more than we should have allowed. Yet for crazy idea to have any chance of working, you and we must understand each other. You must learn how we live and what we need. We must learn how you live and what you need. Definitely not Corcovan, Phil thought. Must confer, Daredevil said. She looked at Calantha again. Box off again, please. Calantha complied, and the three otters again talked unintelligibly among themselves, this time for 2 or 3 minutes. Then Daredevil signaled Calantha to turn the translator back on, and again addressed Phil. We suggest this. Tomorrow night, you two come back here for a tour. Sylvie and Goldie will show you around, give you some idea how we live, answer questions. Obviously, by showing you more, we're taking even bigger risk than already. You must share risk by taking them back the next night to do same for us. Show them around place you call yours. Explain how things work. Let them ask questions and come back to explain what they saw to the rest of us. Fair enough? Phil thought carefully before answering. It sounds well worth considering, he said cautiously, but I can't speak for all my people. We'll have to discuss it with them tomorrow. But we'll be back tomorrow night, at least with an answer, and maybe for that tour. Good, said Daredevil. I hope your people will see reason. So do I, thought Phil. None of the otters showed any interest in attempting to do more then, so it was still the middle of the night when Phil and Calantha found themselves back at the mouth of the entry canyon, waiting for their ride back to Breakaway. As soon as their otter escorts were, they hoped, out of earshot, Phil said, Notice anything interesting back there? Aside from everything? And the fact that they showed so little reaction to your bombshell about being from off-world? No bats, said Phil, and no kids. 16. Actually, said Phil, I think they're being surprisingly reasonable. Rod Corcovan snorted. Just another reason to distrust them. Surely you're not going to let critters who don't even know much about humans put one over on you. I'll try not to, said Phil. He, Corcovan, Hazel, and Calantha were gathered around a small table in one of the conference rooms off the main gathering hall. He and Calantha had taken advantage of the unexpectedly short night to catch up on a bit of sleep, but now they had breakfast in front of them and had started the meeting before eating. It was a small meeting by Hazel's choice. When Phil told her there was another big issue to thrash out and they'd need another mass meeting right away, Hazel had shuddered and said full meetings were too unwieldy. Better to start small, with an informal discussion involving spokesmen for all the major factions, including Corcovan. But sometimes, Phil said calmly, if somebody seems reasonable, you should at least consider the possibility that they are. I think this is one of those cases. We can't go back to Earth, because we got here using found alien technology that apparently only works in one direction.
We can't go back to Newtown because of irreconcilable differences.
Some of us want to go back to Newtown, Calantha interjected, and we'd welcome the rest of you, too, if only you'd—
Live your way? Corcoran interrupted with a sneer. Fat chance that's what we left Earth to get away from.
No, it isn't, said Calantha. Earth hadn't had what we wanted for a long time. That's why we left. Us too, said Hazel. Neither our group nor yours was satisfied with what Earth had become. We both wanted to start over, but in very different and incompatible ways. But this isn't the time to argue about which is better, if that question even means anything. The point right now is what to do about the otters. In the long run, both Calantha and Corcoran are right. We have a three-way coexistence problem. But in the short term, the things Newtown and Breakaway want are so different that we need different places to call home. And Breakaway happens to be in what we now know is otter country. The otters are willing to try to find a way to share it. Shouldn't we be too?
No, said Corcoran. What happened to May the Best Man win?
And you're sure that's you? Hazel didn't leave him time to answer. Maybe you're right that the best man deserves to win. But you seem to think best means most able to squash the other. I think it may mean most able to work out a reasonable solution. And that could mean both of us if we're smart enough. Now, this otter that Calantha's translator has labeled Daredevil has offered to show us the inner workings of their town as a first step toward learning to understand each other. In effect, they've invited us into their home. Isn't it only reasonable that we reciprocate?
It's too dangerous, said Corcoran. Sure, I'd like to know as much as I can about them, to know where their weak points are, but do you really want to show them ours?
I'd rather not, but it's a trade-off we have to make. We don't have to show them everything, at least right away. If we think certain things should be withheld, we can just steer our visitors away from those. Hazel paused. But we have to assume they'll be doing the same to us. And we'll have to bear in mind that it could be dangerous to be seen as being too sneaky or secretive. Ultimately, it will probably be to our benefit to be as open as we can be.
You'll hardly even know they're here, Phil pointed out. They don't like daylight. More than don't like, it's dangerous to them, so they'll be coming at night. Corcoran scowled. Is that supposed to make me feel better? That they can watch me sleeping and I won't even see what they're doing here?
Good point, said Phil. Besides, they won't see much at night when we're not doing anything. Eventually, we may have to find a way to let them visit during the day when we're going about our business. Even as he said that, he saw a possible way to do it.
Now that's something to look forward to, Corcoran grumbled. And how long is all this going to go on? Every day we go without the windmills, we're using up precious antimatter. I thought the point of the windmills was to avoid that.
It is, but a few days, even a few weeks, aren't going to matter much.
If you say so. Corcoran frowned and changed tack. Who exactly is going on this tour tonight?
Calantha and me, said Phil.
No way! Corcoran turned to Hazel. Hazel, since you somehow seem to be running this show, are you going to allow that? If those two are the only ones going, we're going to be represented by two people who don't even live here. We have to have somebody with them who does live here and can represent us.
Hazel looked at Phil. I can't really argue with that. Can you take one more?
Well, that's not really a question, Corcoran interrupted. One of us has to go. He made a face as if considering something extremely distasteful, then drew himself up as if trying to look imposing. I'll go.
Well, I appreciate the offer, Hazel said deliberately, but I don't think so. No offense, Corcoran, but diplomacy isn't your strong suit. I'll go.
17. Even Phil had to agree with the logic of including a representative who actually lived in Breakaway, and even more with that representative being Hazel. It also made logistical sense. Since she had been ferrying Phil and Calantha back and forth anyway, they wouldn't have to accommodate another body. She could just park the copter and stay. If the otters allowed it. What worried Phil was that nobody had asked them. As soon as Hazel powered down the copter and they got out, and locked it, Sylvie and Goldie emerged from the mouth of the canyon, looking agitated. They scurried toward Hazel, walking on hind legs and tail to stand as tall and upright as possible, From well within what humans would consider her personal space, they looked her up and down intently. Sylvie glanced toward Phil, then back at Hazel.
"Who this? We said you two should come, not three."
"This is Hazel," said Phil. "She's a leader of our settlement. We work for her, but she wants to see your town for herself, rather than trust entirely to our word."
"Makes sense,"
said Goldie. Phil could imagine her sniffing. "Hazel, this is Sylvie, and this is Goldie. They're going to show us around." Hazel made a sweeping gesture with elements of bow and nod that she presumably hoped they would see as respectful. "Sylvie, Goldie, I'm honored to meet you. I hope you'll accept me as a visitor who looks forward to getting to know you."
"Phil should have asked," said Sylvie. "But yes, you may join us. Need bigger cart, though."
She let out a sudden eerie whoop, then waited silently. A minute or so later, one of the big bats swooped down, obviously startling Hazel and Calantha, and perched on a rock outcropping nearby. Sylvie chattered to it in something more like her normal voice and manner. It made an odd chortling sound and then flew off, rising quickly above the cliffs and flying off in a direction roughly following the entry canyon. The five outside waited in awkward silence, during which Phil speculated on what he'd just seen, but couldn't quite bring himself to ask about. Were the bats another kind of domestic animal, used to carry messages? If so, that suggested a surprisingly high level of intelligence for a domestic animal. Or were they more like the slaves whose status was an indelible blot on humanity's past? Shortly after the bat's departure, he heard the clatter just inside the canyon of a cart and dragon horse heading back toward the town. A few minutes later, he heard a similar sound, which proved to be a larger cart coming out almost to the entrance and turning around in the vestibule just inside. Then Sylvie and Goldie ushered them all aboard. This cart was quite a bit bigger than the other, and even with the addition of Hazel, it didn't feel crowded at all. The beast started them townward with a surprisingly gentle motion, unlike the startling lurch and hair-raising speed of his previous rides.
"No rush this time," Sylvie said through Calantha's translator. "Want you to take in what you see. As Phil knows, we live together in what you might call town, among cliffs and caves on edge of sea. Our ancestors were active by night and not day, and so are we. We feel safest with lots of barriers between our homes, outside places, and open sky. This area good for us because has many caves, jumbled rocks, and narrow passages like this one, not quite caves, but almost, with overhangs. We call this road Way In because it's the only way in, at least for folk like Goldie and me. Anybody from outside who wants to come into town has to come through here."
She paused as if to let that sink in, along with the implied corollary that it could include humans, and if they were getting any ideas, they should think carefully about how easily that single passageway could be defended. When they emerged into the town square, Sylvie halted the wagon and gestured at the ornately sculpted cliff towering before and around them.
"At ground level, you see several entrances to the town itself. Above those you see carvings by some of our best artists to remind us of our history and things most important."
On this second look, with better vision, Phil saw that while the sculptures bore only a vague resemblance to the wild otters and bats he'd seen before coming here, they looked much more like the larger ones here in the town. Calantha and Hazel, he saw, were staring wide-eyed. "Do the carvings," he asked, "represent real individuals from your history?"
"Some do," she said.
Then, as if to avoid a less cryptic response, she signaled the wagon into renewed motion and changed the subject.
"Now you, or at least Hazel, will receive your first view inside."
The wagon rolled forward through an open door into a cavernous chamber, dimly lit by a few glow discs that Phil recognized at once as the one where he'd been brought that first night to witness the otters and bats' first attempt at communication.
"Here,"
Sylvie declaimed. At least it sounded like a declamation from the translator's speaker, though not in her own chittering voice.
"We hold gatherings when it is necessary or desirable for many of us to gather at once."
Tonight, though, it was empty, except for their wagon, and they lingered but a moment before turning into another door in the back wall and clattering down an unfamiliar dark passage. Like the other that Phil had been down, it was relatively short, and soon they came out into another, wider canyon with a narrow opening between cliffs at the top and chambers opening off the sides. Some of those had closed doors, and some didn't. Through the ones that didn't, they glimpsed small groups of otters going about their business, but couldn't tell what that business was. "Families live here," Sylvie said, but she didn't elaborate or slow their pace. Soon the ambience changed again, and they were in a neighborhood like the one Phil had first seen last night, with relatively bright lights and tantalizing mechanical sounds filtering through thick, translucent windows and doors. "Here we make things," said Sylvie. "Can we stop and see some?" Phil asked, excited by the prospect. "Maybe later," Sylvie said. "Making places are dangerous. Need permission, maybe special protection, to go inside." Then, as if she sensed Phil's disappointment, she backed off a little and said, "Maybe one. No promise, but let's see." She brought the cart to a halt in front of a closed door and climbed out. "Wait here." She looked at Calantha and added, "Box off." Calantha complied, but Phil could see that she was sorely tempted not to. Sylvie stood outside the door and chittered loudly. The door opened just a crack, and a different otter voice chattered back. After a few more exchanges, the door opened wider, and Sylvie gestured to the others in the wagon. "Please come in, but touch nothing." With a mixture of excitement and apprehension, Phil and his colleagues filed into a cluttered room with scattered light discs, faintly illuminating several benches strewn with what were obviously tools and pieces of work in progress, some of them made of metal. The details were alien, except for a few that seemed vaguely but tantalizingly familiar, but the place had the unmistakable feel of a workshop. An unfamiliar otter, smaller and apparently older than either Sylvie or Goldie, crouched in the far corner, staring with what looked like a mixture of fear and fascination at the newcomers. "This is Smith," Sylvie told the humans, "one of our finest craft makers. Not busy now, so can take little time to show you a bit." Sylvie told him, "These are our visitors from far away. Phil, Calantha, and Hazel." She gestured at each in turn. "They want to help us find a way we can all share land. To do that, they want to learn about us and teach us about themselves. Can you tell them a little about what you do here?" The resident otter moved a hair closer and spoke, slowly at first, or was that just the translator getting used to a new speaker? "I make tools. To cut, carry, things like that. To do that, I use other tools already made. Here I was making a hook to hold things out of way of other things. I take piece of hard plant at edge of sea and lock it in place with this." He clamped a piece of what looked like wood into a vise on the edge of a bench, tightening the jaws with a coarse built-in screw, which, Phil realized, likely implied the existence of a lathe somewhere. "Then," said Smith, seeming to relax a little, "I carve with this tool." He, or so Phil decided to think of him, her, though he knew it was pure guesswork, picked up an elaborately shaped metal knife and began deftly shaving pieces off the wooden workpiece. The workmanship was obvious and impressive, but what intrigued Phil most was the knife. "The tool you're using," he said, "what do you call its material?" The craftsman spoke. Calantha's translator deliberated for a sizable fraction of a second before saying, "Metal." "Impressive," Phil said truthfully. "Where do you get it?" "From the sea," said Smith, looking at Sylvie and then back at Phil. "I don't know details. It's a new thing. Almost new. We can show you something of how we get the metal later," Sylvie told Phil. Smith somehow seemed relieved at being let off the hook. He showed them a little more of his process for carving something like an old-fashioned shepherd's crook, and then Sylvie shepherded them back into the wagon. It occurred to Phil only as they were leaving that some of the objects that had struck him as vaguely familiar were parts of the windmill model they'd used for their dramatic demonstration that first night. They spent a few more minutes traversing the factory district, and then emerged onto the shelf-like coast road. On the first stretch, they had a good close view of waves crashing on rocks, but then a surprisingly impressive bridge carried them across the mouth of a broad stream pouring out of the cliff wall into the sea. There Sylvie made the draft beast halt and gestured out at the marsh surrounding the mouth of the stream. Again, Phil saw small boats and swimming otters among the plants.
"They're harvesting," Sylvie explained, "gathering useful plants and animals. Most of what we eat comes from the sea. So does the metal used by craftspeople like Smith."
Phil seized the chance. "How do you collect it? Dive and gather it from the bottom? I'd think that would be hard and dangerous work."
"It is, so we seldom do it that way. Metal collects in bodies of certain plants and animals. We encourage those, and the ones that are good to eat, to grow in special places like this."
"Farms," Phil supplied mentally, even before the translator did.
"Then we gather them," Sylvie was continuing, "and bring them into our town. Some of us have learned to extract metals from the plants and animals that concentrate them."
"How do you do that?" Phil asked.
"Most processes involve heat."
Phil's excitement was growing by the moment. "How do you cool things afterward? And what do you do with the waste products?" Sylvie seemed to have no trouble with those concepts.
"Water is channeled down from the mountains to where we need it. Waste products, both from making things and from our bodies, are fed back to other living things that make them harmless and turn them back into useful things."
They have recycling, too, Phil thought, and ways of working with heat and bright light, despite their aversion to daylight. This suggested so many lines of inquiry he'd like to pursue that he found himself thinking wistfully of how much he'd like to be able to hold branching conversations. He latched onto the branch that seemed closest to the biggest thing that had been bothering him. "You say most of your food comes from the sea, so why are our windmills such a problem?" Sylvie fell silent for a long moment, as if she didn't understand the question.
Finally she said, "The winged ones eat small creatures that live in that area. Windmills dangerous to them as they seek food. Sometimes kill them."
"But why is that so important to you?" Again she seemed bewildered, possibly even shocked by the question. Phil began to wonder if he'd blundered into forbidden and dangerous territory.
"Winged ones are everything to us," Sylvie said at last, "and we to them."
Which explained nothing. "So where are they? There were many of them here the first night you brought me here. I've hardly seen any since then."
"They mostly live elsewhere," Sylvie said slowly. "Out where your windmills are. Come here only when necessary."
"And why is it necessary?"
"They bring us things we can't get for ourselves here. Like—"
She was growing visibly agitated and seemed to welcome the chance to change the subject.
"Look," she said suddenly, gesturing toward a nearby cliff. "There are some now."
Followed her pointing hand, Phil saw two big bats curving down to land on a ledge and disappear into a hole in the wall. They seemed to glance this way, and maybe even to make some sort of gesture in this direction, but it was too fleeting, and Phil knew too little about their body language to be sure. "I see," he said, after the bats had disappeared. "What sorts of things do they bring?" Sylvie seemed about to answer, but then just said,
"This is getting confusing, hard to explain, and getting late."
Then she shut up. "I understand," Phil said softly, though he didn't. "Perhaps we can continue talking about it tomorrow."
"No," said Sylvie at once. "Tomorrow is our turn to go to your place."
"So it is." He thought a moment and said carefully, "You know, it might be better if you came in the daytime. You'd see more. That's when we're most active."
"No!"
Sylvie's response was even quicker and more emphatic.
"Daytime is bad for us. Too much bright light. Danger."
Phil thought about pointing out that they'd already demonstrated that they had dark glasses and other means of coping with such things, but thought better of it. Sylvie and Goldie were too upset now, though he didn't understand why. Better to leave that for another time and let them come to Breakaway tomorrow night and see for themselves why daytime would be better. After a bit more awkward silence, Sylvie signaled the dragon horse, and they started moving again. But she volunteered little more along the way, and none of the humans felt comfortable enough to ask. The tour was over. Now they were just being escorted back to the exit. The trip passed mostly in silence, except for the sounds of their carriage and occasional muted sounds of life in Ottertown, including, occasionally, the ones that kept reminding Phil of engines. 18.
"Well, Hazel said as they took their seats in the little conference room the next morning. That certainly raised more questions than it answered.
Yes, Phil agreed, though there were some intriguing answers, too. The biggest question, of course, is what the connection is between the otters and the bats. It's obviously important to them, but we don't understand why, and they don't understand why we don't understand. Or they're uncomfortable talking about it.
Quite, said Hazel. She frowned pensively. We need help figuring this out. I think we're long overdue to get a biologist involved. How about Dick Seisler?
Sounds good to me, said Phil. I still don't see why we're bothering, said Corcoran, but if it will help get this business wrapped up, let's do it. Nobody asked Calantha. Indispensable though she was to the progress they'd made so far, she was still more outsider than otherwise. If she objected, she said nothing. So Hazel called Dick, and a few minutes later he came in and sat down, a small but solidly built man with thick black hair and eyebrows. "What's up?" he asked.
We've been inside the locals' town, Hazel told him, and gotten some tantalizing hints about what goes on there. But there are some big points we don't understand, and we suspect the answers run deep in the natives' biological background. So we need a biologist's perspective.
Well, I'll be glad to try to provide one. What have you learned so far?
A smattering, said Phil. It's a sizable town, which we missed on the initial surveys because it's mostly hidden. We've known for quite a while that between the big tides and past geological activity, the coast has a lot of rugged topography, shattered rocks, caves, and canyons. This town, if that's the right word for it, is built among those, tucked into caves and tunnels and narrow canyons, so that most of the contents aren't obvious unless you get right into them. And it goes right down to the sea. In some places there are waves crashing on rocks just outside dwellings, and in others there are marine marshes that they use as farms. But not just farms as we understand the term, said Hazel. They raise food, both animal and vegetable, but they've also learned to use plants and animals to extract metals from the ocean.
That's a technology we might want to try to learn from them, said Phil. Humans did somewhat similar things on Earth under the name phytotechnology. But of course they were using Earth-evolved organisms to process Earth's resources. They probably wouldn't work here even if we had them, which we don't. But we sure could use the ability to do that.
Dick frowned.
They extract metals, you say. What do they do with them?
We have only an inkling, said Hazel, but we know that they process them using heat, and they make and use metal tools.
And several times I've heard noises there that sound like some sort of engine, Phil added, but I haven't actually seen them. I could be misinterpreting. Okay, Dick said, as if summarizing for his own benefit. They have agriculture and metallurgy, and not necessarily a sharp line between them. What else?
Transportation, said Phil. They have the wheel. I've ridden in at least 2 kinds of cart pulled by draft animals on obviously constructed roads. And they have artificial light sources, though I don't know how they work, and they use them very sparingly. They're nocturnal and can't stand bright light. Hazel added, That seems to also be true of the ones we call bats, and they call winged ones. The big question bothering us is, what is the relationship between the otters and the bats?
Phil said, I'm no biologist, but I'm guessing it's a kind of symbiosis, but an oddly long-distance kind mostly. What apparently started the trouble with us was that the bats and the smaller flyers they eat were being killed or injured by our windmills. But the bats themselves have made no visible attempt to tell us about their grievance. Only the otters did that. When they first snatched me and took me to their town, there were both bats and otters present, and there were structures of both around the entrance. But since that first time, I've hardly seen any bats at all, though the city includes places apparently designed for them to perch on. The population I've seen on our subsequent visits is so uniformly otters that I've drifted into calling the place Ottertown, for lack of a better name. We probably ought to come up with a better one, Dick mused, but it sounds like we don't know enough to make a good choice yet. Exactly, said Phil. Maybe after you get your professional teeth into it, we will. Anyway, last night, when Sylvie, that seems to be our senior guide, told us about the farms, she said they get most of their food from the sea. That seemed to me to intensify the whole riddle.
I asked her flat out why they were so concerned about our windmills if only the bats ate the bugs around them. She said the bats were everything to them, and vice versa. But the question seemed to make her very uncomfortable, and that was the end of last night's tour.
Interesting, said Dick, but instead of commenting further, he changed the subject. You refer to Sylvie as she. Have you seen both males and females? The question caught Phil off guard.
I don't know. It's just that after talking to her a while, it seemed to me that she felt more female than male.
How about young? Dick asked. Have you seen any evidence of how they reproduce or raise the next generation?
Phil stared. No. I mentioned that to Calantha on our way back from our first visit inside the city. Everybody we saw seemed to be not only otters, but adults. Why do you ask that now? It seems like kind of a non sequitur from what we were talking about.
Maybe. But the most basic principles of a species' behavior, at least on Earth, are deeply tangled up with sex, assuming they have it, and I don't think they'd evolve this far without it. He gathered his big black eyebrows into a thoughtful frown. Okay, you want to get back to what we were talking about. You say there seems to be some deep interdependence between the otters and bats, yet they live mostly apart, in very different environments, and eat completely different diets. Have I got that right?
Yes, Phil answered almost automatically. From the corner of his eye he saw Calantha suddenly frowning, as if the question bothered her, and even she wasn't sure why. Dick was frowning too.
Interesting. I may have the beginnings of an idea, but it's so half-baked and so far-fetched, I don't want to talk about it yet. Before I can do much more, I need to see this place, and the folks who live there, for myself. Do you think that can be arranged?
Why don't you come with us tonight? Hazel suggested. When I went last night, they had to get a bigger cart to haul us around, and it had plenty of room for one more.
Plenty of room, yes, said Phil, but we'd better clear it with Sylvie and Goldie first this time. It obviously bothered them when we took you along last night without asking them first. I don't think we dare repeat that mistake.
We don't have to, Hazel said. They're coming here tonight. Let's just add Dick to the group that shows them around. They can hardly object to our picking our own team on our own turf, and it will give them a chance to get to know Dick. Then maybe they'll be more comfortable letting him come along the next time we go over there. The otter's first overt nighttime visit to Breakaway was, as Phil expected, even less productive than the humans' first inside Ottertown, at least initially. The visitors accepted their introduction to Dick with no obvious reaction, and as they walked around among the quiet houses and equipment sheds, he said little to them, and they said little to him, though he was obviously watching them intently. Phil was less than comfortable with the low level of interaction. He had hoped to see them getting comfortable enough with each other that he could be confident of the outcome when he proposed bringing Dick along on their next visit to Ottertown. As it was, he had no feeling for how that was likely to go. After an hour of wandering around seeing little except building exteriors, Goldie said, "Don't you people ever do anything?"
"Very little at night," said Phil. "I tried to tell you that."
After weighing the risk, he added, "Seems to me you should have known. You've already been here at night.
You've probably done more here at night than we have."
He stopped walking next to a disintegrated house that had not yet been restored, and waited to see if their guests would take the hint. After an awkward silence, Sylvie did, at least indirectly.
"I assume you refer to our early attempts to frighten you off. We regret those now, but I suspect you can understand our reasons. Try to imagine how your arrival looked to us. You were something new and unfamiliar that appeared suddenly. Naturally, we wondered what you were, where you came from, how you might affect our way of life. With situations reversed, I guess you would have been frightened too. We did not just assume your coming was bad for us, but we had to know. First we came at night to look at what you had built here, hopefully without your seeing us. Then the windmills made it clear that you were a danger to us. We did not all agree on the best way to deal with that, but most did agree that the simplest way would be to get you to leave. So we tried that first. We hoped if we made you uncomfortable enough, you would simply go away, and we could return to our lives as they were."
"So you tried to scare us," said Dick. "You did well. I would be interested in learning more about your methods.
For example, how did you do this? He kicked lightly at the rubble that had been a house, without leaving tracks.
Leaving tracks would not have been good, said Sylvie. With tracks, you would have seen what was causing damage. That would frighten less than if you couldn't see cause. Unknown always scarier than known.
Very true, Dick said calmly. But how did you do it? I have to admire someone who can do something that puzzles me. It makes me want to understand. Sylvie made a distinctive little chitter that reminded Phil of a chuckle.
I'm like that, too. Can't tell you details, but try to give general idea. If we wanted you to think mysterious forces were destroying your buildings, we couldn't just walk up and smash them. But we control groups of tiny creatures that do much of our work for us. They did this.
Phil saw Dick's eyes light up, though the biologist was apparently trying not to be too obvious about it. To Phil, Sylvie's description would have sounded suspiciously like nanotechnology, except that he remembered his brief impression of the ground seething at his feet the night he was abducted. Impressive, Dick said, and I assure you it was scary. So, why did you stop? Not that I'm complaining, mind you.
It wasn't working, said Sylvie. Groups among us decided to try something else. Some suggested trying to talk to you. That was even scarier for us, but we began planning for it. Smith and others made the windmill model and planned the demonstration, but at first we weren't sure how to get any of you to see it. When you, Phil, came outside at night, as none of the others did since very early nights, we saw that as an opportunity, and seized it.
And me, Phil said with a wry smile. We appreciate your sharing this with us now. It gives me hope. We want you to understand us, too, but we have little else to show you at night. You really need to come back during the day.
No, no, Sylvie answered at once. Daytime dangerous. We must sleep during day.
We understand, Phil said quietly. We feel the same way about the night. Yet we have been visiting you at night because that's the time you're most comfortable and active. We understand that to understand how you live, we must see you when you're doing what you do, not just sleeping.
But bright light is dangerous for us. You saw what your flashlight did to Daredevil only because she wasn't wearing eye protection.
And now that we know how it affects you, we no longer use the flashlights. We rely on special glasses that help us see better in weak light. And we know that you have ways of protecting your eyes. You all wore them that first night when you showed me your model of what you wanted us to do to our windmills.
True, said Goldie, because we knew you needed more light than we like, and we made some for your benefit. But the light we made for you was nowhere near as bright as daytime sun.
Phil could see how agitated they both were, but he didn't back off. But you have stronger eye protection that you can use, don't you? What do your craft makers do when they must use high heat to work metals? I know that process makes bright light. I've seen it through closed doors on our rides through your town. How do ones like Smith stand it? Goldie's ears quivered in a way that made Phil think of a human shuddering.
They are specialists, Sylvie said. They have long training to work with dangerous tools and materials. Their equipment is not for ordinary folk like us.
You're not ordinary, Phil said softly, looking directly at her and then at Goldie. You're quite special. You could learn to use the protections that your craft makers use, and we'll see to it that you're not exposed to dangers like they face. If you do, you'll learn far more about us than if you only come when we're not doing anything. Won't you at least think about it? After a long hesitation, Sylvie and Goldie said in apparent unison,
We'll think about it.
And Sylvie added,
But we can promise no more.
Excellent, said Phil. That's all I ask, for now. And now, there's one more thing. 19. After Phil's obviously disquieting request that the Otters visit Breakaway in daylight, his asking to include Dick in their next visit to Ottertown must have seemed refreshingly non-threatening. He explained that Dick had special knowledge that would help the humans better understand what they were shown and thereby speed the process of finding common ground. Sylvie, who increasingly seemed the senior partner of the pair, accepted that without serious complaint, though she did say the humans would have to stop bringing a new person along every time they came to visit. Dick, when he first got to Ottertown, was like an old-time kid in a candy store. He stared with unabashed fascination at every detail of the carriage that took him and his colleagues through the way in, and the huge six-legged beast that pulled it. When they got to the town square, he marveled at the sculptures of otters and bats on the cliff faces above the entrances. A lone bat swooped overhead as the wagon passed through, and another perched on the head of one of the sculptures, but they were far outnumbered by the otters unhurriedly crisscrossing the square, who hardly seemed to notice the humans in the cart. "Odd," Dick remarked to Phil, Hazel, and Calantha. "Are they really this used to us already?" "I'm not sure," said Phil. "Most of them have had little or no direct contact with us. But despite seeing us and the windmills as a big issue, most of them seem fairly indifferent to us as individuals. They're startlingly quick to take radically new things in stride." When they plunged into the inner tunnels and canyons, Dick was just as fascinated with the new things he was seeing, but for his human colleagues it was largely just a recap of what they'd already seen. Dark tunnels alternating with minimally opened canyons, side chambers, some open and some closed, in which otters lived or went about largely unknown activities, apparent workshops with tantalizing glimpses of light much brighter than the otters normally tolerated. The highlight was a farm, which they saw much more intimately this time. Previously, Phil's closest look at one had been from a wagon on a shelf-like road many meters above it. Now their ride turned off and followed a slanting spur down to what appeared to be the high water mark, and stopped. "We'll walk from here," Sylvie told them, and they followed her down a steep path of rounded rocks and mud. When Phil saw what was at the end, he felt a brief twinge of the same apprehension he'd felt when Hazel and Luke had first led him down a ramshackle ramp to a bobbing human-built boat. But what waited here was not human-made. Phil's first impulse was to call it more a raft than a boat. Nearly flat and rectangular, it rode low in the water, with a broad level deck and some sort of well, for cargo, in the middle. Alongside it, strapped to it with elaborate harnesses, floated 6 otters, all facing what he presumed was the bow. 2 more otters lounged on the deck, watching their approach but not moving. They left plenty of empty deck space, so Phil was only slightly shocked when Sylvie said, "Climb aboard. We'll show you around." His first experience with a boat must have done something for him. He was surprised at how calmly he waded through knee-deep water and joined the others in sitting haphazardly on the plank deck, even though it bobbed and rode a little lower with each person, or otter, who came aboard. Sylvie chattered a signal, and they headed out toward open sea, powered by the 6 harnessed otters. But they weren't just paddling with any or all of their appendages. Each was turning small cranks with his or her front 4 hands, and a glance aft showed a partly submerged paddle wheel turning. "So they have gears and such too," Phil thought, paying no heed to the spray that occasionally splashed over him, or the mingled smells of otter and seawater. Once he glanced up and marveled at the tapestry of stars on black velvet overhead. Selina was well into her waning phases and hadn't risen yet, so the stars dominated the sky, including a Milky Way that looked comfortingly like that seen from Earth, except for being at the wrong angle, and having new but now familiar constellations in and around it. The stars alone weren't enough to illuminate the landscape for humans, but with night glasses they could see not only the marsh and kelp beds, but jagged cliffs with big waves crashing around them not far away. Here and there the cliffs were dotted with openings, some of them glowing faintly from light sources inside. Seeing the violence of the waves made Phil glad that the vegetation through which they were riding dissipated a lot of their energy here. There was quite a network of channels, presumably made by the otters. Sometimes they were barely wide enough to let this boat pass without brushing, but often the channel widened, and they passed other boats of similar design. Some of them bobbed on anchor lines, while otters swam to and from them, sometimes coming back with buckets or baskets of stuff that they dumped onto the deck or into the central well, and then went back for more. Sylvie and Goldie seemed to know a lot of the workers and pointed out some of what they were seeing. There appeared to be patches of 2 kinds of vegetation, resembling tall grass and kelp, but apparently there were many more, differing in ways not obvious to him. Sylvie and Goldie explained that this one was good to eat, that one was good to eat in a different way, another was good mainly as habitat for particular kinds of edible creatures, and so on. "This one," she said eventually, just as Phil was beginning to notice another of those engine-like sounds,
concentrates one of the metals we use.
Not surprisingly, the translator couldn't yet say which one, but Phil guessed the most likely candidates were iron and copper.
Naturally, we can't use the metal until we extract it from the plants, and obviously we can't do that here.
They rounded a rocky headland, the kind against which waves crashed violently elsewhere, but here protected by the tempering effect of the marshes, and all the humans gasped at once as the engine sound grew louder. It was an engine, evidently steam-powered, but with its driving fire hidden by an opaque combustion chamber, mounted high on a cliff and driving a conveyor belt looping continuously between stations above and below the high tide line. Its chugging sounds were louder here, and Phil could smell exhaust fumes and see small clouds around the machine. Swimming otters in boats periodically pulled up to the lower station and dumped stuff they'd been collecting into buckets on the conveyor. Other otters, up near the clifftop engine, took things out of the moving buckets as they arrived and distributed them into other bins nearby.
"I'm especially proud of this," said Sylvie. "Goldie and I played roles in developing it. Machine at top burns dry stuff. Heat boils water. Hot steam drives piston, rotates wheel to move belt. Makes easy way to move raw materials from shore up to where we can make it useful, including extracting metal and distributing food to folk."
"I'm impressed," Phil said, which was not only honest, but an understatement. In a dizzyingly short time, he'd learned that they had not only wheels, gears, and metal refining, but also steam engines. Evidently, they hadn't developed them in the order humans had, and they hadn't put all the pieces together in ways that seemed obvious in human hindsight, but the fact that they had them at all made his mind spin, and made him wonder what else they might have. "May I ask a question?"
"Of course."
"When you boil water, doesn't the salt left behind clog up your engine," he wondered how the translator would handle that, "and ruin it? Make it stop working?"
"It would," said Goldie, "if we used ocean water. So we don't. We use fresh, clear water in streams from high in mountains."
"Of course," Phil said numbly. The steam engine and the conveyor system it powered were the climax of tonight's tour, and Phil suspected Sylvie was enough of a showman to have planned it that way. She showed them more details after the boat took them back to the wagon and they completed a loop back to their starting point, but after that they were just details. The big impression had been made, and very effectively. As the wagon carried them back out through the way in, after a brief stop to introduce Hazel and Dick to Daredevil, Hazel said, "Thanks ever so much for the tour, Sylvie and Goldie. This has been most enlightening, and I'm truly impressed by what you've done here." She paused slightly. "So, will you come to our town during the day tomorrow? We'd like to try to impress you, too, but I'm afraid we don't do much impressive at night." Sylvie flinched, but only slightly this time.
"I fear you are right," she said. "We do need to visit you when you are most active, and with eye protection we can do it. But the prospect is daunting. We will need time to prepare." "Understandable," said Hazel, "and we could use the time to catch up on sleep. We enjoy visiting with you and learning from you, but it's intense. Doing it every day and night is wearying. How about this? We'll take tomorrow and tomorrow night off, but the next day you come to see our town in the morning. Agreed?"
Sylvie seemed to hesitate, but finally she said,
"Agreed."
On the flight back to Breakaway, Phil looked at Dick and asked, "Well?" "Most interesting," said Dick. "There's certainly a lot more to them than I would have guessed even a day ago, but I still don't understand how it all fits together. I've seen a bunch of fascinating puzzle pieces, but something is still missing, and I still think reproduction is key to it. Why didn't we see any little ones? It's likely to be a delicate matter, but somehow we have to find a way to bring it up." 20. Aside from Hazel's well-taken point about the humans' need to catch up on sleep, there were two main issues in getting ready for the Otter's daytime visit. One was logistical, the other psychological and managerial. Hazel and Phil saw two options for getting the Otters to Breakaway. Hazel could give them a ride in the copter, or they could drive themselves over in one of their wagons. The copter would be quick, easy, and not leave their vehicle exposed to human tampering while they toured the village. But it would show them more than some humans might want of how it worked, and it would probably be uncomfortable for them since it contained no seating suited to their bodies. Not that they'd considered that when carrying humans in their wagons. So everybody agreed that Sylvie and Goldie should come in their own cart, which led to the second problem: how would humans react to the otter's presence in their midst, and what could be done to prevent any major troublemaking or counterproductive reactions? Hazel and Phil agreed that reactions would vary widely, and they couldn't anticipate them all. A logical place to start was to post a guard by the visitor's vehicle before they left it, and who that should be seemed obvious. Luke, Hazel and Phil said simultaneously when the question was raised. Not only did they trust him not to do anything stupid, but guarding the wagon would give him a good excuse to look it over and see what he could learn about its construction and workings. Tension ran high in the village the morning of the visit. It seemed everyone was up at the crack of dawn, not knowing exactly when the ambassadors would arrive, but not wanting to miss it. They arrived quite early, perhaps because they hoped to get this over with before they were too far from the perceived safety of darkness. Phil was still in his cottage when he heard a burst of chatter outside, slightly muted by the walls and the low setting on his audio pickup. "Here they come," he heard someone call, and then he noticed the familiar sound of an otter wagon, though it was different here since it wasn't running on constructed road. He scrambled to finish dressing and hurried out the door. A handful of people were gathered outside, all looking toward the wagon as it emerged from the woods a couple of 100 meters away. Its sound grew louder as it approached, and more breakaway folk poured out of their houses. Hazel was among the first, quickly joining Phil, but Calantha was nowhere to be seen. "Somebody get Calantha!" Hazel yelled, "and tell her to bring her stuff." As soon as the wagon halted near the edge of the cluster of houses, it was surrounded by people pressing in much too close, though most of them were obviously intimidated by the big draft animal in front of it. Phil wasn't sure who looked more apprehensive, them, the otters, or the dragon horse. It was even harder than usual to tell, as both otters and horse wore very dark goggles. The townsfolk were seriously crowding the visitors, moving around chaotically, some of the younger ones practically dancing, and all jabbering at once, louder and louder, in their efforts to be heard. Most of which were in vain, since Calantha's translator was not yet on the scene. Hazel tried to restore some order. All right, she barked from atop a convenient rock. "Give our visitors some room. You'll all get a chance to meet them and talk to them, but not all at once. Think how you'd feel if you'd just arrived in their town for the first time." People tended to listen to Hazel, and that did the trick for most of them. Corcovan and his friends, unsurprisingly, scowled and grumbled, but even they backed off when Hazel scurried around, shooing everyone away from the carriage. Otters and horse relaxed a little, but still seemed nervous. Phil was relieved to see Calantha hurrying toward them, obviously not yet fully awake, but with a newly compact version of her translator in hand. "Sorry I'm late," she said breathlessly as she settled into the freshly vacated space around the visitors. "I didn't realize you'd be this early, but welcome." Phil couldn't tell whether her expression was really welcoming, but he was confident the otters couldn't either.
"We're glad to be here," said Sylvie. "We look forward to getting to know you."
The hubbub started up again, and the translator couldn't handle it all. Again Hazel intervened, throwing her hands up and saying, "All right, people, the translator can only handle one at a time. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to introduce our visitors now. This is Sylvie, and this is Goldie, and no, of course, those aren't their real names, but they're what we call them, and Calantha's translator handles the details. And now, you're all going to go back to your usual posts and do what you usually do at this time of day, and we'll show our guests around. You can ask what you want when we get to you." Conversation died off gradually as people dispersed.
"I never imagined they'd be so noisy," Sylvie remarked when they were gone. "It was rather frightening."
"I'm sorry about that," said Hazel. "It certainly was different from the response when we visited you, wasn't it? But they weren't threatening you. Most of them don't want to hurt you, if we can work out a better way. They just get excited. It will be better when we just meet one or two at a time. Let's start here. This is Luke Zakovitz. He'll be watching your carriage and horse. He'd be interested in hearing about them. Luke and Sylvie hit it off well. They were both gadgeteers, and talking shop about things they'd worked on was apparently a great relief after the high-pressure crowd scene when the wagon arrived. But even that was not without its tense moments.
"You built the windmills?"
Sylvie said, rather sharply it seemed to Phil.
"That's interesting. But they've done so much harm to—"
"We never intended that," Luke interrupted gently. "We didn't know you were here when we made them. As you know, we've shut them down for now while we try to figure things out."
"We appreciate that," said Sylvie.
"But still, I'd like to show you how they work," said Luke. "But for now I have to guard your vehicle while Phil and Hazel show you around. Maybe later?"
"Maybe," said Sylvie. "But why do you have to guard our vehicle?"
"Some of our people distrust you," Luke said with obvious discomfort. "They might bother it."
"Oh,"
said Sylvie, but she neither looked nor sounded reassured. The rest of the town was a mixed bag. Hazel and Phil took Sylvie and Goldie around, showing them everything from the interior of a couple of houses to the gathering hall to the farm plots where the food was raised. Calantha accompanied them with her translator, but took little part in the conversation. Everywhere they went, hosts introduced guests to whatever colonists were around. Most seemed glad enough to talk about what they were doing, though wary of saying too much. All were obviously curious about the otters, but varied widely in their reactions. Some bent over backward, trying to be polite, even though they had no idea what the otters might consider polite or rude. A few, like Corcovan, were sullen and close-mouthed, but stopped short of open hostility. It was hard to read the otters, especially with their opaque masks, but Phil had the impression that they were at least surprised, if not puzzled, by much of what they saw. Even things as basic as the fact that humans lived singly or in small groups in separate above-ground houses. They stared intently at each human they met, which naturally made some of them uncomfortable, and Phil could only speculate about what they were contemplating with such intensity. Were they, for example, marveling at how much individual humans differed, or how much they were alike? He didn't know how easily they recognized individuals. Some of the people they met were children, of course, and it increasingly seemed to Phil that Sylvie and Goldie stared at them with especially concentrated curiosity. He had no idea why, until something completely unexpected happened. They had pretty much completed their rounds, undoubtedly leaving Sylvie and Goldie as tantalized and unsatisfied as the humans had been by their first glimpses of Ottertown. They were on their way back to Luke and the waiting wagon when they came around the corner of a house and found Srella Lindholm Muhindi standing right in front of them. Another child might have fled in shyness or fear, but Srella just stood there looking straight at Sylvie and Goldie.
"Hi,"
she said in her little girl voice.
"May I ask you a question?"
The touring party stopped in its tracks, all startled for their own reasons.
"Of course,"
Sylvie said after a moment's hesitation.
"My name is Srella. Did you like my model?"
For a long moment no one answered. Then Sylvie asked,
"What model?" "The one Uncle Phil and Calantha showed you. I helped make it."
Again, both otters were speechless. Finally, Goldie said,
"Yes, we liked it very much. It was very good." "Thank you."
Srella stood silent for a goodly while, as if she wanted to say something else, but couldn't quite bring herself to do it. Finally she said,
"It was nice meeting you. I hope we can all be friends."
Then she turned and almost ran away. When she was gone, Sylvie looked at Phil and Calantha, who happened to be standing next to each other, and asked,
"These small individuals we have seen, they are new ones?"
"Yes," said Phil, "though we say young instead of new when talking about people. We also call them children." That should help the translator be more colloquial the next time the subject came up.
"And this one who just spoke to us," said Sylvie, "did she really help make the model you brought us?"
"Indeed she did," said Phil, "in a big way. She's remarkably good at such things for one so young."
"I would agree," said Sylvie.
She looked from Phil to Calantha and back again.
"Did you two make her?"
"What?" Phil frowned, then understood. "Oh, you mean, is she our daughter, our child? No, we're not a couple." He found the suggestion not only startling, but also vaguely embarrassing. and he saw Hazel giving him an odd look that he couldn't quite decipher. But he also found it exciting, because he recognized it as the opening Dick had been hoping for to start a discussion of reproduction and child-rearing in both humans and otters. Ironic that the humans had agonized so over how to bring it up, and an otter was the one who did it. Srel is the daughter of a friend, he said, and bit his tongue before saying more. Now was not the time.
How remarkable, Sylvie remarked, that a child should play such an important role in your society. She seemed to hesitate. It also surprises us to see so many children moving freely among the adults. Is it always so among you?
Often, said Phil. Not always. Heart pounding, he added, and how is it among you? We were just as surprised to see no children, or at least none that we could recognize as such, when we visited your home, but we feared the subject might be delicate, so we didn't ask.
If we are to understand each other, said Sylvie, we must ask such questions, and answer them. Such matters are basic to how we live. No doubt we will ask you more later. In the meantime, when you come to our home tonight, we will try to start answering yours.
The tour didn't last much longer, but Phil finished it in high spirits, feeling that a major milestone had been passed, and looking forward eagerly to what they might learn tonight. When Sylvie and Goldie were safely aboard their carriage and on their way back home, and all the other humans had dispersed, Hazel turned to Phil.
So they thought you and Calantha were an item, eh? What have you two been doing over there, anyway?
Just trying to get to know the natives, Phil said, blushing in spite of himself. Remember, they know little of humans. They can easily jump to wrong conclusions, just as we're undoubtedly doing all too often.
Indeed, said Hazel. Well, see you tonight, Phil.
She went off without further comment, leaving Phil to wonder why she cared what the otters thought about his relationship with Calantha. It sounded, curiously, like jealousy. Could it be that she was hoping to revive the relationship he and she had once shared? Watching her go, he thought that might not be so bad. 21. On that night's visit to Ottertown, Sylvie and Goldie cut right to the chase. They used the same larger wagon, since Phil, Hazel, Calantha, and Dick had all come, but this time they went directly to a place unlike any they'd seen yet. Here at a glance, Phil saw the answer to the question, where are the kids? They were here. Maybe not all, but at least a great many. Several dozen at least. It was a large room carved from the outer cliff face, with a big window overlooking the sea as in Daredevil's home. But here the window was covered with some sort of sturdy mesh. Broad steps led up to the sill, though, and miniature otters sporadically scampered up the steps to peer outside and tug at the screen, then scampered back down to do things with other objects, toys, strewn about the room. The otters came in a wide range of sizes, from tiny to almost adult, with a correspondingly wide range of toys and activities. A few who were obviously adults wandered among them, apparently keeping an eye on the younger ones, and occasionally stopping to help or otherwise converse with one, or to break up a squabble. It reminded Phil immediately of Mrs. Cripp's baby farm, his neighbor back in Newtown, and he saw Calantha's face light up as if the analogy resonated with her, too.
All babies are born, Sylvie was saying, here in the city. They are brought to places like this to be cared for and taught our ways until they're old enough and know enough to take their places among adults. We call this a creche.
They obviously didn't, of course, but Calantha's translator was smart enough to offer that translation on the basis of Sylvie's description.
Their parents don't care for them and teach them? Hazel said. No. Parents have other jobs. Creches have people who do this as their job, learn to be very good at it.
Uncharacteristically, Calantha jumped in. I can understand that. My people have something like that in our city far away. It works.
It works here, too,
said Sylvie. She laid a hand briefly on Goldie's neck.
This one, for example. Goldie came from my body not far from this spot, then raised in creche, but we sometimes saw each other. Now we're very close, in both work and life. Not so, Goldie?
So, said Goldie, similarly ruffling Sylvie's neck fur. Phil was still trying to process what he thought of this unexpected parallel between the otters and the fruitful, when something else caught his eye. Here and there among the little otters he saw even littler bats, in greater numbers than he'd ever seen bats here except on the night of his abduction. At first he thought they were toys. Then he thought they were pets, when he saw that they were clearly animate and clearly interacting with the otter kids. Then a suspicion began to form, and he tried to think how to word his question. All he got out was, "Some of them have wings."
"Yes,"
Sylvie said before he finished. She made a sound that the translator ignored, then added,
"Let me show you something, and I'd like you to meet somebody."
She and Goldie led the humans out of the playroom and around its outer wall, through a passageway onto a sort of balcony, set back under an overhang and giving a clear view of the starlit sea, with waves crashing on rocks below. She let out a startlingly loud cry, also untranslated, but repeated several times. Then she said, "Now we wait." Several minutes went by, giving Phil plenty of time to wonder what they were waiting for. Finally, he heard a new sound, vaguely similar to otter talk, but reminding him even more of something else that he couldn't quite place at first, but which sent a shiver up his spine. Then, just as he remembered where he'd heard it before, he heard flapping wings, growing rapidly closer. A big shadow swept across the cliff next to him, and a full-sized bat landed on the balcony railing 2 feet from his side. Hazel, Calantha, and Dick all gasped, then regained their composure with a conscious effort. They'd never seen one this close before. It was appreciably smaller than Sylvie or Goldie, but still comparable to an eagle on Earth. Sylvie said,
"Folks, this is—"
As usual, the translator arbitrarily picked a human pronounceable name,
"Bob."
She paused, as if for dramatic effect, then added,
"My mate, Goldie's father."
She and Goldie stepped very close to Bob, and they exchanged nuzzles and caresses, he using the hands on his front limbs while briefly wrapping his wings, the middle limbs, around them, then folding them neatly out of the way. Phil struggled to get his mind around the idea that what he'd assumed were vaguely symbiotic species were actually 2 sexes of the same kind. It hardly seemed possible. He knew some animals on Earth had marked sexual dimorphism, but he'd never heard of anything like this. How could it work? Calantha's translator did at least as well as he did at adapting to new concepts.
"Males and females," it said, as Sylvie explained, "all start their lives here. They learn to be comfortable with each other, which will help them in later life. But let me finish introducing. Bob, these are the guests I mentioned to you. Phil, Calantha, Hazel, and Dick."
She indicated each as she spoke, whatever she used for their names.
"They say they are from another world. Their kind built the windmills. We're trying to decide what to do about them."
Bob said something, a rather lengthy something, that sounded a little like otter talk, but now that Phil's ear had become somewhat attuned to that, he decided this was something quite different. And the translator couldn't handle it. Calantha looked baffled and anxious, then said, "I'm honored to meet you, Bob, but I doubt you can understand my telling you so." She turned to Sylvie. "Forgive me if this question offends, Sylvie, but do males and females speak different languages?"
"Of course."
Sylvie didn't seem at all offended.
"As you can see, there are many differences between our bodies. We gather that you humans also have 2 sexes, but we marvel at how little they differ. We're not always sure which is which. With us, it's easy to tell, but that means we do many things very differently. Bob and I can't make the same kinds of sounds, but I can understand his, and he can understand mine. It works, and seems the natural way to us. The fact that you all speak the same language doesn't, so it took us a while to realize you had 2 sexes."
"Fascinating," said Calantha, in a stiff voice that suggested she was trying not to show her true feelings. "But it's going to make an extra challenge for us. We'll want to get to know Bob and others like him, but my translator doesn't know his speech yet. Can I get a chance, soon, to spend some time with him, to train it?"
"I hadn't thought of that," said Sylvie, "but of course. We can do that in a little while. But first, I want to tell you a bit more about how things work. Bob, why don't you go mingle with the kids for a while, and we'll let you know when Calentha's ready to chat with you."
Bob said something not yet translatable, then disappeared down the passageway through which they had come from the nursery.
"Females live their whole lives here, farming and making things. Males, like Bob, spend most of their nights traveling the countryside and their days in communal lodges out there. Their wings let them roam much faster and more widely than we can, which enables them to bring us things and knowledge that we can't get right here. We females provide a stable base for our culture and make many things both sexes need."
"But not food," said Calantha.
"No, not food. Males and females eat different things."
Out of the corner of his eye, Phil saw Calantha frowning again.
"Though some of the things they bring us are substances that make food taste better or more interesting. We give them things that do the same for them."
She gestured toward the path by which Bob had left.
"Sometimes, when they come back to town, males come here to visit with the kids and show them what adult males are like. Females need to know, because eventually they'll have to interact with them as adults themselves. Males need to know even more, because eventually they will be adult males and need examples to emulate. When they're a little older and have become stronger flyers, they learn even more about what's expected of them. They leave the creche and go out, often with their fathers, to live in one of the male lodges and learn male things. Soon they're full members of male society and start doing useful male tasks and coming back here to carry things, visit, find mates of their own."
"Fascinating," said Calantha. "I can't wait to hear more about all this. From Bob."
"You don't have to wait," said Sylvie. "Let's go get Bob now."
She led them back through the short passageway and into the creche. Bob crouched in the center of the room, wings partially but impressively unfurled, surrounded by little otters and bats, all apparently clamoring for his attention. Sylvie caught his eye and asked him to come over. It took him a couple of minutes to disengage from eager kids of both sexes, but then he came over to where he and Sylvie could talk privately. Calantha's translator caught Sylvie's side of the conversation, but not Bob's.
"Calantha would like some time alone with you. I've told you of her box that translates between our female speech and their human speech." "Yes, just one kind of human speech. Males and females speak same." "Yes, I know it's odd, but their sexes are much more similar than ours." "She needs to talk with you. Let her machine listen and watch what you are doing while two of you talk, so machine can learn to interpret male speech as well. Okay?" "Good. We'll drop you two off in a private room, and I'll find another for the rest of us."
It felt odd being alone in a room with Sylvie and Goldie, but not Calantha or her translator. Sylvie and Goldie stayed, to keep an eye on them, Phil supposed, but they probably wouldn't understand anything the humans said. Or would they? Their whole society depended on both sexes being able to understand a language they couldn't speak. During their interactions with humans through Calantha's translator, had they learned to understand any human speech without it? "Sylvie," Phil said tentatively, "can you understand what I'm saying?" If she did, she gave no sign. "How about you, Goldie?" Neither of them even seemed to be listening, which might mean that they couldn't understand, or that they didn't want the humans to know that they could. Phil shrugged. They'd have to proceed as if they actually had privacy, without knowing whether they did. As he pondered where to begin, Dick took the initiative. "Well, we definitely need a new name for the whole lot of them. We can't keep calling them otters and bats if they're just two sexes of the same species."
"How about Zoes?" Hazel suggested. "You know, from Zoe."
"Yes, we get it," said Phil. "Sounds as good as anything. Let them be Zoes. But how can sexes be so different?" "Actually," said Dick, "I have some ideas about how that might have come to be. I think my subconscious was beginning to get an inkling even before I met them personally, and now I think it was on the right track. It's pure conjecture, of course, and I can't prove it's right, but I think it's plausible. Want to hear it?" "Of course," Phil and Hazel said together. I think they diverged from an ancestral form that was amphibious and evolved to exploit the intertidal zone. As we're all aware, that has a lot more character here than in many places on Earth. It's rocky and extensively fractured and jumbled, and the planet's position relative to Sun and Selena is conducive to very high tides. It's a turbulent place, and creatures that live in it have to either adapt to deal with huge tidal changes if they stay, or move back and forth or up and down to stay within the zone. I'd guess the Zoe's ancestors took that approach. They not only learned to move with the tides to stay close to the water's edge, but ventured beyond it in both directions. The intertidal zone has one set of resources to offer, the ocean beyond the low tide line another, and the land beyond high tide still another. An organism that could exploit two of those would have a big evolutionary advantage. One that could exploit all three would have an even bigger one. That much could explain how the otters became top dogs, so to speak. They can, for example, eat things that grow both in the sea and on land. And by staying on land for a while, they can do things that would be very difficult in water, like make and control fire.
Yes, said Hazel, but what about the bats?
I mentioned 3 zones, but there is a 4th, the air. A creature that could live and travel there would have another big advantage. If it could fly, it could venture much farther from the water, gathering information about what lay beyond and bringing back useful things it found out there. That's what the bats have done.
I can see that, said Phil. I've read about similar things happening on Earth, and I can see why it would be too much to expect for one form to thrive in all 4 zones. But when things as different as swimmers and flyers evolved on Earth, they were different species. Why the same one here? Why didn't the flyers evolve from something else entirely that wouldn't remain so tied to the water?
Probably because the otter's ancestors were already so far along that they squelched anything else that threatened to evolve into a serious competitor. Let me anticipate your next question. How do you get such different forms from a common ancestor? It isn't really that hard. All the vertebrate analogues on this continent have 6 limbs. In the female zoes, the hind pair have become flippers for swimming. The middle pair is multi-purpose hands useful for swimming, walking, or grasping, but not optimized for any of those. And the front pair are high-quality dexterous hands. Now, suppose you got an occasional mutation that caused the middle pair to take a step toward becoming wings. In a lot of species on Earth, including humans, I fear, such mutants would be outcasts and likely killed as abominations before they could reproduce. But the female zoes seem to be less inclined than us to automatically view anything new as a threat. Obviously, they recognized that possibility. Their first reaction to our presence was to try to protect themselves and get us out of the picture. But it didn't take them long to move beyond that and try to learn about us and find a better way to deal with us. Not unanimously, Phil pointed out, of course, but they got there impressively fast. I can easily imagine such folk finding some of their offspring with new features and abilities, trying to find ways to exploit those instead of destroying them reflexively. It wouldn't take much for wing-like structures to start hinting at their utility around here. There are plenty of cliffs they could glide off of, and New Horizons' thick atmosphere makes gliding or flying relatively easy. That's how the bats, male zoes, are able to be so big.
Part of it, anyway, said Hazel. A writer named Poul Anderson once invented a race of big, intelligent flyers with built-in superchargers to make more efficient use of the air they took in. Do you think the bats have something like that?
They might, though with such a thick atmosphere they don't need them as much as they would on a less well-endowed world. Anyway, big flyers are feasible here. They could evolve by mutations that change the structure of a set of limbs, And if that kind of mutation happens to be sex-linked, it could easily spread through one sex of a species like the Zoes. Would it even have to be sex-linked? Phil asked. Even if it weren't, couldn't the otters themselves select to steer each sex toward a different kind of specialization? You mean by selective infanticide or something like that? Dick smiled. Yes, that could easily happen. Good suggestion, Phil. Anyway, however it happened, one of those or something we haven't thought of, it would give the Zoes, as a species, a huge advantage to have two sexes specializing in different environments. Females are at home here, on land and in the water. Males, on land and in the air. Naturally, the sexes would develop separate cultures with such different environments and ways of life, but they intersect here, where land, air, and water come together. And the intersection should be stable for quite a long time, because the sexes are about as interdependent as they can get. He fell silent. Finally, Hazel said, "Well, I don't have any better ideas. That's a fascinating picture of who they are, if it's anywhere close to the truth. We may never know, but at least it gives us some idea of what we may be up against. Now, I wonder how things are going with Calantha and Bob, and how do we get back together?" 22. For Calantha, the night was very different. She felt apprehensive, settling into a room alone with Bob, knowing none of his language, and not having Sylvie or Goldie to fall back on if failed attempts at communication raised hackles. This was, after all, one of the beings who had attacked, or at least pretended to attack, human citizens of Breakaway on their own turf. He might even have had a part in killing a human or two. He certainly looked fearsome enough. But she plunged bravely ahead. The room they'd been given had an improvised stool for her, and ledges and bars at various heights for him. And, she was pleased to note, an assortment of objects, a few of them even with recognizable functions, to manipulate and talk about. The basic process was the same as with Sylvie and Goldie. They both did things, talked about them, and the translator looked for patterns and correlations. As patterns began to emerge, Calantha was more relieved than surprised to discover that though males and females had different vocal machinery, the underlying structures of their languages were similar, much as Hamlet in Pig Latin or Morse code is still Hamlet, in English despite the thin disguise. That made the learning process go much faster than it had with Sylvie and Goldie. Not once did Bob try to attack or even threaten her. By dawn, she was almost beginning to like him. The first order of business back in Breakaway was sleep, but she only allowed herself a few hours. Then she spent an hour reviewing the translator's findings, and another hearing and discussing Dick's speculations about how Zoe society worked and how it had gotten that way. Then it was time to call Magnus, and this time she made sure to double-check the time difference. "Big breakthrough," she said. "I don't remember how much I've told you about the natives, but we thought there were two species, one that looks a little like big six-legged otters, and another like big fruit bats. Turns out that they're the same species, but the otters are females, the bats male. They spend most of their time apart, but they meet in their town at the water's edge, and they're completely dependent on each other." Magnus took his time in answering. "How many of these towns are there?" "We have no idea. They're not obvious until you're almost inside one, but some of the Breakaway people and I have been in this one several times and had several conversations, mostly with females who are the permanent residents of the town. But last night I started learning how to talk to the males, and something about how they live." She could practically hear Magnus frowning. "Learning to talk to the males. Don't you talk to them the same way as females?" "Not quite. Their mouths aren't built the same way, so they make different kinds of sounds, but the underlying linguistic structures are similar enough that the translator is picking up the male language much faster, since it already knows the female. Dick Seisler, I don't know if you remember him, but he's a biologist who moved up here, thinks they diverged from an amphibious ancestor in the intertidal zone, females specializing for swimming and walking, males for flight, both comfortable enough on land to interact there." I suppose I've heard stranger things, though I can't remember when." Long pause. "And I can't remember any more disconcerting. What other cheerful tidings do you have for me?" "Well, they have technology. We're only beginning to know how much and what kinds. So far it looks pretty primitive, but they have agriculture, and they make things out of metal, some of which they get from plants and animals by methods that humans didn't start calling phytotechnology until around the beginning of the 21st century. They have wheeled vehicles and steam engines, though we've only seen one, and it looked pretty primitive.
Humph, Magnus repeated. Primitive or not, their very existence is a huge blow to both the foundations of our faith and our plans for the future. Sister Calantha, I hardly need tell you, I would much rather not have known all this. But if it's true, I suppose I'm glad I sent you there to learn about it. In her mind's eye, she could see him grimacing. Now, we have to decide what to do about them. What do you think we should do, Sister Calantha? He was asking her? Was this a test?
Well, she began cautiously, we can't just ignore them. They're here, and they're not going to ignore us. They may or may not be a threat to our survival or continued colonization. I'm inclined to doubt it. Even with our limited numbers and the relatively little technology we brought with us, ours is still way beyond theirs. If it came to a fight, I think we could take them easily.
Do you think it will come to a fight? Will they try to start one?
Calantha considered. I doubt it. Initially, they tried to scare us off, and almost succeeded. Since then, they seem to be trying hard to avoid a fight. She considered some more, but the fact remains that just by being here, they've shattered one of our deepest beliefs, that humans are alone in the universe, and it's ours to fill.
Exactly. For the less thoughtful elements of humanity, that may not be too much of a shock. They've pretty much just stopped thinking about other intelligences after all the decades of looking and finding nothing. But for us, the fruitful, it's one of the pillars of our belief system. The best thing for us would be if we could just make it go away.
He stopped talking, and Calantha's throat went dry. He'd come close to this before, but he wasn't leaving much doubt this time. She decided that, bold though it was, she wouldn't either. Are you talking about genocide?
That's such an ugly word. I don't like the idea either. But sometimes one must choose the lesser evil. If it were possible to simply eliminate these... what do you call them?
Zoes, though it's too early to say whether that will stick.
Zoes. If it were possible to simply eliminate these Zoes before our people even knew about them, I must confess I'd be sorely tempted.
Calantha had long considered herself one of Magnus's most faithful followers, but she felt herself shudder. Fortunately, she said, as icily as she dared, that probably isn't possible. How could we ever find them all, much less get at them when their town's practically a subterranean fortress, especially while keeping them and their extermination secret from your flock?
Are you sure that's fortunate, Calantha? I'd think very carefully about my priorities if I were you. His words quickened. And are you sure it's impossible? I think what you're saying is that there are only a few small entrances to their town, so they have a strong defensive position. But that cuts both ways. It could mean they'd be easy to bottle up and then send in something that was very bad for them. We wouldn't even have to go in personally. We do have nanotechnology, you know, and explosives, and other chemicals,
and they have the home court advantage. They may know ways to use it that we haven't thought of, and we have no idea how many other towns they have, or what technology we don't know about yet. They've surprised us several times already.
True. We don't dare let them surprise us too often. As for other towns, what good would those do them if they're trapped in their own? And if they can somehow communicate, that could ultimately work to our advantage. If we destroyed one town, that could be a sobering example to the others, and maybe draw them out of hiding so we could deal with them, too.
Calantha felt sick. He was serious about this. She had never before actually argued with him, and the very thought verged on blasphemy. But how could she avoid it? Mightn't there be another way? She said slowly. As you said yourself, nobody has thought much about the possibility of non-human intelligence in a long time. We just assumed there wasn't any. Now that we know there is, shouldn't we look at every possible way to rethink our position on it?
He was silent for quite a while.
Such as?
How about conversion? On Earth, when Europeans colonized other continents, one of the first things they did was to convert the people already living there to Christianity, making them subservient to church authority. Might something like that work for us here? Sell the Zoes our own theological doctrines, allowing them to survive, but with you as their spiritual leader?
That might be worth considering. He pondered a moment. What kind of religion do they have now?
She hadn't really thought about that, and was startled to realize what her answer must be. I haven't seen any evidence that they have any.
Ah, a tabula rasa. That might make them particularly susceptible to new ideas. Pause. Or particularly resistant. Keep an eye out for evidence about that, Sister Calantha. But I see another problem with your idea. If we tried to dominate them by treating them as close enough to human to let them live and give them the gift of religion, it can't really be our kind of religion now, can it? Not the whole package.
Why is that, Brother Magnus?
Don't you see? Our very name comes from the biblical admonition, be fruitful and multiply. We don't want to encourage them to do that, do we?
Of course not, she said stiffly. But if, as you said, we can't give them the whole package, couldn't we give them some of it, or a modified version, like teach them that we came from God and are destined to fill the universe, but we're willing to let them use a little piece of it if they behave? Certainly there's ample precedent for that sort of thing in human history. She'd always thought the phrase, getting hot under the collar, was just a figure of speech, but now she felt it happening literally as more words tumbled out. Please, sir, there has to be a better way than wiping them out. I know they're not human, but they're surprisingly like us in some ways, and they seem like basically decent folks, despite some weird primitive habits like making males and females eat different diets. Now, why did I bring that up? She hurriedly added, why, they even raise their babies in creches like ours,
which makes me wonder if they're doing it for the same reasons we are. I'll try to save them if I can justify it, Sister Calantha, but I can't promise we'll go that way. This whole affair is too troubling on too many levels. Probably, and I mean no offense by this, more than you can understand. I must meditate and pray on it, and in the meantime I require that you say nothing about it to anyone else. Do I make myself clear?
After they had disconnected, Magnus stared at the phone as if it had betrayed him. Troubling on more levels than she could understand, indeed. It was troubling on more levels than even he could understand. Which was worse, to exterminate a whole non-human species that shouldn't even exist, or to sell them a twisted, dumbed-down version of the truth as an excuse to spare them? Was sparing them even a choice he could make? He, and apparently all the colonists, knew too little of these troublesome beings to be sure they could exterminate them even if they wanted to. It could even go the other way. He could imagine that the natives could have already exterminated the breakaway colony if they'd wanted to. What did it mean that they hadn't? He needed to meditate and pray, all right, but he needed more than that. He needed to consult with trusted colleagues, but were there any he could trust enough? He had thought Calantha was one, but she was showing signs of becoming a loose cannon. For now, it was his problem alone. He feared there would be a lot more meditating and praying than sleeping tonight. 23. The next human visit to Ottertown was different. It started with the usual carriage ride through the Way Inn, but then they stopped at the entrance to a sparsely furnished room on the outer sea cliff, with a big uncovered window overlooking crashing waves and marsh farms beyond.
"You'll get out here," Goldie announced. "Sylvie and I will be back to pick you up later."
Phil scanned the room and saw no one else there. "What's going on?" he asked. "Where are you going? What are we supposed to do?"
"Bob will be along shortly," she said. "He tells me he and Calantha learned enough last night that you can converse. We thought it good for you all to get to know him without us females in the way. So please, go in and wait. Goldie and I have other business."
A bit warily, Phil and Hazel and Dick got out and entered the room. For once, Calantha looked more at ease than they did. As the carriage pulled away, Phil reflected that this was the first time humans had been left alone inside the town. Were they really alone?
or were they watched by unseen eyes? He didn't have long to wait. Soon he heard a crescendo of wings outside, and with a few final flaps, Bob settled onto the window ledge, his slightly unnerving form silhouetted against the starry sky. He made his own kind of noises, and Calantha's translator said, "Howdy, folks. Hope I didn't keep you waiting too long." Phil knew such translators had come a long way in handling nuances and inductive interpretation, but he couldn't help wondering how much Calantha's own sense of humor had influenced its ways. Not that he'd ever realized she had one. This time Calantha had the advantage. "Bob, I'd like you to meet my colleagues, Phil, Hazel, and Dick. I know you've all seen each other before, but I hope tonight we can get to know each other better. Maybe I can start the ball rolling. You and your fellow males were born in this town, yet once you're grown up, you live somewhere out there, fly around a lot, and only come back here sometimes. How do you feel about that?" Phil got the distinct impression that Bob didn't understand the question.
"What is to feel?" Bob asked. "That's just the way things are."
"Do you ever wish they were different?" Calantha asked, "that you could spend more time in the town and less far away?"
"That would be wrong," said Bob. "We belong out there, except when we come back here."
"But why—" "Excuse me," said Phil. "Thank you, Calantha, but I think we'd like to hear Bob's own view of what his life is like, and how we've affected it, and how we might affect it less." Phil had no experience reading male Zoe body language, which was necessarily quite different from female, but he could have sworn Bob looked relieved.
"Thank you, Phil," said Bob. "I'd be happy to tell you. Flying is simply a joy. To soar over the land, seeing all spread out below, seeing far, then swooping down low when see something of interest. Not to offend, but for you who can't do it, it must be hard to imagine."
"I believe that's true," said Phil. "Is it less joy now, since we came?"
Bob seemed to hesitate. "Sometimes," he said. "Can't deny it was scary when we started flying into your— what do you call them? Windmills? It was deep pain to lose friends that way. Once we began to understand what they were, we could learn to steer clear of them, though we didn't like having to. This was our land since long before you came. Why should we have to avoid parts of it because you put strange new things here?"
"We're very sorry for your losses," Hazel said. "We never intended to hurt anybody. We didn't even know you were here, since you're mostly out by night, and your dwelling places are hard to see. If we had known, we might have done things very differently." She paused. "As you know, we have stopped using the windmills, for now."
"We appreciate that," said Bob, "for now. But we fear you will soon start them up again. And while we Zoes, being intelligent, can avoid them, the little flyers we eat cannot. If you start killing those again, that will be a big problem for us."
"But why must you eat those?" Calantha said suddenly. Everyone turned to stare at her. "Your maids and children back in the city don't. It looks to me like blatant sexual discrimination." Phil's analytical part wondered what her translator would do with that, but most of his attention was fixed on Calantha's unexpectedly acting like a full representative of Breakaway, instead of just a hired technician. "Why should you have to eat bugs just because you're male?" Bob stared at her for a good many seconds.
"We like bugs," he said finally.
"Do you really?" Calantha asked. "Or have you just been taught that you should for so long—" "Calantha!" Hazel interrupted sharply. Calantha stopped and looked at her with an annoyed frown. "Excuse us for a moment, Bob." Hazel gestured at the translator and told Calantha, "Off, now." Calantha glowered briefly as if she were going to defy Hazel, but then turned the device off. "We very much appreciate your help in communicating with the Zoes," she said, "but please remember that your job is to help us communicate with them, not to proselytize or try to foment discontent with their way of life. That's not for us to do, and we don't know anywhere enough about them to do it well. Do I make myself clear?" "Besides," said Dick, "Bob's right. There really are fundamental differences between males and females." "That's how men used to rationalize oppressing women," Calantha said with a scowl.
"True,"
said Dick, and completely irrelevant. The Zoe's sexual dimorphism runs a lot deeper than ours. You can see how different almost everything about their anatomy is. They are adapted to different environments. Their only common ground is the intertidal zone. Your translator had to learn separate speech for males and females, didn't it? Yes, but humans have also imposed different dialects on different groups to reinforce an artificial class distinction. Do you really think this is artificial? Could Sylvie speak Bob's language if she wanted to? Or vice versa? Calantha stared, obviously seething. No, she admitted at last. There are anatomical differences. You bet there are. I'll bet they run to their digestive systems, too. They can't eat a lot of each other's foods, and they can't get them where they spend most of their time. There seem to be good reasons for that, too, though we're hoping you'll help us learn more about them. We're immensely grateful for your help with that, Hazel said, a bit more gently. But don't presume to speak for us. You're not one of us. We can thrash out the rest of this stuff later, in private. For now, let's just get to know him. Let him speak for himself, without trying to reshape his worldview in our image. Okay? Okay, said Calantha, looking as if the words tasted bitter in her mouth. But don't you forget that you need me. Without waiting for permission, she switched the translator back on. Bob, I'm sorry if I offended. I believe my colleagues would like to ask you some questions. Then she just waited. Hazel started things off. Bob, Sylvie said you males roam the countryside to bring things back that they can't get here. May I ask what sorts of things? Many sorts, Bob said. Some you can touch, like special rocks that the females use to make things. Sometimes things to use, sometimes just to look at. What if you need to bring a lot of something? One of you can't carry very much flying. True. Usually we just bring things that are valuable in small amounts. If we find something that they could use in large quantities, well, usually we just leave it there. If there's enough, and they need it enough, and it's in a place that's easy to reach, they may build a road to take wagons there. But that doesn't happen often. I see, said Hazel. Phil made a mental note that much of what they could do, they couldn't do on a large scale. What else do you bring? Sometimes we bring plants or animals that females eat in addition to their usual food, just as we sometimes eat bits of theirs when we visit there. He looked at Calantha. But neither they nor we could live mainly on the other's food. Too different. And sometimes, he went on, we bring information. Information? Phil asked quietly. Knowledge brings strength, said Bob. If we see a storm coming before it gets here, we warn females so they can prepare, or any other danger. In old days, enemies sometimes got into town and caused trouble, fear, damage. By flying abroad, we could spot those coming and warn females to ready defenses, and we could help head them off ourselves by attacking from the air. You say there were enemies in the old days, Hazel said. How about now? Are they still around? Don't know, said Bob. Not much trouble with old enemies lately. He paused as if deliberating, then said, But we found you. Don't know yet whether you're new enemies. We'd rather be friends, Hazel said quietly. Phil thought, some of us anyway. As if sensing the need for a change of subject, Hazel said, Do you like visiting the creches? Oh, yes, said Bob. Life is joy. Sharing that joy with young is special. They are hope for future of all of us. We feel the same way, said Hazel. Glad to hear that, said Bob. Another thing we sometimes do. He broke off abruptly, as if he'd thought better of what he'd been about to say. Glad to hear that, he repeated. After an awkward silence, as Phil and presumably all his colleagues wondered what Bob had started to say but didn't, Hazel said, I suggest we continue this conversation in our town, Breakaway. Can you come tomorrow? Bob considered. I think so, but Prospect is scary. I've never flown in daylight before. Among us, fly by day is a term of derision and disparagement. Understandable, said Hazel, but this time there's a good reason for it. You can get eye protection from your craft workers in town, and we can try to keep our lights from being too bright. We'll try to make you as comfortable as we can. Can we count on you? He seemed to be thinking it over. Finally, he said, "I'll be there." 24. Phil knew from the start that Bob's first visit to Breakaway would be psychologically different from Sylvie and Goldie's. Human perceptions are strongly colored, often subconsciously, by association with past experience. Many humans find otters cute. Few feel the same way about bats. But Phil wasn't expecting Corcoran and his cohorts to be so blatant about it. They were there even before Phil arrived, standing in an unruly knot at one side of the area where they expected Bob to land, brandishing placards with slogans like "Breakaways for Humans," "Batter the Bats," and "The Only Real Solution," the last with crude cartoons of otters and bats lying belly up. Phil cringed, but before he could react, Hazel came storming onto the scene, charging toward the protesters and yelling, "Get those things out of here right now! I said now!" For a moment they stood their ground, staring sullenly. But nobody could stare Hazel down, and already a group of her supporters were forming into a small army of their own and advancing on Corcoran's gang, many of them carrying objects that could serve well as weapons. Corcoran looked momentarily indecisive. Then he muttered something to his gang that Phil couldn't catch. They lowered their signs, backed off, and dispersed, discreetly followed by some of Hazel's supporters. But there was no feeling of resolution. Phil moved closer to Hazel. "You handled that well, and in good time. I wouldn't want Bob to see those signs. He couldn't read the words, but the pictures could be a problem." He looked in the direction the protesters had gone. "I don't think we've seen the last of them." "Of course we haven't," she said. "I may have handled that well enough, but I'm beginning to think we could have handled some things better right from the start." "Like what?" "Well, when we moved here, we all had this idealistic vision of ourselves as a rational, well-intentioned bunch who were above the common throng and didn't need to saddle ourselves with formal government. That's easy when there aren't many people involved and things are going smoothly. But it was only a matter of time before some problem that would come up that would divide us. Once that happens, as it has, maybe we'd be better off if we had some clear rules about what will and won't be tolerated, and ways of enforcing them." "A police force?" Hazel nodded. "Yes. It pains me to say it, but yes. I've seen this split coming for some time, and now I see the wedge being driven deeper and deeper just when we can least afford it. In the midst of all this, can we still hope to organize ourselves and deal with the Zoes? Or is it too late?" Before Phil could answer, he heard distant flapping and saw Bob materialize over the nearest trees, then descend to land right in front of Phil and Hazel. Again a throng of villagers gathered around him, but this one was smaller and seemed more wary than the one that had greeted Sylvie and Goldie. Bob, his face partly hidden by a dark eye mask that undoubtedly made him look even more sinister to people who thought of bats that way, looked them over and said, "Howdy, y'all. Thanks for letting me come to visit." "Our pleasure," said Hazel. "Was your trip okay, with the daylight and goggles and all? Is there anything we can do to make you more comfortable?" "I managed," he said. "It was an interesting new experience. And no, you don't need to do anything special. Just show me what you want me to see." Hazel and Phil started by introducing him to a few of the boldest onlookers, a bunch self-selected for high curiosity and openness to the unfamiliar. Not surprisingly, quite a few of them were kids, and Bob's standing among them and answering their questions reminded Phil a little of his visit to the Zoe creche. But only a little. In the creche, Bob had towered over his questioners, little bats and otters who looked up to him both literally and figuratively. Here they were aliens who, even the children, towered over him and must have seemed intimidating. Hazel must have agreed. She let it go on only briefly before she said, "Okay, folks, that's enough for now. You'll all get chances to talk to Bob later, but now we have things to show him." As they dispersed, she told Bob, "I thought you might like to start by seeing what our homes are like. I'll offer my own as an example." She started toward it, the humans easily following. Bob scurried along in an awkward-looking gait with quick walking motions of his short hind limbs, aided by using his longer front arms as auxiliary legs, and his middle wings folded out of the way, as well as he could manage. But they were big wings, and after a few steps Hazel stopped and looked down at him. "Bob, Would you like us to get you a cart or something? I didn't think about our legs being so much longer than yours.
No, I'll be fine, he said, but thanks for asking.
They got to Hazel's house and went inside. She gestured at a coffee table in the center of the living room. You're welcome to sit there, Bob. You'll see better from there than on the floor. He thanked her and took her suggestion with a quick hop. We don't use it for that, of course, she said, but you're welcome to. There were a couple of big old-fashioned books on the table, with pictures and text. Bob glanced at them, but only briefly, and Phil wondered if he had any idea what they were for. Did the Zoes have a written language? If so, was it the same for males and females? So much they still didn't know. As Bob scanned his surroundings, and Hazel pointed out furnishings and lights both here and in the rooms opening off it, Phil looked around, too. He hadn't been in Hazel's home since their time in Colorado, and couldn't help being curious. Her furnishings were much like his, but with individual touches reflecting her personality and background, including, to his surprise, a picture of the two of them on a mountain ledge near her old place in Colorado. He wondered what Bob would make of the electric lights and plumbing fixtures. He'd seen evidence of indoor plumbing in Ottertown, but the obvious parts didn't look much like their counterparts here. He had no idea whether the males' lodges had such things at all. Bob made no comment on those, but he did ask, You live here alone? Yes, said Hazel.
Is that usual among you? One house, one person.
Not usual, said Hazel, but not uncommon. Some of us live alone, but many in small, related groups, often one adult male and one adult female who've chosen to spend their lives together. Sometimes their children, too, if they have any.
Interesting, said Bob. All the time?
Hazel frowned. What do you mean?
When a male and female and their offspring share a house, do they spend all their time together there?
Well, not all, but a lot of it. They may all have their own things to do in different places during the day, but usually all come home to spend the night.
Interesting, Bob repeated. And a bit strange, if I may say so without offending.
No offense, Hazel assured him, but Phil sensed that the topic was making her a little uncomfortable. Let's go outside, and we'll show you where our food comes from. On the way there, they stopped off at the gathering hall, and Phil explained that this was something like the hall in which the Zoes had first shown him their model of a human windmill and its hoped-for destruction. There weren't many people in it now, and none came over to talk or meet Bob, but most of them stared. That made Phil uncomfortable, so they didn't linger. Outside, he pointed out a couple of crop fields and livestock yards, and asked, Bob, would you rather fly over and meet us there?
That would be easier, Bob said. See you in a minute.
He took off after a rather comical run on his middle and hind limbs to gather speed. It looked easier than Phil would have expected, but he made a mental note to try to offer some sort of raised platform for Bob's next takeoff. Bob solved that problem for himself by perching on a fence rail next to a field where beans and corn were beginning to sprout, along with a presumably native plant that Phil didn't recognize. Bob seemed to find the idea of cultivating plants on dedicated pieces of dry land surprising.
What is that one?
He asked, pointing at a still-standing row of last year's dry cornstalks. Corn, said Hazel. It's a plant from our homeworld that produces seeds that we like to eat. It's not easy to grow here, but we've found ways. Bob pointed a wingtip at the native crop.
But this one is not from your world. We eat it too.
That has problems for us too, said Phil. It's easier to grow than the plants we brought from our homeworld, but we have to do extra things to it before we can eat it. He hoped Bob wouldn't press him for details. How could he possibly explain nanotech to the Zoes? And would he even want to? Would you like to go see the windmills? He suggested.
I've seen them, said Bob, with what Phil suspected was some version of a grimace. But never from this angle. Yes, I'd like to see them. This time I'll definitely fly ahead, if you don't mind.
Understandable, said Hazel, but we'll be driving up. Want to ride along?
No, thanks. I'll fly and watch where you go.
Hazel and Phil picked up Luke, just in case any technical questions came up, and all the humans piled into a bug to head up the switchbacks to the windmill farm. Bob literally flew circles around them as they climbed, then landed and sat on the bug's roof when they parked it near the base of a windmill. There were no corpses or fresh litter of flying insects on the ground this time, the windmills having been out of commission for several days. Phil was grateful for that, but Bob still hit on a touchy subject right away.
"What are they made of?" he asked. "I don't recognize the material. Same with your houses."
Phil had been afraid that would come up, so he had thought a little about possible answers and wasn't caught completely off guard. "It's something we brought with us," he said. "Actually, we grow them, a little like growing plants, but different."
"Could you teach us?"
"Probably not," said Luke. "We may not always be able to do it ourselves. To maintain it, we need other tools that we couldn't bring with us."
The translator said Bob said. "How do they help you? Why do you need them?"
Phil had given that a little thought, too. You remember the conveyor belt that hauls things up from your marsh farms to the city, and the engine that drives it? The windmills provide the driving force for many of the things in our town, but they get what they need from the wind rather than steam.
"You mean energy," the translator said,
which startled Phil until he remembered the time he had inadvertently used the word to Sylvie, and she had seemed to understand it right away.
"But how can a windmill up here drive things in town?"
"That's hard to explain," said Phil. "I don't fully understand it myself."
"Understood," said Bob. "We have things I don't understand, too." He paused. "We appreciate your shutting them down while we work this out, but I'm concerned. How are you managing without them?"
The question, and especially the way he phrased it, surprised Phil. "It's some hardship," he said, "but we're managing. We have other ways to do the most important things for a while." He hoped he wouldn't have to try to explain antimatter power supplies. "But we can't keep doing it indefinitely."
"I hope you won't have to," said Bob, "for both our sakes."
Phil was feeling pretty good about the way things had gone as they drove back down the hill, but he felt a sinking feeling as they approached the spot where Bob had arrived and from which he would leave. Corcovan and his cronies were back, signs and all, in a semicircle, right where Bob would presumably be taking off, blocking his obvious run-up path. Bob and his human escorts had already begun saying their goodbyes as they approached, but Bob broke off what he was saying and came to a nervous halt as he saw what lay ahead. He stared at each obstructing human, and each sign, in turn. His eyes lingered longest on the one with the cartoon of dead Zoe males and females. Then he turned to Phil and asked quietly,
"What does this mean?"
"It means," said Phil, "that some among us have bad tempers and not much sense. Pay no attention to them." He knew that was a nonsense suggestion even as he said it, but he tensed painfully as the encircling mob edged deliberately closer, jeering rudely and brandishing their signs.
"No, Batface," Corcovan said with a sneer. "That's not what it means at all. It means—"
"That's enough!" Hazel interrupted in a tone that stopped even Corcovan in his tracks. "Corcovan, we'll deal with this later. For now, you'll show our guest the same courtesy you would expect if you were visiting in his home. Or you'll get out of here right now. Do I make myself clear?" Corcovan just glared at her. Then he started to take another step toward Bob. "I said now!" Hazel yelled. Then, glancing at a couple of her closest associates who just happened to be armed, "Clarify!" They drew their weapons and stepped resolutely toward Corcovan. He stared incredulously, then glowered.
"You bet we'll deal with this later," he growled.
He turned to his associates.
"Later,"
he said, quietly but ominously, and they moved off.
"That was most disturbing," Bob said when they had gone. "To us, too," Phil and Hazel said together. "But remember that your people don't all agree about how to deal with us. Then maybe you can understand that we have the same problem."
"Maybe," said Bob, "but now I must go."
"Understood," said Phil. "We'll look forward to our next meeting."
"I wish I could say the same, but we will meet again soon. And now, good—"
He was starting his run to reach takeoff speed when a small, high voice called out,
"Wait!"
Bob stopped and looked for the source, perhaps because Srella sounded so different from the other humans he'd just met.
"Please, sir," she said. "Mr. Bob, I'd just like to meet you, too."
She was staring more obviously than she had with Sylvie and Goldie, and seemed a little afraid to get too close.
"Well, here I am," he said, staring back. "And you are—" Srella, I just wanted to tell you I hope we can all get along. I don't want any more bad things to happen."
She looked down at the ground and said,
"My mother was one of the ones who died."
then she looked straight into his eyes, though none of the humans could actually see them through his dark shades.
"Did you kill my mother?"
Bob was caught so off guard by her question that for a moment he made no response at all. Then, just as he was starting to attempt one, there was a flurry of loud footsteps headed this way, and a man's voice off to Phil's right shouted, "Srella!" Phil recognized him just as he puffed to a halt in front of them and grabbed Srella's hand. Olaf Lindholm, her father, though few would guess that by looking at the two of them. Despite the abrupt way he had announced his arrival, Phil remembered him as a powerfully built but soft-spoken Scandinavian biochemist who had played a key role in making it possible for humans to grow earth crops and digest native ones. "Srella," Olaf repeated, speaking only to her, "don't bother our guests." He told Bob, "I'm her father. I hope she hasn't been bothering you. She didn't mean any harm."
"She hasn't bothered me at all," said Bob. "I find her refreshing after some of your fellows I just met, and her question is a fair one, though the answer isn't as simple as you might think."
"No need to go into detail," Olaf said hastily, "at least now." He turned to Phil and Hazel. "I hope she hasn't been causing you any trouble either. She gets curious about things, and sometimes plunges right in without asking." "No problem," Phil assured him. "Actually, she was a big help in getting as far as we have. I don't know how we would have managed without her model-building skills. You should be proud of her." "Well, I'm glad to hear that. Still, I should keep better tabs on her. I'm not as good at it as Giselle was, and now that I don't have her—" "No need to apologize," said Phil. "I'm sorry I haven't come to spend any time with you since I got here. I was very sorry to hear about Giselle. How have you been managing since—" "I manage. I won't say it's easy." He took a lengthy moment to compose himself and his thoughts. Then, to Phil's surprise, he addressed Bob. "I don't know how I feel about you folks. On one hand, after spending my life assuming humans were the only intelligent life there was, it's exciting to learn that there's somebody else. Part of me wants to get to know you, to learn all I can about you, just as Srella's mother would have wanted to do. Another part fears that you did cause her death and wants to hate you for it. But I know, or think I do, that you're not all responsible for what one or two of you did." Phil saw his lower lip trembling slightly. "So you'll understand that I, too, am interested in the answer to my daughter's question."
"I do understand," said Bob. "I find talking to you reassuring, and I hope to be able to give you a good answer later. For now, I'll just say that we never meant any harm, just as you say of us. Anything that happened before was an unfortunate accident, and we regret—"
He broke off abruptly, staring over Phil's shoulder at something behind him.
"We really do regret," he said, "but we shall have to finish this discussion later."
Without another word, he turned away, did that frenzied run, and was airborne, flapping off just above the trees. Phil turned around to see Corcoran, alone, striding this way with fierce determination in his face. "Coward," he muttered, watching Bob fly away. Then, glaring at Hazel, "You said everybody would have a chance to talk with him. I want mine." 25. This time it was Magnus who woke Calantha with a call. She was sleeping soundly, dreaming of herself as a little girl back in Kansas, running happily through cornfields and giggling. Then her father, whom she had always admired more than anyone, whisked her up and told her the whole family was moving to St. Louis. And suddenly they were there. At first the crowds and hustle made her afraid, but once they were settled in, she found she had more friends than she had ever had before. Till Daddy told her they were bad people, and she couldn't play with them any more. That tore her. She had always felt deep down that whatever Daddy said she could trust, but now he was telling her that her friends were bad, and she felt just as sure deep down that they were good. What was she to believe? In her dream, her head was physically splitting, one side trying to pull her being back to Daddy, the other trying just as hard to pull her away from him and off to join her new friends forever. The pain was excruciating. She felt her body and soul splitting right down the middle, opening along an actual zipper that she hadn't known was there. It was at that moment that the rasping sound of the zipper morphed into the insistent beeping of her communicator. Confused, she dragged herself up out of the dream and reached out to answer it,
but remnants of the dream clung to her like mud on a person climbing out of a puddle she'd fallen into.
"Hello," she mumbled groggily.
"Magnus," a voice said, and it took her a moment to relate it to a person. "Sister Calantha," it said, "we have to talk."
"Now?" she said. "Brother Magnus, I know I disturbed your rest once before, but I apologized."
"I know, and I made you promise you wouldn't do it again unless you had news so important it couldn't wait. I wouldn't do it to you unless it was that important either." She struggled to process that. What could have happened at his end that was that important? This was where the action and the trouble was.
"Then you clearly did the right thing,"
she said, more out of duty than conviction.
"What is this thing that couldn't wait?"
"I've made my decision," he said. At first she thought with annoyance, what decision? Then she abruptly realized what he must mean, and the fog cleared immediately, replaced by an unbecoming wariness. Why should she be wary? He was Magnus. If he had a decree to make, her duty was simply to accept and follow it. "The last time we talked," he said, "I found your news deeply troubling. I told you that I needed to meditate and pray, but at first that didn't seem enough. For a while I also felt that I should seek counsel among my peers, but then I realized that that very thought was but a momentary weakness. You see, Calantha, even I am subject to moments of such weakness. But I have long cultivated the inner strength to rise above it, and I soon realized that showing it to my fellows would only foment confusion and weaken our people's faith, and thereby our cause. There was only one individual whose counsel I needed, and it was a flaw in my faith that I ever considered anything else."
"And that individual would be?"
"Why, Sister Calantha, isn't it obvious? God, of course." She was silent for a long time.
"God spoke to you? Directly?"
"He's been speaking to us for a long time. Think back to our credo, based on the correct interpretation of Genesis. The King James Version says he gave humankind dominion over the earth and all that lived on it." A detached part of Calantha wondered what it really said. She'd never read it in the original, and as a linguist, she knew what could happen in translation. "We now know," Magnus was saying, "that that merely reflects the limited perspective of the translators, and what they rendered as earth really meant the entirety of creation, of which earth is but a small part. Is that not so?"
"So we are taught,"
Calantha said stiffly. "Because it is true. We are really meant to have dominion over everything, not just our little earth, and the gate was a gift from God to open our way to this new planet. Anything that appears to be somewhat like us, or to want a share of that dominion, must be a test. We must not be deceived. We were commanded to have dominion, and dominion we shall have. It's all right there, in the revealed word. But yes, since you ask so directly, God has spoken directly to me to confirm that this is what he wants. It is what we must do."
"We must destroy the Zoes?"
"It's the only sure way to have dominion over them."
Calantha was shaken. "How can we have dominion over them if they no longer exist? Couldn't we try what I suggested instead?"
"Try to control them with a distorted version of the truth? That would be a betrayal of the truth itself, and of the God we serve. I cannot be a party to that."
"You'd rather be a party to genocide?"
"Regrettably," he said with exaggerated piety, "there is no other way." She could hardly hear her thoughts over the hammering of her heart. Finally she said,
"But how can you do that?"
"We," he corrected, "not me. We're all in this together."
"We," she said dully, the word tasting bitter. "How can we do it? A successful general must know his enemy. There is so much we don't know about the Zoes. How many of them are there? What are their strengths and vulnerabilities? How many more are there besides the town we know about? How much contact do they have?"
"Details?" said Magnus. "Obviously we will not plunge into this blindly. We shall learn these things. Since you're there and I'm here, I'm counting on you to be my eyes and ears, to learn all you can and report back to me with a full awareness of why we need the knowledge."
"Oh,"
she said, and no more. He waited quite a while, and finally said, "Sister Calantha, I need to hear your answer. Are you with me or against me?" She, too, took a long time to answer. Remnants of her interrupted dream were rising up and wafting around her, making her think, Even daddies can be wrong. At last, very conscious of what a bold, dangerous, disquieting move it was, she said,
I can't be with you. Not on this.
Then you are against me, he said quietly. Not a good position to be in, and a profound disappointment to me. But I can be as magnanimous as my name. I will make allowance for the unfamiliarity of what I am asking, and the possibility that your judgment is simply warped by the concerns of the moment. Call me when you change your mind, regardless of the hour. But my patience is not unlimited. He broke the connection. 26. To Phil's surprise, it was Corcoran who called for a general meeting and took the initiative by calling it to order. Most of the village was there, and since there was not, so far, a formal government, anyone could call a meeting of anyone who cared to show up. Hazel called Phil right away and asked him to attend with her.
I don't know what he has in mind, she said, but I think we'd better find out and be prepared to defend ourselves if necessary.
Phil agreed, so now they found themselves side by side near the front of the gathering hall. Corcoran took a commanding stance at the very front and boomed out, "May I have your attention, please? Your attention, friends!" It took a moment for the gathering to fall silent, but it did. Clearly, Corcoran had followers. "I've asked you to come here," he said, "because we've been living under unusual stress for quite a while, and some of us think it's gone on long enough." "It's only been a few days," somebody called out. "Some of us," Corcoran repeated, "think that's several days too many. Several days without our windmills. Several days of unnecessarily depleting our valuable antimatter reserves, which we're in no position to replace if we use them up." "A few days don't matter," the heckler interrupted, and a small murmur of voices and counter-voices began to swell. Somewhat to Phil's surprise, it was Hazel who cut them off. "Let the man speak," she shouted. Corcoran looked as surprised as Phil. "Thank you," he said, with a wary glance at Hazel. "As I was saying, we've had several days of having our privacy invaded by non-humans invited here by a few among us for the express purpose of showing them how we live. That's information they could use against us, and we should be thinking real hard about whether it's smart to let them have it. Meanwhile, those same few among us have been spending long hours among the enemy on their own turf."
"I object to your calling them the enemy," Hazel interrupted loudly. "We don't know that."
"We don't know that they're friends either."
"And we're collecting similar information about them."
"Just as I was about to say," Corcoran said with a smug grin. "That's what you say you're doing, but most of us have heard very little of your findings, or what else you might have been discussing over there. I think it's high time we did, especially if you expect us to continue putting up with what we've been putting up with, and you'll have to convince us of that."
"That can be arranged," said Hazel. "We're still learning so much that it won't be a finished product, but we can certainly prepare a report on our findings so far for everybody to read."
"Good," said Corcoran. "You do that, because we're going to have to make an important decision soon."
"Right. So are they. And since this involves both them and us, we ought to have some Zoe representatives in on these discussions."
Scattered cheers and catcalls floated up from the gathering. "I hardly think so," said Corcoran. "The most basic decision we have to make is whether we're going to try to coexist, or one or the other of us has to go. Surely you can all see why we don't want them here until we know which way that goes."
"On the contrary," said Hazel, "I don't think we have any right to make that kind of decision without giving them a chance to defend themselves. Remember something in the American Constitution about the accused having a right to confront the accuser?"
"This isn't America, and they aren't human."
"Exactly. Isn't that exciting?"
Without being asked, she rose from her seat and strode to the front of the room, turning right beside Corcoran to face the audience.
"Folks, let me remind you of a few things about how and why we came here. There was a time, which some of you are old enough to remember and some of you aren't, when people dreamed about meeting other intelligent species from other worlds. They didn't want humans to be alone in the universe. They thought meeting others would give us an unprecedented opportunity to see everything from a new perspective and exchange ideas, much as human civilizations had long done among themselves. Some wanted that enough to put a lot of money and effort into searching for extraterrestrial intelligence.
But after years of coming up dry, the very idea that there was anybody else out here, faded away. We quit looking and began to take it for granted that we were alone. We couldn't expect company, but by the same token, it seemed the universe was ours for the taking. How we wound up here is a story too long and complicated for me to tell in detail here and now, but if you don't know it, I strongly suggest you look it up. The gist of it is that an interstellar probe sent out before we collectively lost interest wound up sending signals back from a place a long, long way from where it belonged. Nobody official was paying any attention to the incoming signals by then, but a young academic working in the history of science on Luna stumbled onto this one and realized what it must mean, that probe had hit something in space, what we now call the gate and assume to be the product of an alien technology that we don't understand, that catapulted it through a shortcut to a distant region of space. There it found this planet, surveyed it, and found that it was eminently suited to human habitation, and apparently without intelligent inhabitants. Not that the probe looked all that hard, given a zeitgeist that had pretty much abandoned the idea of ETI as a serious possibility.
"Maybe it should have looked harder," somebody said with audible bitterness.
"Maybe it should have," Hazel agreed, "but it might have missed the Zoes even if it had, given that they're nocturnal and their civilization is so hard to see from outside that it might as well be deliberately hidden. In any case, that's irrelevant now. We don't get a redo." That same young historian, who you all know as Phil Bertrand, had been corresponding with another young academic, that would be me, on Earth. My specialty was an old branch of literature called science fiction, which had faded away when the real world became so much like its imaginings of the future that people didn't see much difference anymore. Ironically, that led to my stumbling onto another piece of the puzzle that ultimately brought us here. While researching some of the last stories thought of as distinctly science fiction, I stumbled onto records of another bit of real research that had been largely forgotten. Renton Ingvald's Mole Drive. That's sometimes described as burrowing through subspace, another concept I couldn't explain in detail and you wouldn't want me to. What matters is that it lets a ship get from one point to another at apparent speeds greater than what used to be called the light limit, but not enough greater to get us all the way out here in a reasonable time. But it could get us out to the gate, and that could plop us out close enough to get here in a respectable total time. I don't remember which of us first thought of putting them together, but when Phil told me what he'd learned and I told him what I'd learned, we both saw an exciting possibility. Like most of you, maybe all of you, we'd become terribly tired of what Earth had become. We saw this place as a chance to try again, quietly bring a few dozen carefully selected people out here and start over, trying to treat our new planet right from the start, avoiding the mistakes our ancestors had made. It took years to pull it off, but we did. Most of you were among the few we invited and were proud to call friends, colleagues, and co-pioneers. We never expected to find anything here but room and resources, and when the Zoes started making themselves known, admittedly in a weird and disconcerting way, we understandably saw them at first as a threat. But maybe that was wrong. Maybe we should see them instead as an opportunity that our forebears had long hoped to find and given up on. Now it's been given back to us. We need to remind ourselves why it was worth seeking and learn to take advantage of it.
"They're primitive," Corcovan interrupted loudly, apparently having had enough. "They kill humans."
Hazel stopped and looked at him. "Can you prove that? And even if it's true, was it they, or just one or two of them? Can we hold an entire species responsible for the actions of a few? Would we want them doing that to us?" She turned back to the general assemblage. "Look, friends, we still don't know exactly what happened in those frightening early days, which were not very long ago, but we do know, from what we've learned already, that there's far more to them than our early dark imaginings. Let me give you a few—"
"Put it in the report," Corcovan broke in. "We've listened to you long enough, especially considering that I called this meeting."
He, too, turned back to the audience, leaning toward them and gesturing earnestly and emphatically with his hands.
"Listen, friends, and I think I have at least as much right to call you friends as she does. We can read what they claim to have learned later. For now, I want to make sure you fully grasp and appreciate one key fact that overrides anything else. These creatures have killed some of us.
Do we want to let them do it again?"
A considerable number of voices shouted, "No!" But they were by no means a clear majority, and as they faded, a single, much quieter voice said, "May I say a few words about that?" Suddenly the room became very quiet as eyes sought and found the speaker. Here and there jaws dropped, and the one man standing in the middle of the room walked calmly forward, holding Srella by the hand, and the two of them took a position in front of both Hazel and Corcoran. "If anyone here has a right to be angry or vindictive about those deaths," Olaf Lindholm said in his usual calm voice, "it's me and my daughter. She lost her mother. I lost my wife, my finest colleague, my irreplaceable soulmate. But are we putting up a battle cry and demanding vengeance against an entire people? Yes, I said people, because one or more of them may have been responsible for Giselle's death. We emphatically are not. Probably the Zoes, some Zoes, really did cause what happened. Bob, the one of them that I've gotten to know a little, has hinted as much, but he also said that it was an accident. Until I see more evidence to the contrary, I consider that a plausible hypothesis that deserves to be tested, especially since we too have accidentally caused injury and even death among them." An angry murmur started in a couple of pockets within the crowd, and Olaf let his voice rise just enough to cut it off. "Don't deny it. You know about the bodies, large and small, among the windmills, and you know that wasn't what we had in mind when we set them up. It couldn't have been. We didn't even know the Zoes existed then. But now we do. And Srella and I know that if Giselle had lived to know it, she would have considered the chance to get to know them the opportunity of a lifetime. If we don't want to dishonor her memory, we have to learn to see it that way too." He stopped deliberately, sweeping his eyes over everyone in the room. Finally his gaze came to rest on Corcoran, just for a moment, and then he looked back at the group. "I know some of you don't agree with me, but we have to decide how we're going to handle this, and we have to do it like rational beings. We can't just plunge ahead with whatever impulses we feel and let the decision be made by whoever has the hottest head and the biggest hammer. We need a better way of making group decisions than we've had or needed since we came to New Horizons. I suggest that we begin by agreeing to some basic democratic procedures and electing a leader right now." Scattered applause began here and there and grew into a steady roar, punctuated by cheers. Then, as if that process had somehow cleared the air, the chaos rapidly coalesced into a semblance of order. It didn't take long to establish that most people, at least grudgingly, accepted Olaf's suggestion, and that the obvious candidates for an elected leader were Hazel and Corcoran. A voice vote was held less than half an hour later. It was too close to call, so they tried again by counting raised hands, and that gave Hazel a clear majority, but not a large one. Looking surprised but tentatively gratified, she said, "Thank you, my friends. I realize I don't represent all of you now, but I'll do my best to make sure we work toward a consensus we can all accept." Corcoran, though visibly disgruntled, at least had the sense to recognize that he needed to seem willing to work with the hastily established system. "And I," he said, "will do the same. But don't think you've heard the last of me." His expression was such a cryptic mixture of feigned good humor and veiled threat that nobody was sure how to respond. The result was a round of half-hearted applause that gave Phil less hope than he might have preferred. And as that faded away, a completely unexpected woman's voice said clearly, "Before you all go, may I say something?" 27. As Calantha stood to speak, her heart was hammering even more loudly, and the rest of her was shaking harder than in her last conversation with Magnus. It didn't help that most of the audience was staring at her as if astonished that she should think she had anything to say. So she cut right to the chase. "I'm asking you," she said quietly, "for asylum." The room became even more hushed, as if everyone had stopped breathing. "I can't go home," she went on. "I always assumed I would, but I've been put in an impossible position, partly my own fault, because I find I have to be true to my own beliefs, and I've just learned what those actually are, I think. As you know, I came here because you asked me to, and you had a problem that interested me. I had no delusions that you wanted me here. You needed me, which is not the same thing.
I told Luke Zakovitz when he invited me that I would need permission from our leader, Magnus, and a condition for getting that was that Magnus expected me to keep him posted on my findings. I naively thought he would be as excited as I was to hear about the Zoes. I can hardly tell you how shocked I was when he called me last night and told me God has told him that I must help him do something I can't even say. She closed her eyes briefly. But I couldn't accept that. As some of you know, and others probably don't, the Fruitful are not really a religious body. Some of us are. I thought I was. But when the chips came crashing down and I had to really examine what I believed and why, I found that I was one of the many who tagged along not because we believed strongly in Magnus's preachings, but because we liked some of the other ideas that came with them. Me, I just like children. I've always been more comfortable with them than with most adults. When I found out about the Gate and New Horizons and Magnus's plan, I was excited about the possibility of living in a place where people could again have big families and enjoy them without apology. But there are limits to what I'm willing to do to protect that. When Magnus told me God had told him I had to do more, I did a hell of a lot of soul-searching and finally decided I didn't believe God had told him anything. He's just a charismatic man who's let power go to his head, and he's scared. I'm scared too, but I'm also excited. I've gotten to know the Zoes a little, and I'm eager to know them better. I've seen their children. I've seen Bob bonding with them. When Magnus said I had to keep sending him information so he could use it against them, I told him I couldn't. He expects me to call back soon and tell him I've changed my mind, but I'm not going to. If I send information to anybody, it will be to my new friends, who I think will see it my way. That makes me his enemy. If I go back there, I'll be regarded as a traitor. My life would be in imminent danger from the moment I stepped out of my VTOL. But if you let me stay here and accept me into your community, I'll be more than willing to help you continue to learn all we can about the Zoes. I know some of you would like to use that knowledge the same way I would. She glanced involuntarily at Korkovan, then tore her eyes away. I also know some of you wouldn't. But no matter what side we're on, we need the knowledge before we can decide what to do. So what do you say? She closed her eyes, trying to stop her trembling as she waited for their answer. The silence went on a long time. Finally, Hazel said, I sympathize with your situation, but this is a big decision for us. You're right, though, that we need the information before we can move on, and we need you to get it. I don't trust her, a Korkovan supporter growled, but not, Phil noted with interest, Korkovan himself. She's still one of them, no matter what she says. I don't want her here any longer than necessary. Well, we haven't reached that point yet, Hazel told him. Right now, her presence and help is still necessary. So we're going to have to give her the asylum she wants, at least for a while. Whether that turns out to mean indefinitely remains to be seen. She turned to Calantha. Calantha, I'm sorry we haven't made you feel as welcome as we might, but you can understand why you make some folks uncomfortable. We are grateful for the help you've already given us, and appreciate your willingness to keep doing so. I can't tell you you'll be welcome here indefinitely. Eventually there will have to be a vote, and how that goes will depend partly on how you impress people in the meantime. Personally, I hope it will work out to everyone's benefit. I want to know more about the Zoes too, and it's no secret that I oppose extermination or anything like it. But what we ultimately do is everybody's decision, not just mine. Meanwhile, I want to know more about Magnus and his plans. Actually, Luke remarked to Olaf when the pandemonium died down and the gathering hall had mostly emptied, that was something of a relief. Looking back a year from now, if we're still here a year from now, I think we'll feel lucky Calantha wanted to stay with us. Yes, Olaf agreed. I'd hate to have this degenerate into an orgy of mutual destruction when we've made such a promising start on understanding each other. Giselle would have hated it even more. She would have loved to be doing what Calantha is doing, you know. Yes, I know, said Luke, and I'm so sorry she couldn't be the one to do it. We all miss her, but I was thinking of even more than that. So was I, said Olaf. Aside from the adventure and romance of getting to know an alien intelligence, I think we're going to need them, and maybe sooner rather than later. As enemies, they'd just drain our limited resources. As friends, they could help us learn to use a fair share of the ones we're trying to share with them. Yes, they've had a lot more practice than we have, and I can already see the stuff we brought with us starting to fade. That's why I started the windmill project. Our antimatter power systems aren't going to last forever, and we're a long way from having the infrastructure to replace them. So I wanted to start developing ways that we could carry on with just local sources of energy and materials if we ever have to. When we have to, Olaf said. We're both tech guys. We can speak plainly to each other about what we know is coming. You grew your windmills with nanotechnology that has the same problem, increasing entropy, and we're less and less able to do anything about it. He glanced around to see who might be listening. I assume you've noticed how old Calantha looks? Luke nodded. I don't know how many rejuve treatments she's had, but I don't think they're working as well as they used to. Nanotech systems do break down, and there's less and less we can do for it. And rejuves are the least of our worries. Olaf grinned wryly. Oh, you think mere survival is more important. Well, you're right, of course. I ought to know. Do you know how much I had to do to enable us to grow Earth crops here, or let us digest native stuff? And I've never thought of it as more than a stopgap. If we really want to be at home here, we need simpler and surer ways to survive without constant dependence on artificial aids. That's a tall order, said Luke. But the Zoe's natural adaptations may give us some good ideas, and their ways of doing things may help us see ways we could do them better. Have you heard about this phytotechnology Phil says they have? Yes, and I can't wait to learn more. The next time Magnus got a call from Breakaway, he frowned as soon as the caller started speaking. That voice was definitely not Calantha. This is Rod Corcovan, it said, in male tones that struck Magnus as rough-edged. You don't know me, Mr. Magnus, but we have something in common. Magnus bristled at being called Mr. Magnus. What could that possibly be? We both see the native creatures we've found as a threat to humanity. We both see what needs to be done about them, but not everyone sees it our way. How do you know that? Your spy talks too much. Or should I say, your former spy? Magnus sat up straighter, frowning but listening attentively. Who do you mean? He knew the answer, of course, but he wanted to feel out what this Corcovan character knew, and what his angle was. I think you know. Calantha McQuaid, the linguist you sent over here to help those among us who want to treat these primitive beings as equals, and, incidentally, to gather information about them for you. I understand she's let you down lately. That's between her and me, Magnus said stiffly. Of course, said Corcovan, but maybe it's more than that. How long since you've had a new report from her? Why should I tell you? Have you told your people there about your plan to exterminate the natives? Magnus frowned. Did Calantha tell you I had one? I wish I did, he thought glumly. A goal is not a plan. Not in so many words, but I read between the lines. Do you deny it? No, Magnus said with a sigh. I'm waiting for the right moment, but it won't be long. Presumably, Corcovan said with irritating smugness, because you'd like to know more before you go public, and you're not getting it from Calantha anymore. How would you like another source? Magnus perked up, but remained cautious. What do you mean? She's still helping a few of us, not including me, gather more information about the bats and otters. They've promised to put together a report on what they've learned so far, and keep providing updates as they get more, supposedly to help us here make an informed decision when we vote on what to do. I'm guessing you'd be interested in that information too. Maybe. Are you offering to supply it? Maybe. If you can't trust Calantha to anymore, I'd be more than willing. Why, what's in it for you? Isn't it obvious? I want the same thing you do. But I'm not sure there are enough of us here to pull it off by ourselves. There are a lot more of you folks. If we got together... It's worth considering, Magnus said carefully. Do you speak for everyone in Breakaway? Unfortunately, no. There are some here who think like your renegade linguist. They think they're going to use the information she's helping them gather to get all cozy with the natives, and we'll all live happily ever after. You and I know that isn't going to happen. They're way too different. Indeed. Magnus thought it over. This is very interesting, Mr. Corcovan. Most of us have always thought the main conflict on this planet was between you first settlers who ducked out to Breakaway and us fruitful. But if some of you agree with us, well,
That could make things a lot simpler in the long run, couldn't it? Only about this, said Corcoran. We only agree with you about the native problem. On the population question, most of us in Breakaway still agree that we need a place to live very differently from you. But since some of us agree with you on what to do about the local creatures, well, they say politics makes strange bedfellows. This may be a case in point. It may indeed. He doesn't see the bigger picture, Magnus thought. If some of them align with all of us on this issue, when it's all over, there may not be enough opposition to keep the fruitful from following our mandate on the whole planet. Aloud, he just repeated, It may indeed. Please do keep me informed, Mr. Corcoran. Let's see if we can help each other toward a worthy goal. 28. Magnus had plenty of confidence in his power and his popular support, but he nonetheless felt a bit apprehensive when he put the word out that he was going to make a big announcement. Only after he made that pre-announcement did he call his advisory council together. He knew Newtown had a much better organized government than Breakaway. With its much larger population, several thousand compared to a few hundred, it had to. But he also knew that he was the heart and soul of it. These people were his devout followers. He needed a council, mainly to make it unnecessary for him to get involved in petty details, and to keep him informed about developments and trends that could grow into major problems, if not nipped in the bud. Today, he sat at the head of the big table in his private conference room and surveyed the handful of faces around it. He'd handpicked all these people, but it was disquieting to reflect on how little he actually knew about them. The discomfort didn't last long, though. They all had a good record for acting as his eyes and ears, and then rubber-stamping his decisions. Why should today be any different? Maybe, an annoying little part of his brain suggested, because what you're asking them to do is different from anything in their past experience? He squelched that part quickly and called the meeting to order. "Thank you for coming," he said. "Something has come up that completely upends much of what we believed about this world, ourselves, and perhaps the universe. It does not change what we need to do in the long run, but it does require us to do one additional thing that we never imagined we would ever have to consider. As you well know, one of our most fundamental beliefs is that we humans are alone as intelligent, sentient beings, so the universe is ours to fill and utilize as we see fit, as God wills us to see fit. We have no reason to doubt that essential truth, but our former compatriots on Zo have discovered something that threatens to confuse the unsophisticated and shake their faith in it. That's a chaotic landscape over there, and literally hidden among its nooks and crannies, they've discovered a kind of life with enough superficial resemblances to us that some might mistakenly believe they have as much right to this place as we do. This, my friends, is a test God, or perhaps Satan, has placed before us to see how easily we could be swayed from our sacred mission. There are some among our renegade cousins who think we should try to reason and cooperate with these beings, to share with them." He spat the word out with obvious distaste, and paused to study the frowns and questioning expressions before him. Before he could continue, Shun Li, long one of his most trusted advisers, said, "You say these beings bear a superficial resemblance to us? You mean they look like us?" No, said Magnus, not at all. If you must compare them to anything, the females look a little like the otters we had on Earth, and the males a little like bats. Big bats. I haven't personally seen them, but this is what I've been told. "Otters and bats," Shun Li mused. "That hardly sounds possible. How can they be compatible?" "I don't know," said Magnus, "but that's an unimportant detail. Presumably they have found ways." "Clearly very different from ours," said Shun Li. "So how can you say they superficially resemble us?" "Some aspects of behavior. They have towns, or at least one town. That's all the breakaway colonists have seen, and it's not easy to see, so we don't know how many more they might have missed. And they have some technology, though it seems to be quite primitive." "I gather," said Shun Li, "that we don't know a great deal about them yet. How do we know what little we do?" Magnus had been hoping that question wouldn't come up, though part of him knew it had to. "You may have noticed that you haven't seen Calantha McQuaid around lately."
You may also have seen one of our smaller VTOLs take off some days ago and noticed that it hasn't come back. Calantha took it with my blessing. One of the breakaway people asked her to come and try to learn to communicate with the natives. I wasn't entirely convinced that was a good idea, but the very existence of these creatures was disturbing enough that we needed to learn as much about them as possible before I bothered you with the question of what to do about them.
Don't the breakaway people have their own linguists? Adrian Beaufort asked.
They did. They don't anymore. There is reason to suspect she was killed by natives.
That provoked a small flurry of small but agitated conversations. Finally, Beaufort said, "And after that, we're still considering trying to talk to them."
"They claim it was an accident, if they had anything to do with it at all," said Magnus. "That's not inconceivable. We've had accidents, too."
It pained him to say the next part, but he felt a need to have all the cards in the table before this group, if not the colony at large.
"The people who've been trying to talk to them say they seem to be of good will. They claim the natives seem to be making an effort to live peaceably with us, and think we should do the same."
"And they were here first," said Shunley. "That is awkward, isn't it?"
"To say the least. The question before us today, gentlefolk, is whether we should attempt to deal with these beings, or whether that might be suicidal in the long run. I've made my decision, and God tells me it's the right one. I'm counting on you to give me your support as well."
The assemblage sat silent for quite a while, and none of their expressions were easy. Finally, Shun Li said, "This is too important to expect us to read between the lines. Why don't you tell us straight out what your decision is?"
Magnus sighed. "I'll do that. It might seem, on casual consideration, that trying to get along peacefully with these beings, perhaps even to cooperate with them, would be required by the moral teaching of our faith. Certainly that would be true if they were human. But they are not human, and encouraging people to treat them as if they were would undermine our even more fundamental teaching of humanity's uniqueness and our mandate to fill the universe to the best of our ability. Furthermore, at a more pragmatic level, we will be competing with them for the same resources. For all of these reasons, we need to remove them from the picture as quickly and unceremoniously, and with as little discussion and agonizing, as possible."
He waited. The silence was even longer this time. Finally, Noreen Beaufort said carefully, "You're saying we should exterminate them?"
Magnus nodded solemnly. "A regrettable necessity. Remember, these are not human beings. This will not be a question of homicide."
"But it is unquestionably genocide," said Chun-Li.
"Do not think of it that way," Magnus warned. "Think of it as a surgical operation needed to ensure our own survival and prosperity. If we knew there were lots of other places to go, and we had ways of getting to them, we might have the luxury of trying to find a gentler way. But we have nowhere else to go, and no way to get anywhere else."
"We have a whole planet," said Shun-Li,
"and we're filling it at a rate far beyond anything in past human history. You've all seen the numbers. This is a relatively hospitable world, and in addition to an opportunity that has not existed on Earth in recent centuries, we have an unprecedented combination of advantages enabling us to take full advantage of it. We have biological technologies like life extension, rejuvenation, cloning. We have social inventions like baby farming and neural implants to accelerate learning so people can become productive members of society at early ages. We have nanotechnology to make building infrastructure faster and less labor-intensive. The upshot is that our population doubling time is about 16 Earth years. True, there are only 5,000 of us now, but there were only 2,000 when we arrived 20 years ago. If we continue on the same path, a path for which we are divinely destined, there will be 20 million of us in a couple of centuries, and 20 billion in less than 4. So, while most of the planet is unpopulated now, it won't be long before we need all of it. Now is the time to nip obstacles in the bud."
Shun-Li, with deeply furrowed brow, said, "Why? These natives are, as you said, primitive.
They can't have any of the advantages that let us multiply so fast. Why not wait until it's more definite that we have a clear numerical advantage over them?
Because, said Magnus, we don't need that numerical advantage, and it's better to stop an incipient problem at the earliest opportunity than to put it off and hope it will get easier later. Things seldom work that way. Our best bet is to strike decisively, now, while it's pretty clear that we can do so successfully.
What makes you so sure we can? Adrian Beaufort asked. What do we know of their numbers and specific abilities? What weapons will work against them? What defenses do they have, and how might they retaliate?
Enough, said Magnus, trying to sound as confident as he wished he felt. Calantha and the people she's working with are preparing a summary of their findings so far. Calantha herself, I'm afraid, has become a bit of a loose cannon.
Exactly what do you mean by that? Noreen interrupted, and how do you account for it?
She's become one of the bleeding hearts who think we should try to work with the natives, with some vague idea that we can all live happily ever after. She doesn't like my plan and has threatened to stop supplying.
Doesn't it bother you, Noreen asked, that she opposes you so strongly when she probably knows more about the natives than any other human?
Of course it bothers me, Magnus snapped, but not because I think she might be right. The point is that you have all sworn allegiance to me as the leader of this colony, and to the sacred purpose on which it was founded. Calantha has lost perspective because she's standing too close to the problem. I'm confident she'll come to her senses and back into the fold, but just in case she doesn't, I've been contacted by a member of the breakaway group who does agree with me and wants to work with us to make sure my plan is carried out. He has promised to keep sending me reports, even if Calantha doesn't. We will have an ongoing source of intelligence from Zoe, and we should get some of us over there soon to check things out for ourselves. Meanwhile, the important facts we already know are these. There is only one native settlement near Breakaway. The natives are smaller than us, have far less sophisticated technology than we do, and are not much, if any, more numerous. They're bottled up in a compact target. A swift, fairly conventional attack, and a show of our superior strengths, which must seem like magic to them, should put an end to the immediate threat. If we learn there are more elsewhere, we can tailor a biological or nanotech weapon to take care of them afterward. As for Calantha McQuaid's current misbehavior, that's a passing aberration, and a good illustration of why we must move ahead promptly. Otherwise, our people will confuse themselves with too much thinking about how this unexpected discovery should affect our worldview. So, are you with me? I want to take this to the people very soon, and I want to be able to tell them that this council unanimously backs my plan. The ensuing silence was the longest yet. Then Shun Li pushed his chair away from the table and stood up. "I'm afraid the unanimous part isn't going to work," he said. "I quit." "So do I." Noreen Beaufort stood up and followed Shun Li out the door, neither of them looking back. Magnus stared after them, trying to control his trembling. Then he forced his attention back to the remaining members of the council, and, keeping his voice firm with an effort, called for a vote, and was relieved that his proposal did pass unanimously among all those still in the room. He went public the next day, announcing a meeting of utmost importance to be held in the largest public space in the town, the open field people called the Square, even though its shape was nowhere near that regular. He also set up to send his announcement out electronically for anyone who didn't want to show up personally but was curious. The in-person turnout was impressive. He stood on a high dais, decked out in full regalia, before a sea of some 2,000 souls, and felt confident that there were at least as many unseen but listening. His presentation to them was to the point, but less detailed than the one he'd given his private council. As he expected, the announcement that their strayed brethren in Breakaway had discovered seemingly intelligent life provoked gasps. "This is not the end of the world," he assured them. "It is merely a test God has placed in our way to ultimately strengthen our faith in our divine mission. We must never forget that we have no way to leave this planet. The gate is gone. We could see its functioning becoming more erratic as our successive ships came through, and the last one didn't make it. The ones that did make it, we have long since cannibalized to build our burgeoning new home.
It will be a long time before our descendants can build new ones. And as well as we could determine experimentally, the gate never did work in the other direction. So this planet is our future. We cannot risk it by attempting to share it with creatures that could seriously compete for its resources. Some of you may be uncomfortable with the idea of destroying beings whose behavior looks superficially a little like ours, but my council, myself, and above all our God, have determined that there is no other way. If ever, in the course of human history, a choice really had to be made between them and us, this is it. If you have doubts, I ask you to ponder your faith until you see the wisdom of this choice. If you are already on board, I ask you to come forward without delay. We have already begun collecting, with the help of sympathetic persons in Breakaway, the information we will need to carry out our mission, but we must not rely solely on them. The very name of their settlement, Breakaway, makes clear that most of the inhabitants of Breakaway have already broken faith with us. So, while we welcome the information they send us, we must also have some of our own people over there to see for ourselves what the situation is and what we can do about it. I'm organizing an initial party right now to fly to Breakaway and set up a base camp for scouting out the situation. There has never been such an opportunity for men and women of courage to provide a great service to their people. If you would like to volunteer, please come forward right now. If you're not quite ready, go in peace, and I shall look forward to your joining us later. God be with you. He stood with benevolent arms outstretched and said no more. For a moment the crowd was hushed. Then a mighty roar of cheers broke out, and people began streaming toward the dais. Only a couple of hundred, he estimated, but even that was more than the first large VTOL could carry. It had gone well, he thought. That had been a gratifyingly loud round of cheers, and he'd heard no obvious jeers among them. A small, doubting part of him wondered if that meant that the common people were more solidly behind him than the council, or that those opposed were too stunned to say anything yet. He chose to believe the former, and to revel in the adulation of the smaller but energetic crowd now gathering at his feet, pressing forward and clamoring to be among the first chosen. "Choose us!" he heard one couple cry out. "We've got a boy over there!" And they were just two among many. Yes, he assured himself, this was going to work. 29. Despite the rumblings of brewing trouble from Magnus and Corcovan, after the big meeting, things seemed to settle down into a comfortable routine. The small human delegation and their Zoe counterparts continued to visit and study each other, but Phil increasingly felt that there was more than study involved. Different as these beings and their ways were, he was coming to like and respect them, and to feel surprisingly at ease with them. Still, he reminded himself periodically that disturbing questions remained unanswered, and he needed to keep thinking about those. One morning, a few days after Corcovan's meeting, Phil took advantage of a shortish night in Ottertown to get up after a relatively brief sleep and go out for a stroll among the ruins scattered through Breakaway. There hadn't been any new activity there since the visits started, but the mysteriously half-collapsed houses and such were still much as they had been. He paused next to the first one he'd seen, staring at the ground at its base and letting his gaze go half-focused and his mind wander where it might. He remembered when his little group had stopped by one of these, and Dick Seisler had asked Sylvie how they did all this damage without setting off alarms or leaving tracks. It wouldn't do to leave tracks, she'd said. If it was obvious how it was done, it wouldn't be scary. She'd indicated that they'd done it by controlling swarms of small creatures that they brought to the job site and left them alone to do the dirty work. But she'd been sketchy about details. Now Phil found himself trying to imagine how the blanks might be filled in. How, for instance, did they get the destructive little beasties to where they were needed, without whoever brought them leaving tracks? What made them stop when they were finished, instead of just continuing to wreak havoc indefinitely? Well, given that the Zoe males were the very bats whose corpses he'd seen with so little idea of their import, the track question was easy. Maybe one of them could fly over the site they wanted to sabotage and drop a bag of the mini-destroyers, or eggs that would grow into them. If the Zoe delivering the package flew at just the right height, he might be able to drop it without significant damage, while staying above the visual field of camera traps. As for the destroyer's bugs doing only so much damage and then disappearing, maybe they were programmed in some way. Or maybe they just had short lifespans and were all males, or sterile, so they couldn't reproduce. But that wouldn't account for why their bodies weren't found in the rubble. Or were they? Phil remembered the unpleasant sense of the ground crunching underfoot because he was walking on thousands of dead flying bugs. How closely had any human examined those? Might some of them be the destructive agent? Did their sheer numbers keep people from noticing them? Or could the destroyers be the flying bugs themselves? If they really weren't there, maybe that was because they left when they were finished. Phil tried a new scenario. Maybe even before Zoe Mail's airdropped bags of tiny destroyers, they laid down some sort of invisible fence to keep the bugs' destruction within a well-defined boundary. Maybe the boundary lost effectiveness over time, so the bugs could wander off, either finished with their destruction or, as isolated individuals, doing too little damage to attract notice. Too many hypotheses, too little data to choose among them. Phil couldn't exactly say he was on the right track, but he felt that he was standing at the junction of the right track with several wrong ones. All he had to do was figure out which one it was. But before he could pursue that very far, or even get very excited about it, he was distracted by something new and totally unexpected. At first, it was just a distant drone, almost too faint to register consciously, but it drew his eyes toward the western sky, and there his peripheral vision caught a tiny dot, moving and growing almost imperceptibly. Over the next couple of minutes it grew louder and bigger and took on shape. As Phil realized what that shape was, his jaw dropped from sheer astonishment. Then he began to worry about what its presence here might mean. He had forgotten about everything else by the time the VTOL had settled into a vertical orientation above the hanging plain where the windmills stood and begun settling toward the ground. He watched just long enough to be sure it was really landing, then turned and ran headlong toward Hazel's house. "It's some of them," he told her breathlessly as soon as she'd let him in the door. "They've followed us here, in a VTOL, a big one." Hazel frowned, but otherwise remained outwardly calm. "Sit down," she said, gesturing toward her couch. "Who's followed us here? Let's take this from the top, slowly." "We may not have time to take it slowly." He sat as directed, but remained on the edge of his seat, leaning anxiously toward Hazel. "I was outside, thinking about the ruined houses and windmills, when I heard and saw something flying this way. When it got close enough, I saw that it was a human-built VTOL. Now, who could have one of those on this planet?" Hazel's mouth took a grim set. The Fruitful. Now, why would they suddenly be coming here and with no advance notice? "I can't think of any good reason," said Phil. "Neither can I, but I can think of several bad ones. Do they think they're going to set up a branch office right next to us? Turn Breakaway into another Newtown? If so, what does that mean for us? Well, at the very least, there goes our dream of making this our kind of place instead of theirs. But it could be even worse. Do they want to try to browbeat us into going back there? Or sabotage our settlement?" "Why bother?" said Hazel. "We're no threat to them over here." "Not now, but maybe they've started really thinking about how fast their population can grow and decided to eliminate us sooner rather than later." "Yes, I suppose it could be an actual invasion. It seems bizarre, but so does a lot of what they do. You say this is one of the big VTOLs?" "Yes, big enough to carry our whole population." Hazel frowned intently. "I don't like it. If it's any of those things, it's not good for us." "Of course," Phil mused, "maybe we're not who they're after. Remember what Calantha said about Magnus's idea of destroying the Zoes. Could they be planning to try that already?" "That would make no sense at all," said Hazel. "The first rule of conflict is know your enemy. What do they know about the Zoes?" "Maybe more than we think." Phil paused to let that sink in. "Or maybe they're here to start learning." "I don't like that any better than the other possibilities," Hazel said after a while. "I think we'd better go up and ask them, with an armed escort." Combat had not been high on the list of things either wave of colonists expected to do, so there wasn't a lot of weaponry or training among them. But they had anticipated a possible need for hunting or defense against predators, It didn't take long to round up a couple of sympathetic souls with long guns, and in less than an hour, Phil and Hazel were back in a bug, winding up the rough road to the windmill field with the two gunmen in the back seat. When the road smoothed out onto the plain, Hazel gasped at the sight of the VTOL standing proudly among the windmills, and at what was going on around it. Dozens of people were scurrying among the windmills, setting up insta-tents and moving gear into them. Evidently they were here for the long haul, which was no surprise after they'd gone to the trouble of moving that many people all the way here. Hazel looked around, but didn't see anyone obviously supervising. She just drove up to the nearest tent, got out, and strode up to the biggest man outside it. Phil, following close behind, didn't recognize the man. It had been a long time since anybody knew everybody else in Newtown. "Hello," Hazel said neutrally, looking the man in the eye. "I'm the elected leader of Breakaway. Who's in charge here?" The man by the tent stopped what he was doing, just long enough to say,
"That would be Burl Sanderson, the guy over there in the orange hard hat."
He pointed, then looked at Hazel and added,
"He would have come to see you in a little while if you'd waited."
"Couldn't wait," said Hazel. "I need to talk to him before you people get too settled." She climbed back into the bug, told the tent man thanks, and drove off to see Burl. He was as burly as his name, no doubt chosen for his leadership role because of his intimidating appearance, but Hazel did not look intimidated. "You are Mr. Sanderson?" He made a point of looking down at her.
"Yes. And you are?"
"Hazel Castagna. What's going on here?"
"We've come to help you," he said gruffly. "We understand you have a pest problem."
"I don't remember asking for help, and polite people generally call ahead before showing up on other people's doorsteps. What kind of problem do you think we have? And why did you assume we'd be so eager for your help that you don't have to bother with manners?"
"Don't give me that," Sanderson growled. "You know perfectly well what problem you have. Some people here still talk to friends back home, you know. We know about the otters and bats. We're here to get rid of them for you."
Hazel glared. "You must also know that a lot of us consider that a really bad idea."
Sanderson made a little travesty of a grin. "Yes, I also know some of you don't. Some of you have the sense to realize that these critters can be nothing but trouble for human plants.
He broke off, frowning, and looked off in a direction where conversation had suddenly become loud and agitated. Several of the new arrivals were looking toward the VTOL and pointing toward a sizable winged form flying toward it. The flyer made several circles around the big craft, then spiraled out for a broader survey of the assembling multitude. When it got close, Phil recognized it and smiled. "Hi, Bob," he called out. He knew Bob might not understand him, and he couldn't read Bob's expression as he flew by and then off toward higher ground, but he suspected Sanderson's reaction should be interesting. He wasn't disappointed.
"Bob?"
Sanderson said, glaring. Phil nodded amiably. "That's what we call him. We can't pronounce his name for himself, but he can't pronounce ours either. But we get along." Sanderson radiated disgust.
"You know that thing?"
"Yes," Phil and Hazel said together, "and some of his kinfolk, too." Sanderson shook his head.
"Ugly thing."
He took a moment to compose himself, then drew himself up and looked haughtily down at Hazel.
"I'll be coming down to visit in a while. I especially want to talk to Rod Corcovan. Since you're about to go back down there anyway, why don't you give me a ride down?"
"I can think of all kinds of reasons," said Hazel, "beginning with the fact that I haven't invited you, and you haven't asked if it's all right. So it isn't." She paused very briefly. "I can't tell you you can't come, though our village as a whole may decide to later, but I don't have to welcome you, and you have to get there on your own." She gestured at the nearest couple of windmills. "Meanwhile, don't touch anything up here. I'll leave Rocky and Brad in case you need any help." She gestured at their bodyguards in the back seat of the bug, and they got out, conspicuously displaying their weapons. Then she and Phil got back in and drove back down to Breakaway. As they pulled away, Phil noticed a couple of the newcomers staring at him with what looked like hostility. They looked faintly familiar, but he couldn't quite place who they were. Even before they got there, Bob swooped down next to them and paced the vehicle the rest of the way, flying gracefully a few meters to one side. As soon as they stopped at the edge of town, he swooped down and landed on their hood. Hazel opened the window, and Bob chattered animatedly, but incomprehensibly. "Hang on, Bob," Hazel murmured. "I know we've got a lot to talk about, but we need help." She pressed a comm button, waited for an answer, and said, "Calantha, we've got a situation here and need an interpreter. Can you come out to Bob's landing spot right away? We're all in a bug." Calantha showed up a few minutes later, only minimally burdened by the latest version of her translation gear, and stood outside, leaning on the bug and standing so she could face everybody else. "Hi, Bob," she said. "What's up?" Bob pointed toward the windmill plane with a wingtip.
"New machine up there," he said. "Big. Just came, with many others like you all. They seem to be fixing to stay. What's going on?"
"We wish we knew," said Hazel. "These are people from the old home we left, and we didn't ask them to come. We're not sure why they did."
"We don't like it," said Bob. "When you came, we were afraid of what your arrival might mean for us. Then we got to know you some, and seemed to be working things out. Now these new ones are here, and we're afraid again. Are they planning to do something to us?"
"We hope," Phil said carefully, "it's just a dispute between two groups of us with different ideas about how to handle things here. We hope we can work it out with them, and you won't need to get involved at all."
"I hope so too," said Bob.
He seemed to hesitate, then added,
"When it was just your first group, and we thought you might be dangerous to us, we figured we could overpower you if we had to, but hoped that wouldn't be necessary. If there are this many more of you, that would be harder. If more are coming, and we see them as a threat, we may not be able to wait much longer before taking action."
"Well, we certainly hope that won't be necessary," said Hazel.
"We all hope," said Bob, "but we are not sure. We feel threatened again."
With no further words, he flew off into the distance. Phil, feeling suddenly chilled, looked at Hazel. "Do you think we should have been more candid with him?" "Not sure," she said. "I do hope we can resolve the situation with these newcomers, but I'm not at all confident about that. I fear he's right to feel threatened."
30. Calantha felt threatened too, both personally and for the Zoes. Her first reaction, when she learned that a big delegation from Newtown had arrived, was fear that they were coming to forcibly take her, and the small VTOL she'd borrowed, back home. But that didn't make sense. If Magnus wanted to do that, he wouldn't need or want to risk that many people and that much valuable equipment to do it. His easiest option, if he considered her persona non grata, was simply to abandon her, write off her VTOL, and act as if she had never been a part of his flock. Even if he had decided she needed to be brought back and punished as an example, there were cheaper, easier ways to do it. So something else must be behind this new expedition. Since they all seemed to be Magnus supporters, and there were so many of them, and they seemed to be, as Bob said, fixing to stay, she suspected they were the first step in Magnus's genocidal campaign against the Zoes. She hadn't expected him to move this soon. He didn't know enough to do it intelligently. But maybe he realized that, and this group wasn't here to actually carry out his plan. Maybe its purpose was just to give a show of force, or to gather information more reliable than he now considered hers. Or both, with the real attack to come later, after he had learned more and tried to intimidate the Zoes. Now, oddly, she found she was more concerned about them than about herself. She no longer cared if she would ever be welcomed back to Newtown. She hadn't really carved out a place for herself here, but she was willing to work on it. Working with the Zoes had given her an opportunity to do something she'd dreamed about all her life and never really expected. If she couldn't complete that, she was not willing to stand by and let that pompous ass destroy them. She wasn't sure he could, but she couldn't risk it. So she had to know, how much support did Magnus have back home? She thought about it long and hard for the rest of the day, and after an hour of trying unsuccessfully to sleep, she got up and made a call to Newtown, but not to Magnus. Ironically, she remembered a time, not long ago, when she'd thought of Zelda Monto as ideologically wishy-washy, a woman who followed Magnus only because he was leading the way to where she wanted to go, not because she was particularly devoted to his beliefs or teachings. Now, for the first time, Calantha saw that as a virtue, and something she could use. Calantha had no really close friends, even back in Newtown, but looking back on the few conversations they'd had, she had a hunch Zelda might be the closest she could find to an impartial source of news about what was happening back there. Zelda seemed surprised to hear from Calantha.
"What's the occasion?"
she asked. "A big VTOL of folks from back there just landed here," said Calantha. No advance notice, and we're trying to figure out why they're here. Did Magnus make some sort of big announcement recently?"
Zelda didn't answer right away.
Funny you should ask that. He did. Not just one, two. The first one was a stunner all by itself. He said you people had discovered some native animals that seemed to have a good semblance of intelligence and a primitive civilization. That was bad enough. We'd all taken it for granted for so long that there weren't any beings like that we didn't know how to react to being told there are.
"Folks here had the same problem," said Calantha.
Then, before we had a chance to decide how we felt about that, he dropped his other bombshell. He said these beings couldn't really be what they seemed, but they were a threat to what we humans are trying to build here, so we'd have to get rid of them. It took a while for us to realize what he was suggesting. Then it seemed so unreal, even more unreal than the other thing, that we just didn't know how to react. So most of us didn't.
"Most of you," Calantha repeated. "Some of you did?"
Oh, yes. Some were cheering wildly. They seemed to think Magnus's idea of wiping out a whole race of beings was great. The rest of us thought they all seemed unspeakably bloodthirsty, but since it was Magnus suggesting this, we thought there must be something wrong with us that we couldn't see it his way. So we stood there, numb. I think our silence, and all the noise from the ones who agreed with him and started volunteering for the first group to go over there, made him think we were all solidly behind him. But we're not, Calantha. We're not.
"That's good to know," said Calantha. "I take it the ones who just got here are some of the Magnus supporters, but not all of them. Is that right?"
Uh-huh.
"Which group would you say is bigger? With him or against him?"
I couldn't say. But we're certainly not united anymore. Most people I've talked to feel strongly one way or the other. What's it like over there?"
"Much the same, except I'm here. I don't know how much Magnus told you about me, but I've been learning to talk with the natives. Magnus let me come because he figured if these beings really existed, we had to learn as much as possible so we could decide what to do about them. He didn't have any trouble making up his mind, even though he'd never seen one. At that point, my respect for him just evaporated. I've gotten to know some of the Zoes, that's what we call the natives, and when Magnus decided just like that we should try to kill them all, and he asked for my support, I told him I couldn't give it to him. Anyway, this place is just as divided as you described Newtown. A lot of people here are as fascinated as I am by the idea of a new intelligence to talk to. The ones I've been working with have worked up a report on what we've learned so far and made it available to everybody. I told Magnus I wasn't going to send him any more information, but I'll bet it's only a matter of time before he finds somebody who will.
He already has, or so he tells us.
Calantha scowled. I have a pretty good idea who that would be. Okay, so much for trying to keep the would-be exterminators in the dark about anything that might help them. She considered. So it would seem that the opposing factions on New Horizons are no longer Newtown and Breakaway. They're the exterminationists and the cooperators, and we have some of each in both places. If Magnus is already forming an alliance with the destructive types here, I think those of us who see the natives as a golden opportunity need to form our own alliance against him. Are you in? 31. Luke wasn't expecting company, but there were a number of people who might reasonably want to see him and whom he would be happy to receive, so he had no hesitation about answering the door, and it never occurred to him that it might have anything to do with the VTOL whose arrival had the gossip mill buzzing. He recognized the couple standing there at once, of course, but he wasn't sure how he felt about seeing them there. He did love them, but... "Hello, Mom," he said guardedly. "Hello, Dad. What are you doing here?"
"Invite us in," said his mother, "and we'll tell you."
Without waiting for an invitation, she walked in as if it were her own house and hugged him hard. Dad settled for a handshake. Mom claimed one end of the couch and motioned Dad to the other, leaving Luke with the chair in a facing corner.
"Nice place," she said, looking around, "though it could use a woman's touch. How much have you heard about what's going on back home?"
"Some," said Luke. "But this is my home now. How much have you heard about what's going on here?"
"We've heard about the aliens," said Mom.
"And I've heard about what Magnus wants to do to them. I heard he was planning to send people here to carry out his plan, but we weren't expecting them this soon." Luke winced. "And I wasn't expecting you two to be among them." "We had to," said Dad. "We were worried about you." Yes, said Mom. Who knew what these creatures might do to you? Why do you assume they'd do anything to me? Luke asked. Did it ever occur to you that we're the aliens here? Weak thinking, said Dad, and dangerous. God meant us to fill this world, then why did he give them first crack at it? As a test for us to prove ourselves worthy of it, and we intend to pass that test. And we don't want you to get hurt, Mom added. She sighed. My first thought when I heard Magnus was sending a ship here was that it was a way for us to get here and see you again. We've missed you, Luke. And I've missed you, he said dutifully. We want you to come home with us. Luke sighed. I'm happier here than I've ever been in my life. I don't want to leave. But maybe, said Mom, after we've solved this problem here and this is all over, I'm not convinced it's a problem, Mom. And I certainly don't think Magnus's plan is a solution. Sometimes, said Dad, we have to make unpleasant choices. Certainly we don't want to do anything like this. Then why did you join the expedition? Because it's necessary. It's the lesser evil. Maybe you haven't grasped it yet, son, but this world is all we have now. We have to claim it and defend it with all we've got. Which probably isn't enough to do what Magnus wants. Do you want to do just enough damage to the Zoes to earn their eternal enmity, and then have to share the planet with them anyway? It doesn't have to be that way, said Mom. Our technology is way beyond theirs, and it can be even better. We were hoping you could play a key role in that. You're a bright boy, Luke. You could help us develop a weapon against which they'd have no defense. Maybe even make it painless, so they wouldn't have to suffer. Luke interrupted her with a glare that could have made a pretty good weapon in itself. Don't ever say anything like that in my house again. Okay, she said, taken visibly aback. But put it in the back of your mind. You've told us how your subconscious works on problems while you're doing other things. Maybe if it works on this, I don't want anything like that in my mind. Okay, forget I said it. Maybe I got off on the wrong foot. I'm sorry. Let's not talk about that. Let's just try to be a family again. Okay? Okay, he said dully. Mom conjured up one of her winning smiles. Great! It's wonderful seeing you again, Luke. We really can't wait to have you back home when this is all over. Her grin grew even bigger. In fact, we found a wonderful new girl we can't wait to have you meet. Luke stood up suddenly. We've been over this way too often, Mom. I'll find my own girl when I'm ready for one. He very briefly considered mentioning that he had his eye on a couple of good prospects here, but quickly decided that would just further muddy the waters. I think you'd better go now. Maybe we can talk later, about other things, but not now. Every time any of us says anything, it just gets worse. He stamped to the door and held it open wordlessly until they got up and slunk through it, looking crestfallen. That made him feel just a little bit bad. Maybe later, he repeated, a little more gently. But you think about what I've said, too. As soon as they were gone, he called Phil and said, We need to talk. I think we have to tell the Zoes more, Hazel said, after Luke had said his piece. They were all sitting in his little living room. I meant well before, but I see now that I was giving them false hope. We need to tell them what's really going on. Phil agreed completely. Yes, we need to give them as good an idea as we can of what they're up against. Not that I think Magnus and his gang have any chance of actually destroying them. They may fancy themselves noble warriors on a sacred mission, but none of them actually have any on-the-ground military experience. They're not warriors, they're just terrorists. But terrorists can make life plenty unpleasant for their victims, and if they do that to the Zoes, it will be bad for all of us. Absolutely, said Luke. We can try to talk them out of it, but how likely is that to work? I just talked to my parents, and I think the chance of getting through to them is nil. Maybe you're too close to them, Hazel suggested. Maybe if somebody else talked to them. Maybe, said Luke, but extremely doubtful. It wouldn't help much anyway. They're not thinking for themselves. They're just following Magnus, and he'll be even harder to sell. I don't think the effort is worth much of our time or thought. So where should our efforts go? Phil asked. Into warning the Zoes and helping them prepare to defend themselves. Nobody said anything for a while, as if he had said something so unthinkable that there was no answer for it. Finally, Hazel said slowly, You know, back when people were thinking quite a bit about what might happen if humans ever had to interact with other intelligences, There was a lot of talk about an idea sometimes called the Prime Directive, or something similar. The gist of it was that if humans ever encountered other smart species, they should do just about anything they could to avoid having any influence on them. It was well intentioned. A lot of humans had observed that in their own history, any time a highly developed culture got mixed up with a less developed one, it was bad for the less developed. Didn't much matter whether the so-called advanced party was trying to help or hurt. In the long run, they wound up doing more harm than good. Many of the writers I used to study took it for granted that the same thing would happen if we came into contact with less advanced intelligences, so we should avoid contact. We could observe, if we could do that while remaining unobserved ourselves, but we shouldn't let them know about us, much less give them any of our advanced technology, or even let them see us.
None of which, said Phil, is even remotely an option in our case.
Exactly, Hazel nodded. It all sounds very high-minded. If you're somewhere out there watching whoever lives down here through some telescope they can't see, and you decide not to come down among them. But we never had that choice. We only decided to come through the gate after the probe that first blundered into it sent back data that looked very convincingly like an inviting but uninhabited world. If we'd known they were here, we wouldn't have come.
Or so we like to believe, said Phil, though the pressure to get away from Sol system was pretty strong.
In any case, we're here now, and there's no going back. Both us and Luke's people.
I'm not sure you should put it that way, said Luke.
Interaction, said Hazel, is going to happen whether anybody wants it to or not. Hell, it's already happening. The only question is where it should go from here. In those old stories, the two main ways explorers wrecked indigenous cultures were through deliberately trying to and misguided efforts to help.
Seems to me, said Phil, that we started off in a third way, just doing something that shouldn't have affected anybody but us because we didn't know anybody else was here. Once we learned otherwise, we tried to learn how to make amends and got a lot more than we anticipated in the bargain. I think that was a good path to start down. We should try to stay on it.
Except, said Luke, the ones you call my people have started their own interaction, and it's one of Hazel's classics. They want to destroy the Zoes.
They probably can't, of course, said Phil. They don't have the wherewithal, and they don't know enough about the so-called enemy to know how to go about it. How can they hope to wipe them out if they don't even know how many there are, or how they live, or even where they live?
They're trying to learn, Luke said grimly. Calantha has broken off with him and is on our side now, and we'd better try to keep her that way. But Magnus is obviously in cahoots with Korkovan, so he has access to the reports on our findings that we've started sending everybody. Besides, even if they can't destroy the Zoes, they can easily destroy the good relationship with them we've started building. So to prevent that, said Hazel, we have to let the Zoes know what's going on, and that humans are not all the same, and we're not all against them. One of the best ways to show them that is to try to anticipate what the Magnus and Korkovan crowd is likely to try, and help the Zoes prepare defenses.
You mean give them advanced technology? Luke asked.
Hazel shook her head. No, only as a last resort, and that may not be necessary.
What would be better, said Phil, is to figure out how their own strengths, including their own kinds of technology, could be used against what Magnus's minions are likely to throw at them.
Luke suddenly sprouted a cheerfully sly smile.
I think, he said, I have at least one idea along those lines. 32. Had there been less sense of urgency, the human contact team might have called off the night's trip because of the torrential downpours and howling wind. They probably could have flagged down Bob or one of his friends to take a message to Ottertown, but this couldn't wait. They just went, regardless of the weather, and this time they took Luke along. Sylvie and Goldie were waiting at the entrance to the Way Inn, huddled near the center of a cart with a canopy over the top and rain dripping off its edges.
I wondered if you'd come,
Sylvie said as they parked their copter and scurried over to join their hosts under the canopy.
It's not a good night for sightseeing, but...
She broke off abruptly, looking at Luke as if she had just noticed him.
Who's this? I thought we agreed that you couldn't keep bringing somebody new every time you came here.
You're right, said Hazel, and I'm sorry we had to make an exception. Not every time. This time is special. You remember Luke Zakovitz. He looked after your carriage when you first came to Breakaway. Now he needs to talk to you about something. Sylvie continued looking at Luke for several seconds, as if still debating whether to accept his presence, then said,
"Oh yes, I remember now. A gadget guy, like Goldie and me."
"Yes," Hazel said with relief. "There's something really important and urgent that we need to discuss, and Luke needs to be in on it. Can you take us someplace where we can talk privately? And can you get Bob there, too?" Everybody squeezed into the cart, and she drove them to that sparsely furnished meeting room where she'd left them alone for their first extended conversation with Bob. On the way, she paused to chatter briefly with a male who was huddled in a little alcove along the passage, so inconspicuous in the shadows that Phil didn't even notice him until Sylvie stopped. Their conversation didn't last long, but got quite animated before the male stepped to an opening in the seawall and flew off into the rainy night.
"I can't say he was enthusiastic,"
Sylvie told her human guests as they resumed their journey,
"but I told him it was important. You can't blame them for not wanting to fly in the rain. It's difficult and unpleasant and dangerous. Anyway, he'll get the message to Bob."
"Next time you see him, tell him we appreciate it," said Hazel. When they got to the meeting room, the rain pelting the rocks outside the open window added a new note to the roar of the waves below, and the dripping from the roof added still another. Sylvie parked their cart near the entrance, and they all went in and took seats wherever they could find them.
"Hard to say how soon Bob will be here," Sylvie said. "Can you fill us in while we wait?"
"I suppose," said Hazel, "though we'll probably have to review when he gets here." "I should start," Phil said suddenly. "Sylvie, Goldie, I'm afraid I misled you earlier. I didn't mean to. I really hoped I was telling you the truth when I said what was going on with the new humans was just a dispute between two groups of us. I didn't want to scare you by suggesting it was more than that. But we know now that it is. You folks, all of you, are in danger." He marveled at how little motion of her mouth and ears it took to show Sylvie's agitation.
"Danger? What do you mean?"
"You know we've been trying to learn to understand you and work with you," Hazel said. "When we found out we'd been hurting you, we stopped what we were doing and started trying to learn, with your help, how to do better. But there are people who do want to hurt you, as badly as they can." Sylvie and Goldie stared blankly. Finally, Sylvie said,
"But why? We've done nothing to these people. We don't even know them. Why didn't they stay where they were?"
"It's complicated," said Hazel, "and a bit crazy. It isn't just the newcomers. It's some of our group, too. On the other hand, not everyone in our old home agrees with the ones who want to hurt you. They're trying to plan a way to stop them. That's what we have to do, too. That's why we needed to sit down with you two and Bob tonight."
"If we're lucky, he'll be here soon,"
said Goldie. She kept looking at the window as if expecting him at any minute. Phil supposed that was possible, if he wasn't too far away and Sylvie's messenger knew how to find him.
"I still don't understand," Sylvie said numbly. "We never tried to hurt you, even when we were damaging your windmills and houses. We just wanted to scare you off, because we were afraid ourselves. We didn't understand you, and your machines were hurting us. But when we learned—"
"That's how it is with them, too," Phil said suddenly. "The humans who want to hurt you. They'd never admit it, but they're scared, too. They've lost everything they used to have, and they have no hope of ever getting it back. This world is all they, and we, have now. They're afraid if they have to share it with you folks, there won't be room for everybody."
"That makes no sense," said Goldie. "There are so few of us, and so few of them. There's plenty of room. No need to interfere with each other."
"That's not how they see it," said Phil, "and they're not completely wrong. Yes, there's plenty of room for everybody now, but their numbers are growing, and I assume yours are too. Is that true?"
"Yes, of course, but—"
"You wouldn't believe how fast theirs are growing," said Hazel, "and unlike too many of our ancestors, they've realized early that they have to start thinking about the future now. They think it's okay for them to fill the whole world, and to make sure that happens, they have to get rid of anything or anybody that might get in their way as soon as possible." Both Sylvie and Goldie started to protest vigorously, but Phil broke in. "We don't agree with them, of course. We think they're as wrong can be. They're going to have to change their thinking, and you're going to have to recognize them as a serious threat, and—"
He broke off as the sea breeze brought a sudden whiff of a new scent and a flapping sound from beyond the window. Phil saw Bob detach himself from the blackness and settle onto the sill, spraying water all over the room as he tried to dry his wings before folding them.
"Howdy, folks," he said. "Sorry about the water, but if you think it's bad in here, be glad you're not out there. I shudder," and he did, "to think what would have happened to me if the wind and rain knocked me into the ocean. I don't mind flying over it, but I couldn't last long in it. I try not to think about that, but on a night like this, I can't help it."
He tidied his wings a bit and scooted farther into the warmth and dryness of the room.
"So, what's up? What did I miss?"
He listened attentively as the others brought him up to speed. By the time they finished, he looked as grim as they did, but still in control of himself.
"The first thing we need to know," he said, "is what kinds of dastardly deeds they're likely to do, and what we can do about them."
"Exactly," said Hazel. "One thing we're pretty sure they won't do is come charging through the way in to attack you in your city. They'd be too vulnerable there. But just in case they're stupid or crazy enough to try it, what kinds of weapons do you have?"
"Weapons?" Bob said thoughtfully. "I think your translator had a little trouble with that one, but I gather weapons are tools for fighting and killing. We haven't done much of that in recent generations, so I guess we're what you might call out of practice."
"So are they," said Phil, "which is one thing that might work in your favor. But when we came here, they didn't know much about the place."
"Obviously,"
all three Zoes said in unison. "So they figured they might have to fight off predators or hunt large animals for food. They brought various kinds of guns, which throw projectiles that can kill or injure things at large distances."
"We have some of those too," said Sylvie. "We keep them around mainly as reminders of our past, but I suppose we could dust them off and learn to use them again, though the thought is repulsive, even against beings as unneighborly as these seem to be."
"I think you should do that," said Hazel. "Get out as many weapons as you can, and recruit some to start practicing with them, just in case."
"We'll do that," said Sylvie. "I see a problem, though. If we ever get bunches of Zoes and humans fighting among themselves, how do we know which humans to shoot at? We'd hate to hurt or kill any of you guys, but you all look alike to us."
"Good point," said Hazel. "I think I understand now how military uniforms got invented. We'll think about that. Maybe all of us who support you can come up with something that we'll all wear to make us easily recognizable. The others are likely to do the same. But your question reminds me of another one. You said we all look alike to you, which we can understand, but you certainly don't to us. Who uses your guns, males or females?"
"Females only," said Bob. "Too heavy to carry flying. But our three-dimensional mobility gives us other advantages. We could swoop down on an enemy while carrying something small, hard, and dense, and throw it at him hard enough to do damage before he realized what was happening."
"That could be good against one individual," Phil pondered briefly. "Or if we could give you a grenade."
"A what?"
said Bob and Sylvie together.
Sylvie explained. "Calentha's translator apparently didn't know that word."
"It does, but you don't," said Hazel, which I find refreshing. "It's a small explosive device, a handheld gadget that can be triggered to break up very suddenly into a lot of small, fast-moving fragments to hit several individuals at once."
"Sounds horrible," said Goldie. "I don't know if we ever had anything like that."
"We could make you some," said Luke, "if we had to, but I hope it won't come to that. And our history has taught us that it would probably be a bad idea for us to give you technology you haven't developed on your own unless we absolutely have to."
Bob said, "We do have some tricks of our own that we could use against them. The way we used to mess up your windmills and houses, for instance, we could use on their flying machine and shelter."
"Not a bad idea," said Phil. "Keep it in mind, but don't start doing it unless you have to. Let them fire the first shot, as our kind used to say when they did more of this sort of thing." He thought a moment. "And if you are driven to do that, just attack their shelters, not the flying machine. We want them to leave, so we shouldn't make that impossible."
"Good point," said Bob. "We males can also fly patrols over the town and our lodges, watching for any sign that humans are about to attack there. Depending on what they're doing, we can either stop them or warn town dwellers to get out of the way."
"Another good idea," said Hazel.
especially if they're dropping explosives or chemical weapons into your canyons from above. But that may not be where you're most vulnerable." She waved a hand toward the open window with storm and stars beyond. "You have a lot of big openings on the seaside of this town. That's dangerous. You'll need to watch those, and be wary of any unknown humans trying to get too close to them." "But just watching isn't enough," said Luke. "You have to be able to defend them, too. That's where I think I can help you help yourselves. Sylvie, Phil and Hazel tell me you've made at least one steam engine that you use for hauling things from the sea up to places where you use them." "That's true," said Sylvie. "Are there many of those engines in the city?" "Not many. A few small models we made to learn how to make them. A few used to drive machines for making things. Too hard and expensive to make many." "Understandable, when you've just started doing it recently, which I gather is the case. Is that true?" "Yes." "Well," said Luke, "what you've done is impressive. It took our people a long time to achieve what you've done here. It's a tribute to your civilization that it has encouraged some of you to do that kind of work, even when it must have seemed it wasn't producing a lot of immediate payoff. But there's one more step you apparently haven't taken yet, and with the wolf at the door, I hope it's all right if we give you a little nudge. All the steam engines you have so far are mounted in one place and drive one thing that just keeps going around, like a machine for making round objects, or the conveyor that brings things up from the sea. Right?" "That's true," said Sylvie. "Well, suppose," said Luke, "that instead of the engine being fixed in place and driving something that moves, the engine is mounted not on the ground, but on the thing that moves, and makes it move, carrying itself along in the process. For example, suppose your conveyor engine turns not the wheel that pushes the belt along, but a set of wheels attached to the cart holding the engine. Then those wheels push against the ground, moving the cart and the engine." He waited for her to catch up. Phil had spent enough time with Sylvie that he imagined he could see her first frowning, then glowing with excitement as she got it. "That's brilliant!" she exclaimed. "With an engine or two on our carts, we wouldn't even need the horses." "Exactly," Luke beamed back at her. "And that's not all. An engine mounted on one of your boats could turn a paddle wheel and drive the boat through the canals in your marsh farms faster than you could paddle it. It could carry a few of you, and guns to use against anybody you catch trying to cause trouble." "What a wild and wonderful idea!" Goldie exclaimed. "It's so obvious once you say it, I wonder why we never thought of it." "You would have, given time," Luke assured her. "But you don't have time, thanks to these other humans. But you can still use the idea. Phil and I know a little about steam engines. If you'll show us yours, maybe we can help you rig a couple of them to drive boats." "We'd appreciate that," said Sylvie. "When do we start?" "How about now?" said Luke. "We may not have much time." 33. The big problem was that they had no idea how much time they had. The next few days and nights were a time of apprehensive uncertainty for everybody. Burl Sanderson often came into town in broad daylight and sequestered himself with Rod Corcovan in Corcovan's house, leaving everyone else to wonder what they were doing in there. Meanwhile, the usual human observers made nightly trips to Ottertown, but said less and less about what they were doing there. What they were doing, for the first time, wasn't the same for everybody. Olaf started going along, and he, Phil, and Luke went straight to Sylvie and Goldie's workshops, down near the water's fickle edge, and worked urgently with Sylvie to adapt a couple of their smaller steam engines to driving boats. Sometimes other residents, including Smith, got involved in that effort, making and fitting new parts as needed. The whole process was made more awkward by the fact that they only had one Calantha, and she was often off with Hazel, Dick, and Goldie, leaving the tech group to depend on pantomime for communication between its members of different species. Meanwhile, Hazel and Dick were still gathering basic information about everyday life in Ottertown, but releasing less and less of it in reports to the general population of Breakaway. It wasn't long before Corcovan confronted her about that. "What's going on?" he demanded. "Well, for one thing," she told him, "we've got enough so far that it's getting harder to learn much really new. For another, most of us don't trust this big contingent from Newtown who've suddenly invited themselves here, It's pretty obvious that you're giving them information that we're collecting for the citizens of Breakaway, and we can only imagine what they might do with it. So we're getting leery of giving them any more." Corcoran didn't bother to deny that last. He just said, "Most of us? How do you know most of us agree with you when we haven't yet voted on anything?" "They voted to elect me to try to hold this thing together," she pointed out. "I take that responsibility seriously. Let me remind you that all of us came to this side of the planet because we regarded the fruitful as an enemy, in at least some ways. I don't think collusion between individuals among us and them is appropriate, at least until we've had that vote."
"How about you and Calantha?"
"She's no longer one of them. She's working for us now."
"And just which us would that be?" Corcoran demanded. "You certainly don't represent me."
"Evidently not," Hazel said calmly, "though I hope someday I can. Meanwhile, there's a lot at stake, and we have a lot to learn. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do."
She walked away without waiting for a reply. Her mind wandered back, wondering how they had come to such an ever-widening schism. Corcoran was not one of the heavy-handed second wave. She could remember when he had been, or seemed, a kindred spirit to her and Phil, just as full of excitement about the existence of the new world and the opportunities it offered. How could she not have imagined how he would react when confronted with the unprecedented discovery of a non-human intelligence? Well, how could she have known? She had never had a chance to watch how he reacted to a similar situation. Nobody alive in Sol's system then had ever been in a similar situation, so surprises were inevitable. She suspected he really did have the best interests of the colony at heart, but had a narrow, one-sided view of what that meant. She wasn't surprised when he started spreading rumors that she and her associates were gathering new intelligence about the Zoes and keeping it secret to use in nefarious but unspecified ways against their fellow humans. She tried to shrug that off, but made a mental note to monitor that trend in case it threatened to grow into a serious problem. She was surprised when, that afternoon, another big VTOL arrived from Newtown and started setting up camp on another part of the Windmill Plain. She took a copter up to do a little aerial reconnaissance and was surprised to see that the new arrivals were pitching their tents around their own ship, but leaving a clear boundary between their encampment and Sanderson's earlier bunch, with a few armed individuals patrolling the line. Intrigued, she landed, despite brief misgivings about the wisdom of doing so without backup remaining in her copter, and what kind of pickle she might find herself in if the copter should malfunction when she was ready to leave. She'd been trying to get updates on Magnus's plans via Calantha and her contacts back in Newtown, but those efforts hadn't been, no pun intended, very fruitful. Calantha was too busy to devote much time to them, and her friends back home were apparently afraid of saying too much. But Hazel had the impression that there was a pro-Zoe faction there, too, and she wondered if these new arrivals might have something to do with that. It didn't take long, once she was on the ground, to confirm that they did. As with the first group, she asked who was in charge, and was promptly referred to a tall woman named Athena Johnson, who explained that a lot of folks back home were appalled at what Magnus proposed to do. A bunch of them had commandeered this VTOL and come here to keep an eye on the first group, hoping to counter any destructive actions they might take. She was vague about how they intended to do that, but Hazel found it at least a little reassuring that they now had slightly better numbers on her side, at least in principle. She made it back into her copter and back home without incident. That night she was surprised yet again as soon as her group got to Ottertown. Before the group could split up, Goldie said,
"Listen, everybody, stay together for a little while. I have something for you."
Hazel, groggy after too many surprises and too little sleep, frowned, wondering what Goldie might have up her metaphorical sleeve. They all waited while Goldie ducked into a room off a corridor not far off the town square. She re-emerged a few minutes later, wrapped in so many coils of luminous orange vine that it seemed to weigh her down. Hazel didn't recognize the stuff, but the color looked vaguely yet powerfully familiar.
"You've noticed the beacons on the headlands?"
Goldie said. At first Hazel didn't know what she was talking about, but then she remembered the bright orange, vaguely tree-like things that breakaway colonists had earlier noticed and wondered about on the tips of promontories. A few had speculated, semi-jokingly, that they had been planted there to function as lighthouses, though it only appeared they would function as such in daylight.
Now it seemed they were being told that that was exactly the case, and with her night glasses, Hazel could see that they did glow in the dark. Some kind of bioluminescence, evidently, too faint for humans to have noticed before, but probably more than adequate for the Zoe's ultrasensitive night vision.
A few nights ago, Goldie was saying, you said that if there was fighting, humans on our side could wear something to help us recognize you. Right away, I thought of these, so I've been gathering them and making them into a form you could wear around your arm or neck. What do you think?
Surprised and touched, Hazel said, "Terrific idea. Can you show me how to use it?" Seeming shy, awkward, and proud at the same time, Goldie moved closer to Hazel than she'd ever been before and attached one of the luminous vine-like objects around Hazel's left arm.
Would you like one on the other arm, too?
Sure. With both in place, Hazel smiled and showed them off to her fellow humans.
How many can we get, and how can we pay you for them? Pay?
Goldie repeated, as if not understanding.
If you help us get through this, that's all we could ask.
Wonderful. How many can we get?
As many as you like. They're easy to make.
Goldie had a goodly stock already made up and quickly outfitted everyone in the human party with a pair. Then they split into their usual teams and went off to their respective destinations. Calantha stayed with the Cultural Survey Group, while Sylvie took Phil, Luke, and Olaf down to the shops to continue trying to make a steam engine and a boat work together. Phil was surprised at how easy it was becoming to continue that work even without Calantha's help. At first he'd found the prospect daunting, but the laws of physics and chemistry are the same for everybody. Words would have made it easier, but over and over he watched as Sylvie or Smith explained a technical problem just by pointing at parts and moving them around to indicate what needed to be done. The three humans didn't always catch on at the same time, but usually one of them got the idea fairly fast and then could explain it to the others. So progress was being made, even when they were away, since Sylvie and Goldie and Smith sometimes kept at it during the day. But plenty of problems remained, and Phil worried about whether they could all be solved in time. Making the propulsion system work was one thing. Making it work smoothly, reliably, and safely was another. They already had one boat working fairly well, but Phil hoped there would be time for a good deal more testing before anyone had to trust her life to it. Toward morning, as Sylvie drove them back to the meeting point near the exit, he saw other reasons for worry. He was already used to the popping sounds of weapons practice in the unseen parts of the town. Those had been going on for a couple of nights now. But he wasn't sure how safe the Zoe's firearms were, and he hoped none of them would get seriously injured using them. He would have felt more confident if they were using bows and arrows, but their low-slung bodies didn't lend themselves to that. How about crossbows? He wondered suddenly. He could imagine designing those so that their otter-like bodies could use them, but no, it was too late to start yet another line of research. And at a couple of points on the way out, they saw something new and disturbing. At wide places near corridor junctions, groups of residents crowded in around them, making raucous noises that reminded Phil of crowds of protesters he'd seen back on Earth and Luna. Sylvie sped up to hurry past them, and the second time she gestured toward her human cargo and said something to the maybe protesters that seemed to calm them, at least a little.
Yes, they were protesting, Sylvie told him when he asked. Just as not all of you agree on what to do about us, not all of us agree on what to do about you. Some of them feel strongly that you are all threats to us. I showed them your armbands and explained that humans wearing those are friendly, while others are not. Some of them bought it.
Not all?
Not all.
After that, Phil and Hazel independently decided that it was essential to get the armbands onto as many Zoe sympathizers as possible, and stressed the importance of wearing them at all times. They started doing it as soon as they got back to Breakaway, and continued through the next couple of days. Goldie had given them a large supply that first night, and made more for each subsequent visit. Of course, that made the splitting of both Breakaway and their uninvited visitors into factions explicit, obvious, and undeniable. No longer could those who didn't want to get involved simply keep quiet and hope their neighbors wouldn't ask how they felt about the native problem. There was growing pressure for everyone to take a stand and literally wear it on his or her sleeve. The Humans First contingent retaliated with their own armbands, though they couldn't make them fast enough to keep up with Goldie. The proliferation of contrasting armbands led inevitably and increasingly to confrontations between neighbors trying to convert each other to their own way of thinking. Some of those confrontations became quite heated, and it soon became evident that both factions had strong and roughly equal numbers. That made Phil and Hazel increasingly worry about how, or even whether, they would ever get all these people back to living harmoniously after all this was over.
Phil,
Hazel asked wearily as they dragged themselves out of the copter after a particularly long night marred by several protests in Ottertown,
did we make a huge mistake in coming through from Sol System?
I don't think so, he said, trying to sound more confident and reassuring than he felt. It seemed like a good idea at the time. It may still turn out to be a good idea, eventually.
I hope you can convince me of that,
she said. They were practically in front of her door. She stopped and said,
Can you come in and talk about it a while?
Sure, he said, and they went in. They sat on the long couch, but close together. She grabbed his hand and held it tightly.
Remember what it felt like when we learned about the gate and the world on the other side? It was like a dream come true. Earth had become so crowded and stifling that we felt trapped. Everywhere we went, Big Brother was watching in the name of security. Nobody was doing really original research anymore. There wasn't enough left to do, or support for what there was. You and I were passing as scholars by endlessly re-examining the work that real scholars had done before us.
But in doing so, he reminded her, we stumbled onto some important work that had been started, forgotten, and not followed up. And that led us here. She smiled, for the first time in too long.
Yes, things got exciting there for a while, didn't they? You and I were going to do great things together and have so much fun. We were even going to have a family.
She smiled. Phil smiled back. A small family, but yes, it could have been fun. Hazel sobered abruptly.
Of course, making all that happen was another story, a big one. It took a long time and a lot of work, but by God we made it happen. Part of it, anyway.
He squeezed her hand. Yes, we did. We may still manage the rest, too, though it won't be the way we imagined it. We weren't even thinking about the possibility of finding anybody like the Zoes here, and the probe gave us no reason to expect them. It never occurred to us that other humans with such a different vision would follow us through the gate to our world.
Complications, said Hazel, on complications. Our ancestors would have said the fruitful weren't really a problem. This world was big enough for both of us. But as fast as they're growing, we can't ignore them. They can fill this planet in a historically short time, and we have to take that seriously.
Of course, said Phil. Their advantages may be temporary, too, but we can't take that for granted. Like it or not, we're stuck with them, and we can't go back. Does that ever bother you?
She considered briefly. A little, sometimes, but not very much. There's not a lot back there that I miss, and even if there were, it wouldn't matter now. What discourages me sometimes is that things feel like they're falling apart here. For a while, we thought we were here, all getting along and doing our own thing, and the fruitful were doing their own version back in Newtown, and neither of us really had to worry about the other, at least for now. Then the Zoes come along, and suddenly we're splitting into warring factions about how to deal with them, and so are the fruitful.
And so are the Zoes, said Phil. They're in a similar quandary about us.
But it's making enemies of neighbors everywhere we know about,
Hazel said somberly.
Will they ever be able to be friends again?
Then abruptly her face lit up, and she leaned toward Phil with a resurgence of her long-ago enthusiasm.
But you know, Phil, I'm not sure that's going to be a bad thing in the long run. Meeting another kind of intelligence is the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me, especially after everybody had given up hope. Getting to know them and trying to learn to live with them makes me feel more alive than I've ever felt in my life. Sometimes I feel like we are going to find a way to get through this, and I'm ever so grateful that you agreed to come and be our third eye.
And I'm impressed by the way you've taken the bull by the horns and got a good start on trying to wrangle all these cats. Neither of us has ever been very comfortable as either a leader or a follower, but sometimes a leader is necessary. And someday I think these people are going to be glad they had you, Hazel.
And you, Phil. I'd still like to try to build that life together. How about you?
He hadn't expected the question, but realized now that he should have, and he had no difficulty answering. Sure would, he said. Let's do it. It wasn't clear which of them started the long embrace and kiss, but it was clear that they both meant it. Eventually, without letting go of her, Phil said softly, "Of course, it's not going to be that happily ever after that we dreamed of, you know." "I don't think anybody ever really gets happily ever after," said Hazel. "I can settle for a good deal less now." "Even that's going to take a lot of work and struggle." "See, mañana. But first we need some rest." They were in deep slumber soon after that, until they were dragged out of it by an insistent pounding on the door and a window. 34. Phil and Hazel rushed to the door, glancing en route at the window and seeing a big male Zoe flying tight circles and repeatedly striking the pane. It was still daylight, though only marginally, and Phil noted absently that he was hungry, but that would have to wait. Even before Hazel opened the door, he recognized Calantha's urgent voice. "Hazel, open up, quick, big problem." As soon as Hazel opened the door, Bob swooped around the corner from the side with the window and perched on a nearby bush, but he showed no sign of relaxing. "It's started," Calantha said breathlessly. "Magnus's thugs have attacked Ottertown." "What?" Phil and Hazel gasped together. Bob started chattering excitedly, and Calantha said hurriedly, "Let him tell you." The translator took over.
"The other humans dropped something that exploded in the mouth of the way in. The rock walls collapsed and blocked the entrance. Our carts can't get in or out, and if any of us want to, it's a hard climb over the rubble."
Phil winced. "Was anybody hurt or trapped?"
"We're not sure, but we fear so. And while many of our mates are physically able to climb over the blockage, there are humans waiting outside with weapons, so they're afraid to try. What can we do?"
"I'm so sorry about this," Hazel said. "The waiting humans aren't wearing our kind of armbands, are they?"
"No,"
said Bob. That was a relief. It occurred to Phil that there might come a time when Magnus supporters would wear counterfeit pro-Zoe bands if they could figure out how to make them, to confuse Zoes. But that would also confuse humans, with potentially lethal consequences, so maybe it wasn't too likely.
"We'll see if we can help," Hazel said, her voice tight. "But I'm not sure how much we can do. I'm afraid the bad times are on us, Bob. A bunch of us will fly a copter over, and we'll take weapons. Maybe you should go ahead and keep an eye on things, so you can fill us in when we get there. But be careful. Try not to let them see you."
As Bob flew off, she was already on her comm, rounding up one of the larger copters and a bunch of people to fill it, all the usual suspects, plus a few good marksmen armed with dasers, and more potent arms in case they were needed. As they approached the way in, as stealthily as possible in a vehicle not built for stealth, the scene looked more ominous than chaotic. Nothing was obviously happening, but infrared scanners showed several humans crouching in nooks and crannies near the huge pile of rocks that had just an hour ago been the gateway to a remarkable civilization. The skulkers were holding weapons aimed generally toward the destruction, though Phil couldn't tell what kind. But as Hazel turned the copter away to seek a nearby but safer landing site, he did see a Zoe female lying motionless on the rock pile. Even though the copter was one of the larger models, it was able to land on a nearby outcrop. It took its occupants only a few minutes to pick their way through the forest, full of night sounds and smells Phil remembered vividly from his first night here, to the edge of the clearing. From there, he heard new noises that weren't there on his first visits, a mixture of scrabbling sounds and female Zoe speech from beyond the rubble heap, as if trapped residents were working to clear the obstruction. Phil worried about whether they knew what awaited them if they got through, though he suspected Bob was keeping them posted. The breakaway party watched from hiding for a few minutes, then Hazel whispered, "Cover me," and stepped out into the clearing, carrying her own weapon just in case. Phil held his breath as she strode up to the nearest black-clad sniper and said loudly, "What's going on here?" The sniper, Phil didn't recognize him and suspected he was one of Magnus's goons, whirled in obvious surprise, swinging his weapon around to aim at Hazel, but he didn't shoot.
"We're going to put an end to this foolishness."
"Oh, really?" Hazel said calmly. "With petty vandalism? How admirable."
"I'd hardly call it petty," the guy with the gun said with an audible sneer. "You know as well as me that this is their main way in or out. We've got them bottled up in there."
"And then what? Are you going to go in and kill them all? Even if you could, do you think that would end it? Do you think these are the only ones on the planet?"
"Maybe. Maybe not. We don't know. Neither do you. We do know these are the only ones that have given us trouble. If we take care of these, maybe that will scare any others out of messing with us.
Sure. You're not into thinking things through, are you?
More than you think, said the sniper. For instance, I know you traitors to the human race aren't going to hurt us because you know what the backlash would be. Now why don't you crawl back into the shadows like a nice little do-gooder and leave us alone? We haven't done anything.
Hazel gestured grimly at the rubble.
You haven't? Well, let's not argue about that. But if you do anything else, even if it's little, we'll be watching you, and we will use our weapons if we need to.
She turned with no visible hesitation and strode back toward her waiting companions. Phil gasped when the sniper briefly raised his weapon to point at her back, but again he had the restraint not to use it. How long would that last?
Not my finest hour,
Hazel said with a grimace as she settled back in with the others.
But what else could I do at this point? I'd like to chase them off, or round them up and throw them in the clink, but we don't have a clink, or the resources at hand to pull it off. And we can't start casually killing our own kind, no matter how much they disgust us. But I swear, if they fire even one shot against—
She broke off as a now familiar flapping and fluttering, this time accompanied by scraping of wings through the bushes, announced Bob's arrival. Calantha and her translator were ready.
"Help is on its way,"
said Bob without elaborating.
"What's happened here?"
"At least one of the townsfolk is hurt," said Phil, gesturing at the fallen form on the rocks. He bit off the almost addition, "or dead."
"I know," said Bob, looking at her. "We've got to get her out of there. Some of the insiders are trying to get over the fallen rocks, but will they be able to do anything if they do?"
"That worries us, too," said Phil. "How about you? Did they notice you on the way in?"
"I'm not sure. I tried to stay low and close to the trees and rocks so I wouldn't stand out. My color helps, but maybe not enough. I can only hope."
"So do we," said Hazel. "Meanwhile—" Again she broke off, staring at the top of the rubble. The light was getting dim and ruddy in the west, but Phil saw what had caught her eye even before she pointed. Two otter-like Zoes peered over the top, then started slinking down the rocks toward their fallen compatriot. Phil silently cheered them on, but one of the snipers saw them too, and fired with an anticlimactic pop. One of the new otters collapsed and tumbled down the pile, landing in a heap against the one who was already down. Hazel was the one who reacted first. "That does it," she muttered, swinging her dazer up and dropping the sniper with a single shot.
"Hey!"
shouted one of the others, rising suddenly from the shadows and whirling to face this way. So did 3 or 4 others. The first seemed to fumble with 2 weapons, then fired one of them. Hazel dropped at Phil's feet, and he felt a surge of horror, till he realized that the snipers had had the foresight to bring dazers so they could shoot humans without killing them. But he was pretty sure they were using lethal fire against the Zoes. His first impulse was to try to help Hazel, but if it was just a dazer that hit her, that could wait, and would have to. He joined his companions in shooting at the snipers, who kept appearing from the shadows, reminding himself to choose his shots carefully, because a dazer can only fire so often on a charge. A couple more snipers dropped, but more kept coming. Some were taking aim at the pro-Zoes, others at the rubble, in case more Zoes came over the top. And they did, apparently trying to take advantage of the sudden confusion. In addition, 6 more male Zoes, all wearing sun masks, appeared suddenly over the edge of the cliff above, diving with astonishing speed and sudden swerves at the anti-Zoe snipers. 2 bats hit one sniper and knocked him to the ground, both his weapons flying away from him in different directions. At the same time, one of the snipers hit another male Zoe diving toward him, and the Zoe dropped to the ground, landing in a motionless heap. All the humans with Phil fired their dazers at once, and Phil hoped they weren't exhausting them. In any case, several snipers dropped. Then, abruptly, things were quiet. After a long, tense moment, Phil realized that they'd run out of snipers, or so he hoped.
"This isn't good at all,"
Bob said. As he did so, Phil noticed that Calantha was down, and he made a startling realization. He'd noticed over the past days that her translator, now so compact she could wear it unobtrusively, seemed to be working better and better, with less and less direct intervention on her part. Evidently it had become autonomous enough to let others communicate with Zoes even without her assistance, which could all too easily become necessary. Maybe, a detached part of him thought, we could even get her to duplicate the translator, so that even if we're separated we can still talk to them. Meanwhile, there were more urgent matters.
Both Hazel and Calantha were dazed, and apparently all of Magnus's snipers were too, though Phil couldn't discount the possibility that one or two were faking it to lure their opponents in for a better shot. Bob, even as he said his last words, had stepped into the open and flapped over to check on his fallen comrade. "We should help the others," Phil said, stepping out. "Luke, Dick, Olaf, can you do anything to bring Hazel and Calantha around faster?"
"We can," said one of the sharpshooters. "We came prepared for this."
So Phil, Luke, Dick, and Olaf went out and scrambled up the rock pile to where the two fallen female Zoes lay. It wasn't easy. A lot of the chunks were big and jagged, and carrying the translator, even though the latest version was quite compact, didn't help. But Phil was immensely relieved that it worked, even in Calantha's absence. When they got to where two female Zoes were tending to the two fallen, he asked, "How are they?" One of the active ones looked pointedly at his armband.
"This one's alive, but needs help. The other, it may be too late."
"Let us help you carry them both inside," said Phil. "We'll do what we can." Humans and Zoes working together, they carried the two fallen just over the top, then went to help Bob with the fallen male. Carrying them down the other side would have to wait. For now, the urgent thing was to get the rock pile between them and the snipers, in case any of those woke up. Phil thought that unlikely. While there are ways to accelerate recovery from a dazing, none of the snipers were awake to use them, and the charges he and his companions had used should keep them out for quite a while. But their antidotes worked. Just as they finished carrying the badly injured male over the crest, Phil was overjoyed to hear Hazel's voice coming up the outside slope. "We've got to get in there," she said, panting. "I don't believe being pests at this one point is all these characters have up their sleeves." 35. As soon as Calantha joined them, they started carrying the three injured Zoes down the inner side of the collapsed entrance. It was hard to tell when they'd left daylight behind. By this time there was very little of it remaining anyway. But Phil was immensely relieved that eventually they stopped clambering over sharp boulders and emerged into a level passage with only scattered chunks of debris lying where they had stopped rolling down. There waited two dragon horse-drawn carriages, with several citizens fussing with them. The first two who scurried over to meet them were Sylvie and Goldie, both obviously agitated.
"Are we glad to see you?"
Goldie exclaimed. She looked at the three downed Zoes as their human carriers gently laid them down.
"How are they?"
"Not so good," said Hazel. "Can we take them somewhere so somebody can look after them?"
"Absolutely," said Sylvie. "That's the first thing we must do."
"Agreed," said Hazel. "But as soon as we drop them off, there are lots of other things we have to do right away. The danger isn't past."
"I didn't think so," said Sylvie. She looked toward the blocked entrance. "Are the bad humans still out there?"
"Yes," said Hazel, "and we don't know what they'll do next. They're alive, at least most of them, but unconscious. They're not going to be happy when they wake up, and they may be the least of your worries."
"What do you mean?"
"There'll probably be others getting ready to hit you at other places. You need to leave some armed guards watching this entrance, but meanwhile post others watching the sea approaches. You've got some big openings there, and you may have company coming in through them if you're not vigilant."
"We'll be vigilant," said Sylvie. "But can they even get to those? The sea's pretty rough tonight."
"Don't underestimate them," Hazel warned. "Just get some sentries in as many windows as you can, and don't let anybody in. But don't shoot unless they make a move. Now we'd better get going, get these folks some help, and then hightail it down to your workshop." The humans did most of the lifting as they loaded the injured and possibly dead into the carriages. Their height and posture made it much easier for them than for the otter-like Zoe females. Bob hopped and fluttered around, obviously frustrated that he couldn't do more, but just as obviously out of his element in here. When the carriages took off, at a speed that reminded Phil of his first reckless ride here, Bob perched on the edge of one of the carts and worriedly watched his comrade, Sylvie sitting nearby and holding his wingtip. The carts roared through the dark corridors, the dragon horse occasionally bellowing a warning to somebody in the way. They screeched to a halt in front of a big side chamber from which unusual chemical smells emanated, and several otters, it was still sometimes hard not to think of them that way, scurried out to lend a hand in unloading the patients. Phil guessed that this was some sort of clinic or hospital, and at a word from Sylvie, the attendants again let the humans do the heavy lifting. That got Phil far enough inside to see further evidence of the place's nature.
More sick or injured otters and a couple of bats lying here and there, with ambulatory ones obviously attending to them, containers of supplies, including likely medicines, assorted medical-looking metal tools. As soon as the victims were transferred, their bearers and Zoe companions scurried back onto the carts, and again they went careening down the corridors. On the way, incongruously, Phil found himself searching his soul about the fact that he was again thinking of them as bats and otters, then decided it wasn't so bad. The terms were a lot neater and less clinical than male Zoes and female Zoes, and succinctly conveyed some of the essence of their distinct but complementary characters. As long as they weren't used derogatorily, he suspected the Zoes could wear them proudly, and he needn't hesitate to use them. They stopped once more, at one of those big windows looking out over the ocean. As Sylvie had said, the sea was rough tonight, big waves crashing riotously on the boulders, sometimes sending spray up even this high. It wasn't as bad out past the breakers, and with night glasses he could see that the marsh farms off to the sides were rippling more than usual in the wind. One of the otters, carrying what Phil guessed to be a firearm designed to fit a female Zoe body, got out and took up a prone position, her most natural kind, on a ledge with a good view out. Bob got off too. "Maybe I can do something useful here," he said. "I can fly out for better looks. Maybe make things uncomfortable for anybody who shows up out there." All his fellow passengers, human and Zoe, assured him that was a good idea and wished him well. Then, just as the lead dragon horse started to lurch forward again, Phil shouted, "Wait!" At Sylvie's command, the dragon horse stopped just as abruptly as it had started, but the one behind bumped the back of this cart in following its example. "Look there," Phil said, pointing out past the rocks. "I think that's a boat full of humans. Not ours." Everybody else looked and agreed. "What are they doing?" Sylvie asked. "So far," said Phil, "they don't seem to be doing anything, but I wouldn't trust them for 2 seconds, and there may be more than one." He looked at Bob and the female sentry. "You two have your work cut out for you. Don't take your eyes off them." He turned to Sylvie. "The rest of us had better get down to those boats. We have our work cut out for us, too. Bob, maybe you can give us a report from time to time." A few more minutes of bone-jarring ride and twisting turns through tunnels and canyons brought them to a lurching halt in the shop where both steamboats were now being worked on. They'd been moved down close to the water, each at the top of a pair of rails threaded down through a sloped tunnel, the upper end hinged to a secure mount, the lower floating in a relatively sheltered little harbor so it could rise and fall with the tides. Smith and several assistants were already working on the boats, and they looked more or less finished. But though Phil took vicarious pride in that, he was also painfully aware of their makeshift and hasty origins. He was impressed that these folks had come this far this fast, yet there was so much more he would have liked to see them do before actually putting these craft into service. But he felt a sinking certainty that there wouldn't be time. He, Luke, Olaf, Dick, Sylvie, and Goldie hopped out and scurried over to join Smith and company in working on the boats. They still had plenty of minor technical problems, which Phil understood only in general terms. His specialty back home had been the history of science. The history of technology is not the same thing. His understanding of steam engines was theoretical and general. He knew enough to recognize that Sylvie's engine was not quite any of the types he'd read about, but not enough to fully grasp the nuts and bolts of it. Not that it used nuts and bolts, exactly. Luke had tried to explain the fasteners they used instead, but even he had no prior experience with them. But he was a quick learner. The biggest concerns all of them had were making sure the boiler and all its fittings and couplings were strong and secure enough to do their job and hold together, and making sure the boat could carry the considerable weight of engine, fuel, and occupants. They had 2 things going for them. The seawater was dense enough to provide lots of buoyancy, and Zoes of both sexes were compact and light, by adult human standards. But everybody had agreed that it would be good to have a technically savvy human along on each boat, and the 2 needs of strength and buoyancy were at war with each other. The whole team worked with a sense of urgency, and Phil felt less in the dark this time than before because Calantha and her translator were here. But he still felt very much on the sidelines, with little to do except observe and compare notes with Hazel and Calantha. After a couple of hours, they were distracted by the sound of Bob landing on a window ledge a couple of meters above their work area. "News?" Hazel asked curtly. "Not really," said Bob.
We have more sentries out now, at various vantage points, and I've been making the rounds checking in with them periodically, including the ones out at the way in. So far, little has happened, but we can't believe that the attackers are going to stop with what they did at the gate. We feel sure they're plotting something else, and all we can do is wait to see what it is."
Waiting for the other shoe to drop, Phil muttered.
"Excuse me?"
Said Bob. Old human expression, knowing something's going to happen, but not knowing what or when. I feel the same way. He saw Bob sitting on the ledge, looking out toward the sea. What are the humans in boats doing?
"Just riding around, slowly, as if they're studying something. Waiting for them to do something else is making me very anxious."
Us too, said Phil. Well, keep up the good work.
"I'll try," said Bob, "though I don't feel like I'm doing much. You know, the view from here is pretty good. I think I'll make this my base of operations for a while, if you don't mind."
"Glad to have you here," Hazel assured him. Bob turned his attention to looking out, and the technical crew back to the boats. Phil found their frequent mutterings of frustration a bit unnerving, but he'd watched technicians and repairmen work before, and he knew they were just part of the job. Bob evidently tired of sitting, and occasionally flew off to make his rounds again. It was still dark when he came in for another landing and said,
"Phil, Hazel, what do you make of this?"
Phil and Hazel climbed up to join Bob on the ledge. There were at least 3 human boats out there, but they were no longer just meandering without apparent purpose. Now, each of them had stopped, and Phil could see the occupants doing something. He conjured up some magnification and image enhancement on his glasses and frowned. "Luke, Olaf, you should have a look at this too." The tech guys stopped what they were doing and clambered up to join them. The ledge was getting crowded now. Phil held his breath and waited, not wanting to prejudice their judgment as they looked out at the boats, hoping they wouldn't say they saw what he thought he did. But they did. "I think," Luke said slowly, "they're poisoning the town's food supply." Phil groaned. That was what he'd thought too. Some of the humans aboard the boats were pouring buckets of something into the water in the marsh farms. Others were spraying something around. And just as that realization was sinking in, he saw something else. Light flared at 2 spots, grew briefly, then flickered out, and then flared again.
"They're trying to set fire to the crops," he blurted out.
"Right," said Olaf.
"It's wet stuff. They may not be able to sustain a blaze, but we can't count on that."
Phil and Luke scrambled down the rocks as fast as they could, independently calling out to Sylvie and Goldie,
"It's time! We've got to launch them now!"
Suddenly everything seemed to be happening very fast. Sylvie and Smith started to protest that they weren't ready yet, and the translator had trouble keeping up with the multitude of inputs. Phil tried to explain what was happening, and after a good deal of resistance squeezed into a very short time, Sylvie and Smith grudgingly agreed to launch as quickly as possible.
"But," Sylvie added, "it won't help us to get the boats out if they're not carrying guards with weapons. Bob, can you round some up fast?" "I'm on it," said Bob, his utterance trailing off as he flew fast away from his ledge.
"Some of us can go with you," said Olaf, "if he can't get enough gunners fast enough. We're armed too." "Of course, it's going to make the aftermath even harder if we wind up shooting humans," said Luke. "We'll worry about that afterward," said Hazel, "if we have to. Right now, all that matters is that we can't let them do what they're doing. Let's get these boats in the water right now, with as many of them as Bob can round up, and as many of us as we need to fill the boats." "Some of us ought to go anyway," said Luke, already checking a boat's contents and starting to undo its ties to land. "I feel responsible. I'm sorry I didn't get more done." Hazel cut him off. "Not now. Just do it." Luke shut up, and everybody on hand did some task that needed to be done, almost as smoothly as if they'd practiced more than they had. They made sure the glides at the side of each boat were securely seated on the launch rails, the keel and paddle wheel had ample clearance between them, and the stern rope that was supposed to control their descent to the water was firmly attached. But as they scrambled aboard, crowding around the bulky engine and the 2 stubby guns that had been mounted to bow and stern, Phil thought the boat felt ridiculously little, and the ramp looked dauntingly steep. Sylvie, Luke, Dick, Calantha, and a couple of otters with their own kind of guns rode in one boat. Phil, Hazel, Olaf, Goldie, and a couple more otter gunners in the second. Phil could hardly imagine where they'd put more otters, even if Bob found some and got them here in time. Which didn't happen. It felt to Phil as if he'd barely found a place to sit and hang on when he saw Sylvie's boat begin to move, sliding down its rails and picking up speed at an alarming rate.
It rocked from side to side as the lower ends of its rails bobbed up and down, following different waves. He had little time to think about how flimsy that made the whole setup look before his boat, too, started down with a jerk. He let out an undignified yelp and grabbed onto the nearest protrusions as they slid faster and faster, feeling at first as if his body was leaving his stomach behind. The rocking from side to side as the guide rails rose and fell was even more disconcerting than he'd expected, but he didn't have long to think about that either. The first boat hit the water with a huge splash, and then his did too. He'd never imagined that an impact with water could feel so hard, and water fountained high and then poured down over his head and shoulders, tasting of salt and smelling of what passed for fish and seaweed here. Even though the small cove gave some shelter, the boat tossed and turned in the waves. But he'd survived the plunge, and was ready, he hoped, to face what came next. 36. The city's cliffs towered around the boats, craggy and black even with night glasses, and a cloud of stars shone gloriously from above and danced in the reflecting waves. Here and there in the cliffs he faintly saw openings to the interior. Even Zoe's needed some light to go about their business indoors, and their sensitive vision and human technology made it seem ample. Closer at hand, huge kelp-like seaweeds waved in the water, glowing with pale green bioluminescence, while small animals, glinting in rainbow colors, darted among them. After a moment's adjustment, Phil found himself marveling at the sheer, unearthly beauty of the scene, and at his ability to do so. He'd come a long way from his first queasy experience in a boat, not far from here, and not nearly as long ago as it seemed. But now, he and his friends had a job to do, and that was at least as scary as that other boat had seemed back then. He looked around at the two boats, still close together and sometimes almost colliding as the turbulent water tossed them about. Everyone they'd started with still seemed to be aboard, but Bob hadn't returned with anybody new. "Now what?" Phil asked. "Do we wait, or go with what we have?" "I think we'd better go," said Hazel. "Those bastards out there are already doing things that need to be stopped." She glanced around at the drenched humans and Zoes on the boats. "I don't see where we'd put anybody else anyway." Even as she said it, Phil was startled by an extra spray of water and a swift, dark motion, as another otter rocketed silently out of the water and onto the deck in front of him. Her wet fur pressed briefly against his legs before she scampered over and past everybody else to take up a position looking out over a gunwale, but with easy access to one of the mounted guns. Another similarly materialized on the opposite side of the craft, and 3 more on the other boat. Somehow everybody fit, though it was even tighter than before, and the boat rode disturbingly low in the water. Waves splashed almost continuously over the railing onto the deck, but Sylvie and her team had anticipated the problem and made the boats self-bailing. Bob buzzed them, briefly blocking the stars as he waved a salute, and flew off. "Okay," Hazel yelled, sounding almost exultant. "Let's go get 'em." The boilers had been fired up before they launched, which in hindsight seemed less than optimally prudent, but probably necessary. Now all they had to do was to operate valves and couplings to let steam into the driving cylinders, and then couple those to the paddle wheels. The humans had agreed in advance to let the Zoes do as much of it as possible for themselves. It would have been awkward to do otherwise, since the controls were made for their bodies. In mere moments the boats were underway. The one Phil and Hazel rode going first, headed out of the cove into open water. The churning of the water was more violent for a while, and they often caught spray from foamy fountains as water crashed over rocks on and near the shore. Goldie steered as if she had some idea where she was going. Phil hoped she did. From down here he could see no sign of the human boats. He knew they'd last been seen in the marsh farms, but those waving blades of vegetation towered surprisingly high, and all he saw was a wall of what looked like grass, which grew taller before him as the boat drew closer and then headed into a narrow channel that wound through the reeds. Less wind or wave action penetrated here, so they swayed more gently, and the boats rode more stably than in open water. Phil felt hemmed in. The reedy walls were sometimes barely far enough apart to let the boats pass, and he was very conscious of their damp smell and the cacophony of unseen night creatures that lived in them, even over the noise of the engine. That worried him a little. Sylvie's steam engines resembled a much earlier stage of technology than what the humans had brought with them, and they made a lot more noise, rhythmic puffs and hisses of steam being vented, clanks of pistons and shafts built to loose tolerances.
How could they hope to sneak up on anybody? He could only hope the dense stands of reeds and the roar of waves would muffle them enough to make the boat's approach less blatantly obvious than it seemed to him now. And who would surprise whom? There were armed and unfriendly humans out there, with much more sophisticated weaponry, and he suspected little hesitation about using it. At every turn in the channel, he braced himself, reflecting that they could be right around the next bend. Which would be good, if his group saw the others first, but that seemed almost too much to hope for. Did Goldie have some way of knowing where they were? He wanted to ask her, but Calantha, and her translator, were in the other boat. Even as he thought that, Goldie let out a long, loud utterance that started so low and rumbling it hardly seemed possible from a body so small, then slid up to a shriek that vanished beyond human hearing. A minute or two later, Bob flapped in, flying just above the reeds, and circled the boat tightly. He and Goldie exchanged a few phrases, then he flew off again. He didn't go far. In another minute, he was back for a brief chat with Goldie. She turned the boat down a new channel, Bob flying just ahead, then peeling off and disappearing into the darkness. Sylvie's boat was no longer in sight, having evidently turned down another channel some time ago. That was fine. They'd planned from the start to split up. Goldie kept going, and Phil tensed, sensing that something was about to happen. Then they rounded a bend and found themselves staring up at a human powerboat with Corcovan standing in the bow, leering down at them. He was holding a sprayer, but not using it.
"Well, well," he said. "What brings you here?"
Hazel stood up too, making it obvious that she was armed.
"I think you know. We saw what you're doing. You have to stop it right now."
Corcovan guffawed.
"Oh, really? Who's going to make us? You? Your furry friends in their toy boat? I hardly think so. Now go away. We're busy."
He turned ostentatiously away and lifted his sprayer arm, though he still didn't use it. Phil got the feeling he was daring them to do anything about it, and betting that they wouldn't. He leaned close to Hazel, and Olaf leaned in from the other side.
"Should we shoot him now?"
"Too risky," Hazel said. "Aside from the political repercussions, what happens to the poisons they're carrying if we sink their boats, or rupture the containers?" "What if we just daze them?" said Phil. "It will keep them from doing any more damage right away, and buy us some time to come up with a better plan."
"I'm not sure that time's for sale," said Hazel.
"I think—" She broke off abruptly, interrupted by a loud hiss as Corcovan turned on his sprayer, and a glistening cloud sprouted from its nozzle. It was Hazel who dazed him, almost reflexively, though from the way he fell, Phil suspected he hadn't taken a full charge. But he did fall, releasing the dead man's switch and stopping the spray. A couple of his companions let out angry cries and turned their own weapons on Goldie's crew. But they weren't using dazers. A bullet grazed one of the otter gunners, tearing a bloody gash along her shoulder. Phil and Olaf fired their dazers in quick response and dropped two of Corcovan's gunners, more definitively than Corcovan himself.
"Okay, that's a stopgap," said Hazel. "Now what? Try to board them and confiscate their weapons and poisons?"
"No time for that," Olaf said suddenly. "Don't worry about the poisons. Sink their damned boat." Hazel and Phil stared at him, startled. "What?" Olaf looked uncharacteristically resolute and sure of himself. "We don't know what they're using, but they've already used some of it. If the rest is still in sealed containers and we sink it, it's out of commission. It may seep out eventually, but slowly. It'll spread it out, till it's too dilute to do much more harm than it's already done. Let's just get these people out of the game so they can't do any more." Phil was almost convinced, but hesitated. Then he noticed several things happening at once. Sylvie's boat appeared around another bend beyond Corcovan's, coming up on it from behind. Dozens of male Zoes materialized out of the darkness, coming from all directions and converging on the action. Corcovan stood up shakily, recovering from the partial charge he'd caught, looking around as if groggy, and trying to figure out what was going on and which part he should try to deal with first. He aimed a gun at Hazel, but before he could fire, an amazingly loud boom sounded behind him. He whirled to see what was happening, and staggered and fell back down as his boat lurched. "Sylvie got them first!" Olaf shouted, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. "Or Luke, or Dick, or somebody over there."
"It doesn't matter who," said Hazel. "Let's clean up after them."
Goldie started inching their boat closer to Corcovan's.
But Corcovan wasn't finished yet. He dragged himself back up, not quite making it to his feet, turning to glower at Sylvie's boat and reaching for something. Another boom reverberated off the cliffs, quieter but closer than Sylvie's, and a fearsome ball of fire flared from her boat, quickly followed by yet another resounding boom. Her boat skittered sideways across the water, hissing with astonishing volume as steam spewed from a hole in the boiler. Human and Zoe forms arced from it toward the water, silhouetted against the fireball. "We've got to help them!" Phil yelled, gesturing wildly toward Sylvie's mortally wounded boat, hoping Goldie would understand that he wanted her to get them over there as fast as possible. But Goldie was already on it, pushing their boat to the highest speed it could muster, which was frustratingly little. Everybody on board kept their weapons ready and their senses on high alert as they passed Corcovan's boat. "Let them fend for themselves," Hazel muttered as they passed. "Priorities," Phil agreed. Corcovan's boat was sinking, and its human occupants probably were wearing personal flotation devices, but he didn't care whether they were or not. In any case, dozens more Zoe bats were swooping down and swarming all over it. Phil felt confident they wouldn't let the crew do anything dangerous, even if they were still able. Things didn't look good as they approached Sylvie's boat. The boiler explosion had broken it into at least 3 parts, one of them now in flames. Most of the human occupants were hanging on to one of the non-burning parts, barely afloat with varying degrees of obvious injuries. The Zoe otters were all in the water, their natural element, and most seemed to be doing reasonably well. But Sylvie herself was in bad shape, and widely separated from any of the others. She was flailing ineffectually in the water, trailing blood, and nobody else was close enough to help her. The stars were no longer visible. The sky had clouded over and picked up a hint of pre-dawn brightening, just enough so Phil could see a somewhat sheltered, boulder-strewn beach not far beyond the wreck of Sylvie's boat. The waves, attenuated by the marsh but still lively, were pushing everyone and everything toward it, in a 2 steps forward, 1 step back sort of way, but probably not fast enough to save Sylvie. This boat wasn't going very fast either. Goldie drove them right past the shattered boat, giving priority to reaching Sylvie. But before they got very close, a Zoe bat, Bob, whizzed past Phil, so close you could hear the wing beats and hard breathing, headed straight toward her. Bob reached Sylvie well before anybody else, but what could he do? Phil remembered his strong fear of water. Bob in water would be, in human terms, very much like a fish out of it. But he and Sylvie were very devoted. Bob circled tightly over her a few times, then dove and hit with a splash. Phil could imagine, or could he, the courage it must have required to take the plunge. Wings flapping wildly, Bob grabbed Sylvie and kept trying to fly while tugging her toward shore. But he was waterlogged now, and his progress and flapping grew rapidly weaker. He had her within a few meters of the beach, but at the rate he was going, they might have been kilometers. After all this, were they both going to die? There were still more bats converging on the scene, but they were preoccupied with Corcovan and his thugs, and might not have even noticed what was happening here. Wishing desperately that he could do something, but knowing he wouldn't have a chance of swimming that far, Phil watched helplessly. Then he noticed Luke letting go of the boat fragment he was hanging onto and swimming with fierce determination toward the struggling Zoe pair. Younger and stronger, he just might be able to make it, though he was weighed down by wet clothing. Olaf, right next to Phil, must have had the same thought, and he, too, was young and strong. He quickly shucked off his outer clothes, dove in, and started swimming with impressive speed toward Sylvie and Bob. They got there at the same time, and together they managed to push Bob and Sylvie to the beach, and since the tide had started going out, there was a reasonable hope that they would stay there. But just as they arrived, an exceptionally large wave smashed Luke and Olaf against a jagged boulder, and when it receded, they lay alarmingly still. Goldie drove her boat in till it ran aground. Phil and all the others jumped off and waded ashore in something as close to a run as the swirling water and their shaken state would allow. They converged on Luke and Olaf, hauling them the rest of the way onto shore to assess the damage and prevent more. Phil's heart sank. Luke was unconscious and banged up, but none of his injuries were obviously life-threatening. But Olaf... The left side of his skull was caved in, hair matted with blood, and blood swirled in the water around him. Phil couldn't tell whether he was alive or not, but feared that if he was, he wouldn't be much longer. Phil looked grimly at Hazel, standing at his side, and she looked back. Neither of them said anything, but he could tell she was thinking the same thing he was. He left Hazel checking Luke to see if there was anything else she could do, and went over to the tangled heap of Sylvie and Bob. They were both alive, clinging to each other, saying things that Phil couldn't understand, but thought he could imagine. Sylvie seemed in worse shape than Bob, and was still bleeding badly. A detached part of Phil's mind noted that her blood was more orange-hued than a human's, but he had little idea how to attempt first aid on her. Bob looked up at Phil and said something that Phil suspected was a plea for help, but he couldn't be sure. Calantha noticed and came over, translator still attached and functional. Bob spoke again, and the translator said, "She needs help, badly." "So do you, buddy," Phil said softly, reaching out to touch his wing. "But I don't know how—"
"We know how," said Bob, "but we need to get her to others."
He broke off, noticing the winged hordes of his compatriots headed this way. There was still a cloud of them around Corcovan's damaged boat, and still more around another human-built craft that had now appeared beyond it, but a detachment of them was converging on the sorry scene on the beach. Bob emitted a burst of excited chatter.
"They made it! I knew they would!"
Phil made a connection that had not quite clicked before. "You called them?"
"Of course,"
said Bob.
"Couldn't let them destroy this town and dear ones who live in it. There are many other towns, many other male lodges. We fly fast. I carried word to nearest lodge. Some of them started here. Others flew to still others with cry for help. Now it all pays off."
Phil whistled. There were a lot more of them than the humans had ever suspected, all as well hidden from diurnal eyes as the few they knew. And they understood message trees and knew how to use them. The winged cavalry was still coming, hundreds, maybe even thousands of them, some of them dealing with whatever other boats the Corcovan Magnus conspiracy was sending, some settling onto the beach among the human and Zoe injured, making it feel crowded, but oddly comforting. He felt relief as some of the bats, apparently skilled field medics, gathered around Bob and Sylvie, touching and examining them. He looked away, for the first time feeling that they were in the best hands they could hope for. He saw another tight knot of male Zoes flying just over the surface, clutching some large object in the water and dragging it to the shore. Once they had it far enough onto the beach that it was unlikely to be carried back out to sea, they let go of it, dispersed to a distance of a few meters, and settled wearily onto the sand. Phil stared at the form they had deposited. It was Corcovan, alive but beaten and looking more subdued than Phil could ever have pictured him. Clutching a communicator, he looked up at Calantha as she, Hazel, and Dick came over to look down at him.
"I had no idea there were so many," he gasped. "And they have some kind of destroyer bugs attacking the tents back in our camp. Please, call them off."
Calantha looked back with a leer worthy of Corcovan's own brasher days.
"Well, now," she said with a deliberate drawl, "we might be able to do that, or we might not."
She looked at Bob. "What do you think, Bob? Can you get your buddies to leave these people alone?"
"I could," said Bob, "but only if they all agree to sit down and talk. None of us can afford for this to go on. Like it or not, we're stuck with each other."
Calantha turned back to Corcovan. "You hear that? Those are the terms. You ready to agree?" The winged Zoes encircling him edged closer. Corcovan looked as if he were choking on something very distasteful.
Yes, yes, of course, whatever it takes to make this stop."
"Whatever," Calantha mused. "Okay, here's the deal. You get on that comm of yours and tell your people and the Magnus gang what they have to do. Bob can send word out to his folks to do the same." She stopped and waited till she heard Corcovan phone home and say the right words. Then she nodded to Bob, and he said something fairly long to his assembled comrades. Several of them flew off in different directions, and within a few minutes the whole huge gathering began to disperse. But they didn't go far. Most of them flew up onto the cliffs of the town and perched there, waiting and watching. Hazel walked slowly over to Calantha and touched her on the shoulder. "Well done, Calantha. Thank you." She got on her comm and called for a rescue party from Breakaway. Then, drained, they all lay down on the wet sand to wait. 37. As wars go, it was probably one of the shortest and strangest in human history. It was certainly the shortest and strangest world war, for it would have long-term, worldwide consequences, details to be determined. But first, there were dozens of individual tragedies, human and Zoe, to be dealt with. Olaf's funeral was 3 days after the battle, but Phil and Hazel couldn't wait that long to tell Srella that she was now truly and completely an orphan. Phil wasn't looking forward to it, but she took it surprisingly well. Or maybe it wasn't surprising at all. She cried, of course, and made no attempt to hide it, but through her tears she said,
"He knew that could happen. So did I. We were both afraid, but we knew sometimes people have to do things even when they're afraid, and we knew he might not come back."
She was silent for a while. Phil and Hazel just waited. Eventually, Srella asked,
"How did it happen? Did one of them—"
"I'm not sure which them you mean," said Phil, "but it wasn't a Zoe. Actually, he died trying to save one of them."
"Remember Bob and Sylvie?" Hazel asked. "You met both of them. I'm not sure you knew they were mates and had children of their own. Anyway, Corcovan and some of these humans from Newtown were trying to do bad things to the Zoes."
"I knew that,"
said Srella, contempt written plainly on her little girl face. "And Bob tried to save Sylvie," Phil continued, "even though it meant diving into the ocean. That must have been a terrifying thing for him. The flying Zoes can't swim."
"I didn't think so,"
said Srella. "Your dad was on another boat with Phil and me," Hazel resumed, "and he jumped into the water. Together he and Luke managed to get Bob and Sylvie to shore, but they both got hurt doing it, and your dad was hurt too bad for us to save." Hazel had to stop and recompose her voice. "He was doing a brave, wonderful thing. You would have been proud of him."
"I am," said Srella. "It's almost as good as having him back, but not quite."
She was silent for a long time, with Hazel and Phil each holding one of her hands. Then she said, very quietly,
"What's going to happen to me?"
Phil squeezed her hand. "Well, Hazel and I were talking about that." The funeral itself was simple but well attended. There wasn't much anybody here could do about Olaf's injuries, so the casket was closed, with a good hollow of the occupant and a happier time displayed on top. And there were a couple of surprises. There was nothing surprising about the fact that Hazel, as a long-time unofficial and now official leader of Breakaway and a friend of Olaf's, officiated. There was nothing surprising about the fact that she spoke of his character and accomplishments, principal creator of a working interface between the biochemistries of Earth and New Horizons, devoted friend of many here, loving husband to the much-missed Giselle and father to Srella, staunch advocate of enabling humans to work with what they'd found here rather than against it. The surprises started when she asked if anyone else wanted to say a few words about Olaf, and Rod Corcovan, who had been sitting in a corner with no one else nearby, stepped forward.
"Some of you," he said, "are probably surprised to see me here. You probably thought I wouldn't dare show my face, let alone presume to speak in Olaf's memory. But if that's what you think, you don't understand how things are. Olaf was a good man. We didn't always see eye to eye, but we both wanted the same thing, a good life for humanity in our new home. We just disagreed about what that meant and how to go after it. I'm sorry things happened the way they did, but I want you to know that there was never any malice in it. None of this would have happened if it weren't for the Zoes. I'll miss Olaf as much as any of you." He looked at Srella and added, "And you, Srella, I can never tell you how sorry I am." She looked back at him, her face expressionless. Phil thought, "You liar, if you think that's going to get you off the hook." But of course now was not the time to pursue that. Corcovan returned to his seat amid awkward silence. Hazel eventually broke it.
"Anyone else?"
She surveyed the room.
"Well then."
"I'd like to say something,"
said a small voice next to Phil, and then even quieter,
"Excuse me, Uncle Phil."
Srella was already up and moving toward the aisle. Phil suspected everybody in the room was as surprised as he was. He doubted that anyone had expected her to speak. In general, children don't at these things, and everybody assumed she would be too devastated in any case. But she walked calmly to the front of the room, looked around the room, and finally spoke, slowly and carefully, as if determined to keep her voice under control and knowing it would take all her strength.
"You probably didn't think I would speak today either. You probably thought I'd be too upset over what happened to my dad, especially after what happened to Mom, too. You might think I'd be like Mr. Corcovan and want to see the Zoes all killed for revenge. But if that's what you think, you don't understand. Revenge is stupid, and the Zoes didn't kill Dad. This is their world. We're asking them to share it with us, because we have to. Mom and Dad knew that getting to know them was something people before us had always dreamed about and given up on. We have a chance that nobody before us ever had. Mom and Dad saw that. They were working hard to make it happen. I want more than anything else to keep doing that. They can't help me anymore, but Aunt Hazel and Uncle Phil, they aren't really my aunt and uncle, but you knew that. They're adopting me, and we're all going to keep trying. I hope you will too. All of you.
She looked at Corcovan and added,
Even you, Mr. Corcovan.
Then she looked at the hollow in the casket and said, almost inaudibly,
Goodbye, Daddy. I'll miss you.
Only then did she break down. 38. Luke felt an unpleasant sense of déjà vu when he opened his door, with the remote, since he was still heavily bandaged and confined to his bed, and saw his parents standing there. But his feelings had an added layer now, the realization that not only had they come here to help carry out Magnus's plan, but now they had actually done so. He glared sullenly. "What are you doing here?" "We heard our boy was hurt," said Mom, barging in and coming straight to him without being asked. "We were so worried about you. How are you doing?" "Don't worry about me," he said. "I'm all right. Relatively. I'm alive. A good friend of mine isn't, and it's partly your fault." "Our fault?" Dad looked shocked. "How can you say that? Don't give me that. You know perfectly well. You came here to help Magnus exterminate the Zoes, and you ganged up with Corcovan and our local crazies to do it. You weren't in the boat, and you didn't pull the trigger, but none of it would have happened if you'd all stayed home and minded your own business." Dad's expression changed abruptly from hurt shock to self-righteous anger. "Our own business? I can't imagine anything that's more our business. This is a holy thing, son. God gave us this world and the gate, so there's nothing holy about it," Luke shouted. "That's a line of bull that Magnus fed you for his own purposes, and even some of the most devoutly religious people in Newtown know it. It embarrasses me that you don't. I can't tell you what to believe, and I won't try. But I won't condone your trying to commit genocide and make it sound like a good thing either. It's evil, and I'll do everything in my power to prevent it." He calmed slightly. "Not that I believe you could do it anyway. There are way too many Zoes. Even Corcovan saw that, finally. That's why he agreed to try to work something out." "He just agreed to a ceasefire," said Dad. "He didn't really want to negotiate anything. That's just what he had to say to get the attacks to stop." "I'm afraid you're right about that. But he's going to have to negotiate anyway, whether he wants to or not. We're way outnumbered." "Well, we were outnumbered that day anyway. But numbers aren't everything. Don't give up so easily, son." Luke glared. "Maybe you should stop calling me that. And it's not giving up if I refuse to fight a battle that shouldn't be fought. But it should. Our whole future depends on it. Or on negotiating something better." Dad shook his head. "Too risky. Negotiate today, they can change their minds later, and we're back where we started. But if we do what Magnus wants—" Mom tried to help. "Please, Luke, try to see it our way, for your own good as well as ours. Even if you don't believe God wants us to do this, you must see that in the long run, these things you call Zoes are a clear threat to all the humans stranded on this world, and all our descendants. You can help us end that threat once and for all. You have a real talent for all kinds of tinkering, including nanotech. You could put that talent to work developing something to wipe out all the otters and bats, even if they outnumber us." "Never," Luke said tightly. Dad said, "Some of the experts who came over with us have already made some efforts in that direction. How did they get samples? But they're finding it unexpectedly difficult," Dad went on, ignoring him. "But you're one of the best," said Mom. "If you help them, if you all put your heads together, you could accomplish what they haven't been able to so far." "They've hardly begun to try," said Luke. "But I'm glad you told me that." He didn't say why. "There's a big meeting coming up," Mom said earnestly. "I don't know how you'll be able to get there, but you have to find a way to go, and—" "It won't be a meeting," Luke interrupted. "There's too much at stake, and too many factions with strong feelings. It can't possibly be settled in one meeting. There'll be some with just humans, and some with just Zoes, and some with both together." "You can't let it get that far," said Mom. "You need to go to all the human meetings and steer them toward a strategy that doesn't get the natives involved. You and the other tech people have a duty." "I may not be going to any of the meetings," said Luke. There are too many individuals involved. We'll have to elect representatives.
Then get yourself elected, said Dad. Make us proud of you.
Luke glared at him. If you can't be proud of who I am, I'm not sure I want you to be proud of me. That hurts, Mom said, beginning to cry. But it's not the most important thing. The important thing is to get the job done, and the effort needs you. This has to be done now, Luke. There may not be another chance.
What your mother means, said Dad, is that some of our nanotech is beginning to fail in ways that we can't fix. The longer we wait, the less we'll be able to do.
Did you notice how old Calantha McQuaid looks? Mom asked. Her latest rejuve didn't work right, and I don't think anybody's sure why. Some of the techs say it's an irreversible deterioration of some of the systems, and they don't have what they'd need to fix them.
They're right, said Luke. I've seen that coming for some time. That's why I introduced the windmills here.
They're very nice, said Mom, but windmills aren't going to solve this problem. And Calantha's botched rejuve is just one example of what's happening. We're scared, Luke. Won't you please at least think about doing something before it's too late?
She gazed imploringly at him. He let her wait a long time for his answer.
Yes, I'll think about it. In fact, I've already thought quite a bit about it. I will try to develop something, but it won't be what you think.
They looked more unnerved than reassured. Finally, Mom said,
What will it be? I can't tell you now, but if we're all lucky, the answer will come out when the meetings are over.
39. As it happened, the meetings only lasted 3 weeks, but they were intense. Nobody was completely satisfied. There had been a lot of hard feelings and a lot of bloodshed, and nothing they could do would guarantee there would be no more. But everybody had felt a sense of urgency about getting something done. What they had achieved would not be the final word, but practically everybody felt a guarded sort of relief. Among the delegates who actually thrashed out the agreements, at least, it remained to be seen how well their work would go over with the people and Zoe's at large. Finding that out required a ceremonial gathering of everyone, or at least everyone who cared to come, of both species. Such things had been common in human history, occurring whenever a treaty was signed, or a new king or president took over, or an important piece of legislation was adopted. Phil wondered whether that was true among Zoe's as well. None of them ever gave an unequivocal answer, even when he explicitly asked both Sylvie and Bob, but they seemed willing enough to go along with it when Hazel suggested it. As with similar events in human history, there was much discussion about venue, both time and place. Both humans and Zoe's included many who were not comfortable with either going onto the other's turf or letting the others come onto theirs. So neutral ground, or some approximation of it, was needed, and it had to be big enough to accommodate everybody. What they settled on was the windmill field, a big open space in which both humans and Zoe's had a major vested interest. It had one more characteristic that made it a good choice, one that would be revealed at the appropriate time. In this case, neutral ground referred to time as well as space. Humans, by and large, were diurnal, Zoe's by nature nocturnal. Just as either would have been uncomfortable having their climactic encounter on the other's territory, so too would they have been uncomfortable having it at a time when only one group could function normally. There was no time of day when both could feel completely at ease, but there were 2 brief periods in which both could minimize discomfort, the 2 transitions between day and night. They chose sunrise. So it was that in the waning hours of the night, with the thinnest sliver of crescent Selena barely above the eastern horizon, an unprecedented crowd assembled on the hanging plain, milling among the windmills under a black velvet sky spangled with stars, except where the higher peaks hid them from view. For the most part, Zoe's clumped together, and humans did likewise. But the division was not complete. An observer above would have seen Zoe groups interspersed among human groups, and a particularly astute observer would have noticed divisions within the groups. Zoe bats, often, but not always, with other bats, and otters with otters, and Magnus supporters keeping to themselves and apart from pro-Zoe humans. But in one place, at least, the mixing was much more complete. On the large central dais, humans and otters and bats sat, or sprawled or perched, on appropriate furniture in a close group, arranged with no obvious regard for who was where. To most humans the scene seemed weird, even and appropriately unearthly, not only because of the many alien forms interspersed among them, but also because of the lighting. In deference to the Zoes present, not only did the ceremony begin before dawn, but the stage lighting was so subdued that the humans had to wear night glasses to see what was going on, but they could reassure themselves that that would soon change. To the Zoes it must have seemed the opposite. These were the last minutes in which they could enjoy what they saw as normal light before the sun came up and they had to don dark glasses for protection against the glare. Looking out over the dimly lit plain, surveying the gathered masses of humans and Zoes from the platform where he sat surrounded by the folk with whom he had been working so closely, Phil felt an unexpected pride. He didn't feel that he personally had actually done very much, though if pressed he would have admitted that he had at least acted as a catalyst, and these people and Zoes around him had given their all to make this moment happen. After a short while, Hazel stood up and raised her arms. "My friends," she began, and an unseen microphone picked up her words and sent them forth over the plain. Calantha's translator was coupled to another set of speakers, and when Hazel paused after each phrase, they broadcast a Zoe translation, sometimes female, sometimes male. "Today marks a historic turning point for New Horizons and both our species. A few weeks ago, some of us met on a bloody night that we hope will never be repeated. In an effort to make sure, we elected representatives who would meet to work out some ground rules for our two species to share this land. For most of us realized that night that one way or another we will have to share it, and peace is better than war. Most of us, not all. Looking around, you won't see some of our recent visitors from Newtown among you. By the time this gathering is finished, many of them will be on their way back to their homes. They've rejected our decision and chosen to go back to their old ways on another continent, conveniently distant from us. But some have decided they like our way better and plan to settle and stay among us. We welcome them to our community. We regret that not all of you were able to participate personally in hammering out a compromise, but we hope that most of you will be pleased, in time if not today, with what we've done. The essential provisions, to deal with the obvious problems humans and Zoes pose for one another, are these. First and foremost, we have all agreed that genocide, in either direction, is absolutely unacceptable. We will not consider or tolerate any attempt by either humans or Zoes to kill off the other. We take as a fundamental guiding principle that all of us are now here, though for different reasons, and none of us can leave. Since neither of us will attempt to exterminate the other, the only option is for us to learn to coexist. Time may even prove that we'll turn out to need each other, and in a few moments you'll hear good reason to believe it. In the short term, there are obvious steps that we must take, and I hope my fellow humans realize that the Zoes have less to gain than we do by the concessions we've agreed to, and will show proper appreciation of that. Our first steps, of course, involve our windmills, whose lack we have lately felt. This morning that privation will end. A cheer went up from many human throats, as the Zoes have agreed to let us resume running them. In return, we must ensure that the windmills no longer endanger Zoes in the ways that, however inadvertently, led to our first awkward and frightening encounters. The flying male Zoes now know to steer clear of the windmills. Each windmill now carries an ultrasonic generator that not only makes its location obvious to the Zoes, but also repels the small flying creatures on which they feed. We are deeply grateful to Luke Zakovitz, who gave us the windmills in the first place, for coming up with these modifications. She turned and gestured to Luke, seated next to her, still heavily bandaged and with an augmented cane at his side, but recovered enough to sit upright and occasionally even stand. At his other side, obviously holding one of his hands in both of hers, was Leona Malinowska, a young woman who had worked hard in the negotiations and shown great admiration for both Luke's engineering accomplishments and his courage in rescuing Bob and Sylvie. Phil had enjoyed watching the two of them grow close over the last couple of weeks and hoped that was leading where he suspected it was. Both of them were beaming as a roar of applause rose from the crowd. Hazel and Leona helped Luke rise carefully to his feet and propped him against a lectern that rose from the floor to meet him. When the applause died down, Luke said, "Thanks, folks. Glad I could help. I didn't really do those modifications, of course. All I did was figure out how.
As you can see, I'm in no shape to do much of the actual work myself, so I'm very grateful to a whole bunch of you folks who made it happen, and especially to Leona here, who's done more than you can know to help me through this time. Anyway, the most important thing to come out of our efforts is that there will be no more talk of anybody exterminating anybody. Yeah, sure, Phil's cynical side thought, but another part of him marveled at how the young man's confidence had grown. And the windmill compromise is just a start. I nagged you to try them because the incredibly easy ride we've had here so far was only possible because of technologies that we brought with us. They were a godsend, so to speak, earned by the sweat of our ancestors' brows. But they're not going to go on forever, much less improve, without lots of infrastructure and highly trained people to work on them. We've already seen some of them begin to fail, and that will get worse. We have to learn to live with this world on its own terms and not depend on technologies that we brought from Earth and can't maintain indefinitely. The fruitful who came here and chose to go back to Newtown believe the solution is to breed enough people to provide those trained workers. They're partly right, but they've gone overboard. If the technology lasts long enough to sustain their wild population growth, they may yet overrun this place and smother it in the same problems my parents left behind. But we do need more population growth than Breakaway has had so far. He paused, no doubt partly to let what he had just said sink in, and the discomfited murmurings throughout the crowd die down. But Phil, sitting this close, also saw his lower lip trembling. After a moment, Luke took a sip of water and continued. In the meantime, we have to become less dependent on our gadgets and rely more on what New Horizons has to offer. We've barely begun to learn about what's here, but the Zoes know a lot about this world and what can be done with it, and they're willing to teach us, if we behave. That's pretty generous of them after the way some of us have treated them. A couple of Magnus's followers, he visibly choked up, recently hinted they'd like me and others to develop a biological or nanotech weapon to wipe out the native population, despite their clearly superior numbers. I found the suggestion beyond appalling, as I hope you do too, but it made me realize I had to act right away to make sure nothing like that happened. I told them I would do something, but not what they wanted.
"What then?"
a coarse voice yelled out from somewhere in Corcovan's neighborhood. Hazel and Phil shot the speaker threatening looks, and a couple of their armed supporters moved closer to him. Luke took it in stride. I'm coming to that. First, let me tell you what I did to forestall that suggestion. I got in touch with all the technical people I knew, both here and in Newtown, to ask them to cooperate, but not the way some wanted. We agreed that none of us would work on developing such a weapon, but we would develop something else. The help the Zoes can give us will be invaluable, but it won't be enough. There remains the extremely basic question of how we can feed ourselves on a world with subtly but significantly different chemistry. So far, we've made do with imported crops genetically modified to survive in this soil and atmosphere, and processing vats to turn native plants and animals into something we can digest. But those measures are just stopgaps. It's time to make ourselves fully part of this world. That means modifying our own biochemistry so we can live directly on native resources, without all these external artifices. Dick Seisler and a lot of our friends and I think we can do that if we throw everything we've got at it before it's too late. That's what we're going to do. That's the weapon we're going to develop, a treatment that will change us so we can live here as if we'd evolved for it, instead of for another world light years away and forever out of our sight. We hope you'll embrace that concept and take the cure when we have it ready, because that's the only way we're ever going to be truly at home on this world, and this world is worth it. Thank you. He sat down, exhausted. Leona leaned against him and patted his arm. A strained silence stretched for a long time as the audience tried to assimilate what he'd just said. Then Hazel stood up and told the crowd, Well, I'll certainly look forward to it. Let's all show our appreciation for Luke and his colleagues, and our native neighbors. May we all prove worthy of their help and give this world the bright future we've always wanted from it. She began to applaud enthusiastically, and all the humans and Zoes on stage with her stood to join in. And still, the silence from the crowd stretched on.
Phil had time to notice that the thin crescent of Selena had melted into the lightening sky, and the big glowing disk of the adopted sun was rising over the eastern horizon, its rays painting the clouds in reds and pinks and oranges. Humans took off their night glasses. Zoes who weren't already wearing them donned sun filters. A gentle breeze began to stir. Then scattered applause began here and there in the crowd, punctuated here and there by boos and catcalls, and a chorus of otter and bat chatter such as Phil had never heard before. It all grew into a thunderous roar that went on even longer than the silence that preceded it. As it finally faded, another kind of roar emerged from it, drawing everyone's eyes to the VTOL rising slowly but ever faster from the far side of the plane, carrying the most determined dissenters back to breakaway, including Luke's parents. "I wish they'd stayed," he said, almost inaudibly. "I think." As the sky brightened and the Newtown VTOL disappeared into the west, a sudden glint caught Phil's eye. A gasp went up as hundreds of people pointed. One of the windmills had started turning and was picking up speed. Another joined it, then another, and soon all were spinning, flashing in the ruddy light of dawn. A cheer went up, this time with fewer jeers mixed in. And with a swelling sound of flapping wings, hundreds, maybe thousands of male Zoes took to the air, shooting up, diving, and performing impressive aerobatic displays among the windmills, sometimes swooping quite close to one, but never colliding. Even with the speakers, Hazel and Sylvie struggled to make themselves heard over the cacophony. "Thank you all for coming," Hazel shouted. "Go in peace, and let's build a future worthy of this morning." A little later, as the hubbub began to fade and people and Zoes dispersed, Srella looked at Phil and Hazel and asked, "Does this mean everything's going to be all right?" They both thought a few seconds before Phil answered. "Not really. People have never been able to assume everything would be all right. We'll always have people like Corcovan and Magnus, people wanting to do the wrong thing for the right reasons, or sometimes the wrong reasons. But I think we have enough people and Zoes on the right track now that our chances are better than ever." "So do I," said Hazel. "Now let's go home." As they got close to their house, Srella said, "If things are going to be better now, do you think I might get a little sister or brother?" Phil and Hazel looked at each other. "We'll see," they said in unrehearsed unison, but they were smiling as they said it. Science Fact: The Science of Night Ride and Sunrise. Stanley Schmidt. Somebody once said that a science fiction writer is allowed one impossible assumption in a story and must work the rest out logically using real science. There's some truth in that, though ideally nothing in the story should be provably impossible, and only a short story is simple enough to take the advice literally. If you're trying to imagine a possible future, it's almost certainly unrealistic that one radical innovation will happen in the next century or millennium while everything else stays more or less as it is. Most readers and writers now recognize that and expect more. A real future will involve several currents of change happening concurrently and influencing each other, though one stream may be dominant. Furthermore, stories and ideas shape each other, and it's not always obvious which came first. Sometimes a new scientific or technological development will compel a writer to imagine what kind of future might result from it. Sometimes the story situation comes first, and the writer imagines what sorts of developments might produce it, and only then where that situation might in turn lead. Night Ride and Sunrise, serialized in analog from July-August through November 2015, is of the latter type. If you ask me about the science behind the story, I can't point to a single idea and say, this is it. There are several kinds of science behind the story, all essential and fitting together like a puzzle. The first germ of the story, I suspect, was planted when I heard Jean Sibelius's tone poem Night Ride and Sunrise, and found its title highly evocative. I didn't consciously think much more about it, but my subconscious came up with a dream that was essentially the opening scene of the novel. The essence of it is simple. A human, surprised to find himself captured by unseen non-humans and taken on a harrowing ride through darkness. Evidently, the non-humans were previously unknown, and contact implies conflict, which is likely to lead to a dark period, from which something better might ultimately arise. That was my original metaphorical sunrise. It wasn't until I got well into imagining the world that I realized a literal sunrise might naturally play an important role. Long before that, there were lots of questions to answer. The answers, as usual, generated more questions, and much of the story. What is this world, and who's driving? How could humans be familiar with a world, yet profoundly surprised to find intelligent life there? Familiarity implies that the humans have been there for some time, and yet haven't noticed another species with at least a modest degree of civilization. How could that be? My answer has several parts. First, the humans weren't looking very hard. They came from a solar system a couple of centuries from now, in which most people had become numbed to the possibility of extraterrestrial intelligence, because many decades of looking had found no evidence. That world had become so overcrowded and preoccupied with maintaining its huge population that basic scientific research had pretty much stopped, and practically everybody took it for granted that our kind was alone in the universe. Second, their first views of this world were necessarily remote and somewhat cursory. New Horizons was an accidental discovery, for a long time not even noticed. An unmanned interstellar probe sent out decades earlier blundered into and through the Gate, a shortcut of unknown but apparently technological origin, and wound up far from its intended destination, sending back information about its surroundings, including an Earth-like but apparently uninhabited planet. How does the Gate work? I don't know. The details aren't important for this story. I suspect it uses the same principles as wormholes, augmented by technology that we haven't learned. Those have been explored in enough other stories to convince most readers that something along these lines is at least not demonstrably impossible. That's all we need, the possible existence of something through which people and ships can take a shortcut, and which can work in only one direction and/or stop working, so the colonists don't have the option of leaving when problems arise. For the world itself, we need more detail. We need a civilization that can exist undetected for quite a while in close proximity to humans. Simply making the natives nocturnal goes a long way toward keeping them out of sight, since humans, given the chance, are mostly diurnal. But that's not enough. Even if they're only active at night, the products of their activity will call attention to themselves by day, if they're anything like ours. Structures comparable to our major cities and interstate highways, out in the open and seemingly designed to flaunt themselves, would be all too obvious in any aerial or satellite-based survey. At our current stage of history, they would also be obvious by other means, as large sources of heat and artificial light. But not every civilization has to be like ours. If it's much less technologically developed, as we understand that term, it might produce too little heat to attract our attention. If its builders and inhabitants are nocturnal, their eyes are probably adapted to utilize and prefer much lower levels of light than ours, so they would avoid creating strong artificial light sources whenever possible. Especially if they also had other reasons to prefer not being seen, such as having enemies. As human history is constantly demonstrating, enemies worth hiding from are likely to be others of their own kind. Even if they're not presently enemies, if these beings have done a better job than we have of learning to get along with their fellows, past hostilities may have driven their ancestors to put a lot of effort into hiding in defensible positions. An excellent place to do that would be an area of tortured topography, a region where violent seismic activity and/or erosion by wind and water has created an abundance of features like caves, canyons, and talus fields. Such conditions are most likely to occur on a planet with active plate tectonics, which implies a strong source of internal heating, such as trapped radioisotopes. It wouldn't hurt if the planet were also subjected to strong tidal forces, adding frictional heating and directly stressing the planet's crust. To that end, I gave New Horizons a big moon, Selena, constantly kneading the planet's surface rocks and encouraging them to deform, break up, and rearrange themselves. These effects are exacerbated on coasts, where, in addition to the direct effects of tidal forces on the crust, great quantities of water are violently sloshed about, battering and eroding whatever they hit. With all this going on, you can easily get coastal areas riddled with canyons, overhangs, caves, and jumbles of huge boulders. Created over geological time, but relatively stable over the lifespans of organisms like us, such places provide an abundance of shelters, where intelligent beings could do a great deal without being noticed by others passing nearby, or even flying over. Why would beings at an early stage of technological development care about being seen from the air? The obvious answer: if they have flight before they have technology. In other words, if they are themselves natural flyers, not dependent on clumsy artifacts like airplanes or helicopters. Something, in other words, like the Zoe bats in Night Ride. Such beings must satisfy two seemingly contradictory requirements. Flight requires that they be relatively small and light to be able to lift their own weight by beating wings against air. Intelligence requires that they be relatively large to support nervous systems of sufficient complexity. Flight itself requires considerable neural complexity to maneuver in 3 dimensions. But a key word here is relatively. Neurons don't necessarily have to be as big as ours. The last few decades of evolution of our computers and related devices prove that lots of processing power can be packed into much smaller packages than our brains. But the ways we've done that depend on very sophisticated technology. If the natives of New Horizons are products of natural evolution rather than advanced engineering, we must expect their nervous systems to be on a scale more like ours than a microprocessor's. We don't have any natural human-sized flyers on Earth, and there are only a few on the order of eagles, condors, albatrosses, and giant fruit bats, because if they grew much bigger, they couldn't support their own weight in powered flight. In today's atmosphere. But all atmospheres don't have to be like ours either, and even Earth's hasn't always been. None of us has seen them in action, but we have strong fossil evidence that our planet used to have dragonflies with 2-foot wingspans and pterosaurs the size of small airplanes. How was that possible, and why isn't it now? When those critters lived, the atmosphere was denser, allowing a given airfoil moving at a given speed to generate more lift, and richer in oxygen, allowing more efficient use of fuel. If New Horizons has such an atmosphere, intelligent flyers like the Zoe bats become possible, especially if they've evolved superchargers to use the available oxygen even more efficiently. We now have enough constraints on what the planet must be like to start filling in the blanks. I was deliberately vague about the identity and exact location of its primary star because our knowledge of extrasolar planets is changing so rapidly that putting a fictitious planet around a specified star risks its being proved impossible before the story sees print. But I did have one in mind to form a concrete picture, and at the time, and the last time I checked before writing this, no planets had yet been reported around it. It's 61 Ursae Majoris, a Class G8 main sequence star with luminosity about 0.535 solar and mass 1.1 solar, about 31 light-years from our solar system. Several variables determine how close to or far from the primary a livably Earth-like planet can be, the life zone, but Terry Kepner, in his useful book Proximity Zero, has estimated it for all the stars within 40 light-years, and he puts this one at 0.5 to 1.0 AU. Note 1. An AU is an astronomical unit, the mean distance of Earth from Sol. Proximity Zero, a writer's guide to the nearest 200 stars, was published by the Bob Little Group in 1995. End of note. If somebody later finds planets around this star, we can say it's really a similar one somewhere else. Sometimes judicious vagueness is an important tool for a storyteller. With these assumptions, we should be safe in putting New Horizons 0.86 AU from its sun. If it's a generally Earth-like planet with about the same average density and 0.75 the mass, several of its other characteristics are predetermined by routine calculations. Note 2. See, for example, Stephen L. Gillette's World Building, A Writer's Guide to Constructing Star Systems and Life-Supporting Planets, Writer's Digest Books, 1996, and my Aliens and Alien Societies,
A Writer's Guide to Creating Extraterrestrial Life Forms, Writer's Digest Books, 1995. Both of these are out of print, but I hope to have an updated version of Aliens available in print-on-demand and electronic editions soon. End of note. Its radius is about 5,800 kilometers, compared to 6,367 for Earth, and its surface gravity and escape velocity are both about 0.91 those of Earth. That's a coincidence. Those two variables are not necessarily the same or proportional. Its year is 0.76 as long as Earth's, and the intensity of sunlight at its surface is about 0.72 Earth. Some of its other characteristics are not predetermined by the ones already specified, and we can pick those freely. The day length, for instance, I arbitrarily chose as 25.6 hours, close enough to what we're used to that it might not be too hard to adapt to, though we don't really know that, not yet having done the experiment. The axial tilt I picked as 18.5 degrees, a bit less than Earth's 23.5 degrees, which should make life a little easier on the inhabitants, somewhat less seasonal variation in weather, wider temperate zones, and narrower and less extreme Arctic and tropic regions. You might think that the reduced insulation would make it on average colder than Earth, but remember we're giving it a denser atmosphere, which means more greenhouse effect. So it should be pretty comfortable, at least thermally. It also turns out that the atmosphere is softer than Earth's, i.e. the pressure doesn't fall off with altitude as fast as it does here. This has an array of little practical consequences, e.g. aneroid altimeters calibrated for use on Earth won't give accurate readings on New Horizons. But not all the consequences make life harder. Some kinds of cooking have to be done differently at high elevations on Earth, but they'll be less sensitive to variation on New Horizons. There are altitude variations, because the aforementioned tectonic activity has produced a good deal of mountain building. That helps ensure a vigorous water cycle to sustain life. Proportions of land and ocean are fairly similar to those on Earth, and, as on Earth, continents have wandered around over the globe, sometimes breaking up, sometimes colliding and sticking together. In the era of my story, there are 3 main continent clusters, of which 2 figure prominently in the narrative. The biggest is New Gondwana, 3 loosely connected masses, mostly in the southern hemisphere. Newtown lies in Midlands, a central part with some similarity to our Mediterranean. Breakaway is on the south coast of Zo, a single smallish continent in the northern hemisphere, as isolated from the others as Australia is on Earth. As with Australia, long separation from the other continents has allowed its biology to evolve in a different direction. Note 3. Okay, I confess, noticing that this continent was Australia-like in both position, though in the wrong hemisphere, and uniqueness of its biology, the colonists first called it Eilartsua, Australia backwards, which was soon mercifully shortened to Artsy, and finally to Zo, the diminutive Oz, backward. Blame them, not me. End of note. Which brings us back to those natives. I've given a rationale for making their cities hard to see, even from the air, but why would flyers like the bats build hidden cities among coastal rocks? It doesn't seem like their kind of place. But what if they're not the only natives, but instead there are others that prefer that kind of place? One obvious possibility is that there are 2 mutually antagonistic species, the flyers and the rock city builders, and the city folk must defend themselves against the flyers. That's conceivable, but there are at least 2 problems with it, one scientific, one narrative. If 2 intelligent and ambitious species arise on a planet and compete for the same resources, eventually one of them will likely eradicate the other, so finding 2 viable technological species in the same place seems improbable. And less interesting from a story standpoint than the one I chose, extreme sexual dimorphism. An intertidal zone, especially in a place with tides as lively as these, is full of stressful situations to drive evolution. Some have speculated that evolution on Earth might not have gone nearly as far as it has if our tides were feebler. And we know plenty of examples of sexual dimorphism on Earth, though I haven't run across one quite this extreme. I supposed that the rugged, tide-battered intertidal zone on Zo harbored an ancestral species in which the environmental challenges and the availability of different resources in different neighboring environments led males and females to evolve different specializations. Obviously, they had to keep certain physical compatibilities, and each sex's need for the other to carry on the species ensured that they would not grow completely apart. But they did develop what amounted to separate but intersecting cultures. The flying males provide protective surveillance over wide territories, access for both sexes to far-flung materials, and fast communication with other settlements. Meanwhile, the females, settled in their towns among the coastal rocks, provide stability for the culture as a whole by handling early care and education for young of both sexes, and have the opportunity to establish useful activities not well suited to nomads, like marine agriculture and industry. And, distressingly alien as the idea may seem to humans dedicated to promoting equality of the sexes, it's perfectly natural that the differences between these would extend even to the most basic level of diet. Zoe males and females, most of the time, lead such different lives in such different habitats that it's practically inevitable that they would eat different foods. Even this has precedence on Earth. I suspect I got the idea while watching a David Attenborough documentary about hummingbirds, including a species in which males and females had beaks evolved to fit such different kinds of flowers that it was physically impossible for them to eat the same diet. A couple of technologies. If you've read Night Ride, you may have felt, consciously or subconsciously, that the layout of Ottertown felt vaguely familiar. While I have been dropping occasional hints about where I stole some of my ideas, as all writers do, about this I will say only that it's no coincidence that I visited a special exhibition on Petra at the American Museum of Natural History at a key point in the gestation of my story. Petra, as you likely know, is an ancient city in the area now known as Jordan, tucked away in a rocky desert and easily accessible only through a long, narrow slot canyon called the Seek, with impressive building facades carved right out of the rock. The resemblance to Ottertown is obvious, but there are also important differences, of which perhaps the most important is that Petra is in the middle of a desert, while Ottertown is on a seacoast. Both depend on nearby mountains for fresh water, but Ottertown also has options not available in Petra. The obvious one is a ready source of seafood, initially harvested wild from the surrounding waters, and later farmed in some of those waters. The less obvious is that meats and vegetables may not be the only things that can be harvested or farmed. We're often warned against eating too much of certain kinds of fish because they accumulate mercury in their tissues. But suppose you want mercury for some use such as building thermometers, and you know how to extract it from fish. Under the right conditions, catching and processing those fish might be a good way to get it. Figure out the right method, and you might even get safe food from those same fish. My otters do something like this, harvesting both plants and animals, both wild and cultivated, as sources of some of their raw materials. Humans have just recently begun doing some things along the same lines, collectively called phytotechnology. Wikipedia defines the word as an emerging field that implements solutions to scientific and engineering problems in the form of plants. This definition mentions only plants, as implied by the root phyto, but I see no intrinsic reason why the principle couldn't be extended to doing similar things with animals. Most of the applications I've heard of so far lie in such areas as removing pollutants from soil or water, but that could easily be extended to removing substances and processing them into useful forms. The Zoes, living at the edge of an ocean without easy access to landlocked mining sites, might have a strong incentive to begin experimenting with phytotechnology, in my broader sense, earlier in their history, and to do more with it. Night Ride also depends on a technology that its humans have but the Zoes don't, sophisticated language analysis and translation. Humans have taken some small steps in this direction. Okay, impressively large steps, considering the difficulty of the problem, but there are still many larger ones to be taken. But enabling Zoes and humans to converse is such a big challenge that you may wonder whether it could really be done. I'm inclined to think that it could, but it would be nowhere near as easy as many science fiction stories make it look. I've tried to acknowledge the difficulty by being just a bit less glib and more explicit in my descriptions of it. Translation, even between human languages, is far less simple than people who haven't done any often assume. Except for the simplest concepts, words in one language seldom have exact equivalents in another, and languages are structured differently, sometimes very differently. So you can't just replace words in one with equivalents in another. The actual process is more like melting down the meaning in one language and recasting it in another. Furthermore, words are not the entirety of language. Important parts of meaning are conveyed by subtleties of intonation and gesture. Despite the large variations in how these things are done in languages such as English, Chinese, and Zulu, there are underlying similarities because they've all evolved to run on human nervous systems, sensory organs, and sound-producing equipment. When you're dealing with a different species, the process may be much harder because all of these things will be different. With the Zoes, some of them even differ between the sexes. But that doesn't mean that communication is impossible. I've always considered the idea of completely incomprehensible aliens one of the least probable sometimes found in science fiction. All organisms will have to be concerned with things like finding food and mates and avoiding predators and other natural dangers, and there will have to be logical relationships between the challenges they face and the actions they take. Communication is, simply, a matter of learning what the premises and logical relationships are and having the physical means to produce and process the signals used to express them. That is, in essence, an exercise in pattern recognition. Ordinary digital computers, like the ones we most often use, are notoriously poor at this. But pattern recognition is so important to so many problems in real life that researchers have already found ways to do it better. For example, optical character recognition, in which a device can scan an image of a letter and recognize it as a Q, whether it's in a 4-year-old's scrawl, or mine, or any of the hundreds of fonts on this computer. The best ways of doing this involve fuzzy logic, multi-valued rather than binary, and neural networks, in which computer elements are connected in a way that mimics nervous systems. Such systems are trained rather than programmed, and have strengths and weaknesses similar to those of human and animal nervous systems, including the ability to recognize patterns even when they vary in ways that baffle purely digital computers. Teaching a computer to recognize handwritten letters, or a camera to recognize faces in a picture that's about to be taken, is much simpler than what Calantha's linguistic tools have to do, of course. Her task isn't even just to recognize patterns in the Zoe language itself, but in how it correlates with their actions. That's why she and her instruments spend lots of time watching, listening, recording, and analyzing, and the results are still imperfect. Compared to anything we can do now, it's a formidable challenge, but remember our descendants have a couple of 100 years to get there, and remember how fast our computing abilities have been evolving in the last few decades. What to do with a world. In Night Ride, both the original colonists and the fruitful who came later have been given an unprecedented opportunity, a whole planet's worth of room to build a new life, and technological means for doing so far beyond any of their ancestors. Their problem is what they're going to do with it, and even without the complication of an unexpected native civilization, their answers are, in the long run, incompatible. The situation they left behind on Earth is very much in the background of Night Ride, but underlies their future options. I mentioned earlier that their Earth had become overcrowded and stifling, but that doesn't mean it had become primitive. Even though fundamental research had been largely abandoned, technology, conspicuously including nanotechnology, had been highly refined. Without that, it would have been impossible for such a dense population even to exist. With it, population had been allowed to grow to the point where finally, reluctantly, most people and governments had to admit that it could go no further. Strict controls were imposed on further population growth, and when given a chance to go to a place without those restrictions, some jumped at it as a chance to explore new frontiers, and others as a chance to resume reproducing freely. Both groups had it far easier than any pioneers before them. The technologies that let Earth produce and sustain a huge population also let the colonists settle the New World with unprecedented ease, quickly and easily building infrastructure using nanoassemblers, and converting food and local resources to sustain life and work around biochemical incompatibilities. Some might object that the uses of nanotechnology in this story look more like K. Eric Drexler's earliest visions of the field than what's actually being done now. Some people working in nanotechnology are so wrapped up in short-term difficulties that they've become skeptical about whether those bigger visions will ever materialize. As I've pointed out earlier, this is hardly surprising. Note 4. See, for example, my January 1997 analog editorial, Too Hard? End of note. When Eric wrote Engines of Creation in 1986, he was describing a grand vision of a sweeping future landscape. The people now building the earliest stages of that future are in among the trees, and it's hard to keep the forest in sight from there. Personally, my hunch, based on what I've seen happen in many other fields, is that ultimately Eric's original vision will be more realistic than that of people who can imagine only what they see how to do now. So I've assumed that in a couple of centuries, people will be able to do the kinds of things I've described. And that makes the position of all the colonists in Night Ride very different from that of most prior science-fictional colonists. In most stories, the colonists' main problem has been how to survive against nearly impossible odds in a hostile environment. In Night Ride, their problem is what happens when it's too easy. For the first wave, the danger is just complacency. They have it easy at first because of the technology they brought with them, but it will only stay easy if they can keep that technology fully functional, and that will be hard. For the second wave, their problem is the ease itself. Where earlier populations struggled just not to collapse, they have so many ways to keep people alive for a long time and to produce them at an unprecedented rate that it's never too early for them to start thinking about overpopulation. You might think that it would take thousands of years for a population of a couple of thousand to grow enough to fill much of a planet. That turns out not to be true if its members are really determined to expand as quickly as possible and have excellent medicine to achieve very long lives and ways like cloning to augment natural birth rates. The statistics of population growth are rather complicated, and I'm not going to discuss them in detail here, but I will tell you the numbers I used for the calculation in the story, and if you're interested, you can look up the definitions of the terms elsewhere. With a total fertility rate of 6, birth rate 36, death rate 0.5, and cloning rate 20.5, remember these people have baby farms, literally, I get a total rate of increase of 47 and a doubling time of about 16 years. If that goes on, it really does lead to a population of 19.5 million in 200 years and 19 billion in 350. We, of course, are a long way from being able to do quite that. But as we continue finding new ways to enhance fertility and increase lifespans as much as possible, and some groups discourage any attempt to throttle population growth, we might do well to stop and consider, is this really a wise course, or might it be time to start thinking seriously about how all the things we do fit together? After all, most of us don't have the option of leaving either.